Everyone called it a trash game, unfair, unbalanced, and impossible to beat. But for Jinhyuk, it was his only escape. 11 years later, the game merges with reality, and suddenly, every monster, every trap, every nightmare he survived, is now real. But this time, he's got the most broken power of them all, the ability to copy any skill. The story begins with the faint hum of a computer filled the dim room. On the monitor, the flickering light of a virtual world cast eerie shadows across a young man's face. A voice, mocking, disembodied, echoed from the speakers. Another MMORPG, huh? Just another broken mess. Clunky controls, dull mechanics, who even plays this garbage? The young man leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. The pale glow of the screen reflected in his tired eyes as he mumbled, "You're not wrong." On screen, heroes charged toward an enormous tower, a structure so vast it seemed to pierce the heavens. The game's title glimmered faintly in the corner, Tower of Challenges. "This one fits the description perfectly," he muttered, voice laced with irony. He remembered how, when the game first launched, it swept through Korea like wildfire. Veteran gamers, old-timers, as he called them, had made it their life's mission to conquer this digital monstrosity. They stopped eating, sleeping, even living normally, all for the sake of a climb no one could finish. But 3 years later, the truth was undeniable. Tower of Trials, he said, eyes narrowing, isn't a game. It's punishment. Images flashed through his mind, endless dungeons, lethal traps, grotesque monsters that devoured players in seconds. The Great Gate Guardian, an enemy so powerful it had been branded invincible. The polar region, where temperatures plummeted to -60 degrees, freezing even the strongest adventurers within hours. And the labyrinth, a maze that stretched over 10,000 kilometers, an endless loop of despair. This wasn't entertainment, he whispered. It was torture. Anger surged. With a shout, he yanked off his virtual reality headset and hurled it to the ground. The screen flickered, static crackling as the game world faded to black. The company almost went bankrupt after that, he said under his breath, recalling the chaos, walls shattered, blood and debris scattered in his memories of those who'd pushed too far. But a few maniacs still refused to quit. And among those maniacs was Jinhyuk. His breath came ragged, sweat dripping down his temples. The tower's summit loomed behind him, 50 floors conquered, and the final system notification blinked before his eyes. Congratulations. Player Jinhyuk has cleared the Tower of Challenges. He blinked at it in disbelief. Did I really do it? Blood trickled from his palm, his body trembling. I wasn't even trying to win, he murmured. I was just curious. But Jinhyuk wasn't like the others. He hadn't brute-forced his way through. He had memorized every pattern, learned every trick, and repeated every failure until perfection was all that remained. 11 years. 11 years of his life spent climbing this cursed tower. As he stepped through the final exit, he turned back, staring at the now silent behemoth. I didn't think I'd actually clear it all, he said softly, a laugh escaping him. Should have at least streamed it. That would have made for a hell of a finale. He opened his virtual interface, debating aloud, should I upload the ending to YouTube? Even a flop would get a few clicks. Just then, a glowing envelope icon materialized beside him. Curious, he opened it. Thank you for playing Tower of Challenges, Jinhyuk. System notice, major reboot update scheduled in 12 hours. He chuckled. A reboot? After all this time? A smirk tugged at his lips. How much are they even spending on this thing? Leaning against the cracked wall behind him, he laughed again, tired, amused, maybe even a little sad. They must be planning something big. But whatever it is, I'm done. No more towers for me. The world around him began to collapse, the virtual sky fracturing, the floor disintegrating beneath his feet. He closed his eyes. No matter what update you roll out, he muttered, I'm not coming back. Moments later, the headset came off. The illusion shattered, replaced by the cramped mess of his apartment. Stacks of instant noodle cups and energy drink cans littered his desk. Plastic bags overflowed with trash. The only light came from the moon filtering through his window. He stretched, groaning. Guess it's time for my last broadcast, he said with a wry smile. Not that it matters. No family, no real obligations, just me and 500,000 won a month. As he stood by the window, the cool night air brushed against his face. Stars twinkled faintly above the city, far beyond his reach. People used to tell me to become a fighter, he said quietly. But right now, money's worth more than glory. The moon hung high in the sky, and for the first time in a long while, Jinhyuk allowed himself to just breathe. The faint hum of his PC echoing through his messy apartment. Empty cans, snack wrappers, and boxes of half-eaten food cluttered the table. He had just gone live, and within 3 minutes, over 20 people had already joined his stream. The chat immediately exploded. "Why were you streaming so early, dude? Did you forget the schedule again? Yo, what's with all that food? You throwing a party?" Jinhyuk chuckled as he scrolled through their teasing comments, his face illuminated by the soft blue glow of his monitor. On his desk lay a ridiculous feast: chips, ramen, fried chicken, and a lineup of sodas and alcohol bottles. His viewers laughed even harder. "Streamer buffet. Look at this man living the dream. How's your liver holding up, bro?" For a moment, it was all just light-hearted fun. The kind of cozy chaos that filled Jinhyuk's lonely nights. But then, the smile faded from his face. His expression hardened. He leaned toward the mic. "Everyone, there's something I need to tell you." The chat went wild with confusion. "Wait, what's wrong? Why do you sound so serious? You're not quitting, are you?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared quietly at the monitor, his hand gripping a mug of alcohol. Then, with a forced laugh, he said, "Relax. I'm just catching the mood." He raised the mug and took a long drink before exhaling heavily. But as he looked at the screen again, his voice dropped low. "Still, tomorrow, I'll make it official. I think it's time to wind this down." The chat froze for a moment, disbelief flooding in. Then came a stream of desperate messages, but Jinhyuk barely read them. He kept drinking. One bottle. Then another. Then a third. Hours passed before he finally passed out on his bed, surrounded by the empty bottles. When he woke, sunlight was filtering through the blinds. His head throbbed violently, his stomach churned. "Damn hangover," he groaned, dragging himself up from the bed. "I need to post that tower clear video before I forget." He pressed the power button on the PC. The familiar hum started up, but something felt wrong. The monitor flickered. His eyes widened. A live stream window appeared automatically. The title read, "Tower of Trials became reality, live." "What the?" he muttered. Then he saw the viewer count. 331,750. The man who started the stream said that, "This tower is from Tower of Trials launched 11 years ago." The numbers climbed rapidly as the screen's colors distorted, fading into a blood-red hue. The chat box vanished, replaced by a strange static sound. This can't be real," Jinhyuk whispered, staring at the glowing red symbols flashing across the screen. He recognized it instantly. That effect only appeared when someone started the Tower of Challenges for the first time. But that was impossible, the servers were long gone. Then, a clear system notification appeared in front of his eyes, not on the screen, but in real life. System notice: the first stage of the new Tower of Challenges update has been completed. Before Jinhyuk could even react, the world outside darkened. The daylight vanished, replaced by a deep crimson sky. The city was swallowed by shadows, and all power shut down. Then another message appeared, not just to him, but to everyone. Mothers, children, office workers, all over the world, people froze in terror as glowing text appeared before their eyes. All players must reach the next floor of the tower within 90 days. Failure to do so will result in the destruction of humanity. Jinhyuk's chair toppled over with a crash. His breathing quickened. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he stared at the window. Adaptation level increasing. Reality synchronization, complete. "What the hell?" he whispered, trembling. "Humanity, destroyed?" The next message confirmed his worst fear. First phase of the tower update, complete. His room was empty now, except for the overturned chair and the faint flicker of his monitor. Jinhyuk's heartbeat thundered in his ears. "Stay calm," he muttered to himself. "You need to stay calm." But his shaking hands betrayed his words. He snatched his jacket from the chair, threw it on, and rushed toward the door. If the Tower of Challenges really became real, he thought, then there's no time to hesitate. He sprinted down the apartment stairs, jumping 3 steps at a time, until he was leaping over entire flights. His pulse raced. His face twisted into a wild grin. "The world might be ending," he said breathlessly, "but I've already cleared it once." Outside, the city was chaos. Sirens blared. People screamed. The once bright skyline was burning red under the blood-colored sky. In Central City, panicked voices filled the streets. "The sky's gone red. We need to get out of Korea. There's no point, the towers are everywhere." One girl held up her phone, showing the same glowing message hovering in the air. "Look! Every country's getting it." Jinhyuk dashed past the crowd and into the subway station. He stopped at the top of the stairs, breathing heavily as he looked down into the darkness. "Now's not the time to run," he told himself. "It's time to move forward." He hurried down the steps, mind racing. If the tower has appeared for real, then I need to reach the North Zone first. That's one of the few safe territories outside the tower's boundary, and it's the closest. At the bottom of the stairs, a massive fountain stood, marble angels frozen mid-flight. Above it, a sign glowed faintly, Central Underground. Suddenly, a new notification appeared before his eyes. You have entered an event area. Jin-hyuk looked around. The underground station was filled with people, dozens of them, all wearing the same stunned expression. He recognized their faces. These were players who had once played the first version of the Tower of Challenges. He walked among them calmly, his eyes sharp. The others glanced at him but stayed silent, too busy sizing each other up. Everyone's watching everyone else, he thought. No one knows what's going to happen next. He realized something important: the number of event items that would appear here was limited. If luck was on his side, maybe 5 would spawn at most. Then, from behind him, a voice called out, clear and familiar. Hey, you there! You're Jin-hyuk, right? Jin-hyuk turned, his eyes narrowing as the sound of the city's chaos echoed above. The tower had begun. Jin-hyuk turned around, startled by the sudden voice behind him. A man stood there with a broad grin plastered across his face, as if seeing an old friend brought him genuine delight. Well, isn't this a miracle? The man laughed. The shut-in gamer himself actually stepped outside. I thought you'd still be in your room, playing with your toys. It was Jong-soo, a BJ, broadcast jockey, from Paprika TV, boasting over 500,000 subscribers, a celebrity streamer and, more importantly, the representative of the company Jin-hyuk once belonged to. Jin-hyuk's expression hardened. Shouldn't you be doing a live broadcast right now? He asked coldly, glancing at the crowd gathered behind Jong-soo. Jong-soo followed his gaze, his smirk widening. What, this? You can't tell what's happening here? Looks like the perfect scene for another viral broadcast. He gave Jin-hyuk a light push on the shoulder, pretending to be casual. So, tell me, what floor did you reach? And why hide it from your dear colleague? Colleague? Jin-hyuk repeated in his head, his jaw tightening. He remembered those broadcasts all too well, the company that Jong-soo had built. A company that lured streamers with promises of fame and fortune, only to drown them in unfair contracts. The more they streamed, the deeper they sank into a swamp of debt and exploitation. And those who dared to protest? Their voices were silenced, crushed beneath the weight of corporate greed. Jin-hyuk recalled one desperate BJ, crying during a live broadcast. He had stared directly into the webcam, before ripping it off the monitor and hurling it at his contract in despair. That memory burned deep inside Jin-hyuk. Because one by one, the friends he had started with, those who had climbed up from nothing beside him, had all abandoned the company, broken and betrayed. Hey, Jong-soo's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He grabbed Jin-hyuk's shoulder, smiling brightly. I know you're a great player. And your mukbangs? Legendary. That's why, he leaned in. I'm ready to change your contract. Just for you. But Jin-hyuk's eyes were as cold as winter steel. The world's changed, he said quietly. Before Jong-soo could respond, BAM. Jin-hyuk's fist slammed into his face. Blood sprayed from Jong-soo's nose as 2 of his teeth hit the ground with a faint clink. Watch your mouth, Jin-hyuk growled. Jong-soo collapsed, clutching his bleeding face, groaning in pain. Jin-hyuk looked down at him, his voice low and calm. Strange. I actually feel better now. Turning away, he walked off, muttering, it's time. Around the nearby fountain, particles of light began to shimmer. The water started bubbling, then roiling violently. In a sudden burst, a massive tree erupted from the fountain, its trunk twisting skyward, its lush green canopy radiating power. The air trembled with its presence. Players gasped in awe and terror. The same as the Tower of Trials, Jin-hyuk murmured, a grin forming on his lips. So my memory was right? A glowing message appeared before everyone's eyes. The mangrove of greed continues to grow. From its branches, red fruits began to bloom, glimmering like rubies under a warm aura. Jin-hyuk's eyes narrowed. Stats boosting fruits. Agility, strength, mana, only 4 of them. The moment those words sank in, chaos erupted. Players lunged for the tree, clawing and shoving each other to reach the fruits. Fists flew, boots kicked, and screams filled the air. Amid the frenzy, a bloodied handkerchief dropped to the ground. It belonged to Jong-soo. He staggered toward Jin-hyuk, wiping the blood from his mouth. Listen, he shouted, desperation cracking his voice. If we work together, we can share the fruits. Split them in half, win for both of us. Jin-hyuk didn't even look at him. His gaze was locked on the tree. Sit down if you don't know what's going on, he said coldly. It's not time yet. His tone was firm, calm, yet commanding. Jong-soo hesitated. Jin-hyuk's confident smile didn't falter for a second. One player managed to grab a fruit and bit into it greedily. A system window flashed. Agility +3. It works. It really works, the man shouted, waving his arms in joy. Jinhyuk watched him silently. Ordinary people, he muttered. They have no idea what this tree truly is. He observed as more players climbed, each one consumed by greed, unaware of the danger lurking within. Then it began. The tree's roots writhed like serpents and lashed out, striking the ground with tremendous force. Screams erupted as players scrambled to escape. The more fruits eaten, one terrified man yelled, the more violent it gets. Panic spread. Players fled in every direction, terrified. All except two. Jinhyuk stood still, calm amidst the chaos. Jong-soo, trembling, turned to run, until Jinhyuk's voice stopped him. Giving up already? Of course. Jong-soo shouted. That thing's insane. Jinhyuk sighed. The real reward of this event only appears after all the fruits are eaten. Jong-soo froze. You're serious? Jinhyuk tilted his head. If I wasn't, would I still be standing here? A bead of sweat rolled down Jong-soo's temple. Then, his expression twisted into a crooked grin. So that's why you didn't move, you were waiting for this. He spat to the side, then asked, so what now? Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. We go inside, he said, pointing toward the thrashing tree. If we move together, we'll just become easy targets. Approach from both sides, understood. Jong-soo blinked, stunned by his calmness. You're saying, we split its attention? Exactly. Jinhyuk slipped his hands into his pockets and smiled. The plan had begun. Jinhyuk glanced at Jong-soo, his tone sharp and cold. If even one of us hesitates, he said, eyes narrowing, it's over. Jong-soo chuckled, wiping the blood from his mouth. Relax, man. It's not my first day in this game either. A tense silence followed, then Jinhyuk muttered, move. In the next instant, they split apart, Jinhyuk darting to the left, Jong-soo sprinting to the right. They surrounded the enormous mangrove tree, each taking a different angle of approach. But before they could get close, massive roots burst from the ground, slicing through the air like whips. Jinhyuk twisted his body mid-step, dodging the first root by inches. The sharp wind from its swing grazed his cheek. He turned his head to check on Jong-soo. And froze. Jong-soo stood motionless, grinning like a lunatic. Who would listen to a guy like you, he sneered. Why don't you be the bait? His grin widened into something grotesque. Jinhyuk's eyes hardened, his voice calm but dripping with venom. Still the same scum, huh? Another root shot toward him. He dodged effortlessly, landing light on his feet. To those who become bait, he muttered under his breath, that would be, you. The next root, redirected from Jinhyuk's dodge, snapped toward Jong-soo with deadly precision. What? The thick vine coiled around Jong-soo's legs, yanking him off his feet. Before he could react, the roots wrapped around his torso, tightening like a snake crushing its prey. Why me? Let me go! Jong-soo screamed, thrashing in panic. Jinhyuk didn't even glance his way. His steps were steady, focused solely on the tree ahead. If you hate it, he said coolly, maybe complain to your lawyer. The roots climbed higher, encasing Jong-soo completely. Tears streamed down his face as his voice broke. I don't want to die like this. Please. The tree's roots constricted and crushed him into a bloody pulp. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly. Have a nice trip, trash. He turned back toward the mangrove tree. Its massive roots writhed, sensing his approach. Just a little further, he murmured, his boots splashing in the fountain's water. The ground trembled. Roots lunged again, slicing through the air from every direction. Left, 22 degrees, Jinhyuk whispered, eyes darting rapidly as he calculated each attack trajectory. Right, 35 degrees. He weaved between them like a shadow, his movements precise and fluid. Each dodge was perfectly timed, each motion deliberate. The roots struck where he had just been. But Jinhyuk was gone. They crashed into one another, smashing violently into the trunk instead. Cracks splintered up the bark, ripping open the tree's center. The roots opened a path, Jinhyuk muttered, a wicked grin curling on his lips. Inside the ruptured trunk, a pulsating core glowed, a beating heart of pure magic. The mangrove core, he whispered. Just like in the game. No errors. Not a single deviation. His hand brushed against a broken fragment of a root beside him. He picked it up, the faint glow of power running through it. Scarlet light flared in his eyes. How about we make this interesting? Jinhyuk smirked, raising the fragment like a blade. Let's end this quickly, tree. The mangrove roared, its entire body trembling in rage. The roots rose again, this time shimmering with a dark crimson aura. A message blinked in Jinhyuk's vision. Mangrove of Greed has activated, blood-sucking vines. TCH, he clicked his tongue. Even for an old mob, that's gonna be hard to dodge. The roots lashed forward, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Jinhyuk's grip tightened. Then, with a twist of his wrist, Clang. He deflected the first root with a dull thud, the shockwave sending a burst of air across the ground. The vine passed so close that it grazed his cheek, leaving a thin red line. The next roots came in a flurry, but Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed with battle focus. Each motion was deliberate, every strike perfectly timed. He flipped his blade fragment, adjusting its angle, redirecting every incoming root like a master swordsman guiding the flow of a storm. In his head, he smirked. I can twist the trajectory, bend it any way I want. The roots clashed, tangled, and tore into the tree's trunk again, destroying it from within. And amidst the chaos, Jinhyuk stood there, his eyes glowing bright red, calm and unshaken. Now then, he murmured, his voice low and dangerous. Let's finish this. The roots of the mangrove shuddered violently, then began twisting together, merging into one monstrous, pulsating limb. The ground trembled as the enormous root reared back like a serpent, its shadow swallowing Jinhyuk whole. Coming for me, huh? Jinhyuk murmured, eyes sharp and calm. No need to get nervous. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Then, his right eye ignited with a bright blue flame. The massive root lunged. In an instant, Jinhyuk moved. His body blurred, blade flashing as he redirected every incoming strike. The root split apart midair, slamming into the ground around him with explosive force, breaking through concrete and shaking the entire plaza. Dust and debris swirled, but Jinhyuk walked forward, unscathed, his expression composed. Only a thin scratch lined his cheek, glinting under the light. I've been through this 100 times already, he said with a grin, brushing his hair back. He raised his hand. The air around him trembled. Sweat dripped from his brow as he approached the tree's luminous trunk. Behind the dense green canopy, a faint blue light began to shine. Tiny butterflies of azure glow fluttered out from the leaves, spiraling upward like floating stars. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed. Sleep butterflies. He covered his mouth and nose, stepping aside as the glowing insects circled him. Their wings shimmered softly, releasing glittering dust into the air. Sleep pollen, he thought grimly. A defense mechanism. One breath, and you're out cold. The insects swarmed closer, but Jinhyuk waved them away, holding his breath. The trick's simple, he smirked inwardly. Just don't breathe. He dashed forward, cutting through the haze of shimmering wings. The giant tree loomed ahead, veins glowing red within its trunk. Found you, he whispered. Jinhyuk thrust his palm toward the tree. Boom! A deafening impact echoed through the air. The space rippled with shockwaves, light flaring across the battlefield. Wind whipped through his black hair, strands flying wildly across his face. Sweat beaded on his skin, and a red glint burned in his eyes. From beneath him, roots lashed upward once again, only to falter. The enormous tree groaned, its bark splitting down the center as the system's voice rang in his ears. System message, player, anonymous, has defeated the mangrove of greed. The world tree split cleanly in half, its once vibrant leaves fading to gray. The fountain's water shimmered under the settling dust. Jinhyuk exhaled, a grin spreading across his face. Didn't think all that boring timing practice would actually pay off. The system chimed again. Honor level achievement will be recorded within 24 hours. Please enter your player name. Jinhyuk frowned, staring at the glowing blue window. My name? So it's asking for personal info now? He tilted his head, thinking. Revealing his identity would stir chaos, especially once people realized who he was. No way, he muttered. Anonymity suits me better. A new prompt appeared. Face will be hidden via mosaic. Voice will be altered for anonymity. Jinhyuk chuckled softly. Not perfect, but fair enough. He turned back to the fallen tree, placing his hand on its cracked trunk. Now for the real prize. He pushed his arm deep inside the hollow bark. After a moment, his fingers brushed something smooth and cold. A grin curved his lips as he pulled out a small jade orb, gleaming faintly in his palm. The tree's core, he whispered, tightening his grip. System message, item acquired, heart of the mangrove tree. He rolled the sphere between his fingers, its green glow reflecting in his eyes. If a single fruit boosts strength, agility, and mana by 3 points each, he mused, then the heart should be worth at least 12. The thought made him chuckle. Even after 50 floors, nothing came close to this kind of loot. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk popped the jade sphere into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, a blinding light exploded in his chest. His body trembled as raw energy coursed through him. He opened his status window. Player level, 1. Available stat points, 12. A wicked smile formed. The strongest level 1 player, huh? Not bad. Hours later, the world was already buzzing. Breaking news, unknown player defeats Mangrove of Greed. First victory in the Tower of Challenge recorded. Comment sections exploded with disbelief and excitement. Most people dismissed it as fake, just another online hoax. But somewhere in the chaos, a video quietly began trending. Its thumbnail showed a masked player surrounded by swirling debris. His face was hidden by mosaic. His voice distorted. Yet his presence, the confidence in his stance, was unmistakable. It was Jinhyuk, the first conqueror of the tower's new world. The moment the video of the battle went live, all the skepticism that had flooded the forums vanished in an instant. Viewers flooded the comments with awe and excitement, their disbelief replaced by pure fascination. Clips of Jinhyuk darting between monstrous roots, his blade flashing under the emerald light of the mangrove, began circulating everywhere. He could almost hear the collective gasp of millions watching. Some cheered, others doubted, but one thing was clear, no one could look away. Jinhyuk's lips curved slightly as he watched the reactions roll in. "So this is what all the fuss is about," he muttered, his tone dry but amused. Under the username Kingsman, a man introduced himself as Director Park Hazik, offering Jinhyuk a formal contract. "Join us. Let's make history together." Another user, Black Dragon, followed with an even more audacious promise: "Name your price. I'll match it. Money's no object." Jinhyuk stared at the screen, one brow arching. 1 billion, huh? They really think this is about cash? He leaned back in his creaky chair, the faint glow of his monitor painting his face in blue light. For a brief moment, he was lost in thought, back to the days when life had been a relentless grind. A cheap video camera sat gathering dust on the windowsill. Cold fast food boxes littered the table. Rent overdue. Back then, $1 billion would have been a miracle. He remembered starving for days, saving money just to stream mukbangs instead of eating. But that was before. Before the tower. Before this new world that rewarded skill, not status. Now, as he swirled a half-empty drink in his hand, he whispered, "Even if they offered 10 billion? I'm not sharing what I know." He clenched his fist, smirking. What mattered wasn't wealth, it was monopoly. The power of holding knowledge no one else possessed. Rising from his chair, Jinhyuk opened a map on his phone, the next target already glowing in his mind's eye. A towering structure appeared in his imagination, dark, looming, pulsing faintly with mana. The Tower of Trials had spilled its magic into the world, mutating relics outside into sacred treasures. Behind a glass display case, an ancient sword bathed in light shimmered faintly, like it was breathing. Its edge flickered, vanishing, reappearing, as if the relic itself was rejecting reality. "A replica," Jinhyuk murmured. "But even copies hold power if you know where to look." Soon, he stood before the National People's Museum, its grand steps silent under the night sky. Floating displays of weapons, shields, and scrolls glowed faintly inside, a treasure vault brimming with mana. Jinhyuk frowned. "Of course, I'm not the only one who came for these." The mangrove tree of greed had been rare, appearing in only 7 places across Seoul. But the museum? There was only one. Which meant competition. He imagined silhouettes, skilled players from across the city, veterans and opportunists alike, all drawn to the same place like vultures. Pushing open the museum's door, he felt an eerie stillness. "Quiet," he muttered. "Too quiet." Then his eyes caught it, a charred corpse slumped against a blackened wall. His jaw tightened. Someone had arrived before him. Hands shoved in his pockets, Jinhyuk scanned the area, his expression unreadable. The world's changing, guess people are too. But not fast enough. At the foot of the stairs, faint mana lines pulsed, a sign pointing toward the relics of the Middle and Modern eras. That's where it would be. The relic everyone wanted, the Great East Land Map. It wasn't just a historical artifact. It was alive with mana, humming with data from the Tower of Trials itself, a complete guide to ruins, labyrinths, and hidden treasures. "No one realizes," he whispered, "the real treasures aren't on the map, they're underneath it." Suddenly, a jug crashed to the ground, shattering the silence. Shouts erupted, chaos spilling through the museum. Artifacts exploded in bursts of mana. Blood splattered across the marble floor. Someone screamed, "Freeze!" The young man with black hair, his hand still gripping his opponent's collar, slowly turned. A broad-shouldered man stood across the hall, arms crossed like an executioner. "Anyone moves," he growled, "and you're dead." The boy in the blue shirt scowled back. "Don't talk crap," he said coldly, taking a step forward. The young man with a bandage on his cheek smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. "You think anyone here's scared of that kind of talk?" Blood trickled from the head of his hammer, splattering onto the marble floor. The burly man before him scowled, knuckles cracking as veins bulged beneath his skin. His temper snapped. "You bastards, you really don't get it, do you?" His teeth clenched, eyes glowing a feral red as rage consumed him. With a roar, his muscles bulged, the seams of his shirt tearing apart. The spectators stumbled back as the man's skin darkened into a gray, stone-like texture, his transformation complete. The card belongs to me. His voice now rumbled like an animal's growl. The red gleam in his eyes made even the boldest step away. But an elderly man in a blue vest simply chuckled, closing his eyes. I'm afraid I can't agree to that, son. The transformed man turned toward him, baring his jagged teeth. Are you senile, old man? Disappear before I snap your withered neck. The old man sighed, tapping his cane on the ground as a small flame flickered at his fingertip. So rude. I was hoping for a civil conversation. The fire suddenly flared, brighter, hotter, swirling around his hand. You talk too much, the gray-skinned monster snarled, lunging forward. The old man's eyes opened, cold and sharp. He snapped his fingers. A roaring inferno burst from his palm, swallowing the man whole. The beast screamed tore through the air, echoing across the hall. In seconds, his body was nothing but smoldering flesh, a steaming, blackened heap on the floor. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, turning away with a sigh. A pity, he said softly. A disaster born from an unrestrained tongue. A girl with short hair, Yuri, approached from behind him, her expression unreadable. Should I take care of the rest, Mr. John? John nodded. Please, gather the items. And clean up the mess. Yuri smiled faintly. Of course. You can rely on me. She walked toward a pedestal where a small Anubis statue rested under glass. As she touched it, purple light burst from her eyes, glowing lines spreading around her like veins of lightning. That's enough to handle anyone foolish enough to interfere, she said confidently. The Anubis figurine pulsed with light, golden patterns racing across its surface. A deep growl echoed as a towering, jackal-headed warrior materialized beside her, gripping a long spear. Its eyes gleamed blood-red, its armor forged from shadows. From this point on, Yuri announced, crossing her arms, anyone who moves, will be considered an enemy of Anubis. Her voice carried through the silence. The black-skinned warrior lifted its spear, and several of the remaining players froze in place, terror plastered on their faces. We surrender, one shouted, throwing his weapon aside. Take the card. Just don't kill us. Yuri clapped her hands together gleefully. Good choice. But her smile faltered as the sharp crunch of footsteps echoed behind her. Someone had stepped on broken fragments of pottery. Jinhyuk walked forward casually, hands in his pockets, his expression calm and uninterested. What a mess, he murmured, tilting his head as his eyes drifted over the ruined artifacts. You people don't even have basic respect for antiques. He bent down, brushing the dust off a stack of yellowed scrolls. At least they're still intact. That's something. Then he froze. His name echoed across the hall. Yuri hissed, eyes blazing with fury. You think this is funny? Anubis stomped the ground, cracked spiderwebbing across the marble floor. Dust filled the air as Yuri's grin turned feral. Kill him, she ordered. The jackal warrior lunged forward, spear thrusting toward Jinhyuk's chest. But Jinhyuk didn't move. Not an inch. Just as the weapon was about to strike, he flicked his wrist. Clang! The spearhead snapped clean off and clattered behind him. Yuri's eyes widened. What? The floor behind him was split with a deep crack, as though struck by an invisible blade. Two nearby players gawked, their jaws dropping. He dodged that, one whispered. No, he didn't even move. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. You really have no idea how high my stats are, do you? His gaze shifted to the towering Anubis warrior. So, what now? He asked Yuri. You lost your only weapon. But Yuri only smiled back, a sharp, knowing grin. She slung her backpack off her shoulder and began pulling out more figurines, each radiating a different color of magic. Who said I only had one? She taunted. One by one, replicas of other Egyptian deities hovered in the air, Horus, Batet, Set, all glowing with dark power. The air grew heavy, the museum trembling under the surge of mana. The system message blinked before Jinhyuk's eyes. A replica of the sacred relic incarnation of Anubis has awakened. His eyes widened. 5, at once, he muttered, astonished. Yuri stood surrounded by her summoned creatures, her hair whipping in the wind of their aura. What do you think now, Jinhyuk? She sneered. Still feel like laughing? Jinhyuk chuckled softly. Not bad, he admitted. To maintain 5 relics at your level? That's impressive. He tilted his head, raising his hand lazily. If I had to rate you, somewhere between good and acceptable. Yuri's face twisted in irritation. You're acting cool on purpose, aren't you? I hate guys like you. Jinhyuk's smirk vanished. His eyes hardened. Then maybe I should show you what real power looks like. He pulled out a weathered piece of paper, an ancient talisman drawn with a tiger symbol. Let's make this quick. Tossing it into the air, he pressed his palm forward. The talisman ignited with golden light. You have injected mana into the sacred relic replica, Tiger of the Mountain. The system window flickered again. The ruler of the mountain has descended. A blinding light filled the hall as a massive tiger emerged beside him, fur shimmering like molten gold, eyes burning with ancient might. The ground quaked under its paws. Yuri gasped, stumbling back in disbelief. That's impossible. The Anubis warriors raised their spears, roaring. The tiger growled low, baring its fangs. Jinhyuk placed his hand gently on its head, his voice cold and mocking. How dare a jackal bare its teeth before the ruler of the mountains? He pointed toward Yuri and her summons. Dinner's served. The tiger roared, a deafening, primal sound that rattled the museum walls. It lunged forward, claws slicing through the air. A single swing decapitated one of the Anubis warriors. The others charged, but the beast was too fast, a blur of gold and crimson. The floor cracked beneath its paws, and the air filled with screams and the stench of burnt manna. Blood sprayed. Shattered armor clattered to the ground. Yuri trembled, sweat streaming down her face as she stared at the carnage. What kind of relic user is he? She had heard of countless relic techniques, but nothing like this. The mana radiating from the tiger alone felt like it could tear her skin apart. A white flash filled her vision. Her knees buckled, and she fell, trembling. Tears welled in her eyes. I thought I had the strongest relics, she whispered. But I was wrong. Jinhyuk approached slowly, hands in his pockets, his shadow looming over her. You fought well, he said softly, though his smirk said otherwise. Yuri looked up, pressing a hand to her chest, her voice trembling. What do you want? He stopped right in front of her, eyes glinting. The item, he said simply. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding. Jinhyuk crouched down beside Yuri, his gaze sharp and impatient. Hand over the mask of Tutankhamun, he said coolly. Yuri's brows furrowed, her voice trembling with frustration. That relic's useless here in Korea. What could you possibly want with it? Jinhyuk didn't bother answering. His eyes narrowed, and with a lazy flick of his finger, he gestured behind her. A massive tiger's head materialized from the shadows, its fangs glinting like daggers. Yuri froze, her breath catching. Oh okay. I'll give it up, she stammered. Among the shattered glass and debris, her open backpack lay spilled on the ground. From it, the golden mask of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh slowly floated into the air. A system notification blinked before Jinhyuk's eyes. Replica relic acquired, Mask of Tutankhamun. He caught the mask with one hand, smirking. Second sacred relic, secured without breaking a sweat. Yuri glared, still shaking. Don't tell me you're after T.Ono's card next? Jinhyuk tilted his head, pretending to think. That's none of your concern, he said flatly, though in truth, he'd completely forgotten about the card. He ran a hand along the tiger's fur and added, make sure no one follows us. The beast bared its teeth in silent understanding, growling low. Wait. Yuri gasped, clutching her chest. Her voice trembled as dark energy seeped from the tiger's paws. Jinhyuk glanced over his shoulder, satisfied. Everything was falling into place. Perfect. Preparations complete, he thought, eyes shifting toward the stone staircase that led higher into the tower. The time's come, he muttered. He raised his hand, eyes fixed on the glowing blue chamber ahead. This was where he'd obtained the tower's most powerful skill. Inside a dimly lit vault, numbers and runes glimmered across the walls. A glowing vase floated beneath a glass barrier. Sweat beaded down the forehead of an old man in a blue vest, John. He glanced nervously at Jinhyuk, still struggling to comprehend how the young man had gotten past Yuri. How did you even manage this, he muttered under his breath. Jinhyuk ignored him, inspecting the radiant wall. Looks like a level 1 barrier. John frowned. So you do know what this is. He pressed his palm to the blue surface. Physical force and magic attacks won't work. It's strange. Jinhyuk extended his hand toward it, eyes half closed. His voice dropped. The flow of mana diverges here, blue smoke swirled from his palm, a faint glyph glowing inside the mist. Then, he whispered a single word. Karpo. Without breaking contact, he turned to John. I can break it, but I'll need your help. John's brows knitted. What kind of help? If you keep channeling flame magic into the barrier, it'll weaken enough for me to enter, Jinhyuk explained. Keep it up until I return with the relic. John arched an eyebrow, smirking. So I stay here, burning through my mana, while you go treasure hunting? Jinhyuk gritted his teeth. If I could attack continuously with that kind of firepower, I'd do it myself. But time's short, dawn's coming. You get the card afterward. Fair deal. John considered for a moment, then sighed. Worst case, I get nothing. But, fine. You have my word, Jinhyuk said with a confident smile. I've no interest in making enemies out of strong mages. John nodded reluctantly. Then I'll trust you, boy. Good. Handle the barrier. Flames roared to life in John's hands, crackling like living serpents. "I'll do what I can," he muttered, forcing more mana into the fiery stream. The barrier hissed, lines of light beginning to fracture under the heat. "Now!" Jinhyuk shouted. "Carpo!" He covered his face and dashed forward, straight through the shattering wall of blue light. Inside, the air shimmered with ancient energy. Glass display cases lined the chamber, each glowing faintly. Sweat dripped down John's face on the other side of the barrier. "Hurry," he yelled. But Jinhyuk only waved with a grin. "Relax, old man. I'll handle this my way." He stuffed his hands into his pockets and surveyed the room. Broken cases, ancient relics, scattered scrolls, except for one corner where a faint glow pulsed under shattered glass. There lay a sword engraved with strange runes, Kayen Long. So someone else was here first, Jinhyuk thought. Smart enough to take what they wanted, and even left a protective seal over the chamber. His eyes gleamed. Interesting. He stepped closer, shadows rippling around him. The faint blue glow pulsed through the ruined chamber as Jinhyuk stepped past the shattered glass and debris. He noticed the faint traces of energy shimmering along the edges of the room, a protective barrier. The previous player had been cautious. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue, unimpressed. So he grabbed what he wanted and bailed, huh? No risks, no curiosity. Typical. He walked up to a fractured display case and began counting the remnants scattered around. Then, suddenly, his eyes lit up. A grin tugged at his lips. Well, found you. Resting on a red velvet cushion was a small pile of glittering gold coins. The system's familiar chime echoed in his ears. Chosun Dynasty coins, C-rank relic, acquired. Jinhyuk held one between his fingers, feeling its warmth. Perfect. The last piece I needed. He turned toward the table, where the mask of Tutankhamun and the ceremonial Persian casting mold were already waiting. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed a finger into the right socket of the pharaoh mask. Instantly, golden energy surged from it, intertwining with the aura emanating from the Persian mold. The room trembled as the relics reacted to one another, bright streams of power swirling like molten sunlight. System notification, a reaction has occurred between the two relics. A mischievous spark danced in Jinhyuk's eyes. Then let's add one more to the mix. He pulled the golden thread connecting the Li coins, and with a sharp tug, it snapped. The coins scattered midair, spinning in the energy storm. The power exploded outward, coating the chamber in a radiant golden haze. Jinhyuk raised his arms to shield himself, his hair whipping from the pressure. System alert, reaction detected among 3 relics. Probability of failure, 97.3%. Processing fusion attempt. His smirk deepened. Come on? I don't fail. Then? Success. Fusion achieved. The air cleared, revealing a new relic floating before him, an obsidian black eyeball encased in golden flame. New relic acquired, Eye of Truth, SS rank. Effect, view another status window and discern lies from truth. Usable 3 times per day. SS rank, huh? Jinhyuk muttered, admiring the glow. Guess that's a nice bonus, but not why I came here. More system alerts appeared one after another. Hidden quest completed, combine 3 replica relics below Class B to create an SS class item. New personal ability unlocked, Unification. Blue streams of energy swirled around his legs as he felt a strange resonance inside him, threads of mana connecting his body to something larger. He closed his eyes, envisioning a grid of white squares, each one a skill, a power, a memory waiting to be copied and refined. I'll collect every ability this world holds, and fuse them into something greater. This will be my weapon, to climb to the top of the tower. The air pulsed violently. Personal ability registered, Unification. Effect, copy personal abilities of other players, store them within the world's memory, and merge them into higher tier skills. Level, unmeasurable. Blue light flared from Jinhyuk's eyes. Warning, conditions may alter if the user fails to maintain control during absorption. Outside the barrier, John's voice echoed through the chamber, rough with exhaustion. Hey, Jinhyuk. Hurry up, my mana's running out. Sweat poured down the old man's face as fire coiled from his hands, pressing desperately against the blue wall. Inside, Jinhyuk's expression twisted into a grin. Perfect timing. His system window flickered again, displaying the requirements to copy John's ability. Condition, John conceals his emotions deeply. To copy his skill, the target must be forced to reveal genuine feelings. Jinhyuk's grin widened. So all I have to do, is piss you off. John shouted again, straining against the barrier. How much longer, kid? Without turning, Jinhyuk said casually, you probably won't be using that flame magic again, huh? What? John faltered, brows furrowed. Not much point, Jinhyuk added with a shrug. The barrier's already weakening. Besides, I could have done it without you. John's flames flickered, his teeth grinding. What are you saying? The barrier shimmered, cracking like ice under heat. Jinhyuk extended his hand again, whispering the word. Karpo. The destruction spell pulsed through the air, the wall of blue fire splitting apart as he dashed forward, covering his face. The barrier shattered behind him like glass. John stumbled back, panting, completely drained. He stared in disbelief as the barrier crumbled to dust. So, he didn't need me at all. Inside, Jinhyuk exhaled softly, his mind buzzing. Mana nearly gone, huh, old man? Guess I overdid it. He surveyed the room again. A large map hung on the wall, glowing faintly with runic light. So this is the big reward? A map of the tower? His smirk returned. I already know every corner of this place up to the 10th floor. With a flick of his lighter, he stepped closer. Guess I don't need this. John's muffled voice shouted through the barrier, panic lacing his tone. What are you doing, you fool? Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed mischievously as he held the flame to the map. Just cleaning up. The parchment caught instantly, fire racing across it in brilliant orange light. The fire spread quickly, crackling and roaring as it devoured the poster pinned to the wall. That poster contained a detailed map of the first 10 floors of the tower, an invaluable guide for any player. If it was destroyed, every player's advantage would vanish in an instant. Panic rippled through the room. Why would you do this? Old man shouted furiously as the flames consumed the wall. His trembling hands clenched tightly, veins bulging as he swore, I'll kill you bastard, burn you alive, and grind you into dust. But his outburst only made Jinhyuk's eyes glimmer with mischief. Ding! A notification appeared before him. Condition fulfilled. Above the man's head, a glowing blue book materialized. Another alert flashed across Jinhyuk's screen. Skill successfully copied, fire element, rank B. A shimmering save button appeared before him. Skill saved to the world's memory. Fire element allows control over flames and increases affinity with the fire attribute. Jinhyuk smirked. A fire element, huh? Not bad for my first copy. A fiery orb ignited in his palm, swirling with raw energy. The old man, whose flames he had stolen, growled, You'll regret this, boy. I'll make sure you pay dearly. Still grinning, Jinhyuk asked, Do you even know why I burned that map? The air shimmered. Fire element, level 1 activated. Flames surged up Jinhyuk's arms, dancing wildly. The old man's eyes went wide in disbelief as he watched Jinhyuk wield his own ability, but stronger, sharper, and more precise. Sweat dripped down his temple as realization dawned. This guy, he's no ordinary player. Before he could speak, Jinhyuk cut him off with a sly grin. If you want to survive this tower, old man, you'd better start obeying me. Without waiting for a reply, Jinhyuk turned and descended the stairs. As he walked, he imagined the faces of the other players he had encountered. There were only 4 survivors from the National Central Museum, including himself. Now that the Tower of Trials had become real, everyone was desperate to minimize their risks. Stretching his arms lazily, Jinhyuk muttered, If I want to stay ahead of the pack, I'll need to collect as many personal skills as possible. A translucent blue status window appeared before him, listing his current stats and copied abilities. Satisfied, he crossed his arms, deep in thought. Yeah. I'll take every skill I can get. No matter what it costs. Hovering over the old man, Jinhyuk smirked. Level up with that girl on the first floor. I'll contact you later. The man lowered his head in submission, his brows furrowed with frustration. The girl beside him bit her lip nervously, her hands trembling. To Jinhyuk, they were nothing more than toys, temporary pawns he could use and discard. The skill book in his hand shimmered with a faint blue haze. His path was long and uncertain, but one thing was clear. He needed to gather the most useful abilities before anyone else could. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he mused, I only have one body. I can't monopolize everything, but the best skills? The most broken ones? Yeah, those will be mine. His stomach growled. Ugh, guess that's my limit. Time for some rice soup. He spotted a small cafe and walked in. Inside, the air was tense. The customers were staring wide-eyed at the television screen. The news anchor's voice trembled as she spoke. Breaking news, a fire has erupted at the National Central Museum. Current reports indicate at least 23 dead and over 50 injured. Authorities suspect the attack targeted several ancient relics. The footage cut to scenes of devastation, the museum reduced to rubble. The broadcast continued, similar incidents have occurred across the world, in the United States, Europe, China, and Japan. The Louvre has been destroyed. Jinhyuk leaned back, expression calm. So it's starting worldwide, huh? Guess the players overseas aren't slacking off either. The screen switched to CCTV footage from inside the museum. One frame showed Yuri standing beside Anubis. The next, a man with a blurred face raising his hand. Then, a massive tiger sinking its fangs into an enemy's neck. Gasps filled the cafe. "Is this even real?" one man whispered. "Could a normal person do that?" another asked. "Wait, isn't that the guy from the tower's community video?" Jinhyuk scratched his temple, his eyes narrowing. "Tch, too many people are starting to recognize me. I need to figure out how to hide my identity." On the screen, the anchor continued. "The government is investigating the origins of the mysterious structure known as the Tower of Trials. A special division, the Association of the Awakened, has been established to deal with individuals who possess special abilities." Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. "Already forming departments, huh? That's faster than I expected." He poured himself a glass of water and thought aloud, "So they've already accepted the tower as part of reality. Impressive. I figured it would take them a few weeks to process it." The broadcast cut to a press conference. A man with a scar on his cheek appeared, introducing himself as Han Sang-jin, the head of the Association of the Awakened. Jinhyuk's expression hardened the moment he saw him. Sang-jin declared, "We are recruiting awakened individuals. Depending on their level, they'll be compensated as government officials, at least grade 7, with an annual salary of 60 million won. Those featured in the tower footage will receive special treatment." Whispers spread across the cafe. 60 million? That's insane. Lucky bastards. What a crazy turn of events, a girl murmured. But Jinhyuk just smirked behind his hand. "So I'm their target, huh? They see me as a threat, and want to buy me off." He imagined Sang-jin's smug expression and thought, "One skilled player is worth more than 100 weaklings, and he knows it. He's trying to lure me with cash and comfort. How predictable." Still, curiosity twinkled in his eyes. If he's the head, maybe he's strong enough to make it worth copying. He chuckled softly. "I'll have to find out for myself." The clock on the cafe wall ticked to exactly 7 p.m. The minute and hour hands overlapped, and suddenly, the world shifted. The Tower of Trials has opened. The sky split apart as a colossal tower rose high above the clouds, stars twinkling around it like diamonds. In an instant, the players were transported to a new area, standing before a vast river, with floating islands hovering in the mist above. "Don't push," someone yelled. "This is insane, it's just like before." Smiling faintly, Jinhyuk looked around. Heh, they all look like rookies. A golden pouch appeared in the air before him. Reward, 100 tower coins granted for first entry. Coins jingled as they fell into his hand. "The game begins," Jinhyuk whispered, a grin spreading across his face. Golden coins showered from the sky, tinkling like rainfall. Notifications began to appear one after another before every player's eyes. System alert, record and upload your achievements publicly. Reward, 100 coins for every 10,000 views. Commission will vary based on player level. A glowing blue plus sign shimmered above the crowd. Another message followed. Warning, views from non-tower residents count only once per person. Choose carefully when watching videos. As players read through the notifications, chaos stirred. A man in a robe spread his arms wide before an army of monsters, activating his broadcast. System alert, live broadcast is available only during boss monster battles. Clearance required for next floor access. Elsewhere, an old warrior in heavy armor clenched his gauntlet fist as the minotaur before him roared loud enough to shake the air. A skull-shaped icon appeared with the word warning flashing in red. System notice, any falsified views or illegal actions will be penalized. Watching these alerts unfold, Jinhyuk rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So that's how it works. Outside the tower, city residents were glued to their phone screens, captivated. The live streaming system had turned into a bridge between two worlds, the people struggling to climb the tower, and those watching from the safety of reality. Millions tuned in, desperate to witness the tower's conclusion while unintentionally boosting view counts and income for the players. One popular video showed a warrior fighting through ancient pagodas, over 900 people were watching. Another showed a lone hero facing a dragon barehanded, over 1,200 viewers gasping in awe. Gold coins rained endlessly from above these viral streams. This system, a mix of survival and showbiz, was the most ingenious, most profitable feature of the Challenge Tower yet. Players rushed forward, shouting plans to raid the Goblin Cave first. "Let's clear it fast and farm some coins," someone yelled. The crowd surged like a flood. Someone bumped Jinhyuk's shoulder. He pushed them aside without a word, eyes narrowing as he watched the mass of overeager players scatter. "They're all in such a hurry," he muttered, standing still amidst the chaos. Trying to be first, without even knowing what's waiting for them. For Jinhyuk, earning coins wasn't a challenge, he already knew the system inside and out. But uploading videos? Sharing his strategies with the world? Not a chance. Even with rewards on the line, leaking information was a massive risk. One wrong clip, he thought, and my advantage is gone. Hands in his pockets, Jin-hyuk smirked. He already knew exactly what to do next. His road wasn't like the others, it was a different path entirely. He remembered that time long ago, after clearing the 30th floor. Progress had halted, leaving players stuck for months. Back then, he'd scoured the lower floors for hidden secrets, collecting fragments, solving puzzles, digging for answers that others missed. Now, torch in hand, Jin-hyuk pushed deeper into the dark dungeon. The flickering light revealed walls etched with ancient carvings. Every step he took was deliberate, calculated. But suddenly, his expression froze. The torch slipped from his grasp. His hand trembled with anger. Pathetic, he muttered bitterly. The truth struck him like a blade. His old self, the character he had built for years, was weak. Useless. A notification blinked in front of him. Confirm character deletion? Grinding his teeth, Jin-hyuk stared at the glowing text. Years of struggle, sweat, and sleepless nights, all wasted. But doubt was a luxury he could no longer afford. With a deep breath, he confirmed. Blue light enveloped his body, particles rising like stardust. His eyes blazed with determination. This time, he vowed, I'll reach the end. That had been 6 years ago. Now, standing before a colossal gate decorated with skulls and bones, he felt the same surge of anticipation. You have discovered, Level B, Labyrinth of Creep. Known for its extreme complexity and numerous traps. Crossing his arms, Jin-hyuk muttered, the key to breaking through beyond the 30th floor, starts here. He gritted his teeth. Didn't think I'd have to do this again. Touching the massive gate, blue runes flared to life. As it rumbled open, Jin-hyuk stepped inside. Ancient Greek murals stretched across the walls, depicting battles and monsters. At the entrance stood a stone bust of a bull, its cold eyes staring straight ahead. Seeing this familiar sight, Jin-hyuk smiled faintly. So it's the same as before. White butterflies drifted through the air, fluttering beneath the stone ceiling. One descended gracefully and landed on his finger. He chuckled softly. Still here, huh? But his brief calm shattered when he sensed movement behind him. Turning sharply, he saw a group approaching, their eyes gleaming with greed. Who are you? He asked coolly. A girl at the front smiled. We're just looking for a hunting spot. When we saw the labyrinth open, we thought we'd come in before it closed. 10 minutes earlier, the same group had watched as the massive gate opened by Jin-hyuk. A red-haired man among them had pointed. That guy, he knows something. Follow him. One of the squad members frowned. Why did that guy go straight into the labyrinth? He asked, baffled. And how the hell did he open it without a key? The others stared in disbelief. Opening a labyrinth without a key was unheard of. Looking down at the entrance, the girl with sharp eyes suggested, let's follow him. But the blonde man folded his arms, clearly not convinced. We don't even know what kind of labyrinth it is, or how big it might be. Leaning casually against a tree, the girl countered, think, will you? You know what matters most at the start of the Tower of Tests. She glanced upward, explaining, if he opened the labyrinth without a key, it must mean it's on the first floor. That also means its difficulty level isn't too high. Watching Jin-hyuk disappear into the darkness, another squad member nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense, that's probably why it's possible at all. A labyrinth on the first floor would be much easier to unlock. A girl with pink bubblegum puffed out a bubble, smirking. You think that guy's going to share the loot with us? Her ally grinned. No chance. Her eyes gleamed. Then we'll just make sure he never leaves that dungeon. The squad chuckled as she turned toward the labyrinth entrance. We found an open labyrinth first. It's only fair we enter it. The others stepped up behind her, forming ranks. Besides, she continued sweetly, the more people we have, the safer it'll be. Jin-hyuk, watching them from the shadows, smirked. They're relying on numbers, he thought. Trying to outsmart me, huh? His eyes glowed faintly as a notification appeared before him. Eye of Truth activated. The girl stepped forward, confidently pointing to herself. I'm Park Hannah, 22. I made it up to the second floor of the Tower of Tests. A status window appeared. Park Hannah, skills, contact, quick step, weak healing, dot. Jin-hyuk's eyes flickered in interest. Contact, huh? That's interesting. The ability allowed her to form a natural closeness with someone she met for the first time, easing tension and awkwardness. The condition for copying that ability required being alone with the target for 240 hours. Remembering the woman with demonic wings, Jin-hyuk's lips curled. With that skill, I could probably control her. Then, one by one, the others introduced themselves. The red-haired guy behind Hannah spoke first. Jang Chulsik. barely survived the first floor. The girl in a lilac sweatshirt followed. Lee Hai-min. I've also only reached the first floor. Another girl, Jang Mina, blew another bubble. Third floor for me. The blonde crossed his arms. Min Guk. Never played the tower before. And finally, the bespectacled man scratched his head awkwardly. Kwangwoo, first time here too. Jin-hyuk smiled faintly. I'm Jin-hyuk, he said simply. As he turned away, his inner thoughts sharpened. They could stab me in the back any second. No point remembering their names. Suddenly, Park Hannah stepped closer and looped her arm through his. Jin-hyuk, she said sweetly, gazing into his eyes, which floor did you reach? Pressing against him, she activated her contact skill, level 1. Scarlet flower petals shimmered around them. Jin-hyuk looked amused. She's testing her skill on me. Hannah smiled, waiting for the bond to form. But her expression faltered. Huh? Why didn't it work? She whispered, surprised. Hiding her hands behind her back, she tried again, changing the topic. Then, can you tell us what kind of monsters are in this labyrinth? Jin-hyuk agreed easily, narrowing his eyes. Sure. But be ready. Above them, glowing butterflies fluttered as he spoke calmly. This labyrinth changes every hour. Its layout resets each time. The squad gasped. What? The ground trembled violently beneath them. Min Guk looked around, panicking. What's happening now? It's only a first-level labyrinth. Hannah shouted in disbelief. How can this? Her words cut off as giant stone blocks began emerging from the walls. Look out, someone yelled. One block smashed down right in front of her. Hannah dove to the side at the last second, barely avoiding it. Move, idiot! Chulsik shouted, pointing up. If you stay still, you'll die. Hannah looked up, just in time to see a massive slab of stone falling from above. It crashed into the floor, shaking the entire dungeon as dust and debris exploded around them. The squad collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Dust filled their lungs as the thunderous movement of the stone plates finally came to a halt. Dripping with sweat, Park Hannah braced her hands on her knees and looked back. Where's Jang Mina? She cried, panic flashing across her face. She's gone, Chulsik hissed through gritted teeth, his face pale. What the hell kind of labyrinth is this? A first-floor dungeon shouldn't have anything like this. They're all supposed to be the same, except for the ruins. Jin-hyuk brushed the dust from his shoulders, his expression calm in the chaos. Has any of you ever been inside a changing labyrinth before? He asked quietly. Silence fell. Someone stammered, how would anyone have been to something like that? Hannah bit her lip, frustration clouding her expression. This place is too dangerous. We need to leave. Now. Turning sharply, she called out to Hyman. Use your ability, find us a way out. Hyman's voice trembled. I can't. During the labyrinth's change, my ability shuts off completely. Tears welled in her eyes as she clenched her fists. Hannah's pupils widened in horror. We're trapped, she whispered. There's no emergency exit. From a short distance away, Jin-hyuk watched their panic with cold amusement. They were so confident, he thought. They only entered because they had a map reader on their team. Thought this would be a quick stroll to the supermarket. He lowered his gaze, his eyes glowing faintly. Idiots. And then, he felt it. That shift in the air. The faint, gut-deep pulse that told him something was coming. It's almost time, he murmured. Hannah clenched her teeth in anger and spun toward him. You knew, she shouted, charging forward. You knew about the labyrinth changing and didn't warn us. She jabbed her finger at him, her voice shaking with rage. Because of you, we almost died. Min Guk stepped up beside her, pointing accusingly. You're the only one who knew what was going to happen. Another teammate, Kwangwoo, added, and because of you, Jang Mina's on the other side of the wall. Jin-hyuk sighed, frowning slightly. Did I ever ask you to follow me? Hannah blinked, taken aback. You all came in on your own, he said flatly, eyes burning with quiet irritation. No one dragged you in here. Min Guk gritted his teeth, fury twisting his features. You think that excuses you? We're trapped, and I'm already pissed off enough. With a flash of light, a weapon materialized in his hand. The blonde raised his sword and snarled, I didn't like you the moment I saw you. Before Jin-hyuk could respond, a heavy thud echoed through the chamber. A strange, wet sound followed, then a crash. Min Guk froze, eyes wide. His sword clattered to the ground as a spray of blood burst from his chest. And Min Guk? Hyman screamed, clutching her hands to her mouth. Kwangwoo's voice shook. How did that happen? A massive hoof struck the floor, shaking the ground beneath them. From the shadows, a hulking figure emerged, horns gleaming, muscles rippling, and blood dripping from a jagged axe. The creature let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire labyrinth. The Minotaur, someone whispered in horror. Weapons materialized in trembling hands. A single bloody axe remained embedded in the wall, humming with energy, before vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a deep, cracked scar. Then it reappeared in the creature's grip. The Minotaur raised it high. Hannah's eyes widened in shock. "We're dead." But before the axe could fall, Jinhyuk moved. "Everyone, move," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. He launched himself forward, his coat flaring behind him as he rushed past the frozen squad. The air rippled from his speed. The leader watched in disbelief, heart hammering. "What is he doing?" Her voice trembled as Jinhyuk closed the distance to the towering beast, his expression calm, eyes burning like fire. The Minotaur's axe came crashing down, splitting the air with a shriek of metal. But Jinhyuk was already moving. He darted forward, closing the distance in a blur. The ground exploded where the axe struck, sending shards of stone flying through the air. Using that burst, Jinhyuk leapt, his body twisting above the monster's horned head. A faint ding echoed in his ears. Dodge successful. He grinned midair. Perfect timing. The sting from his wounded shoulder barely registered. A new notification flickered before him. Hidden stat unlocked, breach. His eyes widened. Breach. The description appeared in glowing blue text. This stat reduces the level gap against stronger foes and increases it when facing weaker ones. Landing lightly on the cracked floor, Jinhyuk muttered under his breath, "So that's how it works." He reached up, grabbed the Minotaur's horn, and pulled himself closer. For every 3 points, the gap shrinks, he mused. The beast roared, its crimson eyes blazing with fury at being touched by a mere human. But Jinhyuk's grin only grew wider. This is what I've been missing." The Minotaur swung its axe again, its movements wild with rage. Jinhyuk slipped past each strike, the wind from the blows tugging at his hair. Breach stat increased by plus 0.05. Another dodge, another notification. Again, and again. His body moved on pure instinct, remembering the pattern of every attack. Every motion carved experience into his muscles like muscle memory reborn. Breach stat increased by plus 0.05. Breach stat increased by plus 0.05. The monster let out a guttural snarl, slamming its axe down with desperate speed. Jinhyuk hopped backward, laughing quietly. "Doesn't matter how strong you are if you can't land a hit." Behind him, the squad stared in disbelief. Minguk's jaw hung open. We tried to trick him?" Park Hannah's hands trembled. "He's insane, taking on a monster like that alone." The Minotaur's rage boiled over. It swung in a wide arc, the axe blade humming through the air. The weapon came so close it brushed against Jinhyuk's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Another chime. Fatal dodge successful, life-threatening evasion detected. Breach +1. Jinhyuk chuckled under his breath, wiping the blood from his neck with 2 fingers. "1 stat point for a scratch? I'll take it." The Minotaur's attacks grew faster, heavier. Every blow could have crushed him, but he moved like water, slipping between death and survival by inches. Just one mistake, he thought, eyes narrowing, and it's over. He dodged another furious strike, dust swirling around him. Looks like it's time to end this. At the edge of the room, the terrified squad huddled near the wall. Hyaman clutched her friend's hand. "I want to leave," she whispered. Hannah nodded shakily. "If we follow the wall, we might find an exit." Before they could move, a calm voice spoke behind them. "Where do you think you're going?" They turned to find Jinhyuk standing there, blood-streaked but smiling faintly. He pointed his thumb toward the raging Minotaur. "If you want to get stronger," he said, "then fight." The squad blinked in disbelief. "Dodge its attacks," Jinhyuk continued, eyes gleaming. "You'll gain a hidden stat too." He turned back toward the monster, rolling his shoulders. "But only if you survive long enough to learn." The Minotaur's axe came crashing down again, the impact splitting the air with a thunderous roar. Park Hannah barely managed to leap back in time, her breath catching in terror. Heyman flinched, throwing her hands up as if to block the incoming death blow, while the squad leader, her face pale, screamed as the monstrous weapon tore through the chamber. Stone cracked. Dust exploded through the room. The shockwave rolled over them like a storm, tearing apart everything in its path. When the chaos settled, Hyuk was on the ground, his hand pressed against the floor slick with blood. Nearby, Hannah's tear-streaked face trembled as she looked at the destruction. Through the haze, Jinhyuk gave a crooked smile. "You can't just stand there like a statue," he said calmly, brushing dirt from his sleeve. "Dodge. Keep your distance. That's how you survive." He turned to face the Minotaur, his sharp eyes glinting with mischief. "Right, big guy? Isn't that true?" The creature snorted, its massive frame heaving as it raised its axe once more, but before it could swing, a low rumble echoed through the walls. The labyrinth had begun to shift. Blocks of stone ground against each other, sliding into new positions. A section of wall shot up between Jin Hyuk and the Minotaur, sealing the beast away on the other side. Jin Hyuk chuckled and waved casually. "We'll finish this later," he said, just as the wall slammed shut. The Minotaur roared furiously, steam puffing from its nostrils. It swung its axe down in rage, shaking the entire dungeon. As the tremors faded, Hannah collapsed, gasping for breath. Kik sat beside her, eyes wide. "We could have died," he muttered, voice shaking. "Just like Mingu and Haman." Hannah nodded weakly. "At least it can't follow us now." Then, a soft glow drifted through the air, tiny white butterflies fluttering overhead. "The pollen," Jin Hyuk murmured, watching them. "From those glowing moths earlier. It's what's been attracting the Minotaur." Hannah's eyes widened. "Then why would you touch them on purpose?" He looked at her, genuinely puzzled. "Because I need to raise my stats." He picked up a bloodstained knife and gave it a spin. "Every time the maze shifts, it gives us a window to rest. I might as well make use of it." "Fun," he added with a grin. "That's what it is when that monster finds me." Park Hannah stared at him, speechless. "How long are you planning to keep doing this?" He raised one finger, smirking. "1 month. Then I'm walking out of this maze." The squad fell silent. Kik finally helped Hannah to her feet, muttering, "We'll go our own way. This hell won't last that long anyway." Jin Hyuk tilted his head thoughtfully. "That's probably true," he said. "So, which direction are you all heading?" They didn't answer, just started walking down the corridor. But the deeper they went, the darker it became. No markers. No signs. Just endless stone passages twisting into uncertainty. "Does he even know where the exit is?" someone whispered. Jin Hyuk ran his thumb along the edge of his knife, a playful gleam in his eyes. "Of course I do. I know this maze better than anyone." Hannah frowned. "We don't have much choice, do we?" But before she could finish, Jin Hyuk raised his finger and wagged it teasingly. Nothing's free in this world. Even a bus fare costs something." The blade flashed, stopping a hair's breadth from her face. "Now," he said, voice low and cold. "Hand over all your coins." Then the scene shifted. A man with the shield and a sword roared and lunged forward. Monsters stumbled back in fear, their shouts echoing through the corridor. Then, cut. The scene froze on a video player screen. Comments flooded beneath the paused frame. "This guy's insane. That dodge, so clean. He soloed goblins like a boss." The clip had gone viral, over 1 million views in a day. At a small desk, a young man pushed up his glasses and grinned. "Looks like all the boards are talking about me. My battle with the goblins alone made over 1,000 coins in ad revenue." The swordsman from the video laughed. "It's thanks to our teamwork, really." "Yeah," another said, summoning shimmering blue arrows in his hands. "The edit made it look like you did everything solo. No one even noticed my buffs." The guy with glasses chuckled. "No one ever notices the support." Suddenly, the guy in the blindfold frowned. "Wait, who's this?" Everyone turned toward the screen. A new comment had appeared from a user named Bald Guy. "Fake. Totally scripted." And just like that, the mood in the room shifted. The guy at the computer slammed his hand on the desk, frustration written all over his face. "He's ruining everything," he snapped, glaring at the screen. The one with the bandage across his forehead sighed and rubbed his temple. "Relax, man. Don't get so worked up. This world was always meant to be monopolized by those who discover things first. That's just how it is." The boy with glasses frowned, tapping nervously at his keyboard. "Wait, hold on, something's happening." A new video just dropped on the Walk of Fame feed. Everyone leaned closer to the glowing monitor. The notification popped up, for the first time in the world, successful tenfold enhancement. The preview showed a dazzlingly bright dagger spinning in midair, surrounded by shimmering energy. Within minutes, the view count was exploding, hundreds of thousands, then over 1 million in just 10 minutes. The young man with glasses gawked at the screen. "This is absurd," he muttered, scrolling through the endless stream of praise and excitement in the comments. Their squad's video, once proudly sitting at the top of the rankings, was already plummeting down the charts. "Why's it tanking so fast?" asked the guy in the blindfold, his brows furrowing. "Because of that," the one with glasses said bitterly, pointing at the shining thumbnail. Meanwhile, far away inside the labyrinth, Jin Hyuk crossed his arms and stared at the floating system message in front of him. His expression was calm, detached. "Let them fuss over rankings," he murmured. Then, with a lazy wave of his hand, he said to his squad, "Go pick some moss, set up a place to sleep, and find logs for a fire." Kik grumbled, clearly irritated, but still obeyed. As he turned to leave, he shot a glare at Jin Hyuk, who was smirking with his usual mischievous calm. Jin Hyuk ignored him. He opened his status window, his eyes scanning the holographic menu until he selected exchange. A cheerful message blinked in front of him. Welcome to the exchange. Jin Hyuk rubbed his chin, thinking. Now, what do I need this time? In the air, holographic images appeared one by one. A deck of enchanted tarot cards, 70 coins. A fragment of an old bronze key, 80 coins. A piece of a wooden cartwheel, 300 coins. And a lotto booster scroll, 10 coins. Each one looked like worthless junk. But Jin Hyuk smiled slyly. He reached forward and confirmed the purchases. Thank you for your purchase, appeared with a chime. To anyone else, those items were meaningless trash, but Jin Hyuk knew exactly what they could do. Let's see, he said softly, placing his hand above the glowing blue energy that connected them all. Let's try something fun. A surge of magic coursed through the air. The blue energy twisted and whirled around the items, binding them together in a brilliant flash. Item combination successful. Before him, a magnificent artifact emerged, the Wheel of Fortune, its rim glowing with ancient runes and an image of the goddess of luck etched in its center. Artifact effect, temporarily increases luck to its maximum value for 10 minutes. Incomplete, limited range of use. The golden wheel hovered in the air, spinning slowly as Jin Hyuk studied it with an amused grin. If you don't understand how something works, you'll never know its limit, he whispered, summoning a knife into his hand. And luck, it's the kind of power that can raise a man to heaven, or throw him straight to hell. He grasped the wheel, and light exploded around him. Luck has reached its maximum value. Sealed scrolls materialized from above, falling like raindrops of light. He checked his inventory, 10 enhancement lotto scrolls. Normally, those scrolls were a joke, barely a 1% chance of success. But now, with his luck maxed out, 100% success rate. Jin Hyuk smirked. Perfect. He lifted his dagger toward the spinning wheel of fortune and began the enhancement. One by one, the scrolls disintegrated in brilliant flashes, notifications popping up faster than he could read. Enhancement success. Enhancement success. Enhancement success. The dagger in his hand gleamed with radiant energy, its edge sparking like lightning. Item, old dagger plus 10 acquired. Achievement unlocked, first player in Korea to create a level 10 item. Reward, 5,000 coins. Achievement will be displayed on the Hall of Fame for 24 hours starting tomorrow. Jin Hyuk swung the weapon a few times, feeling its perfect balance, and rested it casually on his shoulder. Finally, he muttered. Something truly worth having. Day 10 in the Labyrinth of Hell. Kik and Park Hana sat beside a small fire, their knees pulled to their chests. The flames crackled weakly over a few damp branches. Nearby lay a rough bed of moss, hardly comfortable, but better than the cold floor. There was almost no food left. Only mushrooms and moss. Hana grimaced as Kik bit into a spotted fly agaric, chewing miserably. You're seriously eating that? She asked, turning her face away in disgust. He shrugged. Better than starving. Jin Hyuk lay on his back nearby, arms behind his head, eyes half open, as if none of this bothered him. Hana's mind replayed the past few days, their desperate escapes, the shifting walls, and the minotaur that hunted them at the same hour every day. She remembered the way Jin Hyuk had stood there, calm and unflinching, even as the monster tore through the maze. He made it all look effortless. We'll die if this keeps up, she whispered, hugging her knees tighter. Kik nodded grimly. That demon will use us and toss us aside when he's done. As they spoke, glowing text appeared before their eyes, anonymous comments from spectators watching their progress. Most were filled with useless advice or idle gossip. Hana frowned, scanning the comments. Has anyone found out anything about him? She asked in a low voice. The responses came one by one. No info found. His YouTube, blog, everything's private. He doesn't even have a broadcast channel. Hana's shoulders slumped. So the people supporting us outside, they're completely useless. She turned to Kik, frowning. Did they report this to the Elder? What's the Raven Guild saying? The next reply appeared in the air. No updates yet. The guild said it might take 3 weeks to locate your labyrinth. 3 weeks, Hana whispered, clutching her face in despair. That's way too long. Across the fire, Kik lazily tossed the last piece of mushroom into his mouth, chewing. Kik stared at the glowing message board in front of him, his face twisted with frustration. So, what's the word from the guild? He asked quietly. His companion sighed. Nothing. They still haven't found our location. Park Hana glanced toward Jin Hyuk, who was lying on his side near the fire, his back turned to them. The dim orange glow flickered across his calm face, he looked utterly relaxed, as if he didn't have a care in the world. That sight made something boil inside her. After a long silence, she leaned closer to Kik. If we kill him, and hold out just a little longer until the elder arrives, we can survive. We can get out of this hell. Her voice trembled at first, but by the end, her words were sharp as a blade. Kick frowned, eyes darting to the sleeping figure. And how exactly do you plan to kill that? Park Hannah clenched her fists. That's what we need to figure out. Kick reached down and picked up a jagged stone from the floor, gripping it tightly. The easiest way is to do it while he's asleep, he whispered. One good hit to the skull, no one survives that. He raised his hand, knuckles white around the rock. But before he could swing, Hannah grabbed his arm. Stop, she hissed. Kick turned to her, eyes wide with confusion. What the hell are you doing? Her expression was grim. You don't understand. That man, his reaction speed isn't human. Even if he's asleep, he'll sense it. The moment you move, he'll kill you. Jin Hyuk remained perfectly still, his breathing calm, his back to them, yet the thought that he might be awake made their hearts race. Park Hannah slowly released Kick's arm and looked down, her lips trembling. We're powerless against him. Even a sneak attack could end with both of us dead. Kick threw her a look of disbelief. So what, we just keep suffering like this? Let him use us until we die? Hannah didn't answer right away. Instead, she began rummaging through her small satchel, her fingers trembling as she searched. Wait, she muttered. I might have something. Her eyes lit up when she finally found it. From the bottom of the bag, she pulled out a small glass vial containing a dark green liquid, and inside it floated a venomous sting, shimmering faintly. This, she said softly, is from a giant immature pumpkin wasp. A single drop of its venom can kill 100 trolls. She smiled faintly, though her eyes were cold. We'll use it in a way he can't resist. At that very moment, Jin Hyuk opened his eyes slowly. He sat up without a sound, holding a small wooden plank topped with fried moss and mushrooms. His expression was unreadable as he poked at the meal with a pair of improvised chopsticks made from mouse bones. The atmosphere was so tense it felt surreal, like a scene from a twisted survival show. Hannah forced a shaky laugh. We just need to catch a few more mice or moths. Then we'll finally have something edible besides mushrooms. From across the camp, Jin Hyuk's voice broke the silence. Pass me some more mushrooms, and water. Both Hannah and Kick froze. Then, without a word, Kick obeyed, scooping a few charred mushrooms onto Jin Hyuk's plate and handing him a small container of water. Still plenty left, Kick muttered bitterly, glaring at the disgusting meal. Hannah shot him a sharp look, silently calling him weak for hesitating. Jin Hyuk lifted a piece of mushroom to his lips and took a bite. The live chat that floated above their heads exploded with messages from anonymous viewers. He ate it. He really ate it. No way, did they just poison him? Holy crap, this is insane. Park Hannah smiled quietly to herself, hiding her excitement behind a calm expression. Beside her, Kick watched anxiously, waiting for the poison to take effect. A few moments later, it did. The plate of mushrooms clattered to the floor. Kick's mouth opened in shock as a black liquid poured out, splattering on the ground. His body convulsed violently, veins bulging under his skin. Kick! Hannah cried, stumbling to her feet. What's happening? Jin Hyuk calmly set his plate aside and looked up at her, his gaze sharp and cold. You really thought I'd eat food from your hands without checking it first? Her breath caught. Kick fell to the floor, twitching, his skin darkening by the second. Jin Hyuk stood up, brushing dirt from his pants. I swapped the plates when you weren't looking. The live chat erupted again. Wait, he knew. He switched it. This guy's terrifying. Oh my god, she killed her own ally. Jin Hyuk summoned a translucent blue window in front of him, his tone almost amused. You know, he said casually, secretly broadcasting a live feed from inside the labyrinth is illegal. Park Hannah's face went pale. What evidence do you have? She shouted, trembling. He tilted his head, smirking. Evidence? The spectators watching through the illegal feed began to panic as they saw what was happening. Jin Hyuk glanced at the system window hovering beside him. Lines of text scrolled across it. Broadcast detected, unauthorized live transmission during non-boss event. Violation of system rules confirmed. Offenders will be penalized. Would you like to file a formal report of illegal activity? He pressed his finger against the floating button. Park Hannah's lips quivered, tears welling up in her eyes. Jin Hyuk gave her a chilling smile. Next time you decide to go live, he leaned closer, eyes gleaming, you should practice your facial expressions. Her body froze, terror washing over her as the system's judgment began to fall. The fire flickered between them, casting shadows that danced like ghosts across the stone walls, while Jin Hyuk stood there, calm, composed, and utterly merciless. Jin Hyuk's lips curved into a cruel grin as he added, your disappointment's showing, you know. With a sharp press of his finger, the confirmation button flashed beneath his hand. Instantly, a bright, warning eye notification exploded into view, surrounding the trembling Park Hannah in glowing red letters. The application has been successfully submitted, the system announced coldly. All anonymous user identities have been erased. Park Hannah froze, pressing her hands to her chest as her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Behind her, the large projection of the live broadcast began to flicker and fade away. She spun around, eyes wide, watching as the chat filled with confusion. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? Did the stream just cut? One by one, their connection snapped. Each anonymous viewer vanished, their usernames deleted in an instant. The screen blipped again, showing a new message. All violators will be banned from watching broadcasts for 1 month. Repeat offenders will face permanent deletion. The number of spectators dropped to 0. Park Hannah stared at the empty void in disbelief. How is that possible? She whispered. Then another chilling message appeared. Player's fine has been replaced by a merciless fate. Her friend Six's body began to twist grotesquely, melting into a pool of black sludge before her horrified eyes. The sound of bubbling flesh filled the air. Park Hannah turned sharply, something massive was moving down the corridor. Out from the shadows emerged a minotaur, its massive frame illuminated by the flickering firelight. A wicked axe glinted in its hands. It let out an ear-splitting roar that rattled the walls. The beast charged forward, its heavy hooves cracking the stone beneath it. Panicking, Park Hannah dove behind Jinhyuk. Are you going to fight this time? She stammered, slapping his back. Tell me where to hide. Jinhyuk slowly turned his head toward her, expression unreadable. You've got some nerve, he said coldly. Trying to poison me 1 second, begging for help the next. Her voice trembled. Why you always tell us what to do, don't you? Please, she clutched her chest desperately. A soft ding echoed. Conditions to copy the target's skill have been met. Jinhyuk's eyes flickered with satisfaction. A golden skill book materialized above his head, pages glowing with divine light. I don't need you anymore, he said calmly, his gaze cutting through her like a blade. Park Hannah glared, voice trembling with spite. You'll regret this. My brother's in the Raven Guild, you think he'll let you live after this? The ground quaked violently before she could say another word. The Minotaur's colossal axe slammed into the floor, splintering stone and sending shards flying. Park Hannah shrieked and jumped back. Jinhyuk shot upward, launching himself high into the air, his figure slicing through the smoke. Watch carefully, he called down. See the difference between me and your pathetic guild. He twisted midair, his dagger gleaming with red energy. Then, he dropped. The blade sliced across the back of the Minotaur's skull, leaving a shallow, burning cut. The monster bellowed, swinging its massive fist in retaliation. The impact shattered the wall beside him, but Jinhyuk had already landed lightly on a crumbling stone tile. He smirked, thinking fast. That worked. Breach skill confirmed. But the ground beneath him cracked again under the force of the Minotaur's steps. Can't just brute force this thing. The beast's axe whooshed past his ear, and Jinhyuk dove, sliding low across the stone floor. Sparks flew from his boots. Same setup as last time. If I repeat it, I can win. The air shimmered. Fire element, level 1 activated. Flames burst forth, engulfing the corridor in searing heat. The Minotaur roared, raising its arms to block the inferno, but Jinhyuk was already moving. Breaking through the blaze, he lunged forward and slashed at its leg. The Minotaur's knee buckled, it crashed down, one leg sinking into shattered stone. Jinhyuk stood behind it, smirking. Easy now. Don't thrash too much, he taunted, gripping his knife tighter. You'll only make the meat tougher. The Minotaur growled, steam snorting from its nostrils. Its body trembled violently. Then, its eyes blazed green. The Guardian of the Labyrinth has activated Frenzy, level 10. The Minotaur's muscles swelled monstrously, veins glowing with radiant emerald energy. The air itself trembled under the weight of its power. Its horns shone with light, its axe pulsing with a terrifying green aura. Park Hannah stumbled back, horror painted on her face. Is it even possible to beat something like that? She whispered. Jinhyuk stood firm, knife poised before him, eyes calm and razor-sharp. The Minotaur roared, shaking the entire corridor. The Minotaur's eyes blazed with crimson fury, twin fires burning with feral rage. The creature's mane bristled, muscles swelling grotesquely as veins glowed red beneath its skin. Above its head, a menacing icon flickered into existence, Frenzy, level 10 activated. Power surged through the beast, shaking the ground. Its stats skyrocketed, strength, attack speed, and movement speed all increased by 30%. But that wasn't all. The most terrifying part of the transformation was the secondary effect, enhanced intelligence. The monster could now speak. Opening its jagged maw, the Minotaur growled in a guttural yet articulate voice, "Human. I'll tear you apart piece by piece." It lifted its massive axe, the air around it vibrating with pressure. "I'll crush your bones to dust, so you'll never dare step foot here again." Jinhyuk's expression didn't waver. His knife shimmered with an ominous purple haze as mana pulsed around it. His mana efficiency's gotten way better than before, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. Raising the weapon in front of him, he grinned, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Come on then, show me what you've got." With a roar that shook the dungeon walls, the Minotaur lunged. Its colossal axe swung downward, the impact strong enough to split stone. But Jinhyuk raised his blade just in time, the weapons clashed, sending a shockwave through the air. The axe slid off his knife and slammed into the ground with an echoing boom. The monster swung again, and again, but each strike met with Jinhyuk's precise parry. Sparks flew, the metallic screech ringing through the chamber. From a distance, Park Hannah watched in disbelief. Her mouth hung open, eyes wide with shock. The man who moments ago looked exhausted was now standing firm, his movements sharp and calculated. "He stopped dodging," she whispered, trembling. "He's taking those blows head on." The Minotaur's relentless barrage continued, but Jinhyuk blocked every strike with surgical precision. The dungeon floor cracked beneath their feet, shockwaves rumbling outward. "This is insane," Hannah muttered, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. "Even a full guild couldn't beat a boss in level 10 frenzy, he's crazy." Steel clashed again, clang. The blades locked. Jinhyuk pushed back, a smirk curling on his lips even as their weapons trembled. How can he smile in a situation like this? Hannah breathed, clutching her chest. Jinhyuk's eyes darkened for a moment. His mind drifted, not away from the fight, but deep into his own memories. "I've always been trapped," he thought bitterly. In this world, in that game, powerless. A flood of past defeats flashed through his head, countless deaths, countless respawns. Each one had carved its mark into him. Player has died. Breach stat plus 57. Those words echoed from the countless times he'd perished in-game. Every fall, every fight, every ounce of struggle had built up his hidden strength. He clenched his fist tightly. Not this time. Behind him, a massive spectral tiger roared to life, its transparent form bursting forth like a spirit responding to his will. Mana crackled through the air. "Let's see if this world still wants to play with me," Jinhyuk muttered, grinning. The Minotaur swung again, and Jinhyuk deflected it, his movements faster now, smoother. Breach stat plus 1. Notifications kept popping up with each exchange. Sparks and stone fragments filled the air as the axe slammed down again and again, but Jinhyuk was already anticipating every motion. The monster raised a brow, momentarily confused. How was this human keeping up? Jinhyuk tightened his grip, then darted forward. His knife glowed fiercely as he unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast slashes. The Minotaur's thick hide split in multiple places, crimson streaks marking each strike. Park Hannah could barely follow the movements, just flashes of purple light and deafening impacts. Jinhyuk's body blurred as he weaved between the Minotaur's strikes. The creature reeled, bellowing in fury. "You think your little tricks can hurt me?" the beast roared, raising its fist. "You haven't even scratched me." The ground trembled as it swung its massive arm. A blinding flash filled the chamber, a shockwave blasted through, shaking the air. Jinhyuk was thrown back, landing hard on the stone floor. Dust and smoke swirled around him. When it cleared, the Minotaur's massive fist hovered just inches from his face. Then, frenzy time expired. Jinhyuk tilted his head, wiping dust from his cheek. 5 minutes, he said calmly. "You're done." The Minotaur's muscles twitched violently. Its entire body began to steam, cracks of light spreading across its skin. With a guttural roar of rage, its strength drained away, flames consuming its frame. Penalty activated, user enters suspended animation for 24 hours. The beast's colossal body collapsed with a deafening thud, slamming into the floor as a massive crater formed beneath it. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly, glancing at his stat window. Breach stat, 50. 50 points, enough to close the gap of 19 levels, he murmured, a satisfied grin creeping across his face. "Give me a few more days, and I'll hit 100. From behind a broken stone pillar, Park Hannah peeked out, trembling. Is it over?" "The rage is," Jinhyuk replied, sheathing his knife. "But the monster's only gone temporarily. Once the labyrinth resets, it'll respawn." Her eyes widened in horror. "Then, it'll come back?" "Exactly." Jinhyuk lifted his hand, 2 fingers raised. "We've got 20 days before that happens." 20 days later. The dungeon's floor shattered beneath a resounding step. The Minotaur roared back to life, its axe gleaming once more as it swung with monstrous force. Jinhyuk easily sidestepped the slash, his movements sharper than ever. Breach stat plus 1. Total breach, 100. Notifications flooded his vision as he flipped through the air, his aura flaring violently. The Minotaur lunged again, fangs bared and eyes blazing red. And Jinhyuk, grinning like a predator, met its charge head-on. Jinhyuk's fist shot upward like a cannon, smashing squarely into the Minotaur's jaw. The impact cracked through the air, and the towering beast stumbled backward with a pained grunt. Each point he had earned strengthened him, yet at that moment, it wasn't his stats that crushed the monster, it was his mood. He exhaled slowly, his knuckles throbbing. "Guess it's all about how I'm feeling today," he muttered, pinning the Minotaur's horn under his boot. The bull-headed guardian let out a weak snarl, its massive form trembling. Jinhyuk looked down from above, shadows crawling over his face as he whispered, "Looks like it's time for us to part ways." Jinhyuk's eyes dimmed as he turned his gaze toward Park Hannah, standing frozen at the edge of the chamber. Jinhyuk smiled faintly, brushing a lock of hair from his forehead. "Now then," he said lightly, "I need to figure out how to deal with you." Park Hannah flinched, pressing a hand to her chest. "What do you mean, deal with me?" "From now on," Jinhyuk replied casually, "I'm forming a company. A company for veterans." His smirk widened. "And I'm recruiting interns." Her eyes went wide. Interns?" He tilted his head. "What? Not interested?" "Interested?" she blurted out, almost shouting. "Of course I am. I've always wanted to join something like that." Jinhyuk chuckled softly. "Good answer." He stepped closer, eyes glinting mischievously. "Then tell me, what use would you be to my company?" Straightening up, Park Hannah placed a trembling hand over her heart. "My personal contact ability. It would be useful for communication and management." Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. "You mean the ability I've already mastered?" "And no. I mean," she stammered, voice cracking. "I'll never betray you. You can trust me." He leaned forward slightly, casting a shadow over her. "Is that so?" His voice was calm, almost too calm. "Then what else do you have to offer?" Hovering over her, he smiled faintly, cold and sharp. "You're a disappointment." Park Hannah's eyes widened, panic setting in. Wait. Please." She dropped to her knees, tears spilling down her face. "Give me more time." Jinhyuk tilted his head as though considering it, then smiled sweetly. "Unfortunately," he said, "we don't accept interns that join halfway through." Her breath hitched, fear tightening her chest. "I'll give you Braham's ring," she cried suddenly, grabbing his leg. "Just spare me." His gaze sharpened. "Braham's ring? My brother, he made a deal with the Chinese guild," she stammered. "He gave Jinhang to Koro as payment. Please. I can get you the ring." Jinhyuk's expression darkened with interest. "So that's how the Black Crow Guild got their hands on it." He crouched down, his eyes reflecting the crimson gleam of the gem she mentioned. The image of the ring flashed before him, a golden band crowned with a blood-red jewel. One of the rarest treasures on the first floor. Its effects, increased movement speed, enhanced magic resistance, and the power to suppress a monster's mana flow. Jinhyuk's lips curled into a grin. Thanks to his eye of truth, he could see that she wasn't lying. Notifications flickered before him, confirming the item's authenticity. He clapped her trembling shoulder. "Congratulations," he said cheerfully. "You're officially an intern in the company of old men." What? Park Hannah blinked in confusion. Holding up 3 fingers, Jinhyuk continued matter-of-factly. "Number 1, interns don't get paid. Number 2, you'll come when you're called, no matter when or where. Number 3, he grinned. You'll sign the contract." Her heart dropped. Contract? The air shimmered as a new notification appeared before him. World memory reading initiated. Skill fusion, contact plus fire element in progress. Blue energy burst from his hands, 2 icons merging into one. The air crackled. "It might get a little hot," Jinhyuk warned playfully. A blinding flash filled the chamber. New skill acquired, Soul Brand. Park Hannah backed away, terrified. Is this the contract?" Jinhyuk lifted his hand, mana swirling around his palm like fire. "You didn't think you'd just sign a paper, did you?" "No. Wait, please," she screamed as his hand came down, glowing with fierce blue flames. Her cry echoed through the labyrinth as the soul brand seared into her skin. The mark burned faintly on her cheek, pulsing like a living ember. Soul brand successfully engraved. Target bound to obey all commands from the skill's owner. Violation will result in automatic body combustion. Jinhyuk smiled, lowering his hand. "Welcome," he said smoothly, "to the Black Enterprise." Her scream faded into silence, replaced by the sound of heavy stone grinding. The labyrinth gates began to open. System notice, first floor cleared for the first time. Blinding light poured in. Park Hannah fell onto soft grass, gasping for air. Tears streaked her face as she laughed in disbelief. "I survived." Another message appeared before her eyes. First floor completion bonus, 5,000 coins, players added to the honor list for 24 hours. 5,000, she whispered, eyes wide. After all that hell, that's it? Hey, in turn, Jinhyuk's voice called behind her. She turned. He extended a hand. Hand it over. What? Your reward. Before she could protest, glowing coins streamed from her inventory into his. His total balance now exceeded 10,000 coins. Not bad, he mused. I doubt anyone else has this much yet. Then he pointed at her, his voice calm but cold. And one more thing, bring me Braham's ring within 3 days. 3 days, she yelped. That's too soon. Blue energy flared in his palm. Then 2. A burning pain seared across her cheek in the shape of a human hand. Park Hannah screamed, clutching her face. Oh okay. I'll do it. 2 days. Jinhyuk nodded approvingly. Good in turn. The screen of the outside world shifted to a live news broadcast. A massive screen atop a skyscraper displayed a man in a dark suit, his tone urgent. In a week, the announcer declared, Korea's strongest guild, Dangun, plans to conquer the boss of the 3rd floor. Images of various guild emblems filled the display, the elite of the nation preparing for the next stage of the tower. Among them, Dangun's emblem burned brightest, its dragon insignia representing Korea's pride on the international stage. As the broadcast continued, people walked through the crowded streets below, their eyes locked on the screen, unaware that, somewhere deep beneath the tower's layers, Jinhyuk had just rewritten the rules of survival. The news anchor straightened his tie and turned to the camera, his voice sharp with urgency. Any statements from the Chinese side regarding the tower conquest? The man beside him furrowed his brows, irritation flickering across his face. No, he said firmly. It's better to focus on conquering the tower ourselves than to wait for help from another country. The Dangun Guild has proven capable, they've managed fine without foreign support. Watching from his seat, Jinhyuk leaned back, eyes narrowing at the screen. His fingers tapped lightly against the table as he muttered under his breath, let's see how long that confidence lasts. The image of the tower's looming structure flashed through his mind, massive, endless, and full of horrors. He could already guess why they were in such a hurry. They wanted to seize as many resources as possible before others could. Greed always came before reason. He brought up a digital map of the tower, glowing faintly on his screen. No need to rush, he murmured. Not to the 2nd floor. Not even the 3rd. Each floor allowed only 90 days of chaos. And those who failed wouldn't get a second chance. Suddenly, a message appeared, transfer to the next floor commencing. The scene around him flickered, and in the next moment, monsters emerged from the shadows, dozens of them, their growls echoing through the air. Jinhyuk clenched his jaw. There's no way that guild will survive this floor, he muttered. The difficulty keeps increasing. Humanity won't get another shot. Later, the light from his small apartment window glowed faintly against the darkness outside. Empty bottles and garbage bags were stacked beside the door, a silent reminder of his life before the tower became real. Sitting down with his phone, Jinhyuk opened his contacts. I'll start by gathering intel, he said, scrolling through the list. No rumors, just solid information. He tapped open a tab titled Community, Challenge Tower. A feed of messages and forums popped up, buzzing with activity. It had a user search bar, letting him find old players. A nostalgic smile tugged at his lips. A cafe scene flickered into view, the scent of roasted coffee beans filling the air. Across from him sat a young man with spiky blonde hair who waved enthusiastically. Yo! I'm Taemin, he said with a grin. Nickname's Bald Head. His avatar on the site held a Molotov cocktail, wearing a ragged military jacket. Beside him, a girl with black hair thumped her fist against her chest. Name's Yanawa. My nickname's Fire Fist. Her avatar was even more ridiculous, a cartoonish inflatable ring around her waist and a pair of oversized boxing gloves. Jinhyuk blinked. You've got to be kidding me, he whispered, staring between them. These two looked nothing like the characters he'd teamed up with 2 years ago. For a brief moment, he pictured their old avatars, warriors, assassins, and mages standing together in perfect formation. Yeah, this isn't quite the glorious reunion I had in mind. His system chimed. Skill activated, Eye of Truth. Blue light flickered in his vision. Instantly, Taemin's status window appeared before him, lines of data scrolling down, ability, Machine King. A high-tier magic skill, ideal for massive battles and siege situations. No wonder he'd always been their heavy hitter. He glanced toward Yanawa as she took a sip from her drink, her status window popping up next. Skill, Tanda Master, a technique focused on close-range combat and relentless offense. No wonder they always fought side by side, Jinhyuk thought, watching them bicker playfully. Their levels matched perfectly, they'd been grinding together for a long time. He smiled faintly. Some things never change. Then another message blinked in front of him. Copy ability unavailable, all party members must reach the 20th floor together. Jinhyuk sighed, rubbing his temples. Figures. Of course there's a catch. Teen leaned back and pointed at him. Alright, your turn, man. Let's hear it. Snapped from his thoughts, Jinhyuk blinked. Ah, right. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Name's Jinhyuk. Then, realizing how plain that sounded, he added quickly, nickname's Captain Boar. Taemin froze mid-sip, staring at him. Yanga choked on her drink, coughing as she burst into laughter. Jinhyuk covered his mouth, embarrassed. Why did I ever make that name 11 years ago? Trying to play it off, he sat down and crossed his arms. Anyway, I'm 27 now. I stream on Paprika TV. Taemin's mouth fell open in disbelief. Taemin's froze halfway to his mouth, his eyes wide. Wait, you're a streamer? He blurted, disbelief mixing with excitement. No way. I've seen your channel on Paprika before, I used to watch your streams sometimes. Jinhyuk chuckled, swirling the straw in his drink. Yeah, that's me. But I've already stopped streaming. Taemin waved his hand casually. Hey, that's fine. We've been gaming together for years. Let's just chill like old times. Sitting beside him, Yanawa nodded in agreement, a faint smile on her face. Yeah, it's been too long. Jinhyuk leaned back, watching them. They were so open. Friendly. It was strange, almost uncomfortable. His mind wandered to faces from the past. The smiling Jonggu who had used him without a second thought. The fiery glare of Park Hannah right before she betrayed him. Memories of deceit flickered like ghosts in his mind. But now, surrounded by his old party members, two people who weren't hiding knives behind their smiles, he felt something unusual. Peace. A holographic projection of the earth hovered above their cafe table, surrounded by empty coffee cups and glowing interface screens. Taemin was busy scrolling through tower reports, while Yanawa leaned in, explaining how the world had changed during the time Jinhyuk was trapped in the labyrinth. He learned everything, the rise of powerful guilds across the world, the booming streaming industry built around tower content, and even the bizarre rumors of miners in black robes who ran human factories underground. When Jinhyuk saw their masked faces in a short clip, his expression darkened. Taemin raised his eyebrows. Wait, don't tell me, you've been gone all month? Jinhyuk nodded. Yeah. Time runs differently inside. Then you probably missed the new test system, Yanawa added, spooning ice cream into her mouth. Jinhyuk blinked. Test system? Moments later, their taxi crawled through the traffic-choked highway, the skyline of Seoul shimmering ahead. Taemin twisted around from the front seat. When the tower first appeared, a flood of players rushed in. But from the second floor onward, the death rate skyrocketed. The association had to step in, they created a test system. Only players who pass the evaluation can move to the next floor. Yanawa lifted her wrist, showing a faint barcode etched into her skin. Everyone gets a verification code now. You can't advance without it. Jinhyuk's gaze darkened. The image of Sang Jin, the head of the association, flickered in his mind. That man was cunning, always smiling, always scheming. Gathering powerful players under the guise of safety? Jinhyuk smirked faintly. So that's your plan, huh? Collect the strongest for yourself. He leaned his head against the window, watching the glowing association emblem appear on a massive skyscraper ahead. I'll use your little system for my own good, Sang Jin. When the taxi stopped at the building entrance, crowds were already gathering. Giant screens displayed the association's logo, a shining sword encircled by wings. Since its formation, the new rule was simple. Fail the test, lose your chance to climb. Players graded below F were branded as failed and barred from entering the second floor. At the testing plaza, the atmosphere buzzed with tension. Hope, fear, and greed swirled like storm clouds. One man clenched his fists, whispering a desperate prayer to get a decent rank. A trembling girl bit her lip, praying for at least an E rank so she wouldn't be left behind. Nearby, reporters adjusted their cameras, preparing to cover the next prodigy to emerge, maybe another A rank hero. Don't miss this one, a cameraman hissed as the lens focused on the red carpet. Two figures appeared, Park Hannah and Park Hajin of the Black Crow Guild. Flashbulbs exploded as the crowd cheered. Behind them strode Kim Kite, the father of wrestling and one of the guild's leading figures. His expression was stern, cutting through the noise. What's with this crowd? He muttered. Hajin turned to him, polite but firm. They're all chasing fame and fortune. The tower made everyone desperate. Kite groaned. No time for nonsense. Make way. The press is waiting. His eyes gleamed. I came for the Black Crow's young stars. Don't disappoint me. Park Hannah straightened under the pressure. "We'll do our best, sir." Her brother nodded confidently beside her. Security guards began clearing a path, pushing the crowd back as reporters shouted questions. Among the mass of hopefuls stood Jinhyuk, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, Taemin and Yanawa beside him. "Hey, you! Move," one guard barked, pointing straight at him. Jinhyuk lifted a brow. "Why should I? I've got my number. I'm waiting in line like everyone else." Before the guard could reply, Park Hajin stepped forward, irritation twisting his face. "You're holding up the line," he said coldly. "Don't make a mistake you'll regret." Someone in the crowd gasped. "He's talking back to Park Hajin himself." Jinhyuk's expression didn't change. Inside, the eye of truth flickered to life, his pupils glowing faintly. Data flooded his vision, every stat, every ability, laid bare. Target identified, Park Hajin. Condition to copy skill, raise target's interest/hostility to maximum. A slow grin crept across Jinhyuk's lips. So that's how it works. Interest for allies, hostility for enemies. Perfect. Hajin frowned. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jinhyuk said nothing. He just took one step closer. At that moment, Park Hannah arrived, her face paling as she recognized him. "Boss," she stammered. "Hannah." Hajin turned to her. "You know this guy?" Before she could answer, Jinhyuk's hand shot out, lightning fast. A sharp crack echoed through the plaza. Hajin's scream tore through the air as Jinhyuk twisted his index finger until it snapped. The crowd fell silent. And in the reflection of his glowing eyes, Jinhyuk smiled faintly. The moment Hajin's finger turned red and swollen, he yelped in pain, clutching it dramatically. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk stood there as calm as a mountain breeze, sipping his water without a hint of concern. But then, Hajin's eyes flared with determination. He lowered his hand, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of magic burst from it, crackling and roaring like lightning. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Someone shouted for everyone to rush to the scene, and chaos erupted as curious onlookers hurried to witness the clash. Jinhyuk's brows furrowed slightly. Something wasn't right. Before he could react further, Hajin lunged toward him, blade flashing. Jinhyuk's grip tightened on his half-empty bottle. A sharp whoosh, and a stream of water splashed straight into Hajin's face, blinding him. His strike sliced through empty air. When his vision cleared, Jinhyuk was gone. The bottle he had been holding spun lazily through the air before bouncing off Hajin's shoulder. Then, crack, a brutal kick slammed into Hajin's leg. He crumpled to the ground, screaming, clutching his knee in agony. Gasps echoed all around. Jinhyuk stood a few steps away, his back turned, completely composed. The spectators stared, stunned and speechless. Among them, Hannah's face had gone pale. Sweat ran down her cheeks as she whispered in disbelief, why is Jinhyuk here?" Before she could collect herself, a familiar voice broke through the murmurs. "Pathetic," scoffed Kitai, his arms crossed and a sour look plastered across his face. Jinhyuk turned toward him, his expression blank and unreadable. Kitai's lips twisted into a smirk as Jinhyuk activated his skill, Eye of Truth, Level 1. But a red warning blinked in front of his eyes, error, skill failed. Another notification followed immediately, skill use denied, level difference too high. Kitai's composure shattered. Rage burned in his eyes as he stepped forward, each movement radiating fury. Flames flickered faintly in his gaze, a visible sign of his power. His level was clearly above 20. "I didn't know Hajin had a babysitter," Jinhyuk said dryly, his tone dripping with mockery. Kitai snarled. "He may be a handful, but he's useful." At that, Jinhyuk's expression darkened. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "So what Hajin supplied to China? That was Jinong from the Goro dynasty, wasn't it?" Kitai froze. Then, his face twisted with rage. "How do you know that?" he roared, his teeth grinding. Reporters and spectators exchanged confused glances, unsure what the two were talking about. Jinhyuk shrugged nonchalantly. "Does it matter?" he said, smirking. "Maybe you should be asking the right question instead." A sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. "Like, how do you get rid of the side effects?" Kitai stiffened. "Wait," Kitai said, he activated Blackout Barrier Level 3. A thick, black barrier erupted around Jinhyuk, expanding like living smoke. The air rippled with energy as the walls began to close in, twisting and sealing the space in a suffocating dome of darkness. "Jinhyuk!" Taemin roared, his eyes wide with panic. Without hesitation, he threw himself toward the narrowing gap, trying to break through before it sealed completely. Inside, the world dimmed under the oppressive aura radiating from Kitai. Veins bulged across his temples, his jaw clenched tight. Flames flickered in his eyes, wild, violent, unrestrained. "Jinhyuk!" Yanawa cried out desperately, slamming her fists against the dark wall. Her voice echoed hollowly as the barrier reflected her panic back at her. Inside, Jinhyuk turned, pressing his palm lightly against the surface. It was cold and solid, impenetrable. "Is this a protective wall?" he muttered, his tone edged with disbelief. The black energy pulsed under his touch, almost like a living creature breathing in rhythm. Kitai didn't answer. He stood just beyond the barrier, his fiery eyes locked on Jinhyuk with unmasked contempt. When he finally spoke, his voice was low but sharp enough to cut through the tension. "Tell me something," he said. "Are you really asking for 10 dungeons?" Jinhyuk's gaze met his, steady and unreadable. Kitai stepped closer, his aura flaring brighter, licking at the edges of the barrier like fire testing steel. "Then prove it," he demanded, his tone dripping with challenge. "Prove you're not lying." The words hung in the air like the calm before a storm, two figures trapped between black walls and blazing fury, their clash inevitable. His glare sharpened. "What are you talking about?" Jinhyuk chuckled softly. "Oh, come on. The edible item that restores mana and stamina, Jinong from the Goro dynasty. If you just eat it raw, it causes magical poisoning." The crowd murmured in confusion. Kitai's face contorted with barely contained fury. Jinhyuk raised 3 fingers. "There are 3 things that can suppress the side effects: Karen juice, moonstone, and Mundare root. I'd bet you're looking for that last one right now." Kitai's eyes widened slightly. He said nothing, but sweat trickled down his temple. His thoughts were spinning, everything Jinhyuk said matched the scout's reports. "So?" Jinhyuk tilted his head, smiling with that wicked glint. "Do you believe me now?" Kitai hesitated, then growled, "Fine. I'll believe you." But his tone was sharp and wary. A dagger materialized in his hand, its blade glowing with fierce magic. He pointed it at Jinhyuk's face. "But I'm warning you," he said in a low, threatening voice, "no tricks. You've already demanded 10 of the most valuable dungeons. Don't push your luck." Kitai's anger seethed visibly, his jaw clenched, the blade trembling as energy surged through it. "I should end this right now," he thought bitterly. Then, something changed. Jinhyuk's expression shifted into something terrifying. A grin spread across his face, wide, unhinged. His eyes glowed with a brilliant, unnatural purple flame. "It seems," he said slowly, his voice low and dangerous, "you still don't understand." Kitai's breath caught. "Our deal," Jinhyuk continued, stepping closer, "and your life, both are in my hands." As he raised his hand, his own blade flared to life, swirling with sinister, violet energy that made the air hum. At that instant, the ground rumbled. One of the guards burst through the floor, debris flying. Chaos erupted as Jinhyuk's allies formed a defensive line. "Fall back!" Yanawa shouted furiously. "Unless you want to die." Rage still burned in Yanawa's eyes like wildfire, her fists clenched tight enough to draw blood. But before she could take another step, a sudden chime echoed through the air. "Notification, Level 3 blackout barrier, cancelled." The words flashed before their eyes, and the swirling storm of magic vanished instantly. The thick energy that had been suffocating the area dispersed into nothing, leaving only silence in its wake. Yanawa exhaled shakily, her shoulders dropping as the tension drained from her body. Around her, the others began to scatter, confusion and relief mixing in their faces. Jinhyuk stepped out from the dispersing mist, brushing imaginary dust off his coat with a grin. "Hey, calm down already," he called, his tone half playful, half exasperated. "You okay, Yanawa?" Before she could answer, Timon's voice boomed from behind, "Jinhyuk! You lunatic! We thought you were kidnapped or something." They both rushed toward him, shouting and waving their arms, voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus of worry and frustration. Jinhyuk raised both hands in mock surrender, smiling. "Relax. I'm fine," he said, jerking his thumb toward the retreating figure of Kitai. "See? We had a little talk. Turns out, we actually understand each other now." Timon blinked in disbelief. "You what?" Before anyone could question further, Hajin stormed past them, fury blazing in his eyes. He stomped straight toward Kitai, his face red with rage. "You're just going to let that guy walk away like nothing happened?" he barked. Kitai didn't answer. He stood motionless, his expression unreadable. Hajin, sweating and desperate, bowed low. "Please, just give me another chance," he pleaded breathlessly. "I'll come up with a plan, I swear I can fix this." His words barely left his mouth before Kitai's hand shot forward. In one swift, brutal motion, he struck Hajin across the neck. The sound was sharp, a dull thud that silenced everyone nearby. Kitai lifted him effortlessly by the collar, holding him several feet above the ground like a rag doll. "Understand this," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "Jinhyuk is stronger than any of you. Remember that." Hajin's face turned red as veins bulged across his neck. He gasped for air, saliva dripping from his lips. I understand, he choked out, trembling. Kitai's eyes burned with disdain. If you pull something like that again, he let the threat hang in the air before releasing Hajin. The young man collapsed to the ground with a thud, coughing and wheezing as Kitai and his guild walked away. Hajin stared after them, his jaw trembling. What happened in there? He whispered, the question aimed at no one. His face twisted with rage, and a dark fire ignited in his eyes. No one humiliates me and gets away with it, he thought bitterly. No one. Then, notification, hostility toward target has reached maximum. Condition met, skill copy available. Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed as another message appeared. Skill, stealth, has been copied. Type, passive. Description, control your breathing and pulse to erase presence. Skill stored within the world's memory. A slow, satisfied grin crept across his face. Watching Hajin seethe with hatred, Jinhyuk's smile grew sharper, darker. He turned away, slipping his hands into his pockets as murmurs of "oh" rippled through the crowd. All around him, players whispered his name. Some in admiration. Some in fear. On the ranking board above the plaza, Hana's name still shone at the top, first place, 1,755 points. Jinhyuk tilted his head, amused. So the trainee actually drank mountain ginseng, huh? He muttered under his breath, crossing his arms. Not bad. Before he could say more, a voice called from nearby, next candidate, please enter the testing chamber. Stepping forward, Jinhyuk pushed open the door. The room was spacious and sterile, glowing with pale blue light. At the center stood a massive crystal pulsing faintly with magic. Beside it, a man in uniform greeted him with a clipboard in hand. The test is simple, the man explained, gesturing toward the stone. Strike the magic crystal with your weapon or skills. Anything goes, magic, abilities, physical force. The stronger your impact, the better your score. The crystal's true power reveals itself under attack. The examiner's eyes drifted to the blade in Jinhyuk's hand. Wait, are you really planning to use only that? Jinhyuk smirked and raised the weapon casually. This is all I need. All right then, the examiner said uncertainly, rubbing his chin. He tapped something on his tablet, activating the system. Begin whenever you're ready. But before he could step back, his eyes widened in alarm. Jinhyuk wasn't standing in front of the designated crystal anymore. Instead, he had strolled over to a much larger one at the far end of the room, the kind meant for high-rank evaluations. Wait, the examiner stammered, his voice rising. That's not the one you're supposed to hit? Jinhyuk merely smiled, his blade gleaming under the blue light. I know. The examiner stared at Jinhyuk as if he'd just walked into the wrong universe. He pointed stiffly at the stone Jinhyuk had wandered toward. That one is a mid-level magic stone, he said, voice cracking. He jabbed his finger toward a much smaller stone sitting on the opposite stand. You're supposed to hit that. The entry-level one. A tiny spark flickered inside Jinhyuk's eyes, more like a silent explosion. Before the examiner could understand what was happening, a pressure surged from Jinhyuk's body, thick and suffocating enough to make the man's hair stand on end. His soul practically shriveled. Wait, why you can't possibly activate a mid-level stone, the man whispered. Normal players can't even wake those up. And then, crack. The mid-tier stone shattered cleanly in two, crashing to the floor. A stunned silence swallowed the room. That's impossible, the man choked out. Even elite players can't split it in half. His tablet beeped wildly. Jinhyuk's test result popped up on the glowing screen, and the man's eyes bulged so far they nearly fell out. His rank, congrats, you are an S rank. I need to report this immediately, he shrieked. But before he could sprint away, Jinhyuk's hand shot out. He calmly plucked the tablet from the examiner's hands. Whoa there, Jinhyuk said, almost lazily. Not so fast. The man froze. Are you telling me to delay the report? Jinhyuk's gaze sharpened. Quiet, terrifying, absolute. For personal reasons, he replied softly. You'll file your report in 1 week. After that, go wherever you like. But, the examiner's voice wobbled like a melting jelly. Jinhyuk straightened, twirling his blade in one hand like a man flipping a pen during a boring lecture. You know, there's an old saying, he mused. The law is far away, but the fist? The fist is right here. The examiner screamed, that's true, and snapped ramrod straight like a terrified soldier. The office door suddenly opened as Hana walked past. Jinhyuk leaned against the wall, arms folded, as if he hadn't just threatened a government official with philosophy. She paused mid-step, turned, and held out her hand. A silver ring shimmered in her palm. Here, she said. The ring glittered with a faint magical pulse, Braham's ring. Obtaining difficulty, high. Magic resistance +10. Movement speed +5%. Ability suppression plus 20. Effect, weakens monsters' magical powers. Jinhyuk took it, pleased, ready to stroll out. Hey! Hannah shouted, tapping her cheek. Remove the brand. I kept my promise. Jinhyuk waved without looking back. I'll consider it, depends on how you behave. What? Behave? She hollered behind him. Right then, a flurry of familiar voices approached. Jinhyuk. Taemin stood there sweating like a broken faucet. Why your rank, was really F? Yanga blinked beside him. I thought you'd score way higher. Outside, sunlight washed over the streets as the group stepped out of the towering building. Jinhyuk shrugged. It's just temporary, he said. I'll retake it in a week. A taxi rolled to a stop beside them. He opened the door. The second test's in a dungeon, she reminded him, then asked, how are you planning to handle it? Jinhyuk slid into the car, buckled himself in, and replied, I need information. Don't worry, I'll message later. You guys go to the tower. The car door shut behind him. Inside, he crossed his arms and thought aloud. The first test measures magical power. Those who pass move to the second, dungeon clearance. He imagined monstrous shapes, hulking orcs, grotesque beasts, creatures crawling through the darkness. The rule's simple. Clear any dungeon you want. Goblins, orcs, doesn't matter. But in his mind, he envisioned something entirely different. A forbidden ruin. A winged girl sitting somewhere unreachable. The place I'm going, he whispered, is the ancient ruins on the tower's first floor. In 11 years of the game, and now in reality, nobody has ever cleared that zone. A moment later, Jinhyuk stepped into a brand new dungeon, grinning with satisfaction. A ridiculously large backpack clung to his shoulders. They had reached the border of the abodes of the fallen when. Bonk! A can of soda smacked him in the head, snapping him out of his thoughts. Hey! Jinhyuk, someone yelled. Quit spacing out and carry the luggage. Tower of Challenges. Ancient ruins, first floor. Floating rocks drifted across the sky. Waterfalls streamed down cliffs like silver ribbons. It was impossibly beautiful, almost unreal. Jinhyuk frowned. With an F rank, he couldn't just walk through the front. The guild guarding the ruins would block him immediately. He studied the massive expedition group moving ahead. Best option, he said under his breath, is to sneak in as a porter. One of the expedition members suddenly approached him. Hey, rookie, the man asked, how'd someone like you end up here? Jinhyuk gave him a cool glance. Then a small smile. I need money. Lots of it. The stranger chuckled. Who doesn't? Then he held out his phone, showing a picture of his wife and kids. I'm here to feed them. Jinhyuk's expression shifted for the first time. He instantly recognized that look, the look of someone who signed up knowing they may never return. A suicide player. They continued walking, deeper into the ruins. With our F ranks, the man warned, we've got to watch every step. Equipment fails inside. No rescue teams. No medical support. Jinhyuk smiled warmly, a stark contrast to his earlier coldness. Relax, he said gently. Everyone here will go home alive. Really? The man asked, startled. Cold sweat trickled down his neck. But then, seeing Jinhyuk's calm confidence, he laughed softly. Thank you, he said. You're braver than most people here. A notification chimed above them. Raid quest initiated. A glowing scroll unfurled in front of every participant. Raid, capture the ruins. Difficulty, S. Objectives. Eliminate the location boss. Recover the throne trapped deep inside. Reward. A relic of your choice. We're here, someone shouted from the front of the long line. One by one, the exhausted porters dropped their massive backpacks onto the dirt with loud thuds. The leader's voice boomed across the clearing, full of authority but softened with approval. Good work, everyone. Rest for now. We'll wait here until the raid group arrives. Jinhyuk lowered his bag and lifted his gaze toward the massive structure looming before them. A colossal temple, ruined, ancient, and radiating mystery. Just then, a golden shimmer burst before his eyes. A notification floated in front of him. Special reward, first conqueror of the tower, golden chest. A special reward, he murmured. Am I the only one who can see this? The next text appeared instantly. Reward granted. Luck plus 10. Adaptability plus 10. Another line slid across the screen. Frozen, unlocked. Ability, cold heart. Description, maintains calm even in extreme danger. May affect emotional expression. Then another emblem cracked open. Monopolization, unlocked. Passive effect, if the quest is completed alone, the reward generated will always be the maximum possible. What? Jinhyuk blinked in disbelief. Then a twisted grin crawled across his face, something dangerously close to madness glittering in his eyes. This is insane, insanely good. He brought a hand to his lips, thinking hard. Behind him, he imagined a mountain of rewards, treasure chests overflowing with possibilities. There are countless rewards in the tower, he mused silently. Getting even one is a miracle. With a passive like this, I don't even need luck. His thoughts were cut short when a blinding light erupted from the center of the temple. A beam of magic sliced through the dusty air, illuminating the ruins. A moment later, hazy silhouettes materialized within the glow. The raid team had arrived. One player stumbled forward, groaning loudly. Ugh. I'll never get used to teleporting. What are you guys even doing? More soldiers appeared behind him in organized lines. All 50 members accounted for, another shouted. The porters and workers shrank back instinctively. They stared at the raid party with a mixture of awe, fear, and distrust. A system message appeared. Eye of Truth, Level 1 activated. We move, the raid captain barked. Formation on the march. Vanguard takes point. A short description hovered before Jinhyuk. Song Chanhwa, age 29, level 14. Ability, Relief. Condition to copy, earn his trust during the raid. Jinhyuk's eyes flared faintly as magical pressure seeped from him. Damn, he muttered, biting his lip. Earning trust under these circumstances won't be easy. His attention shifted toward Young One, who was busy assembling squads. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. Wait, something's off. An idea flickered across his face as he watched from the shadows. Song had no idea Jinhyuk was studying him so closely. A top 10 guild leader, with a level that low? Jinhyuk crossed his arms, silently observing. No one will notice me. Perfect. The deeper they went, the clearer the devastation became. The once great temple had collapsed into ruin. Cracked pillars. Fallen statues. Nature had swallowed the building whole, roots tearing through walls, vines crawling like veins. A mage stepped forward, halting just before a corridor swallowed in pure darkness. Stay behind me. If anyone wanders off, there will be no rescue, she warned. Her staff ignited with a crimson glow. Lamp skill, level 1 activated. Flames burst from the crystal tip, lighting the passage with red brilliance. The sudden illumination revealed skeletons and mangled corpses, the remnants of fallen raiders and slain monsters. The porters recoiled. "TVs, these are ruins," someone whispered, trembling. Their voices echoed across the hallway. The raid had only begun, yet danger was already breathing down their necks. Their group moved deeper into the ruins, passing corpse after corpse, monsters already slain by the raid team ahead of them. A porter whistled under his breath. Wow, they really turned this place into a slaughterhouse. The deeper they went, the darker the atmosphere grew. Even seasoned workers whispered nervously, glancing around as if expecting something to leap from the shadows. Suddenly, Song and his elite squad halted. "We found it," one of his men shouted. Song waved his arm sharply. "Workers! Over here!" Jinhyuk approached with the others, but there wasn't even a flicker of enthusiasm on his face. If anything, he looked at Song with thinly veiled contempt. Strange, he thought. After wiping out so many monsters, shouldn't there have been casualties? Yet they're all perfectly fine. And a moment ago, this guy was yelling about maintaining formation. What kind of strategy is that? His thoughts were jolted when a heavy hand slammed against his shoulder. "Hey! Stop spacing out. Go distribute water," another porter barked. Ah, right. He was just a porter right now. Jinhyuk forced a polite smile even as a vein twitched at his temple. The man who shoved him pointed in another direction. "We can handle this side. Go help the foreigners." "Foreigners?" Jinhyuk echoed in his head, turning toward the group he was supposed to serve. A line of warriors in gold-plated armor stood there, their movements polished and disciplined. On one soldier's shoulder, Jinhyuk spotted a symbol, something sharp, bold, and very familiar. Zion Guild. That explained the armor. Then his eyes landed on one particular figure, a knight clad in immaculate white robes and silver armor, completely different from the rest. Jinhyuk's lips curled into a sly smile. Such delicate creatures. Should I bother befriending one? Still, he carried out his assignment. He offered a cup filled with cold water. The knight turned, surprised to see him. "You worked hard," Jinhyuk said calmly. The warrior accepted the cup with a nod. Communication skill, level 1 activated. Jinhyuk's smile deepened. Not much interest, but a start. Then the knight slowly unfastened their helmet. The helmet lifted. Blonde hair spilled out. A beautifully sculpted face was revealed. Jinhyuk froze for a heartbeat. He knew her immediately. The youngest daughter of the Lorena aristocratic family, a European prodigy. A specialist in divine power. Offense, defense, healing, master of all. The hero who saved Amsterdam from the undead siege. Europe's Saint of Amsterdam. Teresa de Larentia. She chugged the water with surprising thirst, wiping sweat from her brow. Jinhyuk finally understood why the raid had 0 casualties. Of course. Teresa excels at cleansing undead and evil spirits. No wonder things went smoothly. But then, why is someone like her here? The boss raid for the 3rd floor is happening right now, and she came to these ruins instead? His eye flashed. Eye of Truth, level 1 activated. Teresa lowered the empty cup, cheeks slightly flushed from the refreshing drink. An error message slapped across his vision. Error, cannot analyze target. Level difference too high. Is she really above level 20? Jinhyuk whispered internally. But another message popped up immediately. Luck plus adaptability compensating for level gap. Eye of Truth, level 2 activated. Oh, nice, Jinhyuk cheered inside his mind. A panel appeared, revealing her full status. Teresa del Lorena. Age, 22. Level, 29. Special ability, Heaven's Protection. Her bright blue eyes carried no greed, no malice, only warmth and sincerity. The conditions to copy one of her abilities appeared. Condition, protect Teresa from a life-threatening situation. Reward, copy 1 skill/ability. Note, Teresa is ranked in the world's top 100 players. Those numbers, he murmured internally. Now I get why so many worship her. Scrolling further, he caught sight of another piece of information. A quest tied to choosing a class. So that's why she's here? She's hunting for a profession quest. Just then, Teresa handed the empty mug back with a radiant smile. Thank you. That really helped. He accepted the cup with a gentle expression, though inwardly he was analyzing her from every angle. Abilities valued by warriors, divine defense, purification skills, a world-class paladin. A quiet excitement stirred within him. Now, all I need is to figure out what kind of danger could threaten someone like her. And how I can be the one to save her. The ground shuddered first, just a faint tremor. Then the entire temple roared like a wounded beast. Cracks split across the walls, dust rained from the ceiling, and broken pillars groaned as if the whole structure were on the verge of collapsing. Warriors immediately shouted for their commander, panic slicing through their voices. Their leader bolted toward them, boots hammering against the trembling floor. When he finally reached the soldiers and saw what they were pointing at, every drop of color drained from his face. He froze. He stared. His jaw hung open. This is bad, one of the warriors whispered. A girl sat beside one of their teammates, a limp body already cold and lifeless. Farther down the corridor, more corpses littered the floor, twisted and torn as if they hadn't even had time to scream. A metallic clank echoed overhead. The ruined sentinel floated into view, an enormous ancient mechanism suspended midair, its single eye sweeping over the entire raid squad. Warning, remaining time, 10 minutes. Strange cubes wrapped in dense magical energy materialized around the Guardian. System notice, ruined security system, sleeping bomb, has been triggered due to intruder presence. Guardian units are being summoned. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. Don't touch it and it won't go berserk, he muttered internally. But before anyone could listen to reason, Song clutched his head, panic twisting his expression. Who activated this thing? He shrieked, voice cracking. Jinhyuk watched him with a cold expression. 10 minutes left. That's all. The guard's glare washed over the squad, painting Song's face in a sickly pale light. In the reflection of the monster's metallic surface, the leader's terror was unmistakable. If we fight these things head-on, we're dead, Song thought, shaking. At least half, no, more, will die. Another thought wormed into his head, could we evacuate the civilians? But the word impossible slammed into his mind like a curse, freezing every sane decision he could have made. His thoughts spiraled. His ambition roared louder than the temple's shaking. I worked too hard to become guild master. I can't retreat now. I won't. We continue the raid. Song barked, eyes wild. Soldiers rushed up to him, shouting that they hadn't even reached halfway and the guardians would surround them. Cold sweat dripped down Song's chin. Shut up and follow orders, he roared. I'll take responsibility. We still have a chance, with her. He jabbed a trembling finger toward Teresa. Meanwhile, in another corner, a soldier sprinted to where a handful of resting players lounged. The guards are awake, he cried. One of the loungers barely lifted an eyebrow. Relax. A big guild like Par wouldn't move without countermeasures. Really? The informant asked, hopeful. Of course, the archer scoffed, pushing himself to his feet. Solo players like us should just listen to the guild leader. They probably dealt with every guard already. A massive hand appeared behind him. Before the sentence finished, the archer was crushed into a spray of red. The remaining solo players scrambled into a circle, trembling. This is really, really bad, the informant stammered. A suit of enormous magical armor stomped toward them, another guard unit. Back at the main formation, Song raised his shield. Main raid squad, Prepare for battle, he yelled. Tanks forward. Porters to the rear. Buff the tanks and healers, move. Chaos erupted instantly as people ran, shouted, took positions, and cast spells. Song braced himself, shield glowing. Notification, Yungon activates level 3 steel defense. Notification, Jangon activates level 2 combat concentration. Buffs surged through the front line, strengthening their stance. Behind them, a mage lifted her staff, light spiraled upward as a magic circle formed under her feet. Notification, Angel Song, level 2 activated. All allied stats increased. They're coming. Song screamed. Hold the formation. A towering guard leaped into the front line. Boom! Its axe crashed into Song's shield, sending sparks flying, but he held. Leader, a scream echoed from behind. It was the trio of solo players. Exhausted, bloodied, barely holding off multiple guards, they cried out for help. The mage pointed toward them. We need to assist the solo players. Shut up! Song snapped. Focus on the battle. Casualties are unavoidable. Rage twisted his face. Sweat streamed down his jaw. In his mind, he screamed at himself. No time to worry about solo players. The abandoned trio slumped, despair filling their eyes. It's hopeless, one whispered as tears slipped down his cheeks. Please, help. Their pleas went unanswered. Until a sharp sound cut through the battlefield. Quick footwork. A blur of white. A gleam of divine blue. Teresa shot past the formation like a falling star, soaring over the guards with her sword blazing. Notification, level 4 activated. Light burst from the ceiling as she cleaved through the guardian units with blazing, precise strikes. Teresa, the dying solo player, cried out, eyes shining with hope. Her expression remained steady, focused, determined, calm. Blue fire burned in her gaze as she scanned the battlefield. 2 guards slipped past the main squad, the non-combatants are in danger. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the rear. The back of the hall was a scene of carnage. Many porters lay lifeless. One badly wounded worker sat collapsed against the wall, coughing blood. We're doomed, he rasped. A colossal axe swung toward him. But before it could strike, thin red lines sliced across the guardian's limbs. What are you saying, old man? A voice replied. The guard fell apart, collapsing in scattered chunks. Jinhyuk stood before the terrified worker, blade dripping with mechanical sparks, a calm grin on his face. I told you, he said lightly, I'd make it home alive. Jinhyuk, behind you, the worker shouted. A gigantic metallic arm crashed down. But Jinhyuk slipped aside effortlessly, not even a hint of fear in his eyes. The moment the notification rang out, fire element, level 1 activated, heat flared along Jinhyuk's arm. Flames coiled around his hand like a hungry serpent, bathing his face in an eerie orange glow. Instead of fear, a twisted grin stretched across his lips. Oh? What else can this do? He chuckled. He thrust his burning palm forward. A torrent of fire roared out, tearing through the guardian's descending arm. When the flames died down, nothing but charred chunks remained, twitching faintly as they hit the ground. Jinhyuk shook out his hand, letting the fading embers drift away. I'm not finishing it off, he said with a casual shrug. Let the others clean up. I need to stay at level 1, so killing it isn't an option. A wounded porter, clutching his bloody side, stared at him wide-eyed. How, where did strength like that come from? Jinhyuk scratched his cheek, offering a light-hearted smile. Just lucky, I guess. But inside, his thoughts tightened. Who activated the high-grade guardians of these ruins? Why would anyone do that on purpose? The old man still lay there in shock, too stunned to even stand. Suddenly, a blur of movement. Teresa appeared beside the injured porter and seized him by the arm. In the blink of an eye, she dragged him nearly 10 meters away from Jinhyuk. She stood rigid, her back to Jinhyuk, shield raised. I thought you were a decent person, she said, her voice shaking with anger. But you threatened a wounded civilian. Maybe you're the one who awakened the guardians. She spun around, eyes blazing with fury and disgust, shield lifted defensively. Jinhyuk, she declared, you're under arrest. Jinhyuk blinked, baffled. Wait, what? What are you talking about? A blade sliced through the air beside his face. He barely dodged. Don't move. Teresa snapped. I don't want to hurt anyone. There's been a misunderstanding, he said, raising his hands. Her answer was another vicious strike. I'll hear your explanation after I restrain you, she shouted. Great, Jinhyuk thought sourly. She's too angry to listen to anything. He realized he had no choice now. Teresa lunged again, swinging her shield with a burst of strength meant to knock him unconscious. He pivoted, grabbed her arm, and with a powerful shove. Boom! She slammed into the stone floor, carving a crater into it. Dust puffed around her as she lay there, dazed and groaning, struggling to push herself up. Gravel clung to her face. Jinhyuk stepped over her and lowered his blade until the tip hovered right above her cheek. "I didn't awaken the guardians," he said coldly. Teresa's eyes widened, horror flickering across them as she stared at him. His gaze glowed with a chilling blue light, his expression was disturbingly serene. "If necessary," he murmured, "I'll kill with my own hands." "Mr. Jinhyuk!" "Miss Teresa!" the injured porter suddenly shouted. He stumbled forward, arms flailing desperately. "He saved me! Jinhyuk saved my life!" Teresa froze. Her breath caught. The accusation died in her throat. Moments later, Teresa bowed repeatedly, apologizing non-stop as the entire hall watched in uncomfortable silence. She lowered her head deeply. I'm truly sorry." "Stop," Jinhyuk said, waving a hand. "From your perspective, what I did probably looked suspicious." He turned and began walking away. But Teresa hurried after him. "Why are you hiding who you are? Why conceal your identity?" He didn't slow. "For the same reason you are," he said calmly. She stiffened. Without looking back, he continued, "You joined the Cian Guild as cover. You want the St. Peter contract for your profession quest." Teresa froze, stunned. "And," Jinhyuk added lightly, "I need a particular item too, one that can't be known to anyone else." Cold sweat ran down her temples. How does he know all of this? She wondered, shaken. Jinhyuk grinned. "I know every route and strategy in these ruins. That's why you're going to help me. What we both need is stored in the same place." He finally turned toward her, eyes softening. "So? Will you team up with me, Teresa?" She stared at him in disbelief, unsure what answer she was supposed to give. Meanwhile, in the crowd of exhausted raiders, the commander erupted in frustration. "What do you mean the guards are gone?" he bellowed. "We must advance in formation. Do you want to wander around alone?" Teresa stepped forward and pressed a hand to her chest. "According to our map, only 20 kilometers remain," she said steadily. "Everyone knows the strategy, it won't change. And per agreement, all squad leaders share equal authority before the boss fight." Song felt a chill run down his spine. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized she was right. He faltered, unable to respond. Teresa waited patiently. Finally, with a long exhale, Song rubbed his forehead and gestured tiredly. "Fine. You may split off. But return before we reach the boss chamber." Teresa brightened immediately, clasping her hands with renewed energy. "I'll rejoin you before the battle begins." Then, as if remembering something, she added, "Let me take a porter with me." Song waved her off. "Do what you want." Happiness flickered in Teresa's eyes. But the porters. They froze. A wave of dread passed over them. "This is a one-way trip," one whispered. They gathered together like frightened sheep, quietly praying they wouldn't be chosen. Then a single hand rose from the crowd. Jinhyuk stepped forward, expression steady and serious. "I'll go." The instant the guy even hinted at following, every porter in the squad dove onto him, clinging to his shoulders like panicked koalas. They begged him, practically sobbing, to stay with the group. Inside his head, Jinhyuk sighed. "Even if I spell it out for them, they still won't get it," he muttered mentally. And then, bam! A terrifying pressure burst from him, cold and heavy enough to make the air quiver. Everyone froze mid-cling. "Uncle," he suddenly said, voice calm, almost too calm. The porters blinked in confusion. And he continued, "Has it ever happened to you, back when you were young, that an idea hit you like lightning?" The men instantly backed away, baffled. What is he even talking about? Their faces screamed. Then Jinhyuk dramatically turned around, clutched his chest like an actor in a tragic romance drama, and announced, "Love is burning inside me. Even if this weakness costs me my life, I must follow it." Silence. Shock. Porters whispering, "Wow, he's such a romantic." Jinhyuk exhaled like a man who'd been emotionally drained by his own performance. He and Teresa slipped away while the workers were still dazed. After walking for a while, they reached a wide hall crawling with monsters. The two of them stepped to the platform's edge, staring down at the sea of undead below. Teresa pointed toward a sarcophagus wrapped in a glowing barrier. "The Treaty of St. Peter is inside that coffin," she said. "I see it," Jinhyuk replied with a nod. Then, glancing at her sideways, he asked, "You understand what you need to do, right?" "Yes. I know," she answered. Before either could make their next move, a warning window flashed before them. "The Master of the Abode of the Fallen is watching." Teresa froze, eyes wide. She stared at the glowing alert in front of her as if it had personally cursed her name. "It's on my screen too," Jinhyuk said calmly while rubbing his chin. In his thoughts, this is the boss for sure. Funny, he never took interest in players before. So why show up now? Teresa was trembling. Jae Jinhyuk, you see this too, right? This has to be from the boss. But what does it mean? Does he think we're enemies? Nope, he answered without hesitation. He pointed at himself. He's watching me. Teresa blinked in disbelief. Where does he get this confidence from? She wondered silently. Then she turned to him again, voice small. Do you really know the way through? Hands in pockets, he shrugged casually. I've known it for a long time. Teresa swallowed hard. Then, gathering courage, she asked gently, then, what should I do? Fear clouded her eyes, but she stood ready, determined. Down below, countless monsters patrolled the grave, their presence suffocating. And then, without warning, Teresa leaped off the balcony. She landed right in the middle of the undead horde, the impact making dust burst around her. Instantly, all monster eyes snapped toward her. A system message rang out. Level 5 battle song activated, all stats tripled for 10 minutes. Power exploded from her body. Her eyes glowed bright blue. Her aura roared like a storm. This was no ordinary buff, this was a battlefield goddess descending. Just moments before, Jinhyuk had told her with a smirk. Your job is easy. Pull every undead's attention. The monsters rushed at her in a crazed tide. Teresa steadied her grip on her sword. She recalled Jinhyuk's words. If you release your divine power, everything out there will lock onto you alone. She raised her blade. Light gathered. Her energy swirled like a divine hurricane. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with enormous strength. The sword flared with radiant power. Level 5 Saint ability activated. A blinding burst of holy light exploded outward from her, turning the entire hall into a glowing battlefield. The monsters surged in. The first undead barely got a growl out before Teresa's radiant blade sliced it clean in half. And then another. And another. She carved through them effortlessly, a whirlwind of sacred destruction. Endless waves crashed toward her, but she stood firm, cutting down everything that dared to approach. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk's foot landed on a monster's head. Using the undead like stepping stones, he bounced from skull to skull, racing toward the sarcophagus. Every creature in the hall was locked on Teresa now, exactly as planned. Thanks to her control? I won't pull aggro, he thought as he hopped along. But then he felt it. A surge of overwhelming magic. The massive sarcophagus detonated. A tower-sized skeleton erupted from inside, overflowing with thick, terrifying energy. A system notice confirmed it. Undead boss appeared, special dead awakened. The shockwave split the floor apart. Flames burst across the ground. Debris rained everywhere. Jinhyuk crawled out from the wreckage a second later, smiling. Finally, the mini-boss shows up. Before he could celebrate further, a gigantic guard sword swung through the smoke. Jinhyuk dodged with a sharp twist, the blade carving through where he had stood. Dullahan? He shouldn't be here. He realized instantly, Teresa's influence must have shifted the activation conditions. The guard swarmed him, forcing him into a sprint. He leapt onto one guard, striking rapidly while destructive magic rained down around them. This guy won't be a problem, he noted. But flying monsters, yeah, those need caution. The Lich lifted his staff skyward, gathering a monstrous well of energy that pulsed like a storm trapped inside the weapon. A few seconds later, he aimed it right at Jinhyuk, ready to fire something powerful enough to rearrange a landscape. And then, boom! Bolts of pitch-black lightning shot from the staff, tearing through the air. Jinhyuk's response? A smug smile. He slid aside, weaving through the deadly bolts as if he were dodging raindrops. A streak of lightning skimmed so close it practically shaved his cheek, but not a single strike hit him. Instead, the bolt slammed straight into the protective barrier around the crypt. A loud crack echoed. So the barrier breaks from that, Jinhyuk thought, amused. Pretty flimsy, honestly. A few seconds later. Shatter. The entire barrier collapsed into glittering fragments. A system update chimed. Level 5 magical defense, destroyed. The Lich stiffened. Wait, did I just break my own barrier? Jinhyuk didn't give him a chance to recover from the humiliation. He sprinted forward, a blade appearing in his hand, a blade wrapped in an aura so ominous it practically hummed with murder. A wild grin stretched across his face. He tore through the guards blocking his path, cleaving them apart without slowing. Severed limbs and armor clattered behind him, and he barely spared them a glance. Across the hall, Teresa was still slicing through monsters, radiant and unyielding. She'll finish soon, Jinhyuk muttered. So that leaves just you, skeleton. He glared at the Lich, who clearly had no idea what was about to hit him. One clean, vicious strike. And the Lich was sliced in half. Jinhyuk blinked at the remains, mildly surprised by how easily it ended. That's when he heard it. I finally found you. A stranger's boot crushed the Lich's skull with deliberate pressure. A small guy stepped out of the smoke, sword in hand, eyes glowing a piercing blue. He stared at Jinhyuk like he'd been hunting him for years. "You read monster movements like an open book," the stranger said. "I knew you'd come here." He extended his sword toward Jinhyuk. "Long time no see." Jinhyuk's brows knitted. "You?" He didn't recognize him at all. "Who are you?" he demanded. The stranger's face twisted, veins bulging from anger. "You really don't remember me? You don't recognize me?" His sword trembled with fury. A system alert pinged. The Eye of Truth is activated. Lightning crackled off Jinhyuk's body as stat effects adjusted the difference in level. Another window opened. Player status revealed: Chun Yusung, age 28, level 29. Ability: Sword Song. Copy condition: break his self-confidence by defeating him in a sword fight. Jinhyuk stared at the man's weapon. That iron sword? Kenong Dynasty artifact. The exact same one stolen from the museum. Wait, did this guy steal it? And suddenly everything clicked. This was the same lunatic who'd challenged him non-stop during Challenge Tower back when it was just a game. He'd pop up floor after floor. Boss defeated? New place? Doesn't matter, Yusung was there again, begging for a rematch like an obsessed fanboy with anger issues. A stalker. A persistent, sword-swinging stalker. "No wonder you're furious," Jinhyuk muttered. "The game becomes reality and you're still doing this." Yusung gritted his teeth so hard it was a miracle they didn't crack. "You underestimated me that much?" Jinhyuk rubbed his face tiredly. "Oh great. Jung again." Yusung's eye twitched. "This time will be different," he roared. "We're both at the very beginning now. You have no advantage." "Fine," Jinhyuk said coldly, turning his back. "If you want to fight, fight." He raised a finger toward the person sprinting toward them. "But make sure you can handle her too." Teresa arrived with a furious glare, ready to stand beside her partner. Yusung hissed, "Interesting partner, but I won't let anyone interfere." Suddenly, a system notification. Level 5 battlefield selection, activated. Magic surged around Yusung's blade. He slammed it into the floor. Boom. The entire hall shook. Space warped. Reality bent around them. Jinhyuk found himself beside a shattered grave. In its corner, something glowed faintly, pulsing with powerful magic. Teresa shouted his name, but he was already reaching inside the grave. His hand closed around a small orb. He lifted it with a satisfied grin. "We'll meet again," he told her. And then, he vanished. Along with Yusung. The dual realm. The two appeared in an isolated space, an arena created for one purpose only. Yusung raised his sword and took his stance. "No one will interrupt us now." A notification echoed. Level 5 dual activation, all stats of Yusung plus 10%. All stats of Jinhyuk minus 10%. Jinhyuk's expression tightened. His battlefield and duel skills, they really gimp me hard. This is a terrible matchup. Then, another window popped up. Special condition for synthesis skill triggered. When copying conditions become unfavorable, adjustments are made. Copying possible after obtaining the skill. Jinhyuk lifted his hand and pointed straight at Yusung. Magic surged around him. "I'm copying your unique ability," he announced. Unique ability, Sword Song, copying. Effect, swordsman proficiency plus 200%. Automatic sword technique use. Enhanced perception. Ability will be stored in world memory. A powerful aura flared behind Jinhyuk. He smiled. Yusung roared, "Stop ignoring me." He dashed forward, sword raised. Steel flashed. The battle erupted instantly. Their blades collided again and again, sparks flying. Jinhyuk parried each blow with perfect precision. Yusung growled, "What are you even aiming for? Why fight at medium range with a dagger?" Jinhyuk shrugged mid-strike. "This is fun enough. Sword fighting's interesting." Yusung's face went red with rage. "You're still underestimating me?" He pulled his blade back, magic raging around him. "Let's see you smile after this." A notification chimed. Level 6 Sword Soul, activated. Yusung swung. And unleashed a massive shockwave of terrifying magic straight at Jinhyuk. Yusung's blade tore through the air, a shimmering shockwave bursting from the sword's edge. Jinhyuk, however, slipped aside with a relaxed sway of his body, almost bored. "Trying a bit too hard, aren't you?" he called out, tilting his head. "You're throwing top-tier techniques at someone you still think is a newbie." That jab made Yusung snap. He lunged forward, knocking Jinhyuk back with a burst of angry strength. "You're not a beginner anymore," he shouted, voice shaking with frustration. Jinhyuk only let out a soft sigh. "What a shame," he murmured, flicking his wrist. He darted forward. The repeated parries from Yusung were eating into his dagger's durability. At this rate, the blade wouldn't last much longer. So, time to switch things up. Jinhyuk pulled out the small sphere he'd snatched from the sarcophagus earlier. A skill that can hold its own against your precious sword, he muttered. Perfect. He pressed the orb onto the edge of his dagger. Synthesis, sword song plus demon soul. The sphere melted into the blade. Light erupted, blinding, scorching, forcing Yusung to throw an arm over his face. Magical pressure rippled through the battlefield like a storm. A system window blinked into existence. Synthesis complete, sword song plus demon soul unique ability, sword graveyard. Lines of text scrolled. All sword-related skills enhanced by 500%. Body automatically uses optimal sword techniques. Sensory perception maximized. One of the prerequisites for the title, Demonic Swordsman. As the radiance faded, Jinhyuk lowered the newly evolved blade to his side. His expression didn't carry a hint of fear, only amusement. Another notification chimed. Unique ability, Sword Graveyard, activated. Skill, Knight of the Dark Moon, LV.1, activated. Raw power surged through his arm, heavy enough to make the air tremble. TCH, he thought. This thing's only outputting about a tenth of its real strength. I need more mana, fast. Across from him, Yusung froze. A massive wave of magical force swept past him, making his knees buckle. Cold sweat slid down his jaw. What is that power? Jinhyuk stepped forward, eyes glowing with a deep violet blaze. Yusung's frustration boiled over. He bit his lip until it bled, veins pulsing along his temples. Why can't I win? Why him again, always him? Memories flashed, every humiliating death, every rematch, articles plastered over his room, the moment he smashed his VR headset out of rage. I did everything. Yusung roared. Everything, just to surpass you. He flung out his arms and unleashed another wild barrage of attacks. Blades of energy screamed toward Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk didn't flinch. The violet blaze in his eyes sharpened. The strikes came, he carved through them, slicing each shockwave apart with fluid precision. Sparks showered the air. He cut them. Yusung choked. Too late. Jinhyuk vanished, then appeared behind him, his smile twisted and wicked. I've fought people stronger and faster than you, he whispered. But honestly? I'm getting tired of this. He raised his blade and brought it down in a devastating arc. Yusung barely managed to intercept, but the impact sent him skidding back. His sword trembled violently, cracks spiderwebbing along its length. Not possible. With a sharp snap, Yusung's sword burst apart. The shattered blade flew 10 meters before planting itself into the ground, quivering. Jinhyuk lowered his weapon, grinning. Looks like I win. Again. Yusung dropped to one knee, head bowed. This is the 138th time, he whispered. Kill me. Jinhyuk chuckled, almost fondly. Next time'll be my 139th win. The words made Yusung freeze. Jinhyuk stepped closer, voice steady. You know better than anyone that the tower isn't a playground. Even the strongest die when they slip up. That's why, players like you matter. He extended a hand toward Yusung. We need stubborn idiots who won't quit. Yusung stared at the offered hand. A strong player, me? The thought almost didn't make sense. Jinhyuk, meanwhile, was internally snickering. 60 days until I can copy him again. Perfect. No need to chase targets when they walk to me. Yusung finally took his hand and rose. Communication ability level 1, activated. He turned away, still shaking. I accept defeat, but next time will be different. Jinhyuk laughed. I'll be waiting. The constructed battlefield began to fracture. Before the collapse finished, Yusung spun around. I still don't know your name. Why do you need it? Jinhyuk asked, tugging his blade from the stone. Then I'll call you what I always did. Jinhyuk blinked. As before? And then, oh no, realization hit. Sweat rolled down his face. Yusung smirked and shouted, Poop Fart, Jinhyuk's old in-game name. Teresa, who had just reached them, froze in confusion. Before Jinhyuk could react, the scene cut to another chamber. A hooded group watched a screen. One member shouted in alarm. Leader, something's moving. The scanner says there's still something alive down there. A red dot darted across the map. Song narrowed his eyes as armored footsteps echoed. An iron golem stepped into the light, and on its shoulder sat a man with long, pale blonde hair. A vampire. He jumped down lightly, bowing with unsettling grace. My greetings. I am Bellis, he said with a faint smirk. Blood kin to the master of these ruins. I come with an offer. The group raised their swords. Bellis placed a finger against one blade. Blood slid down the steel. Unknown skill activated, Bloody Plague. Scarlet magic wrapped around the squad. Screams echoed as red cocoons enveloped them. If your leader chooses option 2, Bellis said calmly, then half of you may follow me, and I'll eat the rest. Cold dread crawled over the squad. Meanwhile, in another chamber. Teresa knelt over a crystal, hands glowing with holy power. Jinhyuk crouched beside her. Power of a saint, level 5, in use. The crystal floated, shimmering blue with silver veins. Item, Ice Tear, absorption increases magic, must be purified or detrimental effects occur. Mana plus 12. The ritual continued, both of them focused as the glow intensified. Jinhyuk stared down at his open palms, blinking as if his hands had just performed some forbidden magic trick. An icy tear, actually in his possession. That alone was something adventurers could spend half their lifetime chasing. But he had snagged it together with the demon soul stone? Even he felt a little giddy at the thought. Teresa, meanwhile, had just been bathed in holy light, receiving her plus 12 stat boost. When she glanced at him for confirmation, he flashed her an enthusiastic thumbs up, so cheerful it could have powered a small village. Her eyes widened a heartbeat later as a new system panel shimmered into existence before her. The monastery's owner had sent her an invitation. According to the system, if Teresa wanted to rescue her entire captured squad, she had to venture into the monastery's deepest chamber. The reward? A one-on-one meeting with the mysterious owner. All traps and monsters would deactivate the moment she accepted. Her blue irises gleamed with tension. A bead of sweat curled down her cheek. Everyone, taken hostage, she whispered, unable to process the absurdity of someone kidnapping an entire raid group like they were snacks bundled for later. Jinhyuk watched her shoulders droop, lips tightening, and said nothing for the moment. Teresa's hands curled into fists. Her mind danced between possibilities, visions of a woman with black wings, a lord shrouded in red light, traps hidden in every shadow. She couldn't shake the fear that she might be marching straight into a beautifully decorated disaster. "We can't beat the lord without the full raid group," she muttered, guilt pooling behind her voice. The image of her squad flashed before her, faces she'd wanted to protect when she'd taken her oath as a paladin. Maybe she'd chosen wrong. Maybe she wasn't strong enough. Maybe. Yusung let out a low sigh. "All right," he said, stepping forward with all the enthusiasm of a man volunteering to pet a very venomous snake. "I'll be leaving then. This has nothing to do with me." He walked right past her, almost casually, tossing advice over his shoulder like loose candy. "You seem stuck making your decision," he added. "Figured I'd help clear your head." Before she could respond, Yusung practically exploded. "He has no honor." Yusung barked, stabbing a finger at Jinhyuk's back. "He's selfish. I can't stand him." His rant stopped only when he clenched his jaw hard enough to creak. "But, there's one thing I can guarantee." Jinhyuk crossed his arms, waiting. "If anyone can beat the Lord," Yusung grumbled, "it's him." Teresa blinked in confusion. Praise sounded weird coming from someone who wanted to strangle Jinhyuk daily. Yusung shrugged. "Well, I'm leaving." Teresa sucked in a breath, then smiled faintly. She thanked Yusung for his advice before inhaling deeply and turning to Jinhyuk. "I'm accepting the monastery owner's invitation," she declared. He put his hands on his hips, striking the pose of an overconfident merchant about to quote outrageous prices. "My services aren't cheap. You sure you can afford me?" Teresa tightened her fist, determination radiating like heat from a forge. "I'll pay whatever it takes." Jinhyuk grinned, because he'd known she'd go anyway. He bumped his fist against hers, sealing the deal. A crisp notification floated before them. 2 players have accepted the quest. All monsters have been put into hibernation. They climbed the massive staircase leading toward titanic doors. Teresa shivered, every step made her sense the impossible amount of mana filling the chamber. "Relax," Jinhyuk said. "We know the enemy's strength now." She wondered aloud if he had a plan. He snorted. "Of course I do." The massive double doors rumbled open, throwing a red glow across their faces. Jinhyuk paused just long enough to reassure her. "No matter what happens, trust me." They entered a grand hall dressed in crimson banners. A scarlet carpet traced a path up the stairs toward a throne. Jinhyuk strode forward, Teresa right behind him. Standing near the throne, Bellis narrowed his eyes, barely containing the delight curling at the edges of his smile. But the true presence in the room sat upon the throne itself. A silver-haired girl, poised and elegant. Alice von Ataraxia. The lord of these ruins. She rested her cheek against her hand, tilted her head, and sighed dramatically. "Took you long enough." Jinhyuk didn't even flinch. "Are the people safe?" Alice snapped her fingers. Reality blurred. A system message announced the activation of a dimensional gap. A cluster of bound figures materialized before them. Teresa's heart hammered, and Jinhyuk's gaze sharpened, the yellow tint glowing in his irises. One man stood out, Park Hajin. Even with cloth covering his eyes and mouth, Jinhyuk recognized him instantly. A flicker of excitement flashed in his mind. Had Hajin awakened the Guardians? Two guards stood frozen mid-motion in the red carpet center, as though time itself had paused them. Alice folded her arms and smiled. "I invited you," she said sweetly, "because of that smell you're carrying. Human." The silver-haired woman lounging on the throne crossed one leg over the other with the ease of someone who owned the room, and everyone in it. Her crimson gaze sparkled as she tilted her head. "That scent of yours," she purred, "is the sweetest thing I've ever inhaled." She tapped a finger to her lips, smiling as if sharing a private joke with herself. "Your blood? I like it. It's nothing like the bland aroma humans usually give off. Yours is exquisite." Jinhyuk's face went stiff. His mouth hung half open, eyes narrowed in a blend of disgust and disbelief. Nothing in his bizarre career, real or game-like, had ever prepared him for a vampire flirting with his bloodstream. Alice, the Scarlet Lord, giggled softly. "Oh? You're unsettled. I can feel it." He pressed a fingertip against his forehead and bowed his head slightly. "Who wouldn't be? It's impossible to relax when a vampire starts, evaluating you like a snack." She waved dismissively. "Oh, relax. I enjoy savoring things." Slowly. Her smile widened into something dangerously sweet. "You could survive another 60 years if I took my time." A lone droplet of sweat slid down Jinhyuk's cheek. "Ah, thanks for the reassurance," he muttered. "But I'm not exactly interested in living my life like an overpriced gourmet meal." In his mind, he was already imagining a tube shoved down his throat while she stored him like a luxury wine. A streak of red light slashed past him. The carpet behind him tore open, a smoking hole left behind. Jinhyuk winced as warm blood trickled from the cut on his cheek. "Your opinion doesn't matter," Alice said, pointing a single finger at him like she was choosing her next dessert. "You have no choice." Smoke curled upward from the burned carpet. Jinhyuk lowered his head slightly, hiding his hand behind his back. Teresa took a half step forward. "Are you hurt?" she asked, voice tight with worry. He leaned forward, teeth grinding. "I've got something else to offer." Her eyes widened when he suddenly dropped onto one knee. "Your Majesty," he said, lifting his gaze, "I can give you something sweeter than blood." Alice's smile shrank into a thin line. "Oh? Blood is everything to us," she replied. "So whatever you offer me won't change my mind." Jinhyuk's lips curled upward. "You're certain?" He imagined chained lines and spiked barriers, then raised his head. "What if," he said softly, "I offer you freedom?" The Scarlet Lord's eyes flew open in shock. Around her, the other vampires erupted, hissing, baring fangs, snarling like an angry pack denied its meal. Someone raised a hand, calming them, and the chorus died down. Alice placed one hand on her hip. "If you don't back up those words," she warned, "you'll regret it." Jinhyuk bowed slightly. "I wouldn't have come here if I wasn't ready to prove it." "Then speak." He lifted his hand. A purple object shimmered into existence. "My name," he declared, bringing it close to his face, "is one recognized by the mains of the tower." He slipped on a mask inscribed with a violet sigil. Behind the carved symbol, two red lights gleamed, like eyes opening. The mains, outcasts who abandoned humanity for gold, vengeance, or stubborn belief. He pictured a man standing beside the tower, sword slung casually over his bare shoulder. Players feared the mains. Monsters revered them. They interfered with a sense, supported enemies lurking in ruins and labyrinths. Alice pressed her finger to her chin, lips pursing. "I've heard of the mains, but I doubt you're one of them." The masked Jinhyuk lifted his head. "I established a connection with the temple on the 27th floor." He pictured the small mountain building, the red dome marked by an eerie symbol. They explained how to bypass the barrier that covers these ruins. Teresa stared at his back, thoughts spiraling. Why is he saying he's a main? What does any of this even mean? Around them, hooded vampires murmured intensely. The word temple stirred them like a flame dropped into oil. Alice studied him for a long moment. "If you know of the temple," she said slowly, "this isn't a bluff. But I won't believe you so easily." Blood splashed across the floor, rosy streams swirling like a chain. "We've been trapped here for centuries. Your talk means nothing." Weapons materialized behind her, dozens of blood-forged blades floating in the air. "I don't trust talkers." The system chimed. Blood sphere, activating. Alice narrowed her eyes. "It's a pity it must end like this, your blood truly smells divine." With a flick of her hand, the blood blades erupted forward. "Die." Teresa didn't hesitate. She threw herself in front of Jinhyuk, slamming her shield down. A radiant symbol, hexagonal with a cross at its center, flared to life. Saint's power, activated. The giant cross glowed gold, surrounded by smaller crosses dancing like sparks. The blood weapons crashed against the holy barrier. Teresa's cloak whipped behind her as she braced herself, gritting her teeth. "Don't step out," she shouted at Jinhyuk. Sweat poured down her face. I hope divine power can handle this. Connected shield, activated. More weapons hung suspended in front of the dome. Teresa strained to hold it together, her voice trembling. Alice closed her eyes and laughed. All this, for such a simple attack? How amusing. Her smile faded into a furious snarl. I despise everything holy. Blood explosion, activated. A red orb bloomed above her palm, swirling with dense killing intent. One strike, she hissed, and you both vanish. Teresa's breath hitched. She knew she couldn't endure much longer. Still, she smiled faintly, thinking of Jinhyuk's words. Trust me. Believe in me. A flash sliced through the air. Black and violet. Teresa cried out as a dagger jutted from her chest. Tears spilled from her eyes, blood dribbling from her lips. She stared back in utter confusion. Jinhyuk? The vampire froze, intrigued. Blood sprayed across the floor as Jinhyuk stepped beside her, dagger in hand. If I prove I'm not lying, he said calmly, will you believe me? Alice grinned. Oh, I love how you betray the comrade who shielded you, but I'll need more. Teresa weakly grabbed his trouser leg, lifting her head with what strength she had left. But, we promised, to save them, she whispered. The masked Jinhyuk met her gaze silently. She trembled. Was this, your plan? He lifted the dagger and swung. Blood splattered across the shield. Alice's smile widened into triumphant satisfaction. Good, she said. You've convinced me. I'll let you speak. Jinhyuk bowed. A crimson glint flickered in his hand, a ring. I prepared a spell, he said softly, capable of letting you bypass the barrier. A system window shimmered. Braham ring, a device for temporary soul sealing. If your soul rests inside the ring, he continued, you can slip past the barrier unnoticed. A woman in a black dress gasped. Soul sealing? I've never heard of such a thing. Jinhyuk kept his head lowered. Inside, his thoughts sharpened. He remembered why he'd given up all the experience points. Why he'd stayed at level 1. Windows of gained EXP flashing before him, rejected one after another. To preserve the soul transfer skill. He pictured himself leaping over a battlefield, monsters clashing below. He'd held back everything, for this moment. This skill. Only a level 1 player could activate it. Jinhyuk lowered to one knee and extended his hand. Conditions met. A purple hexagram began to form beneath him. The moment the white ghost drifted inside the forming hexagonal seal, the entire chamber trembled as if a giant invisible cat had suddenly jumped on the carpet. Symbols burst to life around Jinhyuk's feet, glowing rings, pulsing sigils, the whole magical circus. A cold system message appeared like a bored narrator clearing its throat. Magic circle for soul transfer, activated. Only one soul could be sealed. Cooldown? A teeny tiny 365 days. And, as if that wasn't enough trouble, another message popped up. Warning, spell requires subject's consent. Jinhyuk spread his arms, dramatic as ever, and announced to the Scarlet Lord. In 1 minute, poof. This magic circle vanishes forever. If you give the okay, it works. If not, well, that's the show. The blonde vampire froze mid-step, caught between caution and the desperate hope of freedom. The other vampires watched with their jaws dangling like broken hinges, shocked that someone was using such a sacred circle like it was a discount spell scroll. A thin beam of blue light descended and tapped Bellow's forehead. The Lord turned toward him, lips pressed tight, and spoke into his mind. I hate trusting this human. If he tries anything funny, kill him and break the circle. Bellow gave a slow nod, eyes closed, accepting the order. Deep breath taken, the Scarlet Lord descended the steps. Every stride showed her hesitation, yet she kept going. She had been imprisoned for thousands of years. If she didn't take a gamble now, she might never escape. Stopping at the very edge of the glowing circle, she raised her finger at Jinhyuk. For the last time, can I trust you? Jinhyuk bowed slightly and extended his palm toward her. If you give me your trust, you won't regret it. Their fingers brushed. A system ping rang out. Communication skill LV.1 activated. Subject shows slight interest. The vampire breathed out her full name. I permit my soul to be transferred. Immediately the ring's crimson gem pulsed like a beating heart. Soul of Alice, Scarlet Lord, transferring. Her body dissolved into blue mist, swirling into the red stone like smoke sucked backward into a lantern. A faint voice echoed from the ring, cheerful and strangely cozy. Not bad. Feels comfy in here. Jinhyuk picked up the ring from the ground, brushed off the dust, and spoke softly. Well, welcome to your new home. A sudden flash of divine gold erupted behind him. Heaven's protection, activated. Teresa's limp body twitched. Then she moved, just barely. The once fallen paladin pushed herself upright as her armor hummed with holy energy. As Jinhyuk's mask faded, he turned and greeted her return like someone casually waving at a resurrected coworker. The system showed a shining golden cross inside a dark blue pentagon. Resurrection successful, cooldown, 240 hours. Teresa staggered, clutching her shoulder, but smiled when Jinhyuk congratulated her. He slipped the soul ring into his pocket casually as Alice shrieked in indignation from inside. Sword drawn, Jinhyuk stepped forward. Teresa opened her mouth, wanting to question him about everything, but enemies still filled the hall. "This isn't the time," Jinhyuk said without looking back. "Fair enough." Bello, teeth grinding like a stressed-out blender, shouted, "Fools! You think you'll live after betraying my master?" The system chimed again. Level 13 Blood Wave, activating. Red energy encircled both Jinhyuk and Teresa. Jinhyuk lifted his burning hand. Fire element, LV.5 activated. A boom shook the room. Flame swallowed everything in front of him. Teresa hurried toward the tied-up warriors. The system winked. Holy Cross, LV.4 activated. Her blade sliced the ropes on a black-haired youth. He grinned at her. "So, what's going on with the vampires?" She pointed toward Jinhyuk, engulfed in enemies. "He's handling them." Bello stared wide-eyed. "How can he nullify my magic?" Jinhyuk squeezed his blazing sword. "Fire cancels your magic. And even with your mistress locked up, vampires lost long ago." His eyes shifted into a purple glow. Unique ability, Sword Graveyard, activated. Bello responded with a furious roar. Level 9 Dark Martial Art, unleashed. Weapons flew. Vampires charged. Someone screamed for the ring to be destroyed. But in an instant, thud, vampires collapsed like puppets whose strings were cut. Bello and Jinhyuk faced each other. The rescued youth asked Teresa who Jinhyuk really was. She shrugged. "He still has the mask on. We met by chance. I don't know much." Bello fell next. Jinhyuk turned to Teresa, who was still recovering. "I died, for the first time," she whispered. "And by an ally. But we managed," he said. She chuckled softly, lowering her head. A tear slipped down her cheek. Jinhyuk's mask faded entirely. His eyes were finally visible. Teresa thanked him, warmth filling her gaze. Unique ability, Heaven's Protection, owner saved. Ability conditions fulfilled. Saving process complete. Stored in world's memory. A golden cross shimmered within the pentagon. "Why are you crying?" Jinhyuk asked. "I don't know," she snapped, punching his chest. She remembered him pressing the dark system screen and wondered if he had known she'd revive. He looked away silently. The chamber glowed with red tapestries as he pulled aside a heavy curtain. "Let's grab the relics and leave." The black-haired youth, Yungan, placed a hand on his chest politely. He introduced himself and claimed that according to guild law, relics belonged to them. Jinhyuk stared at him like someone staring at a mosquito bragging about owning the room. "You're asking for relics, after I saved your life?" Yungan smiled. "We'll compensate you with money or anything else. You won't be left empty-handed." Jinhyuk frowned. Even defeated, this guy acted like he owned the place. He pointed aside lazily. "Fine. Take them. But don't cry later if the outcome isn't what you hoped for." Yungan's confident grin froze like someone had just unplugged him from the wall. His head snapped toward the ground, eyes widening in confusion. There, lying on the dusty floor, was a fractured piece of Merlin's staff, its surface faintly shimmering as though whispering ancient curses. Greed flickered instantly in the young man's pupils. His irises shifted to a glowing, hungry red as he slowly crouched, reaching out with trembling fingers. A smile stretched across his face, a little too wide, as a single thought gleamed through his mind. "Most of my raid party may be tied up like hostages, but if I bring this relic back, our guild's reputation will skyrocket again." His fingertips hovered a hair's breadth from the staff. Then it hit him. A violent burn seared across his palm. Yungan jerked back with a strangled scream, clutching his hand as a scarlet emblem burst across his skin like molten branding iron. His eyes squeezed shut, and he staggered, howling. Behind him, Jinhyuk didn't bother turning around. He simply lifted a brow and thought dryly, that'd be the curse on Merlin's staff. If Alice disappears completely, the relic becomes safe, but she's sealed in the ring now. So, nope. Yungan flailed, shouting in panic. What's happening to me?" Teresa gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, horrified by the sudden violent reaction. Before she could rush toward him, Jinhyuk gently set his hand on her shoulder and turned her away. "Don't look," he murmured. Behind them, Yungan's cries echoed through the chamber, raw and sharp. Night draped itself over a towering silhouette, a massive dark spire stabbed straight into the sky like a monument to nightmares. The air hummed with tension. A small group stood before the colossal structure. Someone muttered, "Chief, you think we're waiting here for nothing?" Ian, blue-haired and exhausted, rubbed the back of her neck and exhaled. I still can't say if the guy's message is reliable. Nearby, a man tore open a cigarette pack with a practiced flick. He slid one between his lips and replied lazily. Doesn't matter. We wait. We got his message, so we should at least get something. The flame sparked, lighting the cigarette's tip. A puff of smoke curled upward. Ian frowned deeper. The experts said this raid would take at least 3 weeks, remember? He shrugged, blowing out a cloud of smoke that drifted across the moonlit sky. Well, let's hope we don't freeze out here for nothing. And with the enormous dark tower looming above them, the night hung heavy and silent, waiting to see what would crawl out of its depths next. The man lowered his gaze, memories resurfacing, his confident words about the imminent completion of the ruin capture. That was what worried him the most. Jinhyuk wasn't even part of the raid party. Tun snapped his lighter shut, the tiny flame dying out. At that exact moment, the system notification exploded across everyone's vision. The system reported that the ruins known as Abbot of the Fallen had been successfully cleared. The man's jaw dropped. The cigarette slipped from his fingers and hit the ground. A brilliant blue portal burst open, and people began pouring out in waves. At the front stood a black-haired boy and a girl beside him, both visibly exhausted. Chaos erupted instantly. Reporters surged forward, microphones and cameras thrust into faces, flashes going off non-stop. Questions flew everywhere: congratulations, strategies, how they survived, how they cleared it. Across from the bald man stood a dense crowd of journalists, flashes blinding. Guild members quickly moved to shield Jangon, who now looked pitiful, his hair gone, eyebrows and eyelashes burned clean off. A man in a suit stared, stunned beyond words. Tan and Yen stepped forward, facing the media. What happened inside, they demanded. Teresa answered with a radiant smile. The ruins weren't cleared by the Chang'an raid. Cameras snapped furiously. Someone wearing blue pants and black sneakers stepped forward. Teresa glanced toward the masked figure beside her and continued. He handled almost everything himself. Jinhyuk's face remained hidden behind a black mask. She added casually. The rest of us mostly watched from the sidelines. A bead of sweat slid down Ian's face. She leaned toward Tan and whispered if they should call the association leader. Tan smiled calmly and nodded. Good idea. Nearby, a young man with bandages wrapped around his head clenched his teeth, turned sharply, and walked away without a word. The crowd slowly dispersed as white clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky. A commentator known online as Truth asked loudly, "Who is the man in the mask?" Water poured from a kettle into a plastic container. Screens everywhere buzzed with news headlines. A powerful player clears ruin solo. A masked newcomer shocks the entire raid community. Jinhyuk held chopsticks between his lips as he picked up instant noodles, scrolling casually. He sighed. They really went wild with this, he thought. He knew it would stir discussion, but this was excessive. At least his face was hidden. As he chewed, he remembered Teresa. She had promised to keep everything secret. So he wasn't worried. Chopsticks clinked softly against the bowl. His gaze shifted to the ring on the table. A smile tugged at his lips. Time to talk. The moment he focused on it, Alice's furious voice rang out. How dare you keep me in a dark, smelly pocket? Do you even know who I am? With a wicked grin, Jinhyuk shook the ring. What kind of earthquake is this? Alice shouted. He waved his hand lazily. I'm dizzy, stop, she screamed. Jinhyuk smiled sweetly. Feeling better yet? Alice lay sprawled out, hissing that vampires never forget insults. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Stop, she snapped. He waved again. Still not getting it, huh? Guess I'll explain properly. Her red eyes flew open. I'm going to throw up. Grinning like a menace, Jinhyuk rotated his hand in the air. Alice screamed bloody murder, white hair whipping around as red light flickered wildly. 3 hours later. The ring lay quietly on the table. Alice was begging. Please, stop. Jinhyuk raised his hand. The artifact glowed crimson. The system reported that Jinhyuk was releasing the power of the Braham ring. Alice collapsed onto the floor, hands braced against it. Then she looked up, smiling wide. At last, it's time for revenge. Suddenly, she froze. She stared at Jinhyuk, who now towered over her. Then she looked down at herself. What is this? Jinhyuk explained calmly that he had only materialized part of her soul. She stared at him in disbelief. You're barely at 1% of your original power, he added. Still stronger than a normal vampire, though. Alice crumpled, covering her face as tears streamed down. Jinhyuk told her softly that what he said in the ruins had not been a lie. Shut up, she sobbed. I don't want freedom like this. He grinned. I'll give you the freedom you truly want. Her red eyes lifted slowly. What does that mean? Crossing his arms, he answered plainly. I'll wipe out everyone who betrayed you, if you help me. And I'll return you to your rightful place as head of the Ataraxia clan. The system reported that a new video had been uploaded to the honor roll. On screen, Alice stood half-turned. Jinhyuk held his sword forward. Someone narrated that a raid meant to fail had been overturned by a masked player. Comments flooded in. People admitted they were nervous watching it. Others said his movements didn't resemble a beginner at all. Explosions filled the footage. His magic and technique stunned viewers. His blade shone. So did his eyes. Someone suggested he was the same man from the tree incident. More voices agreed. Flashes surrounded Jinhyuk. Someone typed that he was the nation's new hero. Another asked if every guild was about to chase him. Jinhyuk raised his head slightly. Most guilds don't even have the money, he muttered. Standing before a tall building, he decided that was probably true. He looked at the mask in his hand and grinned. He wasn't interested in guild politics or their petty wars. He didn't care. Suddenly, a massive explosion. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. They want me dead, huh? He kicked aside debris and decided forgiveness was off the table. A crowd of men in black suits surrounded him. He raised his hand. Fire gathered in his palm. If it comes to this, he thought, I'll tear them apart. On the top floor of a building, a man rested his face in his hand. Another young man knelt on the floor, teeth clenched. Jiansu snarled that Jinhyuk should have died in those ruins. He slammed his fist onto the table. Your incompetence woke the guards, and achieved nothing. His face twisted with fury. Because of one idiot, our guild's reputation is collapsing. We might not survive this. The head of the Black Crow Guild kicked Hajin, who groaned in pain. Two guards in black suits stood by the white door. From a fiery blast, Hajin was thrown across the room. A man wearing black sneakers entered. Jinhyuk clenched his fist and asked coldly if Jiansu was the master behind the skill. Jiansu gripped the arm of his chair and shouted for his subordinates to seize Jinhyuk. Hajin slumped to the floor. This is my only chance, he thought grimly. My last chance to reclaim honor. Hajin suddenly leapt into the air, confidence flashing across his face as he assumed he was about to be hailed as Super Hands once again. Instead, the unexpected happened. The main character calmly reached up and removed the mask from his face, revealing a relaxed smile. Before Hajin could even process what was happening, a fist slammed straight into his face. Hajin's body shot backward like a broken doll, crashing violently into the wall. Jiansu stepped forward at once, thrusting his hand out as his voice thundered through the room. He shouted that because of Jinhyuk, they had lost their standing within the association. His eyes burned with fury as he demanded whether the main character truly believed he could just wander around freely after causing such damage. Jinhyuk, unfazed, casually took a seat in a nearby chair. Leaning back, he replied that this was not something Jiansu needed to worry about. That response only deepened Jiansu's scowl. His hand moved slowly toward the sword resting on its stand. A system alert rang out. Jiansu was activating a level 5 flash sword. With a sudden burst of motion, Jiansu leapt onto the table, stretching his arms wide as he stared down at Jinhyuk. Confusion crept into his expression. The man couldn't understand why Jinhyuk remained so relaxed when a blade sharp enough to pierce him in an instant was already in motion. Deciding there was no need to hesitate further, Jiansu brought the glowing blade down toward Jinhyuk's head. Then, clang! Jiansu froze. Something had struck his sword mid-swing. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the fractured blade, sweat breaking out across his forehead. Embedded in the shattered edge was a saber. Jinhyuk grinned in satisfaction. Reaching into a bag filled with checkers, he casually remarked that they were surprisingly convenient for throwing. Placing his feet atop the table, he leaned back with a smile and invited Jiansu to calm down and start a proper conversation. Jiansu froze where he stood atop the table, the shattered sword still clutched in his trembling hand. Veins bulged across his forehead, pulsing violently as rage and fear twisted together inside him. Suddenly, he screamed, demanding to know whether Jinhyuk had truly come back for revenge. Was this because he had once given the order to kill him? The answer seemed to surround him already. The corridor behind them was a nightmare. Flames licked the walls, the structure half collapsed, bodies scattered across the floor like discarded dolls. The air stank of blood and burnt metal. Jinhyuk didn't bother replying. Instead, he hurled a go piece forward. Mana surged through the piece, crackling violently until it gave birth to an electric discharge mid-flight. The piece struck Jiansu squarely on the forehead, bounced off with a sharp metallic shriek, and sent blood spraying across the room. The guild leader collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud. Jinhyuk calmly pulled out another piece, poured mana into it, and tilted his head slightly. He asked whether Jiansu still believed his words were appropriate now. Jiansu wiped the blood from his forehead with shaking hands and stammered that this was enough. He said Jinhyuk could stop now. Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. "Stop in the middle?" he asked, genuinely curious. Yak let out a faint smile and suggested being more objective. After all, there were countless rankers currently inside the tower. Jinhyuk didn't look embarrassed in the slightest. He simply asked what came next. Jiansu clenched his fist and shouted that even if Jinhyuk killed him, countless others would chase him down for revenge. Did he not understand what that meant? Blood would demand blood. Revenge would breed more revenge. Unless one side chose to forgive, the killing would never end. Jinhyuk's hand slowly lowered toward the bowl of checkers. He admitted, almost casually, that there was some truth in those words. Blood and revenge did have a way of poisoning peaceful sleep. Then he scooped up a handful of stones. Fire ignited around his hand. Looking down at Jiansu with cold intensity, Jinhyuk proposed a deal. He would take revenge. His side would forgive afterward. The war would end there. More and more glowing light swirled around his clenched fist. Jiansu crawled backward in terror, demanding to know what the point of that logic even was. Gensu raised his arms over his head defensively as Jinhyuk calmly explained that this was his logic. "Wait," the man begged. Too late. Jinhyuk attacked. A storm of mana-loaded checkers blasted forward, smashing Jiansu through the window. Glass exploded outward as the guild leader vanished into the open air below. Jinhyuk walked to the edge, peered down to inspect the result of his work, then turned away without a shred of interest. He approached Hajin, who was still trembling on the floor. Jinhyuk's gaze alone felt like a blade. He told Hajin that the only reason he was still alive was because of his little sister. Sliding his hands into his pockets, he warned him never to appear before him again. Hajin nodded frantically, eyes unfocused, staring into nothingness. One of the guards suddenly stirred, trying to play dead. Jinhyuk noticed instantly. He told the guard that if he proved useful, his life would be spared. Then he ordered him to introduce himself. The guard snapped to attention and introduced himself as Hyan. He explained that he handled general guild operations, gave his age, and mentioned that he had studied IT and accounting at Stanford. He claimed he could be trusted with almost anything. Jinhyuk studied him for a moment, then nodded in approval, commenting that the man seemed quite diligent. Leaning back against the chair, Jinhyuk explained that completely destroying the guild wouldn't be very profitable. Instead, he wanted to hand it over. Hyan visibly shuddered. Jinhyuk reassured him that there was no need to panic. Hyan would merely act as the official representative. Hyan pointed at himself, nervously stating that even if he became the guild master, no one would follow him. And he wasn't wrong. If an ordinary member suddenly rose to the top, the entire organization would rebel. Jinhyuk waved that concern away and told him not to worry about those who disagreed. Hyan hesitated, then asked whether Jinhyuk could really deal with them all alone. In response, Jinhyuk pulled a ring out from beneath his t-shirt and asked why he should create unnecessary trouble. He would simply lend him something. A few minutes later, rankers received a message ordering all members ranked A and above to gather on the top floor. Complaints spread immediately. People grumbled that they were busy. Why summon everyone now? Still, they moved. One ranker muttered bitterly that they were practically enslaved, but this was too much. The rankers of the Black Raven Guild climbed the stairs with irritated expressions, suspecting nothing. Ahead, smoke filled the air. A crowd had gathered. One player shoved through, demanding to know why people were blocking the street in front of another guild's building. Then he saw it. The boss lay sprawled across a crushed car below, mouth hanging open, a bruise clearly visible on his forehead. Offices were destroyed. Walls collapsed. The leader was dead. The player rushed upstairs in disbelief, trying to understand who could have issued such an order. When he reached the top floor, he froze. Simpleton Hyan was sitting in the guild leader's chair. Ice formed instantly in the player's hand as he prepared to attack an old acquaintance. Hyan leapt back in terror and screamed. The ranker grabbed him by the tie and demanded every detail without omission. By the window stood a gray-haired girl. Hyan swallowed and announced that the guild now had a new owner. Everyone turned toward the short figure by the window in confusion. The girl sighed and complained that everything was annoying her. Alice turned around. She wore a sharp business dress and remarked calmly that one shouldn't strike first. The ranker stared at Hyan furiously and demanded to know whether this child had really smashed everything. It sounded insane. Alice froze. Her expression twisted into something terrifying. Her eyes flashed red as she asked whether he had just called her child. The man blinked, completely confused. Suddenly, one of the building's windows erupted with blinding light. Then came the explosion. Jinhyuk was already standing on the street below. People began running toward the blast. He turned away, rubbing his face in irritation, thinking about Alice, when his phone buzzed. A message had arrived. He was being summoned for a secondary test. 2 months had passed since the tower's appearance. The world had changed rapidly, and humanity adapted just as fast. News broadcasts showed a masked man drawing global attention. He was clearing ruins alone that even large groups failed to conquer. Only 2 people knew the truth. The masked man, who posed as a mere porter, was Jinhyuk. One was Uncle Kim, the leader of the porters. Jinhyuk asked him to keep the secret. Teresa promised the same. There was Jinhyuk with a mask, and Jinhyuk without one. It made moving through the world far easier. Some time later, Jinhyuk walked toward the Association of the Awakened. Everything was ready. The elevator doors slid open. With a quiet spark of excitement, Jinhyuk stepped inside, thinking that the time had finally come for his power to rise. Time ticked down. He checked his stats. The evaluation seemed almost insultingly simple. While reviewing the information, someone called out to him. 2 familiar figures stood ahead. Old acquaintances. Yonghwa and Taemin. And just like that, trouble smiled at him again. Yonghwa hooked a thumb over her shoulder and explained that these people had claimed to know you personally, so she had spoken with them for a while. Jinhyuk let out a small laugh, clearly amused, and said he might as well introduce everyone properly. He gestured toward Alice first, introducing her as a player from Northern Europe. Standing beside her was Hyan, looking shabby and stiff, whom Jinhyuk had personally appointed as the manager of the Black Crow Guild. He explained that Hyan would be studying dungeons and helping with leveling strategies from now on. With a relaxed smile, Hyan added that if they were acquaintances of the director, then he would naturally help them however he could. Behind his glasses, tears of pride welled up in Hyan's eyes. Hyan briefly recalled how Jiansu had exploited and trampled him in the past and quietly noted that Jinhyuk's current treatment felt like proper compensation for all of it. Turning to Taemin, Jinhyuk told him to ask the new guild head for anything she needed. The couple exchanged warm smiles and commented on how wonderful it was that they were all friends now. After saying their goodbyes, they immediately rushed off to bombard the new leader with requests. As they disappeared, Jinhyuk shot an irritated glance at the vampire beside him. Alice noticed instantly. The 2 of them clashed without warning, raising their voices at each other over the massacre involving the A-rank players. Their argument escalated fast, sharp words flying back and forth. Finally, Alice puffed out her cheeks and turned away when Jinhyuk coldly pointed out that even after living for thousands of years, she still couldn't control herself. Jinhyuk stared at his assistant in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he suggested going hunting. Alice immediately shot the idea down, saying he could hunt alone if he wanted. Jinhyuk waved goodbye to his friends anyway and explained that this would be a driven hunt and he would need support. Alice paused, gazing at the sunset, then asked whether there were even any hunting spots left. The 3rd floor had already been cleared, and the 4th hadn't opened yet. The most valuable dungeons were monopolized by guilds, and everyone believed that all worthwhile locations were gone. Jinhyuk stopped walking and smiled. He was the exception. They descended to the 1st floor, heading toward Moon Lake, a place once famous for having the most beautiful scenery in the tower. Ironically, that was exactly why no one came here anymore. The hero walked slowly along the purple-tinted water, noting how long it had been since he last visited. Back then, humanity's fate had hung by a thread. There had been no room to admire views. Touching the ring lightly, he told Alice to simply watch. When the vampire lord began asking where exactly he planned to hunt, Jinhyuk stepped straight into the water. For the first time, Alice wondered whether water could seep into a ring. Standing serenely within Moon Lake were 12 statues decorating its calm surface. Jinhyuk's eyes fixed on the one farthest away. That statue wasn't just decoration. It served another purpose. He approached it, then asked his assistant whether she remembered the rumors about a hidden mechanism. Jinhyuk began examining the statue closely. Only 3 players had ever discovered this secret. It was almost never discussed publicly, and no one had managed to activate it. Slowly, deliberately, Jinhyuk reached out. He knew the key wasn't ordinary. It was moonlight. Something embedded within the statue reflected it. Using his fingers, he carefully adjusted the angle and intensity of the reflected light. When the system began reacting to the reflection, his hand pressed against the stone. A soft, melodic sound echoed. Behind him, the ground trembled. Stone shifted. Water rushed downward as the lake parted. A hidden passage leading to the lower floors opened before them. Alice materialized fully and looked around in astonishment. She touched the cold waterfall with her fingers, feeling sensations she hadn't experienced in a very long time. Closing her eyes, she murmured that this felt like forgotten freedom. Jinhyuk grinned and asked how it felt. A faint blush crept across the vampire's cheeks. He asked whether she was truly glad she had signed a contract with him. Alice turned away immediately and replied that the words he had spoken back then hadn't sounded like a complete lie. Without another word, they continued descending. Jinhyuk activated the patronage of the heavens. Mana enveloped his body, flowing like a living current. The second stage of defrosting frozen tears began, and his mana rose to 18 points. The guy let out a slow breath and realized, almost with relief, that controlling Alice had become noticeably easier. A small flame bloomed in his palm as he casually summoned fire, and he asked what she thought about the players inside the tower. Even though everyone knew the game had turned into reality, Alice looked at him with open surprise. Did he really think she saw herself as nothing more than a character inside a system? Jinhyuk glanced at his assistant and said he wanted to ask her something. The moment the question left his lips, the world itself rebelled. His body warped as if bitten by invisible teeth. The air crackled with glitches, sound collapsing into static. The distortion twisted his voice into nonsense before cutting it off completely. Alice froze in terror, her eyes widening as she watched him seize up mid-thought. Silence followed. Jinhyuk stared ahead, stunned. He rubbed his chin slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. Anything that touched the core truth of the tower was sealed. Blocked. Forbidden. Ahead of them stretched the fan-shaped caves, yawning like a throat waiting to swallow prey. At least now he knew one thing for sure. Whatever lived inside the tower could not speak freely about its nature. Alice suddenly turned her head. Her eyes glowed faintly as she warned that something was coming. From the darkness, insect legs crept into the light. Beetle claws scraped against stone, sharp edges reflecting the glow of Jinhyuk's flame. He calmly gathered more fire, recalling how he always thought of the -first floor as nothing more than a spawning ground. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball streaked into the shadows. A massive beetle tore its way into the light, engulfed in flames, shrieking as it burned. That scream was an invitation. More creatures came running, drawn by the noise, the heat, the scent of dying flesh. Snouts stretched toward the fire. Chitin scraped against stone. Jinhyuk's grin widened as excitement surged through him. The cave ahead flooded with monsters, an endless tide crawling up from the abyss itself. A huge scarab charged forward. Alice clutched her chest and screamed in disgust, shouting that the sight was revolting. Jinhyuk waved her back without looking, ordering her to stay behind him. He extended his hand and activated the patronage of the heavens. The air sparked. Mana twisted into a vortex as a yellow beam blasted forward. The shockwave sent hair flying. Light washed over the beetles, sinking into their bodies. Their physical defenses dropped by 30% in an instant. Jinhyuk glanced over his shoulder and told Alice to show him her strength. She bristled in outrage. Why should a noble vampire dirty her hands fighting such vile creatures? He answered by twisting the ring on his finger. Alice paled. A magic circle snapped into existence before her, blood spilling outward as crimson feathers took shape. They sliced through the swarm, carving paths of destruction. One by one, the insects were trapped inside floating spheres of blood, writhing helplessly. Jinhyuk laughed softly and drew his knife. Wonderful. Power surged through his body as the strength amplification activated. He sprinted through the cave, blade flashing, carving through every trapped monster he passed. Notifications stacked endlessly as his level climbed in parallel with his slaughter. He finally stopped. Holding back was agony. Remaining at the first level while carrying so much power had crushed him with stress. The cave trembled again as fresh bugs poured in, surrounding him from all sides. Jinhyuk activated the cemetery of swords. Dark purple smoke poured out around him. He lowered into a fighting stance, eyes burning, a feral smile spreading across his face as he shouted how happy he was to see them. Far away, inside the palace of Olympus, guild leaders sat gathered around a long table. One man folded his fingers together and suggested they begin. Fedric lifted his head, already tired, and reminded them that everyone knew the 8th raid on the 4th floor had ended in failure. He flexed his hands as he spoke. Out of 100 players split into 15 squads, only 9 had come back alive. The boss itself wasn't extraordinary, but it summoned thousands of statues. They needed a solution. A fist slammed into the table. Tenei, the head of the China Guild, snarled that they had failed even while using a divine artifact. How, then, were they supposed to deal with those statues? Maria spoke calmly, Teresa standing beside her. The 2nd and 3rd floors had been cleared too fast, she said. Strong players simply hadn't had enough time to level up. Beck crossed his arms and agreed, then frowned sharply. Wasn't that exactly why guilds like China were causing problems? Hoarding dungeons to monopolize magic crystals? Tenei glared, furious, accusing him of making a serious accusation. Voices rose. Shouting echoed through the hall as the Chinese leader declared they were climbing the tower for humanity itself and would not tolerate slander. Fedric slammed his hand down and ordered them to stop. Infighting was the last thing they needed. Silence fell. Everyone looked toward him as he reminded them why they were really there. Maria asked if he had any ideas. Frederick rubbed his temples and sighed, explaining that a message had arrived from Maine the previous day. If they met one condition, Maine would help. Shock rippled through the room. Angry murmurs grew loud enough to make the chandelier sway. Teresa watched with unease, realizing just how afraid everyone was of dealing with Maine. It wasn't strange. The guild's influence now rivaled, even surpassed, that of governments. She lowered her gaze. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Morality mattered more than ever. The chandelier slowly steadied. Then the lamps began to dim. Energy drained toward the fireplace, drawing every eye. Flames twisted unnaturally as dark smoke curled upward. An old voice echoed from within, displeased. It said it did not like what it was hearing. The fire flared violently, dark energy pulsing inside it, and the voice spoke again, slow and heavy. Pride, it said, was not such a bad thing. An old man in a black robe slowly emerged from the fireplace, soot and shadow clinging to him like a second skin. His presence alone made the air feel heavier. He reminded them calmly that the guilds already knew the truth. On their own, they could not cope. Chairs screeched back as every player at the table jumped to their feet. Beck glared at the intruder with pure hostility and demanded how Maine dared to show himself here. Rage surged through him. He grabbed the massive table with both hands and smashed it apart, then hurled what remained straight at the old man. The slab flew like a missile. Tenway reacted instantly. A sword flashed into his grip, and with a single swing he sliced the table cleanly in half as it passed his face. He clicked his tongue and said that for once, he actually agreed with Beck. Maine didn't even flinch. Leaning casually on his cane, he remarked that they were all hotheads. Still, he added, once they heard his proposal, their opinions would surely change. A thin smile tugged at his lips as he explained that he was willing to assist them, and in return, help them deal with the boss of the third floor. Beck spread his arms wide and shouted in disbelief. Even if they united, they wouldn't gather 100 people. How were they supposed to fight an entire army? The old man lifted his hands slowly and replied that numbers could be created. Dark energy spiraled around him like living smoke. He struck the floor with his cane. The guardian of the Black Cemetery awakened. Frederick noticed movement outside the window and stiffened. A skeletal hand burst from the ground in the courtyard. Then another. And another. Skeleton warriors began clawing their way up, one after another, until the yard filled with rattling bones. Maine calmly noted that thanks to the wars that had recently ended, there were plenty of usable corpses. As they could see, there were also many capable necromancers among the Maines. The leader frowned, unconsciously counting the dead in his head. Outside, the undead stood in rigid formation as the sky slowly turned purple. Frederick suddenly turned his head. His gaze locked onto the staff. The necromancer lifted it horizontally and said that such an artifact could only be created by collecting 99 items. This, he declared, was the Staff of Greed. Tenway frowned. A bead of sweat slid down his temple as he muttered that a necromancer fused with such an artifact might actually stand a chance against the boss of the third floor. Maria bristled with anger. Beck stepped closer to Maine and growled that the right thing to do would be to kill the enemy right now. The old man swallowed quietly. If the public never learned of this agreement, perhaps the gamble would be worth it. Teresa watched her leaders with tired eyes. A shield and sword were already in her hands. She thought about cooperating with Maine and felt like everyone in this room had lost their minds. For a brief moment, she imagined Jinhyuk. If he were here, none of this madness would be happening. A request for a video call suddenly appeared before her eyes. Jinhyuk. She accepted. A small window opened, revealing him. He asked how she was doing, then glanced off to the side with visible fatigue. His gaze shifted back, landed on the old man, and he asked what kind of strange situation this was. The necromancer turned sharply toward the projection and said that since someone had already spoken, he should show his face properly. The call switched to conference mode. Every guild leader froze. A man in a mask now filled the screen, silently observing the meeting room. This was the player who had cleared a dungeon alone. The unknown monster every major guild in the world wanted to recruit. And now, without warning, this absurdly powerful newbie was right in front of them. Nervous smiles spread. Mouths went dry. Excitement buzzed through the room like static. Even Maine smiled. He coughed lightly into his fist and asked whether the player understood that the boss would be on a completely different level this time. Outside, the undead shifted awkwardly beneath the windows. Their new master claimed that the number he had summoned would be enough, and several guild leaders reluctantly nodded. Jinhyuk stared at the scene, clearly stunned. Teresa stood nearby, looking lost. He spoke calmly, asking whether the necromancer was truly confident in that fake staff. The heart of a saint and a prison uniform anointed with oil were both missing, he pointed out. Without them, the staff could not be complete. Frederick shot him a cold look and demanded proof. Jin-hyuk's eyes flicked to the staff as he explained that the true staff of greed had a red stone beneath the skull. Several key materials required to create the real artifact simply did not exist on the currently open floors. The skeletons continued to wander aimlessly through the courtyard. Jin-hyuk told them to look carefully at those soldiers. They were too weak. In the boss's room, they wouldn't even last a quarter of a day. Slowly, the guild leaders turned their eyes toward the old man. And as the masked stranger finished speaking, an uncomfortable realization settled in. If things went wrong, this necromancer would abandon them without hesitation, running away with the loot like some bargain bin swindler. The necromancer stayed silent for a few seconds, unnervingly patient. Then his mouth twisted, and he spat out a curse. Slamming his staff into the ground, he declared that they would all regret refusing his offer. In the next instant, his body dissolved into shadow and vanished. As he disappeared, the dead filling the courtyard collapsed into dust, leaving the yard eerily empty. Frederick stepped closer to the window, unease tightening his face. He slid a hand into his pocket and asked what they were supposed to do now. Jin-hyuk looked at the gathered leaders through the screen and told them to leave it to him. They didn't need to cooperate with the mains at all. He would take responsibility. The leaders exchanged wary glances before turning back to the call. Could he really handle it alone? Yes, Jin-hyuk replied immediately, without hesitation. That single word tipped the balance. One by one, they calculated the risks. They wouldn't lose much by agreeing, and a chance like this might never come again. Maria cut through the murmurs and announced that Olympus would fully finance the hero. Beck clenched his fist in delight. Frederick followed, starting to negotiate terms, but Jin-hyuk interrupted him. He didn't need anything. If they restricted access to other players and allowed him to enter alone, there was no need for a reward. Maria stared at him and asked why. What was his reason for doing all this? The masked man scratched the side of his mask with one finger and answered simply that he was doing what had to be done. For the sake of his colleagues. The ones he cared about. Teresa flushed crimson. Jin-hyuk, meanwhile, was sweating under the mask. This was way too much pointless pathos. The saint continued smiling sweetly, visibly flustered. Beck even blushed and shouted that he admired such camaraderie. As a guild representative, he said, he had nothing more to add. Those words had struck him right in the heart. The camera was still recording. Ordinary players would have demanded payment. But this? This was worth far more in the long run. Beneath the mask, Jin-hyuk's expression sharpened. A player who refused rewards for his comrades could gain far more than money. With a casual wave of his hand, he ended the call. He couldn't afford to clash openly with the guilds. Instead, he'd edit the footage and upload it carefully, trimming out anything involving the mains. Opening his status window, he noted that everything was unfolding even better than he'd expected. Then his assistant called out. Alice burst out of a mountain of bug corpses, screaming that it was impossible to dump everything on her. Jin-hyuk decided that if she still had enough energy to complain, she wasn't dying anytime soon. She floated over, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, accusing him of slavery disguised as cooperation. He replied calmly that this was an unfounded accusation and opened the shop window, saying he just wanted to buy her a mana recovery item. That's not enough, Alice snapped. Jin-hyuk gave a nervous smile and asked again. She leaned closer, eyes narrowing. That alone wouldn't restore her strength. And if her mana ran out, how was she supposed to help him? Her lips glistened. She clenched her fingers and said she needed to restore mana the traditional way. Jin-hyuk stepped back in alarm and told her to calm down. Too late. Alice lunged at his neck. The long-awaited moment arrived. She pulled back with a satisfied smile, wiping her mouth. Delicious. Jin-hyuk stared blankly ahead, neck exposed, soul temporarily vacated. Alice announced cheerfully that her mana was replenished and asked what they should do next. He glanced at the shop again and said they needed to stock up. Alice frowned, pointing out that he'd bought a bunch of junk. But then she added that sometimes, even a temple had its uses. They reached the edge of the abyss. Jin-hyuk looked down and said that from now on, they'd be very busy. Smiling at her, he declared they would clear the minus floor in a single day. He told her to hold on. Then he jumped. They plummeted. Alice screamed that he didn't even know how deep it was. How could he jump like that? Jin-hyuk just smiled. He'd jumped here over 100 times. He knew. She grabbed his cloak as they fell. At the last moment, Jin-hyuk activated reverse gravity, softening the impact. Alice landed shakily, exhausted, and called him reckless. Then she stiffened. Jin-hyuk calmly set fire to a bowl in the center of the chamber and said everything was fine. They were being watched. Worm-like creatures with fanged mouths lined the room, motionless. At the far end, seated upon a throne, was a massive stone statue of a deity. The hero called out to him. A voice echoed through the chamber, asking whether the man truly knew him. Jinhyuk smiled calmly and answered that of course he did. The Hound of the Desert, Anubis, returned his smile. The deity studied him and said that since he was the first to come down here, he had wanted some entertainment. Unfortunately, the man had only hastened his own death. Jinhyuk replied that he hadn't come here to chat. Anubis burst out laughing and mocked him. Did he really think himself so grand that the god would fight him personally? Alice stepped in front of Jinhyuk, shielding him and ordering him to run while she dealt with the deity. Jinhyuk smiled, genuinely touched. He stepped past her, told her not to worry, and said she should just watch. Anubis's eyes burned with anger. Jinhyuk declared that he would show her exactly what kind of man she had made a contract with. The deity summoned a sickle, amused, and activated Anubis' judgment. He asked whether the hero had learned about him from the vampire. Behind Jinhyuk, a spectral girl holding scales appeared. He knew this ability well. The hyena always used it. Once the questions were answered, the court's absolute judgment would be enforced. And the condition to copy it was simple. Destroy Anubis' incarnation. By making him furious enough to forget himself. He smiled and answered without hesitation. If his reply had been wrong, he would never have known about this place to begin with. The hound's lips curled back as he growled, asking whether Jinhyuk had come here for the hive. Jinhyuk casually raised an OK sign and explained that it sold for an absurd amount on the black market. Behind him, the girl with the scales gently placed a glowing heart onto them. The judgment continued. Anubis leaned closer, his voice dropping as he announced the final question. Did the man truly believe he could enter his territory and walk out alive? Jinhyuk slowly turned his thumb downward. If I can't beat you, he replied calmly, then I'll throw everything away and die. Simple. The ground shuddered violently. Black stakes burst upward from the earth as the cord of Anubis activated. In an instant, Jinhyuk found himself trapped inside a cocoon shaped like the hound's head. A crushing weight pressed down on him as all his stats dropped by half. The sickle turned, not toward him, but toward a massive praying mantis waiting nearby. Now, the representative would pass judgment. The insect's body began to twist and swell. Its shell cracked and reshaped itself while Anubis and his companion watched with equal parts patience and disgust. When the transformation ended, a massive black giant mantis loomed before Jinhyuk, its presence suffocating. The creature leaned in close. Well? Anubis asked mockingly. How do you like my representative? Jinhyuk raised a hand, summoning an object. Impressive, he admitted. A gramophone appeared and was gently placed on the floor. But this will be enough. Anubis blinked. Confused. Was the man really planning to overwhelm the representative's mind? Jinhyuk closed his eyes and waved his hand. The mantis attacked. Instead of retreating, Jinhyuk struck a strange, flowing pose, half dancer, half lunatic, and said lightly that one must give oneself completely to the music. The perfect music, refined through countless trials and errors. The gramophone crackled to life. Jinhyuk moved. He danced. Every step, every sway, every turn matched the rhythm precisely. Blades sliced through the air where he had been moments before. The trumpets in the music blared in perfect sync with the mantis's attack patterns. Jinhyuk dodged everything, parried effortlessly, and never once broke rhythm. He wasn't reacting. He was controlling the fight. Anubis's eyes widened. The man wasn't relying on luck. He was calculating every movement through sound itself. Sweat poured down Jinhyuk's body. 1 minute passed. His skills returned. The dance ended. Jinhyuk's expression hardened as he lunged forward, hacking into the monster's limbs. Green blood sprayed across the floor. A claw flew off and skidded away. Anubis snarled, baring his fangs. His representative could regenerate in seconds. If Jinhyuk exhausted himself, it would be over. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue, annoyed. He admitted that killing the mantis outright wasn't possible right now. But, he added, grabbing his knife, I can make it want to die. The fight turned brutal. Limbs were severed again and again. Mantis screamed, coughed up blood, and finally began to sob. Alice watched in disbelief. She knew Jinhyuk was strong, but not like this. Not to the point of casually breaking a god's champion. Then she understood. A faint smile curved her lips. Her cheeks warmed with a blush. Hope bloomed, real hope, that this man could help her take revenge. Mantis collapsed, crying on the floor. Anubis roared at him to stand and fight, forbidding him from running. The mantis trembled, a proud warrior once chosen by a god. Jinhyuk walked toward him slowly. This was the final stage. He didn't just destroy the body, he crushed the creature's faith in its own invincibility. Suddenly, Jinhyuk sat down casually on the mantis's head. Mantis jerked upright in panic, flinging Jinhyuk into the air. Then, in a moment of utter despair, the mantis turned its blade inward and ended its own life. Silence. Anubis froze. His representative had killed itself. Jinhyuk landed, wiping sweat from his face. His level climbed. Among the remains, he picked up a skill book, one that normally only appeared on the middle floors of the tower. He smiled, thoroughly satisfied. Ice crystallized in the air around him as he learned the skill of ice creation. He squeezed the book and remarked that it was a worthwhile purchase. Anubis narrowed his eyes, finally acknowledging that the hero was no ordinary man. "But do you truly think you can win?" the god asked coldly, "by betting everything on ice?" Jinhyuk clenched his fists and reminded him that the hound couldn't even attack directly. "Or am I wrong?" he added lightly. "You're sitting comfortably on the 42nd floor, aren't you?" Anubis frowned. Then asked why the man had challenged him at all. Jinhyuk smiled. "Because I'm having fun." The statue surged with power. The god's voice thundered, asking whether she, his representative, had been nothing more than entertainment. Insects began crawling out from every crevice. As Anubis screamed in fury at the lack of respect, the hive was finally unleashed. The boss of the 0 floor let out a furious scream, its voice cracking the air as it ordered its swarm to tear apart the impudent human before it. Ice shards burst outward, smashing bees mid-flight and shattering them into glittering fragments. Jinhyuk grinned, genuinely impressed by their absurd numbers. Then fire crept up his arm, licking his skin without burning it. He lowered his stance. The creatures swarmed from every direction, a living storm. Jinhyuk moved his hands calmly, weaving fire and ice together. The elements twisted, fused, and compressed until a blinding white sphere bloomed between his palms. The insects, driven by instinct alone, piled onto him without a shred of caution. Alice gasped. Jinhyuk vanished beneath a writhing mass of wings and fangs. A system message chimed. Skill acquired, daylight. From the heart of the swarm, beams of light exploded outward, piercing in every direction. Energy collapsed inward, compressing to a single point. Then, boom. A colossal beam erupted, vaporizing everything in its path. The insects didn't feel fear. They simply watched, soulless, as the light erased them. Jinhyuk steadied his arm, guiding the beam like a weapon. Anubis shielded his eyes, snarling. This wasn't working. He needed a new tactic. Dark power gathered in his palm as he activated a chosen creature. From within the hive, something far stronger began to emerge. Red newborn eyes snapped open, locking onto Jinhyuk at impossible angles. A massive hornet burst forth. Jinhyuk pointed lazily. Ice bullets formed and fired. The hornet was torn apart mid-charge. Too easy. But the chosen ones didn't just die, they multiplied. Now dozens of hornets flooded the air. Jinhyuk watched them calmly from the ground. No matter what skill he used, it barely mattered anymore. With a cheerful hum, he pulled out a reinforcement pill, one that enlarged objects tenfold. Instead of using it on himself, he tossed it forward. The pill vanished straight into a hornet's mouth. The creature crashed into the ground. Effect activates in 1 minute. Chaos followed. Bees slammed into each other, wings tangling, formations collapsing. Jinhyuk leapt onto a hornet mid-flight, grabbed its antenna, and squeezed. Just like that, he took control. Anubis slammed his fist against the armrest, barking orders non-stop. Jinhyuk ignored him and charged straight for the hive. He knew the trick now, these monsters didn't die. They multiplied. A mechanic designed to grind hope into dust. He used it against them. The rider glanced back, forcing the hornets chasing him to collide and sting one another. In that absurd mess, the enemy couldn't think straight. Jinhyuk activated incomprehensible cube. Several hornets froze in midair, trapped. He opened the system window and created more cubes. One after another, insects were sealed away. Jinhyuk landed lightly on the ground. Endless repetition had taught him everything: patterns, flow, outcomes. Fire ignited inside the cubes. With an excited grin, he made a decision that would make any sane strategist faint. He triggered it. An explosion roared from within the combined cube. At the same time, the pill took effect. From the blast spilled an absurd sight, giant pills scattered everywhere like candy from a broken jar. To fight a boss commanding an infinite army, you needed numbers to match. And Jinhyuk was farming them. Level up notifications popped non-stop as endlessly multiplying monsters died again and again. Perfect. Absolute efficiency. Anubis stared, utterly baffled. He finally understood. The man had prepared everything in advance, studied the hive, its mechanics, its weakness, and turned it into a trap. Jinhyuk smiled, completely satisfied. The god's fist slammed down in rage. He had been provoked from the very beginning. Snarling curses, Anubis clenched his hand and crushed the hive itself. It shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the chamber. Jin-hyuk sighed. Honestly disappointed. I was just getting warmed up. Anubis screamed about disrespect, about insolence, smashing the floor again and again like a furious child. He pointed his sickle at Jin-hyuk, roaring that the man must survive and climb up to face him. Jin-hyuk smiled politely. No need to shout. I was planning to do that anyway. Anubis returned the smile, cold and vicious. He closed his eyes. Cracks spread across his face as the vessel began to collapse. The receptacle of Anubis was destroyed. Conditions fulfilled. System notifications flooded in, announcing a new skill, displaying descriptions, and warning that the gods of Egypt had begun to take interest in him. Jin-hyuk exhaled slowly. Great. Now he had divine haters. Alice stared at him in disbelief, asking what in the world had just happened. Jin-hyuk walked forward calmly, checking his stats. He nodded in satisfaction. He had never gained this many levels in one place before. Without hesitation, he pumped every stat at once. A video call request appeared. He motioned for Alice to step aside. Yu-sung appeared on the screen, scowling hard enough to crack glass. He demanded to know where Jin-hyuk was, complaining that he didn't recognize the location at all. Then the swordsman calmed himself and made an offer. In 24 hours, the martial arts tournament of the Awakened Association would begin. All players of a rank and above, including Jin-hyuk, were invited. The timing, as always, was perfect chaos. They still went ahead with the tournament, even though the world had far more urgent problems breathing down its neck. Yu-sung frowned the moment the call connected. He directly challenged the hero, asking him to participate and fight him again. Jin-hyuk tilted his head, clearly confused. Why would he waste something as precious as time on a flashy competition? The only thing that interested him was one simple question: were there any skills worth copying? Yu-sung smirked and said refusal was not an option. A black pass materialized in his hand. That single item answered everything. Moments later, a hammer slammed down against a metal plate. Sold, the host announced cheerfully. Yu-sung explained with practiced ease. The black market wasn't some shady stall where players traded coins. It was a hidden auction house where only invited guests could bid, and only with real money. No discounts. No mercy. Jin-hyuk took his seat, watching quietly as the so-called test tower, once just a game mechanic, had completely turned into reality. Auctions, sponsors, relic trading, people were already preparing equipment just to challenge the third-floor boss. If this was a playground for the rich, then maybe he could pick up a few useful toys. The system chimed again. His video had gone viral. Someone unknown had uploaded it on a freshly created channel. The masked player stood front and center, with Teresa and the leaders of major guilds visible in the background. Conveniently edited. No guild was painted in a bad light. No one was stupid enough to start beef with organizations that powerful. The reaction was exactly what Jin-hyuk expected. A mysterious masked player. Guild leaders who had failed raid after raid. A calm declaration that he would go alone. That kind of confidence naturally drew attention. The video could only be watched once per day, yet it still pulled 50 million views. The math was easy. 100 coins per 10,000 views meant 500,000 coins total. After the absolutely criminal 90% commission, he still pocketed 50,000 coins. Jin-hyuk smiled. The commission was robbery, but profit was profit. After a short calculation session, he yawned and leaned back in his seat, staring at the arena. So when does this stupid tournament end? On the field, fairly ordinary fighters were clashing. The organizers had selected 24 players, all A rank or above. After repeated failures on the third floor, the Awakened Association and the major guilds had decided to broadcast the tournament worldwide. They wanted to remind the public that humanity still had monsters of its own. Jin-hyuk watched calmly. Not everyone spent their days on video platforms. This was a clean way to restore morale and ease public fear. He understood the strategy instantly. His mind drifted back to his conversation with Yu-sung. Back then, Jin-hyuk had said he wasn't even A rank yet, so participating made no sense. Yu-sung had responded seriously. This tournament's winner would get 2 privileges. First, a relic of their choosing from the National Museum. Second, the right to challenge anyone, even someone who hadn't participated. Yu-sung had practically shouted, promising that this time, he would defeat Jin-hyuk in front of everyone. The next match began. 2 fighters clashed, arguing mid-battle, then froze. One of them noticed something towering behind his opponent. A summoned creature. The monster swung its arm and slammed into the arena. The impact scattered the fighters like bowling pins. The explosion sent shockwaves that threw bodies straight to the arena's edge. Elsewhere, Old Man Wu and his assistant finished their match cleanly. The managers returned to their seats, updating statistics in real time. Watching players like this, they could finally breathe a little easier. Humanity wasn't helpless yet. Recruitment offers were already being drafted. Daipyo, the leader of the Black Cloud Guild, smiled lazily. He said there was only one player he truly liked. His gaze locked onto Yusung, praising his performance. Wide vision, precise control, versatile attacks, he was impressive. Yusung ended his fight decisively. Daipyo clicked his tongue, irritated. He remembered clearly, this was the first man who had ever rejected his guild. Behind him, a subordinate adjusted his glasses nervously and muttered that he couldn't keep watching. If he were out there, he'd crush everyone and make the man who rejected the guild kneel. John chuckled and removed his glasses. He turned sharply toward the younger man, his smile fading into something cold and serious. He told him to forget the tournament battles and focus on the upcoming interview. None of this was free, every move was an investment. Daipyo, the guild leader, leaned back. That boy had everything it took. Given 3 years, reaching S rank wasn't a dream, it was an expectation. If word ever got out that he had personally nurtured a rising star, the prestige of the guild would skyrocket. Of course, it would be even better if that star didn't shine too loudly just yet. Fame was useful, but control was priceless. While such thoughts brewed behind the scenes, the tournament rolled on without mercy. Steel clashed. Mana flared. One fighter stormed forward with blades mounted along his forearms, spinning like a living weapon, only for both him and his opponent to be pierced in the same instant by a devastating strike. The shockwave sent the remaining fighters flying across the arena. Yusung stepped forward and finished the exchange with a clean, overwhelming blow. He exhaled slowly, faint particles of mana drifting from his lips. The crowd held its breath. The broadcast commentators were already preparing to announce the winner. Yusung lifted his sword and began to speak, then abruptly pointed the blade toward the audience. A ripple of confusion swept through the stands. Who was he choosing? Eyes followed the tip of the sword. Some gasped. Others leaned forward, squinting. Yusung gave a short command, ordering someone to step forward. Jung jumped to his feet instantly, shouting that he approved of the choice. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder. The boss pressed him back into his seat, calm but firm, and told him he wasn't the one being called. He tilted Jung's chin upward slightly and told him to look more carefully. Not where the sword was pointing. A little higher. John stiffened. Yusung shouted from behind, telling him to stop pretending and just go already. He was convinced, absolutely convinced, that no one else here was worthy except himself and Daipyo. Then, reluctantly, someone stood up behind him. Jinhyuk. Hands tucked casually into his pockets, he sighed and muttered that the swordsman really knew how to get on people's nerves. Yusung slowly lowered his blade. It wasn't a mistake. He had really chosen him. A wave of murmurs swept through the arena. Managers frantically ordered agents to pull up data. Screens flickered. Statistics appeared. Then the crowd froze. F rank. The horror was immediate. Before anyone could protest, Jinhyuk casually hopped down into the arena. If Yusung had challenged another A rank, the duel would have been legendary. But choosing someone so low-ranked? Daipyo narrowed his eyes, uneasy. Was this arrogance, or something else? Jinhyuk planted his hands on his hips and tilted his head. If you lose again, he said lazily, maybe it's time you learn how to admit defeat. Yusung stared at him, eyes sharp. He asked if Jinhyuk really talked like that while standing in front of a clear victory. Jinhyuk smiled, sharp and sarcastic. You've gotten stronger, he admitted. I'll give you that. Yusung's teeth clenched. He had chased that gap relentlessly. Power surged around him as his aura erupted. He dropped into a fighting stance and told Jinhyuk to fight seriously, only if he was prepared to do the same. Sword soul stance. The blade ignited with a blue flame. Jinhyuk rubbed the bridge of his nose, exhausted. Seeing that technique again made his head hurt. He pressed his lips together, sparked a kula, and nodded. Fine. Fire met blue flame. Both fighters moved. The day outside was bright. Calm. Peaceful. Then the world exploded. A deafening roar split the sky. The roof shattered. A massive hole tore open overhead as ice and energy blasted through the structure. Debris rained down, burying half the arena. Yusung staggered. His legs gave out. Barely standing, he gasped out one question. How many skills did he even have? Then he collapsed. Jinhyuk casually reached into his pocket and smirked. Thanks for the black market invite. The crowd went insane. People screamed about the ice projectile, the beam, the ceiling being blown apart like paper. Cameras shook from excitement. Jinhyuk knelt down beside an old man and greeted him casually, saying it had been a long time. The old man raised an eyebrow and replied that this was actually their first meeting since the incident at the museum. Jinhyuk laughed, scratching his head, admitting that the first meeting had been rough. He hoped that was all water under the bridge now. He turned toward Yuri, sat down comfortably, and said that since they were aiming for peaceful coexistence, she could at least hear him out and give him her number. Yuri coughed into her fist, face heating up. Jinhyuk calmly flipped the screen toward her and said she didn't have to give it, unless she could handle the consequences. She froze. That wasn't a request. That was blackmail. Suddenly, someone leapt from the stands and landed in the arena with a heavy thud, shouting about how incredible this all was. Jinhyuk activated the Eye of Truth and looked at the newcomer coldly. The system displayed Jay's stats. Jinhyuk laughed. He hadn't expected to see something this entertaining today. But copying required more than stats, it required understanding intent. John waved his hand, smiling, and told him not to look so hostile. He hadn't come to fight. They shared the same field, after all. Colleagues were bound to cross paths sooner or later. He extended his hand for a shake. Polite. Calm. Too calm. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. Behind that expression, everything was visible: anger, jealousy, ambition, hatred. Reporters were already leaning in. The extended hand, the hidden ability, the weight behind the smile. The strength of a giant. The leader of the Dark Fortune Guild wasn't here to greet him. He wanted to defeat him in front of the cameras and claim the spotlight. Jinhyuk read him like a children's book. The system chimed. Hidden intention identified. Copy conditions fulfilled. Back when the tower was just a game, skills like this were rare. Now, reality had cracked it wide open. Skills people struggled for were lining up, waiting to be taken. Jinhyuk smiled. So this is a greeting from Dark Fortune? John smiled wider and said they'd be happy if Jinhyuk joined them. They stepped closer. Jinhyuk asked casually if there'd be a signing bonus. John laughed and told him to name the price. They reached out. John froze, anticipation burning in his eyes. Jinhyuk's grip tightened. He leaned in and asked quietly if John really believed brute strength alone was enough to defeat him. A red aura exploded around Jinhyuk. Of course, he replied calmly. The skill activated. Shockwaves rippled outward. The cord of Anubis flared behind John. His knees slammed into the ground. Jinhyuk watched closely. Impressive. He was holding on. He stared down at him coldly and asked where that confidence went. Where was his pride, writhing on the floor like this? The grip tightened again. Electricity surged. John screamed. He begged him to stop, fist slamming uselessly against Jinhyuk's arm. Jinhyuk released him, and punched him square in the stomach. John spat blood and flew across the arena, crashing into the far edge. Jinhyuk walked after him and told him not to pretend this was friendship. A red aura brushed John's neck. Another presence landed in the arena. Jinhyuk turned, Eye of Truth active. Daipyo. Furious. His event had been ruined. Jinhyuk slipped one hand into his pocket, unfazed. He knew the man was angry, though honestly, he could have been more polite about it. The berserker engulfed himself in flaming mana and demanded to know if Jinhyuk was scared. Jinhyuk waved him over lazily. Not today. I'm not beating a guild master yet. Daipyo's eyes went black. He cursed and launched himself upward, blood rage exploding, hand reaching out as he asked if Jinhyuk really thought this was possible. Jinhyuk extended his hand calmly. Daylight. The arena flooded with blinding brilliance. A knife flashed into his free hand. At the last instant, the blow was blocked, reflected by sheer instinct and skill. Daipyo stared, fury mixing with disbelief. He muttered that the youth had even reflected his energy. Something he had believed was impossible. During the raid against the Divine Warrior boss on the second floor, Daipyo stood at the very front of the vanguard. To Jinhyuk, this man was not an ally, but an opponent he would eventually have to face. Daipyo roared, his voice filled with fury, warning Jinhyuk to stop mocking him. Jinhyuk merely glanced sideways, unimpressed. Before the situation could escalate further, a sharp voice cut through the tension, ordering them to stop. The berserker at the center of the confrontation was suddenly enveloped in green magic. Both fighters turned toward the speaker, who calmly explained that this tournament was being broadcast to the entire population. If they were to stand on this stage, then they had a responsibility to prove themselves worthy of trust. Moments later, a staff struck the ground, echoing across the arena. Sang Jin stepped forward at the head of the group. Jinhyuk frowned slightly. He recognized him instantly. This was the man known as the leader responsible for unifying Korea's awakened. At the same time, Sang Jin's brows furrowed as he studied Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk, meanwhile, realized something else. This man wasn't just a figurehead. He was the leader of the Awakened Association itself. Daipyo pointed a finger at Sang Jin and scoffed, saying his timing was perfect. After all, this was the guy who had just turned one of their guild members into a complete wreck. Sang Jin frowned and told him to calm down. This wasn't a theatrical performance. It was a tournament. Injuries were expected. Sang Jin then turned his attention to Jinhyuk, greeted him politely, and introduced himself. As he did, memories surfaced. He recalled sitting in his office for nearly 20 minutes earlier that day, listening to an urgent call from Director Park, the man overseeing the tournament, who insisted he come immediately. At the same time, a bespectacled man from the audience had been calling for him non-stop. Then the blue-haired official spoke again, stating there were too many inconsistencies in the data. They had rechecked the test results and discovered that the examiner had been influenced. His expression hardened as he announced the conclusion. Jinhyuk was officially ranked 16th in Korea. An S rank. Sang Jin and his entourage bowed deeply. He apologized sincerely for assigning the wrong rank earlier. For a moment, silence gripped the arena. Then the entire audience exploded. People leapt from their seats, screaming in disbelief. Amid the chaos, sprinted past Daipyo, shouting for everyone to clear the way. His opponent lay unconscious behind him. The white-haired man clenched his teeth, struggling to understand what had just happened. This tournament was meant to be a grand stage for the Dark Fortune Guild. Instead, they had been completely trampled. Leaning forward, he realized he needed to regain control of the narrative. Daipyo suddenly grabbed a reporter's wrist and announced that their guild would soon be launching an attack on the third-floor boss. Shrugging off his jacket, he tossed it aside and barked orders to contact them later before storming away. The white-haired man's face darkened. Hundreds of cameras now surrounded Jinhyuk. Daipyo closed his eyes briefly, then turned and left without another word. A system notification rang out. The conditions for copying had been fulfilled. Jinhyuk obtained the unique ability, Blood Rage Energy. News outlets immediately released articles about the emergence of a new S-rank player. In the comments, people laughed mercilessly at how one fighter had collapsed from a single blow. Jinhyuk smirked. The reaction was perfect. Sang Jin turned to his subordinates and stated that, as an apology, they would provide him with a private plane. Jinhyuk leaned back in his seat, finally understanding why everyone chased high ranks so desperately. The difference in treatment was absurd. The plane soared through the sky. A stewardess approached, carefully placing food and a drink in front of him. Jinhyuk stared at the spread and thought to himself if this was really first class. His mood instantly brightened, and he began eating happily. Alice contacted him. He asked what she wanted, turning toward the blonde as she told him to pay close attention to someone nearby. A strange aura radiated from a green-eyed man not far away. The vampire wrinkled her nose and remarked that his blood smelled awful. The brunette looked at her suspiciously and asked why she was complaining. Alice replied calmly that the man was dangerous. Jinhyuk frowned. If Alice, who usually viewed humans as nothing more than walking blood bags, said something like that, then something was seriously wrong. Another system alert appeared. Eye of Truth activated. Jinhyuk's eyes widened as information flooded his vision. He read the man's characteristics, then froze when he reached the copying conditions. To copy him, he would need to join the Association of Manes. The blonde smiled faintly. Jinhyuk was stunned. He was a man. The brunette looked at him with excitement, barely believing it. Despite being one of them, he spoke so calmly, so naturally. The man noticed Jinhyuk staring and tilted his head slightly. "Are you Jinhyuk, by any chance?" The man pointed directly at the hero and asked bluntly if it was true that he had received an S rank in Korea. Jinhyuk frowned slightly. This was no coincidence. The man had boarded this plane deliberately. It became clear that after the announcement of his S rank, interest in him was no longer limited to major guilds alone. The brunette smiled and said casually that he had only received his rank recently. Jinhyuk responded that he had seen him during the tournament and that his performance had been impressive. At that, the man handed over a business card and introduced himself as Alex. The blonde beside him laughed softly and remarked that meeting like this must be fate. He suggested they have a drink together, adding that on a long flight, nothing passed the time better than alcohol. Jinhyuk smiled faintly, deciding to play along, and agreed. An expensive cognac was placed in front of them. Alex began speaking about himself, smiling as he talked about his cosmetics business, how it had grown, and the challenges he had faced since the appearance of the Tower of Trials. Jinhyuk listened politely, nodding at appropriate moments, while wondering whether this man, smiling so easily, already knew exactly who he was dealing with. The blonde swirled his glass and said calmly that he hadn't come to Korea purely for business. Alex glanced down at his drink and said that expanding into dealings with the Awakened was inevitable. One had to move with the times. He took a sip, then sighed and admitted there was a problem. Setting his glass down, the blonde asked if Jinhyuk had heard about the masked player. Jinhyuk replied that he had seen footage of him proposing an attack on the third-floor boss and asked whether the brunette had any connection to that individual. Alex smiled faintly and explained that they too had wanted to participate in the third-floor raid, but that the masked player had blocked their path. Jinhyuk frowned slightly as Alex continued. The masked man had claimed it was for the protection of his comrades, refusing all cooperation and insisting on acting alone. He had told them not to interfere. Jinhyuk studied Alex carefully and remarked that it sounded as if they knew the masked player personally. Alex answered that one could say that. Jinhyuk thought to himself how unsettling it was that this man could lie so calmly. Dropping an ice cube into his glass, Alex spoke again. He suggested that if Jinhyuk accompanied them to the third floor, straight to the boss's chamber, it would be a tremendous help. He poured more cognac and continued speaking as though this were a simple business proposal. Jinhyuk raised a hand and asked whether it was true that the masked player had declared he would fight alone. The foreigner passed him the glass and reminded him that S ranks were granted autonomy. No one could stop them. Moreover, they would be free to claim items from the third floor. Jinhyuk declined the drink politely. Even the major guilds had allowed the masked player to proceed alone, blocking the entrance behind him. Did Alex really intend to reach the boss by going through him? Jinhyuk frowned and asked whether this request was not too extreme. He had only just received his rank, and already Alex was asking him to oppose the decisions of the largest guilds. Alex smiled calmly and reminded him that he was a businessman. The higher the demand, the higher the offer. A bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. He asked whether Jinhyuk had heard of a medicine capable of curing any disease, even those considered incurable. The blonde's expression darkened as he handed over the elixir. Jinhyuk was genuinely impressed. Holding the bottle, he wondered what the main association had done to acquire such a rare item. He admitted that it interested him. Alex reached inside his jacket and said that many people desired this elixir, yet he was offering it in advance. Placing a contract on the table, he said the bottle would belong to Jinhyuk once he signed. The system issued a warning. Alex had activated a contract with the dead. Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed. The foreigner emphasized that such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Jinhyuk examined the document carefully. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary contract. But the hidden clause was clear. Failure to fulfill the terms would result in a curse, followed by death. He imagined the paper being pierced by an enchanted blade. Sliding the contract back across the table, Jinhyuk said calmly that he could not sign it. He was a reasonable person, and openly opposing major guilds was too dangerous. Alex raised an eyebrow, disappointment flashing across his face. He said it seemed the offer wasn't enough. A pity. He had been counting on it. He reached out to retrieve the elixir. Jinhyuk stopped his hand. The blonde looked up sharply and asked what he thought he was doing. Jinhyuk smiled. He said that while he was reasonable, he was also greedy. And greedy people took what they wanted. Alex stiffened and demanded to know what nonsense he was spouting. Suddenly, the plane shook violently. The blonde stood up in alarm. The mana surging from Jinhyuk was overwhelming. Did this lunatic intend to bring the plane down? An information panel lit up, and a calm voice announced that the aircraft had encountered unexpected turbulence. All passengers were instructed to remain seated and fasten their seatbelts. Jinhyuk smirked and asked Alex if he had heard the announcement. He suggested returning to his seat. Alex clenched his fists and asked whether Jinhyuk had known from the beginning who he was associated with. Jinhyuk replied casually that he had guessed. He was good at games like that. The veins on the blonde's face bulged. He warned Jinhyuk not to provoke them. The masked one would make him pay for this. Jinhyuk smiled and replied that was impossible. Alex had already been expelled from the Olympus meeting. He couldn't possibly be on the same side as the masked player. Alex frowned. Who was this man? How did he know that? Was he acquainted with the masked one? Gripping his chair, Alex decided it had to be a bluff. After all, the major guilds could easily have shared such information with a newly crowned S rank. Jinhyuk stood and walked away, saying that if Alex behaved himself, he might share some information in return. The plane began its descent. Jinhyuk promised they would meet again. Soon after, the aircraft touched down. A massive neon sign welcomed them to Las Vegas. The city glittered endlessly. Fountains surged into the air. Giant billboards advertised luxury perfumes and indulgence. Alice stared around in awe and asked if this was truly a human city. She smiled, saying it wasn't bad at all. Jinhyuk told her to keep her voice down or he would send her back into the ring. He recalled Alex and, as a reward for sensing that the man was a main, he released Alice, though with his current mana reserves, her physical form was limited to 150 centimeters. Light surrounded Jinhyuk as memories from another world surfaced. He combined the Eye of Truth with Blood Rage energy. The system responded. Combination successful. New skill acquired, Greedy Gaze. The system explained the skill's effects. Jin-hyuk considered pairing it with a safer spiritual ability, but he needed power immediately. There was no choice. He turned his head when someone called him. Alice pointed toward a casino and asked if that was their destination. Jin-hyuk replied that they hadn't come to gamble. They passed by as he explained that using skills or magic in ordinary casinos was forbidden. Jin-hyuk briefly considered taking money by force just to spend it at the auction, but stealing from ordinary people was out of the question. Alice tilted her head and asked where they were going instead. Jin-hyuk grinned. He said this place was nothing like a regular casino. The white-haired girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They arrived at a private gambling house known as Tortuga. Alice frowned slightly and commented that the surrounding buildings looked better. Nearby, a white-haired man was kneeling before a casino employee, shouting desperately that he had seen it with his own eyes. That man had used a skill. He had been deceived. The realization snapped something loose inside man. Without hesitation, he kicked the man square in the face and shouted that he was the one who had used skills first, and now he dared to twist the situation and play the victim. The man collapsed. He continued kicking him until he curled into himself. Man commented that people who got scammed like that were fools. Jin-hyuk turned away and agreed without argument. Alice's mood immediately brightened. She looked around excitedly and said there were so many interesting things here. She asked how this place was different from the others. Jin-hyuk picked her up effortlessly and replied that magic was allowed in this casino. He set her down on a chair, then turned to the barmaid with a relaxed smile and told her to serve Alice every drink she wanted to try. He would cover all expenses. Alice protested, saying she had not gone out for so long and now he wanted her to just sit there. Jin-hyuk ignored the complaint and quietly took a sip of alcohol. She tilted her head and asked what he planned to do alone. He set the glass down and replied simply that he was going to make some extra money. At the table, the dealer pressed a button. His hand glowed faintly as he spread the cards across the felt with a single smooth motion. The system immediately reported that a basic blocking skill had been activated. This meant Jin-hyuk would not be influenced by other players' abilities. Pedro checked his cards and felt a surge of confidence. It was a strong hand. Still, his brow furrowed. He had already lost $500,000 tonight. Losing any more would be dangerous. This time, he told himself, he would win. The dealer raised the bet. Jin-hyuk rolled a chip lazily between his fingers, then pushed his stack forward. The movement was casual. The amount was not. The surrounding players gasped in shock. Jin-hyuk chuckled and asked lightly if everything was all right. It was a sizable wager, after all. The dealer met his gaze and replied that he had always been confident in himself. Jin-hyuk swirled the liquid in his glass and asked which guild controlled this place. Something about it felt dirty. Pedro answered that the casino was invested in and managed by the Scamger Guild. He smiled awkwardly, wondering why this quiet man had suddenly started asking questions. Jin-hyuk grinned and asked if it was allowed to ask many questions. The dealer confirmed that of course it was. If a guest was interested, he would answer. Then the dealer frowned and added that perhaps Jin-hyuk possessed a mind-reading skill. Pedro stiffened. The dealer placed the cards on the table and announced that he was revealing them. Pedro narrowed his eyes, deciding that he would switch cards the moment they were exposed. Whatever tricks this man had, he would counter them. A pair of jacks appeared on the table. Pedro's blood ran cold. How did this happen? Jin-hyuk calmly revealed his own hand. He smiled and stated that he had won with a pair of kings. Jin-hyuk frowned slightly, thinking that mind reading was actually a fairly useful ability. He extended his hands and said he would be taking the chips. Before he could collect them, someone shouted for him to wait. Several casino staff rushed toward him. A large man cracked his knuckles and said he did not know what kind of skills Jin-hyuk had used to achieve such a victory, but he would have to come with them. Jin-hyuk asked calmly if this was how they treated their customers. The red-haired guard frowned and replied that they did not consider people who took winnings like that to be customers. Jin-hyuk smirked. The guard turned and barked an order to take him to the back room. In the next instant, the guard's colleague flew past him and crashed to the floor, unconscious. Jin-hyuk clenched his fist and said that he remembered something he had heard at the entrance. He swung again and repeated casino employees' words aloud. Those who get scammed like that are fools. A throne-shaped vase shattered as Jin-hyuk dodged it effortlessly. A guard pulled out a pistol and fired. Jin-hyuk sidestepped and struck once. The guard was driven straight into the ground. Despite the chaos, the bar continued serving drinks. Someone shouted for Jin-hyuk to destroy them all. Alice calmly lifted a glass and asked the bartender what the drink was called, while flames climbed the walls and explosions echoed behind her. The bartender replied that it was called Drink of Fire. Alice studied the pink liquid. The bartender added that the drink symbolized budding, passionate love between lovers. Alice frowned. Everything behind her was burning. She repeated the words quietly, passionate love, then closed her eyes, took a sip, and declared that it was all nonsense. Nearby, the remaining staff watched nervously and whispered, asking whether the guild management had arrived yet. They still had 30 minutes before anyone was due. The red-haired man wiped cold sweat from his face. Even in a criminal district, this situation was spiraling out of control. Jin-hyuk continued beating the employees with a relaxed smile. Someone muttered that even here, it was rare to find a fighter this unstoppable. A man holding a phone ran up to the manager and said there was a serious problem. He showed him the screen. The manager frowned, then froze. The image was unmistakable. It was Jin-hyuk. The man explained that he had recently received an S rank in Korea. The manager's chest tightened. Even across all of America, there were only about 20 people of that rank. And one of them was standing right here. He imagined the city engulfed in flames, with this smiling monster at its center. If Jin-hyuk continued, the casino would be wiped off the map. Someone shouted for everyone to stop. The manager unbuttoned his jacket, stepped forward, and dropped to his knees in nothing but his shirt. He bowed deeply and apologized for failing to recognize the hero and for behaving rudely. He apologized again. Jin-hyuk bit his lip nervously and asked why he was suddenly apologizing. Did he really think that learning his rank made it pointless to mess with him? The manager crawled closer, trembling, and said that he truly meant it. Jin-hyuk cut him off. He said this was all absurd. Leaning closer with a sly smile, he asked whether this place had always operated like this. He reminded him of the rule. The one who gets beaten is a fool. Jin-hyuk began counting on his fingers. He placed a bet. He won a reasonable amount. They interfered. They caused him moral damage. When he finished counting, the manager stared at him in horror. Jin-hyuk said that $10 million would be sufficient compensation. Grabbing the manager by the collar, he ordered the establishment to shut down. Not long after, Jin-hyuk checked his account. $10 million sat neatly in the balance. He nodded to himself. That should be enough to secure the item he wanted at the auction. Leaning against the wall outside, he watched cars pass by in the night. He reminded himself that their turn would come soon. A car slowed and stopped beside him. The window rolled down. A man wearing a suit sat behind the wheel, looking straight at him. The man in the driver's seat clarified the hero's identity once more, then nodded respectfully and said they would escort him directly to the auction hall. The car surged forward at high speed. Jin-hyuk sat quietly in the back seat, his gaze fixed on the window. Outside, there was nothing to see. No landmarks. No familiar streets. The scenery blurred into obscurity, and soon even that vanished entirely. Whatever route they were taking, it was being deliberately concealed. So this was how they hid the auction site. The vehicle finally slowed as it approached its destination. An enormous mansion emerged from the darkness. Jin-hyuk stepped out of the car, anticipation coiling tightly in his chest. Ornate iron gates stood open before him, revealing an estate that radiated wealth and secrecy in equal measure. The attendants wished him an enjoyable evening as he crossed the threshold. At that moment, the pendant at his chest began to emit faint red smoke. A familiar, irritated voice echoed in his mind, asking whether he had forgotten his promise. Jin-hyuk muttered for it to wait. He had come here on purpose, choosing an inconspicuous route for a reason. The demon pressed him impatiently, but Jin-hyuk snapped back, telling it not to be capricious. With a shimmer of mana, Alice manifested into a human form. She wore a white shirt, her expression bright and delighted as she stretched slightly and said she liked being outside like this. Jin-hyuk smiled faintly and asked if she really enjoyed it that much. She nodded enthusiastically and added that this place suited a noble woman like herself perfectly. They began ascending the mansion steps. Alice tilted her head and asked if they were heading to the auction immediately. Jin-hyuk quietly told her not to draw too much attention to themselves. She blinked and asked why. Gesturing subtly toward the interior, Jin-hyuk explained that there were too many eyes here. Inside, the mansion was already crowded. Jin-hyuk moved slowly, scanning the room. He had attended this auction 175 times before. It was an annual ritual. And yet, this time, his excitement was sharper than ever. This auction carried items connected directly to the tower. Guests sipped wine, exchanged polite smiles, and whispered eagerly as they waited for the event to begin. Rumors circulated freely. The most anticipated item of the night was said to be the heart of an ichthyosaur, a relic made obtainable only after the tower's appearance. With magical energy returning to the world, ancient artifacts once lost to history were resurfacing. Many were here simply to witness them. Alice suddenly wrinkled her nose. A foul smell hung in the air. She covered her nose, which immediately caught Jin-hyuk's attention. Before he could ask, a man approached them. He leaned heavily on a cane topped with a carved skull, and a nauseating aura seeped from him. An old man dressed in black stepped forward, his presence oppressive. He introduced himself as Julius Cedric. With a thin smile, he added that he was the teacher of the worthless fool standing behind him. Jinhyuk glanced past Cedric and saw a gloomy blonde youth. The bruises were obvious. He had clearly returned empty-handed, without the elixir. Jinhyuk activated greedy gaze. A purple aura surrounded Cedric as his status window unfolded before Jinhyuk's eyes. As expected, the man was formidable. Necromancy. His traits were perfectly aligned with his abilities. He could cast powerful magic with minimal mana expenditure. A skill set like that was coveted by every mage alive. The system displayed the copying conditions. To copy Cedric's skill, Jinhyuk would need to learn dark magic from him and achieve an A+ grade. Jinhyuk frowned. The system was clearly losing its mind. That meant the old man would need to be trained further. Suppressing his irritation, Jinhyuk smiled and remarked that thanks to Cedric's student, he had obtained a rare item, and the flight had been quite enjoyable. Cedric murmured, "Thank heavens, if that is so." From beneath his hood, his gaze sharpened. He said he had come specifically to verify the information surrounding the hero. Jinhyuk asked calmly if he meant the unknown player. Cedric did not deny it. He admitted that the unknown was a significant problem for them. Jinhyuk smiled and walked past him, noting how blunt the old man was. He remarked that they were standing in such a beautiful place and suggested continuing the discussion another time. Cedric's cane slammed down, blocking his path. Purple light flared in the old man's eyes. He expressed regret. There would be no next time. He needed to deal with this now. Jinhyuk casually brushed the cane aside. His own eyes glowed yellow. Pointing to himself, he asked when exactly this had become his problem. Without another glance, he continued walking. Alice followed, sticking her tongue out playfully. The blonde youth exploded with rage, calling Jinhyuk a scumbag. Cedric placed a calming hand on his shoulder and told him to step back. There were still other ways. Jinhyuk felt irritation creep in, but Alice laughed softly. She said that smelly people irritated her and offered to get rid of them. Jinhyuk told her to leave it. There was no need to cause a scene here. They entered the grand hall, where guests were already seated. Jinhyuk murmured that he would simply buy what he needed and leave. The host stepped onto the stage and commanded the attention of the room. With a flourish, he announced that everyone had been waiting for this moment. Jinhyuk straightened slightly. The host raised his hammer and declared the opening of the 175th black market auction. The screen behind him displayed an image of a smoking meteorite that had fallen in Arizona, USA. Jinhyuk kept his hands in his pockets. Since the tower's arrival, the stone had begun emitting immense magical energy. The host announced the starting price. $100,000. The bidders stirred. Paddles rose. Prices climbed rapidly as participants outbid one another. Jinhyuk smiled quietly. At present, no craftsman existed who could properly process the meteorite. Its potential remained locked. That made it little more than a curiosity. Which meant it could be bought cheaply. Jinhyuk raised his sign. The host hummed in approval and asked if anyone wished to exceed the bid. Jinhyuk closed his eyes, smiling to himself. He was buying the meteorite for almost nothing. Then a voice cut through the room. 1 million. The host stiffened, sweat beading on his brow as he slammed his hammer down repeatedly to restore order. Jinhyuk opened his eyes in surprise. He looked toward the bidder. Cedric had entered the auction. The host lifted his hand, his voice carrying clearly through the hall as he announced the start of the next bidding round. The next lot, he declared, is a sealed catalog containing records from several mental hospitals. Starting price, $100,000. A low murmur rippled through the audience. Almost immediately, signs rose across the room as bidders began testing the waters. Numbers climbed steadily. Jinhyuk calmly raised his sign. 300,000. Before the host could even acknowledge it, Cedric lifted his own placard, a faint, knowing smile tugging at the corners of his lips. 1 million. A wave of shock spread through the hall. Several bidders stiffened, others lowered their signs outright, unwilling to challenge that kind of pressure. The atmosphere grew heavy, as though the old man's presence alone was suffocating the room. The host glanced around nervously. Any other bids? Silence answered him. The gavel came down with a sharp crack. Sold. Jinhyuk bit down hard on his lip, his gaze locked onto Cedric. It was becoming painfully clear that the old man intended to buy everything that caught his interest. His jaw tightened in frustration. Alice tilted her head slightly, studying Jinhyuk with mild curiosity. The host wasted no time. Next lot. A Mayan relic discovered in South America. Before the description could even finish, Jinhyuk raised his sign again. 500,000. Alice turned to him, visibly puzzled. She whispered that it was reckless to bid before hearing the details. Jin-hyuk replied calmly that everything was going according to plan. Cedric raised his sign once more. 1 million. The host blinked in disbelief. Any further bids? 1.5 million. Jin-hyuk snapped, irritation bleeding into his voice. Almost instantly, Cedric countered. 3 million. The host's excitement was obvious now. Any more bids? Jin-hyuk slowly lowered his sign, his expression unreadable. The gavel fell again. Sold for 3 million. Cedric's eyes met Jin-hyuk's, a faint glint of triumph flashing within them. The auction pressed on. Lot after lot appeared, and with each one, both men raised their signs almost in unison. Prices soared. Sold for 2 million. Sold for 3 million. 5 million. Sold. Each strike of the gavel echoed like a hammer against Jin-hyuk's nerves. Another rare item appeared on the screen. As murmurs filled the hall, Cedric's student leaned in and quietly asked whether it might be time to yield. Cedric responded by striking the student across the back of the head, hissing that surrender was not an option. If Jin-hyuk obtained what he wanted, the consequences would be severe. They had already suffered losses, but their funds were still sufficient. Cedric was determined to seize everything of value and later trade it for information about the unknown. That information was worth any price. Then the screen changed. A chessboard appeared. The presenter straightened, his tone shifting. The next lot is intended for true connoisseurs. The first chessboard was revealed. Jin-hyuk frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Around him, people scoffed openly. Some complained that the board did not even come with chess pieces. Others muttered that the money would be better spent on the rumored ichthyosaur heart. Alice glanced at Jin-hyuk. He raised his sign. 50,000. The host accepted the bid. Cedric immediately doubled it. Arguments erupted across the hall as prices climbed higher and higher. Sweat gathered on Jin-hyuk's brow as he finally called out. 1 million. Cedric's breathing grew heavy, excitement bordering on mania. 8 million. Gasps filled the room. Jin-hyuk lowered his sign and sat back. People whispered among themselves, calling Cedric insane for paying such a sum for a simple board. Then Jin-hyuk raised his sign again. 10 million. Cedric smiled broadly, energy spilling from him like heat. 30 million. He stared directly at Jin-hyuk, declaring that 10 million was clearly his limit. If Jin-hyuk truly wanted the board, he would have to accept Cedric's terms. The stunned host hesitated, then asked if anyone wished to go higher. Jin-hyuk covered part of his face with his hand, hiding his frustration. He had underestimated just how much Cedric had already spent and how deep his resources still ran. Leaning forward, he began reworking his strategy. Lot number 56, the host announced, the first chessboard, sold for 30 million to the elderly gentleman. Alice stood. She crossed her arms and spoke casually. 100 million. The hall froze. Cedric's mouth fell open. He stared at Alice, completely baffled. Why would anyone spend such a sum on a chessboard? More importantly, who was this girl? Cold sweat rolled down his back. He had already burned through over 70 million on items he barely cared about. Stopping now would make it all meaningless. Grinding his teeth, he raised his sign. 110 million. Alice did not even blink. 200 million. Cedric pointed at her, red energy flaring violently around his body. He demanded to know whether she truly possessed that kind of money, warning her not to cross the line. The host, trembling with excitement, raised his hand and requested proof of funds. Alice sighed and conjured a glowing magic sphere. In an instant, a massive pile of gold materialized beneath her feet. She tilted her head. Is this sufficient? A man rushed forward with a specialized device, quickly verifying the authenticity of a golden crown within the pile. His voice shook as he announced that the crown alone exceeded 500 million in value. Cedric stared, stunned. Alice winked at him lightly. It was obvious now that she was no ordinary girl. What confused him even more was Jin-hyuk, who stood calmly beside someone so unfathomable. Cedric's brow furrowed deeply. Perhaps this opponent would prove even more dangerous than the unknown itself. Standing, he announced coldly that the situation had changed. They were moving to Plan B. His student smiled faintly, green light igniting in his eyes. He said he had been waiting for this moment. The host smiled as well, though nervously. A masked attendant carried the chessboard forward in a glass case. Alice accepted it without interest and handed it to Jin-hyuk. She glanced at the mountain of gold dismissively, remarking that she would sort out the junk later. What truly annoyed her was watching fools stare up at her contractor. Jin-hyuk exhaled slowly. He looked at her and thought that she had an uncanny talent for saying exactly the right thing. Then the explosion hit. A deafening blast tore through the hall behind them. Debris flew in every direction as people screamed and ducked for cover. The ceiling began to collapse, chunks of stone crashing down. Auction staff shouted orders, trying desperately to evacuate the guests. Panic erupted. People shoved and trampled one another in their rush to escape. Amid the chaos, a blade flashed through the air. Someone screamed, asking where everyone was even running to. Before the question could finish echoing, the student began killing. One body fell, then another, then another. He moved through the chaos with disturbing ease, laughter bubbling out of him as if this were entertainment rather than slaughter. He openly called the fleeing crowd materials, victims he needed to refine his craft. Alex raised his hand. A glowing magic rune formed above his palm. The ground beneath the people's feet cracked open, veins of blinding light seeping through the fractures. The floor groaned like it was alive. Those standing above it screamed as their skin turned gray, lifeless, as if drained of vitality. One man clutched his head and collapsed, screaming that his skull was splitting apart. Others followed, bodies dropping like puppets with their strings cut. A small boy cried out for help. Jinhyuk's body erupted with energy. He stared straight at Alex and spoke coldly, saying that he had crossed every possible line. He called him a psychopath without hesitation. Green smoke rose from the fallen bodies. Souls tore free, drifting upward like dying flames. From the mass of twisted energy, a bloodthirsty monster clawed its way into existence. Jinhyuk stepped forward and prepared himself, calling the creature an abomination. Two more monsters emerged beside Alex. Alex watched them with open admiration, calling them beautiful. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth and dropped into a fighting stance. Alex chuckled and said that this was exactly what he expected from an S rank. His smile widened as he mentioned that he remembered very clearly how Jinhyuk had insulted him on the plane. With a sharp gesture, Alex issued the order to eliminate. The monsters lunged. Jinhyuk spoke calmly, stating that he no longer needed to hold back. A massive claw rushed toward his face. A flash. Stone exploded in all directions as Jinhyuk twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. Two monsters landed before him, their forms twitching unnaturally. Alex called him Angel, his voice dripping with mockery. The monsters advanced slowly. Alex tilted his head and asked where that little rich girl had run off to. A sword materialized in Jinhyuk's hand. He answered evenly, saying she disliked filthy things and had left long ago. Internally, he noted that her body had already disembodied. He would need every fragment of magical energy available. The damage would accumulate over time. Jinhyuk frowned. The monsters ignited, flames wrapping around their bodies as they charged. He decided the fight could not be allowed to drag on. Jinhyuk jumped. The sword cemetery activated. In the next instant, he vanished and reappeared behind the monsters. A storm of slashes followed, so fast they left afterimages. The monsters disintegrated into black flashes and vanished. Alex stared in awe, praising how incredible it was. He admitted he could not even track Jinhyuk's movements. Another soul slipped from a corpse and was absorbed into Alex's rune. Alex smiled in satisfaction, saying it was always pleasant when resources exceeded expectations. He waved his hands. More monsters emerged. He remarked that everything was becoming easier and more enjoyable. Jinhyuk turned. The two monsters he had just destroyed regenerated. He understood immediately. Alex intended to exhaust him, to stretch the battle until his mana ran dry. The monsters surrounded him, feeding on the strength of the dead to maintain their numbers. This was standard necromancer warfare. Alex laughed madly. Jinhyuk dodged another strike, seized a dagger, and counterattacked. The impact forced him to slide backward across the ruined floor. He asked if this was truly all of Alex's trump cards. Pointing a glowing blade at Alex, Jinhyuk declared that he would burn them away before they could recover. Daylight activated. A blinding flash engulfed the monsters. Alex shielded his eyes, irritation flashing across his face. He muttered that Jinhyuk was using that skill again, but he had already analyzed it from tournament footage. Behind Alex, a wall of darkness rose, massive blood-red eyes opening within it. Jinhyuk realized he had to act before the beams converged. Alex watched as the monsters burned, confused as to why they were not moving. Their legs were frozen solid. Steam poured from Jinhyuk's mouth. Ice coated his fingertips. Alex's mouth fell open. Only then did he realize that Jinhyuk had concealed the ice skill within the flash itself. A cold flash erupted. A lethal beam tore straight through Alex. Light blasted across the mansion, turning night into day. Alex crashed to the floor. He stared at Jinhyuk, whispering that it was impossible. Around him lay the shredded remains of his beloved creations. Jinhyuk appeared behind him and remarked casually that the cuties had been blown apart a little too much. Alex swung his hand desperately. An ice beam struck him instead. Jinhyuk slashed with his dagger. A flash exploded in front of Alex's face. He barely escaped, leaping back through smoke, drenched in sweat. Alex knew he had lost. Still, he believed he held one advantage. He decided to flee and seek his teacher. An invisible blade pierced his body. A knife protruded from his abdomen. Alex collapsed. Jin-hyuk emerged from the smoke in a throwing stance, smiling faintly. He approached the wounded man and asked if, after causing such chaos, he truly believed he could run. Blood poured from Alex's mouth. Jin-hyuk gripped the knife and told him exactly how he would die. Blood sprayed again. He explained calmly that for the next 30 minutes, Alex's lungs would slowly fill with blood until suffocation claimed him. Jin-hyuk's eyes burned. He remarked that while death by fire was popular, suffocation was no less agonizing. He considered how to reduce the suffering, then produced an elixir. He said that if Alex spoke about the association of manes, he might survive. Alex decided he wanted to live. He smiled weakly and grabbed Jin-hyuk's leg. Unable to speak, he clenched his teeth as blood leaked through them. He tried to write with blood. Jin-hyuk stepped on his hand. He smiled and said that if Alex could not speak, nothing could be done. Alex understood then that mercy would not come. Jin-hyuk returned the elixir to his pocket, saying he no longer needed it. He tossed something onto the floor. Alex's business card landed in the pool of blood. Jin-hyuk asked for one favor. Then he turned away, telling Alex to die slowly and painfully. The auction hall lay in ruins. Among the wreckage, something caught Jin-hyuk's attention. A safe crafted by Michelangelo. And the heart of an ichthyosaur. Combining them, he could create a subspace. He fused the artifacts together, clenching his fists as his tongue stuck out from the strain. The system notified him of success. A massive inventory subspace capable of holding 5 tons had been created. Jin-hyuk stiffened. Someone spoke behind him. The host smiled and thanked him for saving their lives. A boy clung to the host and thanked Jin-hyuk as well. Jin-hyuk frowned and said he would pay for the items. The host shook his head, saying it was unnecessary. Confused, Jin-hyuk listened as the man explained that he had lost consciousness and awakened to see Jin-hyuk protecting them. He hugged his son tightly and swore he would never inform on him. Jin-hyuk was silent. This was new. He closed his eyes, smiled softly, and walked away, thinking that the feeling was unexpectedly pleasant. The 3rd floor of the test tower. The Cathedral of Hatred. A door burst open. A girl shielded herself from incoming arrows with a tabletop before tossing it aside. She complained about the excessive defenses, slouching and muttering that she had to deal with this every time. A man with glasses stood behind her, telling her to stop complaining. He was already in a foul mood because of Alex. Melina spun around and pressed a snake dagger to his throat, asking if she truly needed to care about his mood. He replied calmly that if she wished to live, she did. Another presence appeared. A man wearing a plague doctor mask, an inverted cross stitched onto his robe. He remarked that he could not believe they had survived together for more than 10 years. The pair turned away. He asked why they always fought like cats and dogs. They sat on opposite benches. The masked man explained that he had summoned them because of a new individual requiring special attention. The hero. Melina waved dismissively, saying the guy probably had prior experience, but that did not mean he surpassed other rankers. The masked man warned her to stay vigilant. Perhaps he had already climbed higher than them. Melina scoffed, saying anyone who reached floor 20 was already classified. She doubted he could. The man admitted he once thought the same. He reminded them that they had chosen the trial tower to escape international surveillance, and therefore knew its cruelty well. Melina leaned back, saying perhaps the hero had played the game out of boredom. She stared at the chandelier and remarked that only a sick person would attempt to clear such a heartless game. The masked man said nothing. But he understood. This threat could not be ignored. His eyes glowed red. He ordered surveillance on Kendrick. Then he vanished, instructing them not to let this become a fiasco. Melina smiled and muttered that he was a troublesome old man. Under a bright sky, Yonghwa swung her leg. Taemin blocked, but the impact shattered his defense and sent him crashing to the ground. She asked if he was alright. He raised a trembling thumb. Later, after washing up, Taemin called her over and pointed to a screen. An unfamiliar man appeared. He said quietly that the person was not simple. Yonghwa sat beside him and suggested he might be bluffing like the others. Taemin shook his head. There was something different. They continued watching the stream in silence. Yonghwa leaned closer to the screen and asked quietly whether the unknown person was truly standing inside the Treeman Temple, right in the boss chamber of the 3rd floor. Taemin nodded, his expression tightening. He explained that this place was extremely popular. If a challenger answered 3 questions posed by the Treeman, the spirit would grant a skill item as a reward. However, his tone shifted as he added that the real problem was the difficulty of the riddles themselves. They were infamous for being nearly impossible. On the screen, the unknown stood calmly before the massive Treeman. Its bark-like body towered overhead, and a disturbingly human face was carved into the trunk. The chat exploded with comments, speculation, and disbelief. The treeman smiled slowly and spoke, saying it had not seen visitors in a very long time. It asked whether the stranger had come to challenge its riddles. The unknown casually slipped his hands into his pockets and replied that he wanted to hear the most interesting ones it had. The treeman frowned slightly and declared that if the man answered 3 riddles correctly, he would be allowed to choose 1 piece of paper as his reward. Thick wooden legs emerged from the roots beneath it, grinding against the stone floor. It warned that if the man made even a single mistake, punishment would follow. Several massive wooden giants rose around the stranger, surrounding him completely. The treeman announced the first question. It began by describing the sea dragon and then asked what the optimal depth and water temperature were for the survival of kelgoins in seawater. Yonghwa and Taemin stared at the screen in disbelief. They whispered to each other, wondering who could possibly know the answer to something so specific. Without hesitation, the stranger raised his hand and answered that the depth was 175 meters and the temperature was 1.5 degrees Celsius. Yonghwa and Taemin froze. The treeman's wooden face split open in shock, its mouth hanging wide. The stranger calmly suggested moving on to the next question. The treeman hesitated and said it had not yet confirmed whether the answer was correct, but the man replied confidently that he already knew it was and therefore saw no reason to wait. The treeman frowned deeply and warned that the next question would not be easy. The 2 viewers watched in growing confusion. The treeman asked how the spongy body of Fani should be processed. The stranger answered immediately, explaining that the salt of the solar desert must be boiled together with holy water taken from a priest who had changed professions, simmered for 5 hours over low heat. The treeman confirmed that the answer was correct. The stranger's posture did not change in the slightest. The treeman announced the final question. It explained that giant eagles from the celestial plateau mate only once a year and asked when that moment occurs. The stranger pressed the confirmation button, pointed directly at the treeman, and answered that it happens when the first snow falls within the tower. The treeman burst into laughter, its entire body shaking. It declared the answer correct. The stranger rubbed the bridge of his nose through his mask and remarked that he was interested in having a conversation about the tower itself. The chat went completely insane. The treeman calmed itself and announced that the challenger could choose a leaf as his reward. It presented 3 options. Red, which enhanced fire attributes. Yellow, which strengthened defense. And green, which increased movement speed. Taemin smiled knowingly and said that green was obviously movement speed. Yonghwa gestured toward herself and said that there was still a long boss fight ahead. Speed would be useful. She was curious which one the unknown would pick. She said that if it were her, she would choose speed. The unknown surprised everyone by saying that he did not need any of those leaves. He added that he wanted a different one. He stepped closer, placed his hand against the treeman's trunk, and asked it to give him the black leaf it was hiding. The treeman stiffened. Fear flickered across its wooden face as it asked how he knew about the black leaf. Yonghwa and Taemin looked at each other, completely lost. The treeman smiled stiffly and said that it could not give the black leaf, but it would instead offer an additional green leaf if the challenger chose red. It asked whether that was not a beneficial exchange. The unknown turned around slowly and spoke deliberately, repeating that the great and venerable treeman had promised to give the leaf he wanted for correct answers. He said that the treeman was speaking to him directly now. He extended his hand and demanded the black leaf, threatening to expose the treeman as a dishonest liar. Sap began to leak from the treeman's bark as it trembled. The stranger calmly asked what the managers would think if the treeman broke its word. Every leaf fell from the treeman's body at once. The system message appeared, stating that the spirit had upheld its promise and that the hero had received a well-deserved reward. The hero obtained 1,280 black leaves. The stranger squeezed one of the leaves in his hand and thought to himself that the final piece of the puzzle was now complete. He asked quietly whether it was time to begin. Pulling out a lightning dagger, he glanced at the wooden giants and said he would deal with them first. Elsewhere, one guard turned to another and asked whether he had heard. 2 guards stood before a portal. One said that the stranger had already begun the raid on the 3rd-floor boss. The second guard asked in disbelief whether it was really that fast. He was told that they could just sit there and go home. More soldiers stood ahead of them. One guard muttered whether there was even a point in guarding the entrance. Would anyone even come? Just one man. The second guard reminded him that they were under orders and told him to stand watch. The first guard smiled faintly and said that there was a plan of action, and if he worried too much, nothing would work. Suddenly, the soldiers in front of them dissolved into purple smoke. Their weapons clattered to the floor. Black circles formed beneath the guards' feet. Purple lines wrapped tightly around their legs. A man appeared. The guards were bound completely, wrapped in glowing ribbons. The unknown ordered that all energy be absorbed and preserved. He said they needed everything and had no time to hesitate. Zedric and his sect arrived at the portal. Zedric remarked that it had already begun. Leaves spiraled through the temple air. The unknown turned around. Behind him, a headless giant collapsed to the ground. The chat erupted in admiration, praising the unknown's combat. The camera followed him closely. Someone in the chat expressed doubt, questioning whether this was real. The hero responded calmly, saying that he did not care whether they believed him or not. He added that he already had enough problems and asked them not to interfere. The chat exploded again. People were stunned that the unknown had spoken directly to them. Some immediately argued that this proved he was not truly the unknown, because the real one would never address viewers. The hero looked straight into the camera and said that he was talking to them. He stated plainly that if they wanted to watch, they were free to do so. And if they did not, they could leave. Many streamers bent over backward to please their viewers, carefully tailoring every action to chase higher view counts. This man was different. He glanced at his phone, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. From the very start, he had chosen a different approach. No pandering. No pretending. Just doing whatever he wanted. If you lead with that kind of attitude, he said with a faint smile, the people who stay will be the ones who actually like it. As if responding to his confidence, the chat exploded with admiration. They praised his audacity, amused by his refusal to play by the usual rules. Without another word, the hero turned and walked toward the gate. A sudden purple flash split the air above the mountain. He stopped mid-step and turned sharply, startled. Someone else was here. Grabbing the camera, he muttered an order to cancel the broadcast. The chat erupted in protest, messages flooding the screen in disapproval. Before he could argue further, the system notification appeared. The broadcast had ended. Almost immediately, chaos erupted below. A mass of warriors charged forward, colliding with another force. Magicians raised their staffs, purple runes flaring into existence in midair. Armored fighters surged ahead, weapons raised, while massive stone statues planted themselves firmly, forming an unyielding defensive line. Then the evil spirits descended. They tore into the soldiers with shrill shrieks, phasing through armor and flesh alike. The battlefield ignited in violence. From the edge of a cliff, the hero watched silently. At first glance, the two sides seemed evenly matched. But as the battle unfolded, it became clear that the evil spirits were steadily tearing apart the stone soldiers. Cracks spread across granite bodies, chunks collapsing under relentless assault. "They're stronger," the hero murmured to himself. The sorcerers reacted quickly, reinforcing their formation with overlapping runes. One of them shouted, panic lacing his voice, warning that an attack was being directed at them. A sharp impact followed. One sorcerer staggered as something struck his shoulder. Fragments flew through the air, whistling toward the formation. The sorcerers shouted in alarm, demanding their shields be fully deployed. Magical discs snapped into place just in time. The fragments ricocheted harmlessly, bouncing away in sparks of purple light. But confusion spread. "Where is it coming from?" one of them shouted. Their eyes followed the trajectory back toward the stone army. There, standing calmly behind the crumbling statues, was a man wearing a mask. The lead sorcerer's expression hardened. He immediately ordered the undead to eliminate the intruder. Skeleton archers raised their bows in unison, loosing a volley of arrows toward the hero. He moved instantly, ducking behind the stone soldiers as arrows shattered against stone. He extended one hand. Light gathered in his palm, swirling like a miniature sun. Heaven's patronage. A blinding flash erupted across the battlefield. The undead were engulfed in radiant brilliance, their forms writhing as holy energy tore through them. The sorcerers watched in disbelief as their undead army screamed and faltered. "A holy skill," one of them whispered. They realized instantly that control over the undead was slipping from their grasp. Gritting their teeth, they shifted strategy, focusing on mental control techniques to stabilize the situation. Before they could regroup, a massive warrior wearing a horned helmet charged directly at the sorcerers, scattering their formation. A subordinate shouted frantically that Team 3 had been wiped out. Cedric clenched his jaw. "I can see that myself." The masked stranger sprinted forward, mind racing. 4 teams had been arranged in a network to maintain control over the undead. If one node fell, the entire structure weakened. One team was already gone. If another collapsed, the control network would shatter completely. A fiery flash erupted beside him. He was deliberately drawing attention. Charging forward, he taunted the stone golem, mocking its speed as he slashed at it. The massive Moai battle statue roared and gave chase, its thunderous steps shaking the ground. A sorcerer pointed in horror. "It's coming straight for us." Orders were barked to stop it, but it was too late. The masked man suddenly appeared behind the sorcerers. The Moai leapt. The sorcerers turned just in time to see death descending. The statue crashed into the ground with catastrophic force. Dust and debris swallowed the battlefield. A scream rang out. "Master! Team 1 is destroyed. If this continues, we'll be surrounded." "I know," Cedric roared. His fury exploded outward as he screamed, demanding to know what kind of monster they were facing. He snarled that the enemy was the type who threw ash into freshly cooked rice just to ruin it. Planting his staff into the ground, Cedric began chanting, "I will activate the Guardian of the Pyramids." The others panicked, shouting that doing so would drain all remaining mana and leave them defenseless against the third-floor boss. "Shut up," Cedric snapped. His eyes ignited with madness. "I'll pour everything I have into killing him." He shouted a command. "Awaken." Ghosts emerged from the air, bandages unraveling as ancient guardians took form around him. The pressure of their presence crushed the ground beneath them. Exhausted, Cedric collapsed to one knee. Someone rushed to support him, asking if he was all right. "I'm just a little overtired," the old man replied calmly. Then he turned. "Come closer." Before the sorcerer could react, Cedric grabbed him. Horror filled the man's eyes as his life force was ripped away. His body shriveled in seconds, collapsing into nothing but empty robes. Strength surged back into Cedric. "If you struggle," he said coldly, "it will only hurt more." The masked stranger narrowly dodged incoming attacks, watching as Cedric absorbed his own subordinate without hesitation. Only hollow clothing remained. Cedric's eyes burned crimson. He smiled. "How long have you been waiting for me?" he asked, standing amid his army of guardians. "Shall we begin the fun?" The guardians charged. Cedric screamed in triumph, demanding to know how the enemy liked his strongest army. One guardian extended its arm, bandages snapping forward like steel serpents, ripping through stone soldiers with terrifying ease. "There is nothing stronger than the undead." Cedric howled. The hero weaved through flying debris and snapping bandages, narrowly avoiding death again and again. Cedric screamed that he should have saved them for the third-floor boss, but killing this unknown enemy made it worth the cost. He waved his staff wildly, tongue lolling, laughing like a madman as he ordered the hero to die quickly. From a distance, two figures watched. Melina shook her head in awe. "That masked weirdo, he's incredible. I haven't seen Cedric go all out like this in years." Her partner snorted. Destroying the control bases was smart, but staying afterward was stupid. Cedric misjudged the balance of power and paid for it. A steel giant swung its massive sword. The man adjusted his glasses calmly. "After seeing Death Knights and skeletons, I figured he could handle it. Cedric just has too many unstable abilities." Melina turned as a massive explosion shook the battlefield. The masked hero was relentless now, cutting through enemies with cold precision. He was no longer holding back. A memory surfaced. An old man's voice echoed in his mind. "Your sword is strong, but you waste too much force." The old master had held up a rope, slicing it effortlessly. A true master delivers a decisive blow with minimal effort. He demonstrated, explaining how energy should flow like wind. Flexible. Responsive. Released at the exact moment. "Do you want to learn my spiritual sword art?" the master had asked with a smile. The system notification echoed in his mind. Partial restoration of Chungamu's spiritual art confirmed. The ground ruptured as energy tore through it in an arc. Bandages were ripped from mummies as the hero struck with his dagger, each movement precise and devastating. Understanding surged. The system reported rapid growth in mastery. Cedric staggered back, desperately raising defenses as a whirlwind of spiritual energy formed around the hero. The vortex grew, dragging everything toward its center. "What is this?" Cedric muttered in disbelief. The hero frowned. "Fifth sword dance," he said calmly. "Soul destruction." The battlefield exploded in blinding light. The ground shattered. The air screamed. When the chaos settled, Cedric was still standing, but barely. His mummies were scattered across the battlefield, broken and powerless. And the hero remained. The double shield flared into existence just in time. Cedric threw his arms up as layered barriers wrapped around his body, absorbing the incoming force. The impact still rattled him violently. His brows knit together as disbelief crept into his expression. Only half a year had passed since the world had changed. Half a year. And yet the power crashing down on him now felt utterly unreasonable. "Where did you get this kind of strength?" Cedric roared. Before an answer could come, the skull atop his staff began to fracture. Cracks raced across the surface, glowing from within. The staff followed, splintering as unstable energy surged out in a violent eruption. The explosion sent Cedric flying. He screamed as his body slammed into the ground, tumbling across broken stone. The roaring tornado of energy finally dissipated, leaving behind only dim, suffocating semi-darkness. When the dust settled, the necromancer lay sprawled among rubble and corpses. He stared ahead, chest heaving. And for the first time, he understood something clearly. He could not win. Fear seized him. He scrambled to his feet and looked around at the remains of his undead army, shouting desperately at the surviving summons to protect him, to delay the enemy at any cost. "This is an order," he screamed. A calm voice answered from behind. "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Cedric froze. The comparison struck like a blade. Slowly, trembling, he turned around. The masked man stood there, utterly composed. "You brag about your advantage," the hero continued coldly, "and the moment you realize you're losing, you run. Just like your student. You scoundrel." Cedric spat. Then it hit him. Recognition. His pupils shrank in terror. "You're Jinhyuk." Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. "Send my regards to him." Cedric's face twisted in pure horror. Flames erupted. Fire swallowed his body whole as he screamed, his voice tearing apart under the heat. The old man was consumed entirely, reduced to a burning silhouette. "I was worried he'd get bored alone," Jinhyuk said quietly. "That's why I sent you." He watched in silence as Cedric burned. Dark energy seeped out of the collapsing undead around them. The remaining sorcerers stared in shock as their summons crumbled to dust, stone soldiers closing in from all sides. By the time the fighting ended, Cedric's charred skeleton lay discarded behind the battlefield. Soul destruction at that level was not something to use lightly. Jinhyuk descended the temple steps slowly, exhaustion weighing heavily on his body. A system notification appeared, reporting that he had purchased mid-level mana restoration solutions using fragments. 4 flasks rested in his hands. If he didn't push forward now, everything would turn against him. He drank all 4 without hesitation. Endure a little longer, he told himself. Ahead of him lay a familiar object. A shield. He stopped, surprised that it had flown all the way here. Memories surfaced. He had loved shields once. Without thinking too much, he slung it onto his back, a faint sense of nostalgia settling in his chest. He took the shield into his hands. Assumed a fighting stance. Stone soldiers parted as massive figures advanced. The temple guard had begun. The lords of the 4 stepped forward. Jinhyuk faced the 4 giants alone. They attacked simultaneously. Blows rained down as Jinhyuk raised his shield, deflecting the strikes with precision. "I like how quiet you are," he muttered, accelerating his movements. He dodged, countered, and carved into their massive bodies, blade flashing. "Just spit out the key already," he said irritably. "I'm exhausted." The giants answered only with rage. One of them collapsed, crashing into the floor. Jinhyuk tightened his grip on the shield. "Do you all follow the same pattern?" One giant stepped forward, holding a golden bud in its hands. The pagoda of knowledge. At the tip of the glowing flower hung a key. The giant crushed the bud. Green energy erupted outward. The system reported that the key leading to the main hall was reacting. Jinhyuk's mask began to dissolve. Something beyond the gate responded. Above the giant, a massive orange flower bloomed in the air. Golden hands descended. A many-armed golden sage emerged. A bodhisattva. He surveyed the destroyed giants and smiled faintly. "It has been a long time since I was summoned." His gaze settled on Jinhyuk. "I did not expect a visitor dangerous enough to warrant the use of the key." "I'll only destroy the boss of this floor," Jinhyuk replied, lowering his hands. The deity chuckled. "Interesting. I acknowledge your courage." "I'd like to finish quickly," Jinhyuk said, stepping back. "I'm really tired." "I would prefer to talk longer," the bodhisattva replied. Jinhyuk jumped. He raised his shield. "Chatting with statues isn't my idea of fun." Spears formed in the deity's many hands. "Every moment of life is a gift," the statue said calmly. "You are a foolish child." Its arms swept forward. "Enjoy it while you can. You will miss this moment when death comes." A green flash exploded outward. Jinhyuk blocked the beam, but the ground beneath him shattered. His shield screamed as cracks spread across its surface. His knees bent under the force. "Endure. Only one chance." The statue smiled. "You withstood sonic attacks. Impressive." Multiple hands struck at once. Jinhyuk released cold vapor, ice forming instantly around him. Massive ice growths rose like walls. They shattered instantly. The spears tore through his defenses with ease. The deity frowned. A boy using Western magic. It seized the shield with one hand. Pathetic tricks. A black flash erupted. The statue stiffened. Jinhyuk stood frozen in a throwing stance. The deity looked down. Its hand was pierced. "Poison doesn't work on me," the statue said coldly. Jinhyuk clenched his crimson-stained fist. "That wasn't poison. It's blood energy. Wound once, and the damage continues. The statue tore off its own hand without hesitation. It doesn't matter, it said. That won't work twice. The severed limb crashed to the ground. What will you do now? The deity asked. You only took one hand. Jinhyuk leaned forward. You're right. One isn't enough. He pulled the pearl from the fallen hand. I got what I wanted. The deity frowned, realizing too late that Jinhyuk had been targeting the gem from the beginning. Jinhyuk combined the artifacts. Blame yourself for discarding it so easily. The grimoire and pearl merged. Golden dawn erupted. S-rank Lemudin activated, granting access to magical study. Greedy gaze activated. Jinhyuk examined the deity. Nothing appeared except its name. The bodhisattva bowed its head slightly in disappointment. Copy conditions appeared. Irritate the opponent within 5 minutes using ice magic. Suitable music and attire required. Jinhyuk froze. He stared at the window. This system is losing its mind, he muttered. Still, he pressed the confirmation. A gramophone appeared. What are you doing? The statue demanded. The conditions are strange, Jinhyuk said, rubbing his head. But I can't give up. The mandala only exists here. The deity grew furious. What nonsense is this? Music began to play. Jinhyuk sighed and conjured a woman's wig. I don't like this either. Please don't ask. Veins bulged on the statue's face. In the name of the saint, what are you doing? The music intensified. The statue roared and swung its arm. Are you mocking me? Avalokites activated the mandala. Weapons manifested in divine hands. Feel the suffering of a million samsaras, the deity roared. Jinhyuk slammed the book shut. A massive wall of ice erupted. The statue's assault crashed into the frozen barrier as the battle surged into its next phase. The hero remained perfectly still. Ice shards screamed past him, carving the air, but he did not flinch. Calmly, almost conversationally, he remarked that the results were turning out excellent. The deity's expression twisted with fury. 1,000 strikes descended at once. Ice blocks shattered, reformed, and shattered again as the assault continued relentlessly. From the side, Melina and her partner watched in stunned silence. They lay prone along the slope of a cliff, eyes locked on the battlefield below. I can't believe his ice magic has reached this level, Melina murmured. Her gaze drifted briefly, confusion flickering across her face. What kind of wig is he even wearing? Her partner slowly pushed himself up, eyes narrowed. You can't predict anything he does. The unknown had already defeated Zedric. And now, he was fighting the 1,000-armed statue itself. Avalokite's power was overwhelming. Even reaching the 10th floor wouldn't normally be enough to deal with it. This was the second boss of the 3rd floor, a being far beyond standard expectations. The boy continued to observe, silently assessing Jinhyuk's movements. What he saw disturbed him. He's gone beyond human limits, he said quietly. Melina glanced at him. If we joined the fight, could we handle it? He hesitated, then shook his head. It would be difficult. She turned away from the battlefield. Then we should retreat. Without support from higher-ranked forces, we won't survive. Licho's voice cut in sharply. We can't leave. She looked back at him. Why not? Our position, he replied. Everything we worked for in the hierarchy would be at risk. Melina frowned. So what? Are you really ready to die just to protect your rank? A coin appeared between Licho's fingers. He flicked it upward once, eyes cold. It's time. Melina smiled faintly. A purple flash erupted on the hilltop. Jinhyuk noticed it immediately. So they hadn't sent only Cedric. Still, he kept moving, weaving through the statue's relentless assault. He closed his eyes briefly. Do not dare turn your back on me, the deity thundered as it struck again. Jinhyuk straightened. Fire ignited along his hand. I apologize, he said calmly, activating the fire element. Behind him, the grimoire flipped its pages on its own. He adjusted his hair with mild irritation. Hard to focus like this. Ice creation activated. A storm of ice shards surged forward. Thanks to you, Jinhyuk added casually, I was starting to worry. The statue screamed in rage and charged again. Ice met every strike. Each blow was blocked, redirected, neutralized. Fool, the deity roared. A barrier trap activated. A green dome slammed into place, enclosing both combatants. The deity swung a massive arm. Is defending all you can do? Where did your confidence go? It leaped and attacked again. The blows ricocheted violently off the dome. Golden slashes filled the confined space, trapping Jinhyuk in a storm of divine strikes. He responded instantly. Ice magic surged. An ice dome formed around him, sealing him inside. The statue watched as its own attacks rebounded within the frozen shell. You resist in vain, it said coldly, tightening its grip. Divine favor activated. Gigantic golden palms materialized around the dome. System notification, Avalokite's has activated Divine Spear. The statue brought the spear down. The ice dome exploded. Shards flew in every direction. Jinhyuk leapt upward. The statue smiled, then froze. Jinhyuk's voice cut through the chaos. Didn't you say the same attack wouldn't work twice? The deity looked down. Jinhyuk was already there, running at its feet. They work just fine, he replied. He halted abruptly, body twisting into a throwing stance. Ice burst from the ground beneath the statue. The deity snarled as frost crawled up its limbs, locking it in place. Ice sealed around its body like a prison. Jinhyuk slid back, boots scraping across stone. Do you know how offended I am? The statue roared, thrashing uselessly. Bound. Frozen. Jinhyuk tilted his head. Someone who achieved nirvana through self-discipline, yet you're this biased? He reached toward the ice wall. A glowing installation appeared beside him. A single raised middle finger. For obsessive tendencies, Jinhyuk said evenly, there's nothing better than shock therapy. The statue's face contorted with absolute fury. I will send you to Avachi, it screamed. You will reincarnate as an insect, thousands, millions of times. System notification appeared. Copying conditions have been met. Jinhyuk successfully copied the mandala ability. It was a power capable of granting weapons special properties, something far beyond ordinary skills. He reached up and calmly removed the wig from his head. At that moment, magical symbols unfolded behind him, forming a radiant pattern reminiscent of a divine statue. The air itself seemed to bend around those symbols. The deity's teeth clenched. Fear flickered openly across its face. Jinhyuk lightly touched the icy middle finger still standing beside him. The deity demanded to know how a human could possibly obtain such an ability. The mandala required endless meditation, an eternity of enlightenment before it revealed itself. How could a mere man wield it? Jinhyuk waved his hand dismissively. I'll make sure its potential isn't wasted. He issued a command. Disappear. The icy middle finger pointed forward. Jinhyuk lunged straight into the frozen prison. The finger pierced through the statue's core. The deity stared at its fate in horror as a brilliant green flash erupted. The thousand-armed statue shattered into countless fragments. System notification appeared, the hero's level increased. Jinhyuk sat atop the scattered remains, breathing slowly. A golden key rested in his hand. This key allowed the summoning of the third-floor boss, but only on the third floor itself. He stood, stretched his shoulders, and stepped away from the wreckage. This is harder than it was in the game, he muttered. As he passed the necromancer's corpse, exhaustion finally caught up to him. He checked his status window, scrolling through his stats. After some thought, he invested points into mana. His mana rose to 77. Next time, I'll need proper regeneration, he said, stretching again. Then he paused. There were still things to do. The trial tower had a peculiar atmosphere. At night, temperatures dropped rapidly. Monsters grew more aggressive, stronger, and far more dangerous. Most players fled toward portals once night approached. Others stopped hunting entirely and searched for shelter. Jinhyuk did neither. He lit a fire. The night forest spread out before him beneath a sky filled with stars. He cooked quietly, the crackling flames illuminating his surroundings. He picked up a large, juicy shrimp and took a bite. His mask faded away. He smiled. This taste. I missed this. He made a mental note to copy a cooking skill someday. A sound rustled through the bamboo nearby. Figures emerged. It smells amazing, a voice said. Molina and Licho stepped into the firelight. They explained that they would also be spending the night here and asked if they could stay until dawn. Jinhyuk studied them in silence. Molina smiled warmly. After a moment, Jinhyuk nodded and gestured for them to sit. They settled near the fire and exchanged introductions. He handed them a bowl of food. Help yourselves. Molina's mouth practically watered. Licho raised a hand. We don't eat food offered by masked strangers. Jinhyuk placed the bowl on the ground between them. Does the mask bother you? Licho replied evenly, people wear masks when they have something to hide. Jinhyuk pointed at it. I can take it off if that's the problem. They sat together by the same fire, surprised by his calmness. Jinhyuk raised a finger. But not for free. He held up 3 fingers. Let's play a game. 3 questions. If you answer mine, I'll remove the mask. Licho thought it over. Answers didn't have to be truthful, and truth itself was impossible to verify. Whatever Jinhyuk was planning, it didn't seem like a disadvantage. He nodded to Molina. Jinhyuk raised his thumb. Molina pulled out coins, tossing them lightly before catching one. Smiling, she suggested using a coin toss to decide who goes first. She chose obverse. With a faint pulse of magic, the coin revealed obverse. We're first, she said. Jinhyuk noticed the subtle magic immediately. Caligula's coin. Choose a target, channel magic for 5 minutes, and influence the opponent's mind. Melina thought carefully. Asking his name or affiliation would likely get her nowhere. She smiled instead. Do you have any comrades here? A practical question. Jinhyuk answered honestly. I came alone. He asked why they were merely watching when it was clear he was fighting the boss. Melina smiled faintly. We were waiting for the right moment. This temple has a bad reputation. Carelessness gets people killed. Licho spun the coin again. Why did you come to the tower? Jinhyuk stirred the embers with a stick. Even if their interests aligned, she was probing, trying to draw him in. I don't know what I want yet, he said. But if I tell you, can you meet my conditions? Melina rolled the coin between her fingers. If our interests align, yes. We're capable of many things. Licho smiled. Jinhyuk leaned forward. One last question, he said. Answer it, and I'll take off the mask. Melina tilted her head. What do you want to know? Jinhyuk looked into the fire, watching the flames twist upward. The last thing that still interests me. Jinhyuk lifted a stick from the fire and casually pointed it at the couple. So, he said calmly, does the main association really believe the two of you are enough to deal with me? Melina smiled faintly, as if everything was unfolding exactly as she had expected. She and Licho slowly rose to their feet. You already know our true faces, she said. And we saw your strength with our own eyes. You defeated Avokaz alone. Jinhyuk didn't move. He remained seated by the fire, his posture relaxed. Licho tilted his head. You look exhausted. Completely drained, actually. Melina nodded. That's what makes this easy. You're weak right now. Just the two of us are enough. She flicked her wrist. A coin filled with dense magic shot toward Jinhyuk. The two assassins waited. Nothing happened. Melina stared at the coin in disbelief. Why, didn't it work? Licho snapped, what are you doing? Jinhyuk calmly picked up his bowl of shrimp and took another bite. The Caligula coin is working just fine, he said. You just can't use it. A massive purple scale manifested behind the couple. The judgment of Anubis, Jinhyuk continued evenly. All stats reduced by 50%. All abilities sealed for 1 minute. Licho's eyes widened. We're exposed. Use a skill, he shouted. Melina tried, and froze. Nothing's responding. Not a single one. Jinhyuk stood and placed the bowl of shrimp onto the altar beside him. The system chimed. The gods of the temple are pleased with the offering. Choose the subject of the Anubis trial. A pillar bearing a furious face glowed blue. The great general has been chosen as the enemy. A second pillar ignited in red. The underworld general has been chosen as the enemy. Melina and Licho turned pale as two colossal stone statues they had never even heard of began to move. The guardians of the earth. The great general. The underworld general. They advanced. Licho suddenly remembered the shrimp. The offering. It wasn't food, it was a trigger. The pillars had awakened. Jinhyuk sank back beside the fire with a sigh. I'm really tired. Better not move recklessly. He glanced at them. You can't escape anyway. The underworld general slammed its staff into the ground. Exit ban activated. Totemic flames erupted, sealing the area in a blazing barrier. Licho lunged toward Jinhyuk. If you die, they'll disappear. I told you not to move, Jinhyuk replied. A gigantic stone hand hovered above Licho. Warning issued. The blue pillar crashed down. Licho lay beneath the stone paw, his glasses shattered, blood spilling across the ground. The pillar rose. Then struck again. The coin slipped from Melina's fingers and rolled uselessly across the stone floor. She clasped her hands together, panic flooding her face. I have to run. The great general lifted its arm for another strike. Stop, Jinhyuk ordered. The statue froze. He walked toward Melina. Let's talk. Greedy gaze activated. Error, target level disparity too high. Jinhyuk frowned. Even his luck and Lux couldn't force a read this time. He glanced at Licho's body lying broken in the crater. I hope this time, Jinhyuk said quietly, you answer honestly. Melina swallowed. What do you want to know? I've heard about the mains, he said. But I don't understand their motives. If the tower isn't cleared, humanity disappears. Why interfere with players? Melina opened her mouth. That's impossible. A blood-soaked figure crawled from the hole. Licho. Shut up, he screamed. Don't say anything. The stone paw swung. I said, never. Melina stared in horror as the paw rose again, dripping with blood. Jinhyuk spoke calmly. Dying for an idea is admirable. But only when the timing and place are right. Melina turned toward him, trembling. I don't let people who try to kill me walk away, Jin-hyuk said. But I'll spare you, if you talk. A purple dagger appeared in his hand. Information is valuable, he continued. Just not more than your life. Melina collapsed to her knees. I don't know their real names. The one who gave orders wore a plague mask. They called him Lancelot. She bowed her head. There are 11 others. I was part of a hired group. We weren't told more. Greedy gaze activated. Statement verified, truth. Jin-hyuk sat across from her. Continue. The management said if they collect 12 cursed relics from the tower, she said shakily, they can survive even if humanity is destroyed. They'll receive a massive reward. That's all I know. Truth again. 12 cursed relics. Lancelot. Jin-hyuk smiled. They're even crazier than I thought. The mains intended to summon the devil, and survive the end of humanity. He stood. Thank you. I needed this. Melina forced a smile. Then, I can go. No. Her face drained of color. You said? I'll keep my promise, Jin-hyuk said softly. After a contract. His hand glowed. She didn't understand until it was too late. Soul brand activated. You'll obey me, he said simply. Melina's eyes filled with terror. This was worse than death. Still, she was alive. Tears fell. Morning arrived warm and bright. Jin-hyuk replaced the battle broadcast with a recorded video and closed the system window. I drew attention with that, he said. Of course they'd get annoyed. He walked forward. A temple loomed ahead. Let's begin. He smiled, lifting the golden key. Summon activated. A purple beam shot skyward. A glowing sphere formed as birds fled in panic. A massive gate opened. A stone leg stepped out. Then another. An entire stone army followed. A man emerged holding a cup of sake. Who dares disturb my rest? Greedy gaze activated. Luck and adaptation compensating for level difference. The third floor boss appeared. A long-haired man sat upon a stone throne. Name, Mohan. Copying failed due to level disparity. Mohan drank deeply. Many have challenged my army. Only you summoned me with the key. Beneath him stood giants, warriors, and countless soldiers. 100,000 souls. Jin-hyuk smiled. That army of yours? He activated the first chessboard. A massive projection unfolded beneath his hand. He struck the plate. First chessboard opened. A colossal chessboard spread across the ground. 2,851 magical chess pieces materialized. A line of pawns formed before Jin-hyuk. The game had begun. Mohan smiled, clearly intrigued. He admitted that it was an interesting approach. With a method like this, one could practically replace an entire army. Tilting his head, he asked what such a small force could possibly accomplish. Jin-hyuk returned the smile, calm and confident, and replied that he was not done yet. He took out enhancement pills and used them on the chess piece's armor. Instantly, the pawns underwent a transformation, their forms reshaping into knights. Blue smoke seeped from their eyes, and a dense, intimidating aura spread across the field. Mohan let out a low chuckle, genuinely amused. He struck the ground once and admitted that Jin-hyuk was different from all the challengers who had come before him. Around the hero, a massive chess army now stood in full formation. Far away, an old man was carving a chess piece out of stone. He paused, turned his head, and told Yuri to make a few more. Nearby, Park Hannah worked nervously, her hands shaking slightly as she carved another piece. She muttered that once the goal was set, at least they knew how many were left, but carving sculptures non-stop still felt unreal to her. As she worked, she poured magic into the pieces, saying there was no time to stop and think. Exhausted, she turned around and said they had already made more than 2,000 pieces. If Jin-hyuk did not approve of them, everything would be over. She picked up an elephant piece and sighed, saying that since it had come to this, being on his side was actually a good thing. She glanced at the box filled with chess pieces and added that it was clearly an advantage for them. Jin-hyuk smiled faintly. Since he was finally being acknowledged, he touched one of the pieces and spoke calmly. He said that hearing praise from someone who had been sitting comfortably on the third floor, hiding behind servants, sounded more like empty bravado than respect. He mounted his horse, grasped his spear, and said bluntly that he was not pleased at all. Mohan frowned and asked him to explain. Jin-hyuk answered without hesitation. He said that Mohan had defeated only a few weak players and was now showing off. That was precisely why he was stuck on the third floor. He simply did not have the ability to climb higher. Mohan was immediately engulfed in surging energy. The monsters of the trial tower guarded their respective floors and drew power from them. Not only players but monsters themselves could climb the tower and grow stronger. Laughing loudly, the boss called Jin-hyuk an interesting man and asked if he truly believed that he could not go beyond the fourth floor due to a lack of strength. Jin Hyuk replied evenly that it was not about strength. It was because Mohan was bound to the third floor. Mohan stood up, smiling coldly, and said that Jin Hyuk was free to think whatever he wanted. He noted that the hero's plan seemed to revolve around provoking his enemy. Then his expression hardened with anger. He pointed out that the gap in troop numbers and tactical depth was obvious. Winning with Jin Hyuk's forces was simply impossible. With a sharp command, he ordered the 1st Battalion forward. The stone warriors raised their shields, leveled their spears, and advanced in unison. Jin Hyuk watched them approach, quickly calculating their numbers. There were roughly 1,000 statues in the vanguard alone. He understood immediately that the enemy wanted to observe his response. He raised his spear. The skill of the first chessboard activated. Instantly, the attack and defense of all chess pieces on the field increased by 30%. A powerful glow wrapped around the chess warriors as energy surged through them. Jin Hyuk visualized the entire flow of the coming battle in his mind. He ordered the outer pawns to advance 3 steps. Then he commanded the first squad to prepare for defense. The chess warriors moved forward. The pawns activated a shield wall, locking their shields together and bracing their weapons outward. The enemy closed in. Jin Hyuk ordered them to hold formation. The 2 shield lines collided with a thunderous impact. The stone warriors pushed forward aggressively, forcing the pawns back step by step. Jin Hyuk immediately gave another order, telling them to fight to the death. The pressure intensified. The shield wall continued to slide backward under the enemy's weight. Fire, Jin Hyuk commanded. The rooks raised their crossbows and unleashed a volley. Arrows rained down on the advancing shield men, piercing through stone and armor alike. The stone warriors raised their shields, but it was too late. At that moment, the elephant pieces lifted their staffs. A wave of fire erupted from them, pouring over the enemy line. Flames seeped through gaps in the shields, engulfing the warriors. Burned bodies collapsed onto the ground one after another. An eastern warrior among Mohan's forces smiled grimly. A purple mark appeared on his forehead as he acknowledged the outcome. He admitted that destroying the vanguard in mere seconds was impressive. Then he ordered the 2nd and 3rd battalions to advance. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the stone warriors charged. Jin Hyuk responded instantly. The cavalry units surged forward, targeting the enemy's flank. He issued rapid commands, laying out a clear battle plan. The horses activated a wedge formation, boosting their damage by 200%. Jin Hyuk himself advanced from the front line. He ordered them to break through the formation faster than lightning. The cavalry slammed into the enemy's rear flank. The stone warriors barely had time to turn before the horses tore into them, ripping through their ranks and shattering their formation. The commander frowned as he observed the battlefield, clearly recognizing Jin Hyuk's talent for commanding an army. Orders flowed continuously from the hero, each one sharp and purposeful. Mohan watched closely, noting how Jin Hyuk shifted between offense and defense at exactly the right moments, issuing precise commands without hesitation. Then he noticed it. A gap in the formation. It looked almost too perfect. Too tempting. Like bait coated in poison. Suspicious, Mohan activated his weak point detection. Light poured from his eyes as the system responded. If the crown were destroyed, the chess figures would stop moving. The crown could only be the king or the queen. Mohan scanned the battlefield again, and realization struck. If he eliminated the crown, victory would be guaranteed. He burst into mad laughter, mocking Jin Hyuk for making a mistake so basic that even beginners avoided it. Yet, even as he laughed, doubt crept in. This was no mistake. A woman's leg stepped calmly onto the battlefield. The crown was Alice. She stood there with visible displeasure, watching the battle unfold as if it were beneath her. Smiling coldly, the general ordered his forces forward to break through the center. Jin Hyuk turned his head, already imagining every maneuver that would follow. The moment he shifted position, the enemy surged toward the heart of the formation. Ignore everything, Jin Hyuk commanded calmly. He pointed out that the enemy had already lost 3,000 warriors in defensive power. He understood it all now. He charged straight at Mohan. The open center, the exposed crown, the apparent blunder, it was all deliberate. A trap. Mohan took the bait. The giant swung down with overwhelming force. Flames erupted from the elephant units. The giant's body was torn apart mid-strike. A massive hand seized the broken giant, spinning once before hurling it deep into the center of the chess formation. The shattered body flew through the ranks with a deafening roar. Stone shards blasted past Alice, embedding themselves in the ground as the remains crashed down dangerously close to her. Alice found herself suddenly surrounded by enemies. Mohan smiled viciously, declaring that this was the end. Alice glanced around with a dark, irritated expression. Then the sound of hooves thundered across the field. The cavalry charged. As Jinhyuk approached, the general laughed and praised him for reaching this far with such a small force. Jinhyuk chuckled in response and told him to stop pretending. He knew very well that the path had been left open on purpose. Mohan frowned deeply. With a wave of his hand, he said that he had entrusted the crown to a mere girl and allowed Jinhyuk to approach with so few soldiers, but it would change nothing. Mana surged violently around his body as he declared that the battle would end here. At that moment, two enormous statues appeared. The Bodhisattva grinned broadly, asking whether there were truly no better warriors in the world. David rubbed his chin and commented that not a single one of them even had ideal proportions. Mohan's expression darkened further. Moving his lips, he asked if they had gone mad in the face of defeat. A shadow fell across the grinning boy's eyes. Alice crossed her arms and asked Jinhyuk if he really planned to face this alone. He asked her if she was worried. Frowning, she admitted that it was only natural. He was not the guardian of the third floor for nothing. Turning away slightly, Jinhyuk remarked that this was the first time she had ever acknowledged someone as strong. Was he really stronger than her? Alice snapped back angrily, telling him not to compare the Lord of the Night to these idiots. She closed her eyes and muttered that if she had not been imprisoned back then, everything would have been different. After a brief pause, Jinhyuk asked if he could leave that area to her. The vampire raised her leg slightly and replied that even in her current condition, she could easily handle 10,000 of these blockheads. The enemy rushed toward Alice in a tidal wave. Jinhyuk grinned and told Mohan that if anyone heard what he had just said about her, they would definitely get angry. Alice concentrated, blood gathering in her palm. In the next instant, countless blood-red spears formed around her. She waved her hand lazily and asked if they truly understood who they were trying to kill. The spears shot forward, tearing through stone bodies as if they were flesh. Warriors were ripped apart, limbs shattered, torsos pierced. One statue froze mid-motion, its hand raised uselessly. Alice gathered an immense amount of mana above her head. Raising an eyebrow, she gave a single command. Die! A violent explosion shook the battlefield. She landed lightly, closing her eyes and puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Mohan screamed in disbelief, demanding to know how such a fragile-looking girl could possess that level of power. Jinhyuk summoned his spear and answered calmly. Letting her get close had been his mistake. Even now, he still could not defeat Alice. The Bloody Rage skill activated. A black sheet of mana reacted violently, flooding into his spear. An icon depicting a broken skull lit up. A new attack modifier was obtained. Jinhyuk swung once, then hurled the spear. It tore through the air, leaving a blazing trail of mana behind it. Soldier's eyes glowed in shock. Even the Bodhisattva's eyes shone as he trembled, muttering to David that he had disliked him from the very beginning. Raising his hand, he screamed that David's pretty face and abs were unbearable. He struck him. Chaos erupted. Soldiers and generals turned on one another. Several warriors tackled the giant to the ground as the Bodhisattva relentlessly beat David. Mohan clutched his head mentally, drenched in sweat. Everything had fallen apart. Jinhyuk, seated firmly on his horse, told him not to panic. Otherwise, he looked pathetic. A massive wall of ice formed behind the Titan. Mohan grit his teeth. Jinhyuk shaped a bow of energy in his hands and asked calmly if he truly intended to run from inevitable defeat. Mohan shouted for him to stop and swung his arm. A colossal fist rushed toward Jinhyuk, scattering soldiers' bodies like debris. Horses and warriors were hurled into the air. Jinhyuk summoned another spear and said coldly that the moment Mohan felt fear, he abandoned everything on his floor and tried to flee. He pulled the spear back like an arrow. Then released it. The spear pierced straight through the giant's hand, continued through his eye, and burst out behind Mohan's back. It slammed into his chest. Mohan froze, glowing as defeat overtook him. Light poured from his eyes and mouth. A second later, a massive explosion of energy roared across the battlefield. Alice smiled softly. The guardian of the third floor had fallen. The system announced the opening of the fourth floor of the test tower. Alice waved her hand, celebrating with the others. The time limit to conquer the next floor was set at 90 days. Maria smiled. Teresa smiled as well. The enormous Titan began to glow before exploding completely. Jinhyuk straightened himself as the light faded. The floor was cleared. He stepped forward as notifications flooded in, levels rising rapidly. Looking through the system windows, he muttered that all stats should be invested into mana. Then it was time to check the drop. He frowned. Treasure drops were ranked by color. From the first 10 floors, only red-ranked items were supposed to appear, with purple being the highest. Yet before him stood an orange chest. Jinhyuk rubbed his palms together, guessing that this was likely the effect of the monopolization skill, triggered because he alone received the reward. The chest burst open. Skills and items spilled out. He grinned, then abruptly froze. His eyes locked onto a sun figurine. Jin-hyuk smiled sharply, saying that with this, clearing the 4th floor would be much easier. Alice raised an eyebrow, commenting mentally that she still could not get used to that expression. She smiled faintly and admitted that he was encouraging, in his own way. Elsewhere, adventurers sat around a table in silence. Frederick smiled nervously, saying that Jin-hyuk had actually done it. Beck threw his head back and laughed, declaring that this marked the birth of a new hero. Maria closed her eyes and said that they now had 90 days to prepare for the next floor. They would have to train harder than ever. Tenwei scowled deeply, suddenly leaping to his feet. He demanded to know how this could be considered glorious. After all, Jin-hyuk had taken everything, loot, attention, all of it. He fell silent when Teresa spoke. She waved her hand dismissively and said that Jin-hyuk had been cleaning up after them. They had failed against the boss and had almost sided with the mains. Thanks to him, humanity gained 90 days without the mains interfering. She added that it was absurd to criticize him after he had resolved such a crisis. Beck and Maria frowned. Teresa turned toward them and asked if they seriously agreed with Tenwei. Tenwei sat back down. Teresa froze for a moment, then straightened and announced her immediate resignation from the association. Maria looked up and urged her to reconsider, reminding her of everything she had done to join them. Frederick raised his hand and said that their association was not something one could casually enter and leave. Only those capable of protecting humanity were invited. If she left, she would never be allowed back. The blonde hesitated when he asked whether she truly trusted this man with humanity's future. Teresa gripped the door handles and walked out, saying that she had already trusted him with her life once. Later, Jin-hyuk walked along the beach, remarking that he now had more than enough money and could finally stay in a good hotel. He took out his phone when Younghwa called. Putting it to his ear, he explained that he had been inside the tower and could not answer earlier. Younghwa bowed her head slightly and said that her grandfather had not opened his eyes. She was the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist Chen Yang, a grandmaster of Korean martial arts. His broad back had always filled her with resolve. Jin-hyuk stared in shock. Now, Younghwa was crying as she looked at him. Jin-hyuk placed a steady hand on her shoulder and quietly asked if she could tell him what had happened here. Younghwa glanced toward the hospital building, her expression tightening. She said everything began around the time the trial tower appeared, during the Incheon incident. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes. That was the same period when he himself had been trapped in the labyrinth in Hanoi. Gripping the handrail, Younghwa continued. Her grandfather had been there that day. When monsters awakened after the outbreak, he fought them head-on and defeated them, but he was gravely injured. He never fully recovered. As they entered the ward, she added in a strained voice that his condition had worsened recently. Jin-hyuk stopped beside the bed and examined the old man lying there. This was someone once regarded as the strongest in Korea. As Jin-hyuk looked at him, his eyes shimmered faintly while he checked the man's status and characteristics. He was stunned. This was a man who had never entered the tower, yet possessed such overwhelming presence and depth. The door opened abruptly. A doctor walked in, followed by several others, asking Younghwa why she had left the room so suddenly. His tone sharpened when he noticed Jin-hyuk, remarking that the man with her was nothing more than a fighter who knew only how to fight. Jin-soo stepped closer and said bluntly that even an S-rank individual would be useless here. Jin-hyuk turned calmly and replied that he had known Younghwa for a long time. He had come only to see if there was anything he could do for her. The doctor leaned over the patient, clearing his throat and apologizing for the misunderstanding. He said it was embarrassing to think that the famous Jin-hyuk might suddenly decide to become a miracle doctor. Younghwa clenched her fists. Her voice trembled as she admitted that she was desperate. She had called him even though he was not a doctor, simply because he was strong. She raised her voice, saying that the best specialists available were already here, yet her grandfather was not improving at all. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said they were doing everything they could. Jin-soo added that even with modern equipment, illnesses caused by the tower's influence were still beyond full understanding. The room fell silent. Younghwa hugged herself and apologized for losing control of her emotions. At that moment, Jin-hyuk activated his greedy gaze. As he passed her, Younghwa suggested that he leave so as not to interfere with the doctors. Jin-hyuk clenched his teeth. Anger surged through him as he read Jin-soo's thoughts. Until recently, the man had simply been enjoying himself here. Now, he was pretending to provide treatment. Pointing his pen toward the patient's veins, Jin-soo explained that the old man had fallen into a coma due to a clash between the energy from his martial techniques and the tower's magic. He added that they were considering a treatment using magical stones, but the raw materials were extremely expensive. Younghwa clenched her fist and said money did not matter. She would sell everything she had if necessary. The doctor chuckled softly, then suddenly turned his gaze. Jin-hyuk asked what nonsense he was talking about, accusing him of trying to extort money. Jin-hyuk stepped closer and flatly called him a swindler. The medics immediately moved to block him, accusing Jin-hyuk of seriously insulting their profession. Jin-soo adjusted his glasses and said that just because Jin-hyuk was the mistress's guest did not give him the right to say whatever he wanted. Inside his mind, Jin-soo scoffed, thinking that even if they were investigated, the cryptocurrency wallets registered under fake identities would never be traced. Jin-hyuk raised a finger and asked calmly how far he had gone using fake crypto accounts. Youngwa frowned sharply. Jin-soo pointed at Jin-hyuk and demanded evidence, accusing him of trying to ruin their reputation without proof. Jin-hyuk's eyes continued to glow faintly as he read the man's thoughts, and suddenly, Jin-soo wondered whether this guest knew about the Black Cloud Guild's connection with a tower dweller. Jin-hyuk froze, his hands still in his pockets. His eyes widened. Tower dwellers had contacted humans. The medics stood frozen. Jin-hyuk thought of Dakba and realized that humans were considered a serious external threat to tower dwellers. But then, what were they planning? Suddenly, the sensor data spiked. Chun-yong coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. Youngwa screamed. Jin-soo spun around and bolted for the exit. Youngwa slammed the door shut with her foot. Sweat poured down the man's face as she said coldly that something must be bothering him if he was in such a hurry to escape. Crying, she added that if her grandfather died, he should not even dream of leaving this place alive. Jin-hyuk stepped toward the bed and told her to calm down. Treatment was the priority. Chun-yong's body convulsed. Jin-soo grabbed his tie and shouted that he needed to fetch medicine, claiming that it was only because of them that Chun-yong was still alive at all. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and told Youngwa to hit the doctor once. She froze, then reacted instantly. Turning sharply, she kicked Jin-soo square in the face. Jin-hyuk examined the old man again and realized how critical his condition was. An ordinary person would have died long ago. He raised his hand and resolved that he would not let him die. The doctor frowned when he saw the object that appeared in Jin-hyuk's hand. Jin-hyuk chuckled softly and said that the man must truly know something if he recognized it. Opening the container, he thought that he had planned to save this as a last resort, but he had known Youngwa for far too long to hesitate now. He poured the elixir onto Chun-yong, thinking that he could not pass up the chance to copy the skill of someone like him. The elixir glowed brilliantly as it was absorbed. Blue light ran through the veins on the old man's hand, then faded completely. Chun-yong's expression softened, and a faint smile appeared as his body relaxed. Youngwa rushed forward, tears spilling freely as she laughed and cried at the same time. Jin-hyuk's mind suddenly buzzed as system notifications flooded in. He had successfully copied the heavenly flower cultivation technique. Behind them, Jin-soo stared in disbelief, shaking as he realized that the boy had actually cured the old man. He whispered that they needed to leave immediately. Jin-hyuk kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the floor. He told the others to get out. Narrowing his eyes, Jin-hyuk looked down at the doctor and said that they would have a private conversation next. Jin-soo's body slammed violently into the wall of the storage room. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, and he slid down onto the cold floor, teeth clenched as pain shot through his back. "So what now?" he snarled, forcing his head up despite the tremor in his arms. "Going to kill me? That it?" A young man stood calmly in the doorway, blocking the exit. His expression was unreadable. "I'm not killing you," he said evenly. "Not over stolen money." Jin-soo froze. "If you return everything you've taken until now," the man continued, "I'll let you walk out of here." The words sounded too good to be true. Still seated on the floor, Jin-soo looked up cautiously. You'll really let me go?" "You don't need to worry," Jin-hyuk replied without hesitation. "I'll explain everything to Youngwa myself." Jin-soo hesitated. His shoulders slowly sagged, and he lowered his head in defeat. Then, Jin-hyuk's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp, dangerous light. Turning slightly, he asked in a cold tone, "Doctor, are you tired of living?" Before anyone could react, a phone lying on the couch began to ring. A notification lit up the screen. More than 35 billion had been credited. The room went dead silent. Doctors, nurses, and staff nearby all turned toward the sound, stunned by what they had just seen. Jin-soo stared at the screen, then at Jin-hyuk. A grin spread across his face as relief flooded his chest. Without wasting another second, he scrambled to his feet and bolted out of the hospital, laughter spilling from his mouth as he ran, happy simply to still be alive. High above, on the hospital rooftop, Jin-hyuk stood with his hands in his pockets, watching from a distance. "Alice," he said calmly, "follow him. Find out where he's heading." The small vampire perched on his shoulder tilted her head. "You let him go on purpose, didn't you?" Jin-hyuk frowned slightly. "Even if I squeezed those useless lackeys dry, I wouldn't get anything worthwhile." He turned his gaze toward the city lights below. "I need their base. Their leaders. Not loose change." Alice smiled. Got it. I won't be seen. She fluttered off into the night, trailing after Jin Su with a quiet laugh. Jin-hyuk watched her disappear, then turned away, a faint grin forming on his lips. Back inside the office, Jin-hyuk approached the door and called out, "Younghwa, go check how the elixir is settling." Her face immediately brightened. "Okay," she replied cheerfully. "Call me when you're done." Once she left, the room grew quiet. Jin-hyuk glanced toward the hospital bed. Everyone's gone now. The old man lying there remained completely still. Then, slowly, one eye opened. "I thought I played dead perfectly," the man said dryly as he sat up. "Was it my breathing that gave me away?" "You did fine," Jin-hyuk replied, closing his eyes briefly. "Perfect, actually." Chun-young frowned. "I didn't intend to deceive you. You appeared suddenly and cured me," Jin-hyuk said, sitting beside him. "Anyone would feel wary after that. I would have been suspicious too." Chun-young studied him closely, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed. "You understand people frighteningly well," he said. "You read my thoughts so cleanly I've got nothing to add." Opening his eyes again, Jin-hyuk continued, "Younghwa was worried about you. She almost never asks for help, but this time, she even wrote to me." Shun clenched his fist at those words. Jin-hyuk paused. "I want to ask you something." After a moment of thought, Chun-young nodded. "You saved my life. I'll answer anything I can." Jin-hyuk's gaze drifted to the scar on the old man's chest. "What happened during the breakout?" Chun-young raised a hand and slowly touched the wound. His expression darkened. "I was on my way to a conference when it started," he said quietly. The memory surfaced vividly. He had been sitting in the car, teeth clenched as pain ripped through his body. Then, space tore open above them. A gate appeared in midair. From the small opening, spiders crawled out. The policeman driving screamed in fear and reached for his gun, but one of the spiders lunged forward, mandibles snapping. Chun-young reacted instantly, kicking the monster away. The ground beneath him collapsed. Taking a firm stance, he shouted, "Evacuate the civilians. I'll handle the monsters." As his foot struck the cobblestone, a voice echoed from above. "Even in this world, there are decent humans." Someone stood over Chun-young. A tall figure grinned widely, holding a monster's corpse in one hand before casually tossing it aside. "I'll play with you," the unknown man said. Chun-young frowned inwardly. "I can manage these large ones, somehow." The swordsman drew his blade and stepped forward. Then he vanished. Chun-young's mouth fell open. The next instant, the opponent was above him. Steel tore through his chest. The swordsman landed cleanly, already behind him. Swordsman spun around just as Chun-young cursed aloud. And that was when everything went black. Chun-young slowly touched the scar on his chest, his fingers lingering as his expression darkened. "That's the last thing I remember," the old man said quietly. "I've never seen anyone wield a sword at that speed in my entire life." Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes. He already had a good idea who that opponent was. If his assumption was correct, then it meant one thing: the Murim forces ruling the 21st floor had begun acting far more erratically than before. That alone was troubling. Jin-hyuk stroked his jaw, memories resurfacing of the Murim practitioners who had made his progress miserable during the game. His eyes widened slightly as another thought struck him. Why were they interfering with the outside world? After a moment, he looked back at Chun-young and spoke in a calm but heavy voice. "The one who attacked you was a resident of the tower." Chun-young's expression stiffened. "That complicates things," Jin-hyuk continued. "A lot." Outside the room, Younghwa sat quietly by the door. Hearing her presence, Chun-young suddenly asked, "How long have you known Younghwa?" Jin-hyuk answered honestly. "A long time." The old man burst into laughter. "Then I should arrange a wedding." Jin-hyuk immediately shook his head. "We're not in that kind of relationship." Chun-young closed his eyes, smiling faintly. "I may not be very clever, but age has taught me how to read people." Opening his eyes again, he continued, "It takes 10,000 hours to truly master any field." Jin-hyuk paused. He thought about the countless hours he had spent inside the game. Chun-young went on, recalling the awakened. "The tower has only existed for a few months, yet the so-called experts are already overrated." He looked directly at Jin-hyuk. "You're different. It's as if you've been through this many times. Someone forged through endless trials." Jin-hyuk closed his eyes briefly. "You're exaggerating." Chun-young smirked. "Even when you act humble, you can't hide it. You're a master." Placing a hand over his chest, the old man spoke solemnly. "You saved my life. I want to repay that debt." Jin-hyuk smirked slightly. Receiving gratitude from the most prestigious martial artist in Korea was no small thing. "Can I ask for anything?" he said casually. Chun-young smiled. "Don't worry. Say it." Soon after, Jin-hyuk stepped outside to Younghwa. She turned instantly, worry written all over her face. "How is my grandfather?" "The elixir has already merged with his body," Jin-hyuk replied. "Give it a few days. He'll be fully recovered." Relief washed over her. She scratched the back of her head. "How can I repay you?" Jin-hyuk grinned. "Your grandfather already compensated me more than enough." From inside the room, Chun-young smiled broadly. Tears streamed down his face. He never imagined that this would be what Jin-hyuk asked for. The elevator stopped at the 101st floor. Jin-hyuk entered his room and walked toward the window, smiling as he looked out over the city from the luxurious skyscraper. "Money really is nice," he muttered. He ordered lunch. Moments later, a food cart arrived. Jin-hyuk carefully cut a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth. His expression softened as he savored the taste. Just a few months ago, he had eaten whatever he could find, often instant ramen. Alice, sprawled lazily on the couch, glanced at him. "You're enjoying that way too much." Then her eyes shifted to the television. A broadcast about the trial tower filled the screen. The guest was Yunak, a top-ranked member of the Dan Gun Guild and widely considered the strongest in Korea. Sitting upright, Alice listened as the interviewer asked about the key to conquering the tower. Yunak replied confidently, "The most important thing is becoming strong as fast as possible." Pointing toward the camera, he continued, "There are two ways. First, raise your level and skills." Alice's expression darkened as Yunak went on. "Second, coins." He smiled. Being able to buy powerful items with coins is the greatest advantage a ranker can have. While Yunak spoke, Alice glanced at Jin-hyuk. "You already finished everything." She suddenly sat up. "Where are you planning to go?" Before he could answer, her lips curved into a knowing smile. She picked up a glass of wine and stopped listening to the broadcast. On screen, Yunak continued. Multiple cameras focused on him as he explained that whoever cleared the third floor first would gain access to the fourth. "The fourth floor is special," he said, pointing to the screen. "You must endure 100 waves of attacks. The key is capturing and holding a base." He warned that if the base fell, the fourth floor would be locked for 20 days, like an hourglass that refused to open early. When the image of Unknown appeared, Yunak shook his head. Even Unknown wouldn't take such a risk lightly. Jin-hyuk turned on the shower, listening absently as water poured down. Yunak's voice echoed through the steam. "There's a scenario where humanity could be wiped out." Jin-hyuk stood still beneath the water. The interviewer asked if it would be better to wait a month. Yunak smiled. "If we want to enter boldly, we need at least a month of preparation." Later, beside his car, Yunak suggested resting during that time. As he got in, a system window suddenly appeared. "Player Unknown has begun clearing the fourth floor." Yunak's eyes widened. "Prepare for participation. First wave begins in 8 hours." He slammed the steering wheel and abruptly turned the car around, ignoring the woman's screams beside him. "Gather all rankers. Now!" System messages flooded in from every direction. Yunak was furious. They were completely unprepared, and only 8 hours remained. As he drove, one thought consumed his mind. What is Unknown thinking? At the same time, Jin-hyuk opened his eyes. Alice was sleeping beside him. Stretching lazily, he smiled. "I slept well." He stood up. "Time to move." System notification, 1 hour 37 minutes 51 seconds until first wave. The fourth floor consisted of 100 waves of normal and special zombies. Players could either build defensive towers or claim a base and defend it. Upon entry, a notification appeared. "You are the first player to enter the fourth floor." Walking through the ruined city, Jin-hyuk frowned. "This place is creepy." Another message followed. "Players may enter in 20 minutes. Looking around, Jin-hyuk quickened his pace. He arrived at the World Cup Stadium. The moment he touched the pole, the system responded. Base installation right activated. A massive flag appeared above the stadium. Base selected, World Cup Stadium. Jin-hyuk immediately began planting seeds and using living water. Notifications rang out as plant growth accelerated by 20%. Meanwhile, players gathered at the starting area. Jin-hyuk scanned them and recognized every major guild. Then, Jin-hyuk. Taemin and Yonghwa waved. Teresa greeted him warmly as well. Taemin and Yonghwa stared, shocked by Teresa's behavior. Jin-hyuk descended toward them. "Sorry for the rush." "There's no need," Taemin and Teresa replied immediately. Teresa turned away, flustered. "It's better being with Jin-hyuk." Whispers spread as people discussed his party. Jin-hyuk smiled. "Everyone prepared?" Yonghwa and Taemin hesitated, clearly worried about the enemies. Jin-hyuk smirked. "If it were easy, it wouldn't be fun." He glanced back at the stadium. "That's why I chose this place as the base." Yonghwa and Taemin stared at Jin-hyuk in disbelief. Only now did the weight of his words sink in. Holding a base of this size normally required at least 100 people. The realization sent a chill through them. Teresa looked between the furious pair and Jinhyuk, completely confused. When Yonghwa muttered that Jinhyuk was a masochist, Teresa hesitated, then asked timidly whether that meant he was some kind of pervert. No one answered her. The only response was Yonghwa's irritated shouting echoing through the eerie, ruined city. After a moment, Teresa stepped closer to Jinhyuk and politely asked if she could say something. Spreading her fingers, she explained that defending a base required at least 5 people. Then she pointed at Yonghwa and Taming. There are only 4 of us. That's strange, isn't it? Jinhyuk closed his eyes calmly. The 5th will arrive soon. Almost on cue, a heavy presence slammed down beside them. An enraged Yusung landed on the ground, calling Jinhyuk's name slowly, syllable by syllable, his voice trembling with fury. He drew his blade, glaring murderously. I'll kill you. Not long ago, Yusung had been training peacefully in the forest. He had settled into his stance, began meditating, and then a system window had appeared. It was a message from Jinhyuk, ordering him to come to the starting area within an hour. Yusung frowned and ignored it. Moments later, another message arrived. Jinhyuk promised to fight him without using his left hand and right leg. Yusung snorted and continued training, deciding not to fall for such cheap provocation. Then came a third message. Jinhyuk added that he would also close his eyes. Yusung's patience snapped. He clenched his jaw, swearing to take revenge later. And then the final message came. Are you a coward? That single question struck him like lightning. Now, standing before Jinhyuk, Yusung was seething. Jinhyuk casually motioned for him to come closer, his gaze settling on Yusung's weapon. He smirked when he recognized it, an attribute sword, capable of channeling elemental magic and attacking from range. Yusung stepped forward, rage blazing. I'll show you how wrong you are. His sword ignited, flames roaring along the blade. Jinhyuk pointed at it. What are you planning to do with an unfinished sword like that? Yusung ground his teeth. What do you mean? The attribute sword isn't bad, Jinhyuk said, raising his hand. But it only shows its true worth once it's complete. He smiled faintly. This floor's random drop includes an item that perfectly complements your sword. You need a fire attribute core, right? Yusung shouted, accusing him of bluffing. Random drops are random for a reason. Jinhyuk pointed at him calmly. I have my own ways of getting what I want. Join us, and I'll give you the item. Yusung hesitated. His eyes flickered with conflict. After a long pause, he sheathed his sword. Turning away, he said stiffly, it would be nice if it really dropped for us. System notification, party of 5 has been formed. System notification, minimum number of players required to defend the base has been met. Yusung watched the group move out. Teresa glanced at Jinhyuk, concerned. Is everything okay? Yusung seems different. As long as our agreement stands, he won't betray us, Jinhyuk replied. He may look creepy, but he's a man of honor. Suddenly, Yonghwa called out to him, remembering something. She handed him a pair of swords. Jinhyuk smiled as he accepted them. System notification, twin dragon swords acquired. Due to the tower's influence, ancient relics have gained power comparable to artifacts. Yonghwa tilted her head. How did you get the swords my grandfather treasured so much? He treated me well, Jinhyuk answered simply. When he removed the cloth wrapped around the hilts, he noticed a note attached on the sword, dowry. Soon, the entire group reached their base. The moment Yonghwa and Yusung saw it, they started arguing. Jinhyuk cut them off, saying calmly that he had a plan. Then everyone turned toward the stadium entrance. A group of people stood nearby, watching them carefully. One of them asked whether they were the ones who had chosen the stadium as their base. Jinhyuk's eyes locked onto the speaker's sword. That pattern. He remembered exactly where he had seen it before. The man smirked, clearly recognizing Jinhyuk as well. As the two groups faced each other, Jinhyuk confirmed his suspicion. The pattern belonged to a Mirim clan member from the 21st floor. Looking closely at Namgung Hyan, Jinhyuk realized that the tower's inhabitants truly were moving into the outside world. When one of them asked for confirmation, Namgung Hyan closed his eyes and began introducing himself. Save it, Jinhyuk interrupted coldly. I know how savage your family is. Hyan froze in shock. Teresa anxiously tugged at Jinhyuk's sleeve, asking if he knew him. We've met, Jinhyuk replied. Mirim masters. Rulers of the 21st floor. He smirked as memories surfaced. Warriors overflowing with pride and arrogance. Hyan trembled with rage. Jinhyuk suddenly made an exaggerated expression, mocking Hyan's future reaction, then waved his hand. Let's skip this part. Hyan clenched his teeth as Jinhyuk declared that his clan no longer had any pride worth protecting. How dare you insult my clan? Hyan roared, unsheathing his sword. Jinhyuk prepared himself, and a system window appeared, displaying Hyan's full stats. System notification: if all Murim inhabitants are identified, skill copying becomes available. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. There were more of them. When Teresa asked about the next move, Jinhyuk smiled sharply. We copy the skill. He gave the order to prepare for battle. Hyan shouted commands, and his men charged. Yonghwa lit up with excitement, while Taming tensed instantly. Skill activated, Machine King. System notification: mechanism summoned. A tank formed on the battlefield. Mana enveloped Yonghwa's body. Skill activated, no step back. Damage taken reduced by 15%. Teresa began forming her armor. I'll cover the rear. Yusung glanced at Jinhyuk. Every time I see you, I realize you never care about the situation. Hold out for 3 minutes, Jinhyuk said calmly. Yusung looked at the enemies. Even 3 minutes might be too long. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of slashes, cutting down more than a dozen enemies. When Teresa swung her shield. System notification: Sacred Enhancement activated. Battle Song activated. Taming and Yonghwa felt their stats surge by 5. They cheered. Taming immediately launched missiles. Explosions tore through the battlefield. Yonghwa crushed opponents with brutal kicks. Teresa forced enemies back with her shield. Hyan watched silently as fear spread through his subordinates. Yusung cut down 3 enemies in a flash and rushed to the next. He stopped only after defeating 2 more. Hyan spoke coldly. There are stronger ones than these. Yusung barely blocked the next strike. The follow-up attack slammed into his shoulder. Pain flared. Yusung's eyes burned with fury. Hyan stood directly in front of Yusung, his expression calm but sharp. He gave a brief nod of approval. Your reaction speed isn't bad, he said. Without proper fundamentals, no one becomes a real swordsman. I'll show you what swordsmanship truly is. He raised his blade and shifted into stance. Then he moved. The lunge was so fast it cut through the air with a piercing whistle. Yusung's muscles locked tight. His eyes tracked the mana flow around Gun Hyan's body, trying to predict the trajectory. Even so, the impact when their swords met nearly numbed his arms. Each strike carried crushing weight, far beyond anything the Triad fighters had shown earlier. Gun Hyan's next attack came without warning. Yusung barely lifted his sword in time. Steel screamed. Gun Hyan raised his blade again for a finishing blow. Yusung saw it coming, but his body wouldn't move fast enough. At the last instant, Teresa crashed in between them. Her shield slammed upward, deflecting the strike with a heavy clang that echoed across the battlefield. Jinhyuk appeared right behind her. Nice timing, he said with a grin. Then his smile sharpened. My turn. System notification: Fire element activated. Flames erupted from his hand, expanding into a blazing cloud that surged toward Gun Hyan. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing a wide area and forcing everyone nearby to retreat. Gun Hyan's expression tightened slightly as the flames surrounded him, but annoyance quickly replaced it. This level of magic, he scoffed. You expect this to do anything? At that moment, Jinhyuk leapt into the air. Gun Hyan smirked. You can't dodge in midair. His words cut off. Ice suddenly coiled around his leg. He jerked in surprise. Jinhyuk's voice came calmly from above. People usually don't recheck what they've already confirmed. Mana condensed into his hand. System notification: Skill activated, Daylight. A massive surge of energy shot downward like a pillar of light aimed straight at Gun Hyan. For the first time, fear flashed across Gun Hyan's face. Then another figure appeared in the air. A blade swept across the trajectory, deflecting the attack with explosive force. The newcomer landed behind Gun Hyan moments later. Jinhyuk's smile faded as he saw who had arrived. The man struck the ground with his staff, surveying the battlefield. This exceeds my expectations, he said calmly. Gun Hyan's clan members quickly gathered around him, forming a defensive line. Both groups stared at each other in silence. Weibo, deep in thought, spoke first. I didn't expect someone outside the tower to possess this level of internal energy. His sister nodded in agreement. Jinhyuk suddenly grinned again. Perfect timing. System notification: All Triad residents located. System notification: Copy condition satisfied. System notification: Skill successfully copied, Endless Step. System notification: Endless Step combined with Sword Cemetery. A new window appeared. Movement speed increased by 70%. Jinhyuk's grin widened in satisfaction. Weibo glanced at Gun Hyan. Are you alright? The siblings began teasing him lightly about his failure, which only fueled his anger. I could have handled it alone. Gun Hyan snapped. No one asked you to interfere. Weibo raised a hand calmly. We never doubted you. But the leader ordered us to reach an agreement, not kill him. His sister added, try not to fight so recklessly. Gun Hyen shot her an irritated glare. I know that already. Then he pointed at Jinhyuk. He already knows we came from the tower. The three newcomers froze in shock. Jinhyuk simply watched with an amused smile. Gun Hyen suddenly stood straight, fury burning in his eyes. No matter what you're planning, you need to die. Before he could move, Weibo slammed his Bicento down, blocking him. We're leaving, Weibo said firmly. Gun Hyen protested, but one of their subordinates shouted that they only had 3 minutes before zombies arrived. Jinhyuk waved casually, dismissing them as if they were unimportant. Weibo glanced back once. We wouldn't choose a terrible place like this anyway. We already have a base. He rested the Bicento on his shoulder. Much better than a giant stadium. From a nearby hill, he began issuing orders to his group. Gun Hyen looked back at Jinhyuk one last time. Next time, I'll fight with everything I have. Then they left. Yonghwa immediately started complaining that the battle ended before it even began. Taming reminded Jinhyuk that they needed to prepare for the incoming wave. But Jinhyuk wasn't listening. His gaze was fixed on the supermarket ahead. Thick walls. Supplies everywhere. A slow smile spread across his face. He already knew how dangerous that place was. Above them, a drone buzzed through the sky, transmitting footage of a massive zombie horde approaching. The monsters screamed as they ran, drawn toward the base. Taming stared nervously at the screen. Can we really handle that many? Yonghwa glared at Jinhyuk. Did you pick this crazy place just for the stream? Relax, he said calmly. He pointed toward several enormous sunflowers planted near the entrances. They're more useful than they look. Teresa blinked in surprise as she studied them. Jinhyuk snapped off a branch and motioned everyone closer. Pointing toward the flag, he explained, the goal of base defense is simple. Don't let the enemy capture the flag. Instead of hiding it, he had placed the flag right in the center of the stadium where it was clearly visible from everywhere. Then he began drawing a rough map on the ground. Our stadium has 4 entrances. 1 on each side. I planted these at every gate. Everyone stared at the plants with amazement. If we manage them properly, Jinhyuk continued, they'll defend most of the base for us. And because this stadium is huge, we'll also get rewards for maximum kill count. He and Yusung explained the rotation plan together. The plants would eliminate most zombies automatically, but during their cooldown periods, the team would need to hold the line themselves. Yusung nodded once and turned toward the western gate. I'll take that side. Be careful, Jinhyuk said. Yusung's temper flared immediately. You think a pile of rotting corpses can beat me? He snapped, gripping his sword tighter. Jinhyuk didn't even look at him when he replied, his tone deliberately provoking. Pretty sure someone who said something similar earlier ended up getting beaten. The jab hit exactly where it needed to. Yusung's veins bulged with irritation, but before he could respond, Taming stepped in. I agree with the plan, Taming said firmly. I'll stay in the center and cover everyone. I'll keep the drones active so we have visibility in all directions. Yonghwa cracked her knuckles with excitement. North gate is mine. Teresa nodded calmly. I'll take the south. Jinhyuk pointed toward the east. Positions. Now. As everyone moved, he summoned his twin blades. The moment the weapons materialized in his hands, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He had been waiting for a chance to use them properly. Nearby, Taming dropped to one knee as mechanical parts assembled around him, transforming into a heavy cannon unit. System notification, first wave will begin shortly. Contact incoming. Taming shouted after scanning the drone feed. Zombies approaching. Teresa raised her shield, planting her feet firmly into the ground. Yonghwa lowered into a fighting stance, mana beginning to swirl around her body. At the western entrance, the first wave appeared. A massive horde burst through the gate, shrieking wildly as they charged forward like rabid beasts. System notification, solar bloom activated. The enormous sunflower at the gate began to tremble. Its bud slowly opened, revealing a glowing core that pulsed with gathered sunlight. Then it fired. A blazing meteor streaked through the air and crashed directly into the center of the zombie swarm. Explosions erupted everywhere. Flames engulfed bodies. Limbs flew apart. But the zombies didn't stop. Even as they burned, they kept running forward. Yonghwa shielded her eyes from the heat. These plants are way stronger than normal defense towers. Moments later, the ground in front of the gate was nothing but shredded corpses and pools of blood. The flower's bud closed again, entering cooldown. Yonghwa's eyes widened. More are coming. Fresh zombies climbed over the remains of the fallen and rushed toward them. Jinhyuk stepped forward, twin blades gleaming. 1 minute, he shouted. Hold them for 1 minute. Teresa glanced at him instinctively. He looked back and smiled. The simple expression made her heart skip for a moment. Memories surfaced, every dangerous situation where he had stood beside her, protecting her while trusting her completely. A faint blush touched her cheeks. She closed her eyes and focused. Mana surged through her body. When she opened them again, her expression was firm with resolve. She trusted him completely. Together, they cut through the remaining zombies until... System notification, first wave cleared. Several adventurers nearby collapsed in exhaustion. That was only the first wave, one muttered, wiping sweat from his face. Another laughed nervously. Think about the rewards. Experience, items, and if it gets bad, we just run. At that moment... System notification, battle highlights from each base will now be broadcast for popularity voting. Elsewhere, inside a fortified supermarket base belonging to the Triad Guild, players watched the live feed. That's the stadium team, someone said, pointing at the screen. Only 5 members. Yongwan's eyes widened when he saw the footage. His bald head gleamed under the lights as he leaned closer. What did they do to those plants? He exclaimed. They're insanely strong. On screen, Jinhyuk's group was fighting effortlessly despite their small numbers. They gathered all the top rookies, a girl commented. When Teresa appeared on the broadcast, Yongwan nearly shouted in admiration, remembering how she had saved him before. Vote for them. Hurry, someone yelled. Back at the stadium, Jinhyuk held a glowing sphere of golden light above his palm. This is solar energy, he explained. You get it from killing zombies. We use it to strengthen the plants. Teresa considered this. So defense becomes easier? System windows popped up rapidly, displaying energy requirements. Jinhyuk tossed seeds to everyone. 1 cannon plant for the east. 1 for the south, he told Teresa. Then to the others, ice seed in the center. Stone seed in the west. Yonghwa raised her hand. Do we just stick it in the dirt? Jinhyuk sighed. If you do that, it won't grow in time. Watch. He pulled out a strange collection of ingredients, dried mountain cow dung, a withered leaf, and a gray worm. He fed them directly to the plant. System notification, plants are in a state of anticipation. System notification, taste satisfaction extremely high. Growth acceleration applied. The plant visibly trembled with excitement as if savoring gourmet food. Jinhyuk tossed the empty bag aside. Eat more. Grow faster. Taeming pointed at him, horrified. You've completely lost your mind. Yonghwa snorted. How long do you have to stay in the tower to turn into this? Even Yusung stared in disbelief. Jinhyuk ignored them. Fertilizer speeds growth massively. Take care of them until the next wave. Teresa tilted her head. Where are you going? He smiled casually. Just cleaning up a bit. She blinked, completely confused. Raven silently followed his movement from above. As Jinhyuk crossed the battlefield, he noticed players everywhere gathering supplies, reinforcing defenses, and preparing for a prolonged siege. He chuckled softly. What a waste. Jumping off an abandoned bus, he looked up at a nearby high-rise building. Only amateurs prepare for a long battle. Inside the building, dust coated everything. Cobwebs hung from corners untouched for months. I haven't been here in a while, he muttered. Even the view outside the window looked exactly the same as he remembered. He pulled away a large canvas sheet. Behind it stood a tall mirror. That thing's still here too. Jinhyuk extended his finger toward the surface. Time to start. The moment his finger touched the mirror, it rippled like water. Elsewhere, inside a cultivator warehouse, an identical mirror suddenly reacted. Jinhyuk's hand passed through first. Then his arm. Moments later, half of his body emerged from the other side of the mirror. The concrete wall caved inward with a loud crack. Gunhyun slid down from the dent he had just created, blood running from the corner of his mouth, fury blazing in his eyes. I'm going to kill Jinhyuk, he growled. No matter what it takes. A girl lounging casually on top of a cabinet swung one leg over the edge and looked down at him. She rarely agreed with him on anything, but this time her expression was serious. Normally I'd argue with you, she said, opening her eyes slowly. But this time, you're right. We need influence, yes. But forming an alliance with someone we can't control? That's just inviting disaster. Gunhyun turned toward Wingbo in disbelief. You too? You're taking Soha's side? Wingbo didn't answer immediately. His brows furrowed slightly as thoughts raced through his mind. They had met outsiders secretly many times before. Deals, exchanges, information trades. But none of those encounters had ever risked exposing them. Unlike now. If Jinhyuk disappeared, the problem might solve itself. His eyes narrowed subtly. At that exact moment, the entire building trembled violently. One of their subordinates burst into the room, pale with panic. There's a monster plant in the warehouse. Everyone rushed out. In the center of the storage area, a gigantic crimson flower thrashed wildly, smashing shelves and devouring supplies with grotesque enthusiasm. Smoke drifted through the air. And standing calmly within that smoke was Jinhyuk. Leaning casually against one of the vines, he waved. "I brought a housewarming gift," he said with a grin. "This red flower? Absolute gourmet." He patted the plant affectionately. "Sorry about the mess. It ate everything in your warehouse." Wingbo threw his hand up in disbelief. "What are you even trying to do?" he shouted. "Stop this first. Do you even understand what you're doing?" Jinhyuk picked his ear lazily. "You talking about the queen?" The Murim members froze. "Queen," someone repeated. Confused murmurs spread through the group. Standing atop the massive flower, Jinhyuk explained casually, as if discussing the weather. "If a base defended by more than 200 players collapses before the third wave, the mistress of the fourth floor appears. The womb of the dead. Nickname, the Queen." Far away, something stirred. Claws slowly lengthened in the darkness. Jinhyuk closed his eyes briefly, almost nostalgic. "I've been thinking about how to trigger that condition the whole time." Gunhyun stared at him like he was insane. Arm, one of the Murim members, spoke in disbelief. "Even united, we couldn't defeat that monster. Why would anyone who knows that summon her?" Jinhyuk extended his hand toward the raging flower. "Because I'm too lazy to clear zombies 100 times." He tapped the plant lightly. The flower responded instantly, smashing through the cracked ceiling and bursting outside. Gunhyun charged after him in fury. And at that same moment, the enormous plant went berserk. The supermarket base collapsed. Concrete crumbled. Structures folded inward. Defensive formations shattered completely. Across the city, Teresa frowned. What was that vibration? Taming pulled up the system panel, eyes widening. "The supermarket base, it's gone." Yonghwa looked around nervously. "Please tell me this isn't related to Jinhyuk." Yusung crossed his arms. "My instincts say he's involved." Not far away, a faint, ominous aura spread across the zombies surrounding Pendariel. A massive figure slowly raised her head. The Queen of the Dead opened her eyes. "I will punish all humans." Back at the stadium. System notification, fourth floor boss awakened. Yonghwa screamed. Taming panicked. "We just needed to survive the waves. Why is a boss appearing?" Yusung gritted his teeth, unable to understand Jinhyuk's objective. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk stood calmly on the edge of a rooftop overlooking the stadium in the distance. "A perfect battlefield," he murmured. He raised his hand. The reward from the third floor boss, finally useful. Solar eclipse stone. He crushed it. Above the city, the moon began to slide across the sun. Daylight dimmed. Shadows swallowed the streets. The zombies' eyes ignited with crimson light. System notification, undead enhancement applied. System notification, monster abilities increased by 100%. The creatures roared as power surged through their bodies. Some began mutating, flesh expanding grotesquely as they evolved mid-battle. At the stadium, Teresa staggered. Her eyes widened in shock. "My power, it's dropping." Taming rushed over. "What happened?" She looked at her trembling hands. "My saint abilities, reduced by half." Elsewhere, Pendariel felt the surge as well. Her hair lifted violently in the rising aura. Rage consumed her expression. On the rooftop, Jinhyuk received another notification. "System, floor boss has detected your presence." He smiled. "Time to start the real fight." Across the city, players ran through the streets in panic. There was no announcement about a floor boss. "We have to retreat. This raid is ruined because of the triad." One young man grabbed his bald companion while running. "If we fail this raid, it locks for 20 days. We can't run." But chaos had already begun spreading everywhere. "Forget the raid, we just need to survive first," his friend shouted desperately as players scattered through the streets in panic. At that moment, a notification flashed across countless system panels. New video uploaded. Curiosity spread instantly. When people opened it, chat messages began flooding in. The big guild couldn't even hold the first wave? This raid is doomed. Is anyone even fighting the boss? Then another video appeared. This time, it was Jinhyuk himself. Standing calmly on a rooftop, he spoke directly to the camera. "I'll draw the boss toward me. That should buy everyone else some time." The reaction was immediate. Jinhyuk is insane, but amazing. He might actually defeat it. Where's Unknown? Someone call Unknown. Back at the stadium, Yonghwa stared at the screen in disbelief. When did he even upload that? Her expression twisted with frustration as she shouted toward him. "You've gone completely overboard this time." Teresa gave a nervous smile, glancing between Jinhyuk and the collapsing city skyline. You didn't destroy the supermarket base, did you? Yusung closed his eyes calmly. It doesn't matter who did it, he said. What matters is that we now have a worthy objective. He opened his eyes and looked straight at Jinhyuk. You have a way to defeat the queen, don't you? Jinhyuk raised one finger. I have a method. Yusung immediately stepped forward. What's the plan? Instead of answering directly, Jinhyuk pointed at him. This time, your role is the most important. The swordsman blinked, surprised and slightly suspicious at the same time. Meanwhile, the ground trembled. A massive tide of zombies surged through the streets like a living ocean. Behind them, the Queen of the Dead walked slowly, her presence radiating overwhelming pressure. Humans are fragile creatures, she murmured coldly. Pendariel stopped in front of the stadium and extended her hand toward it. Kill everyone, except Jinhyuk. Her eyes sharpened. The zombie army charged. They began climbing the stadium walls in swarms. Fall back. Teresa shouted urgently. Defensive launchers opened fire. Explosions thundered across the perimeter as the sunflower towers launched blazing projectiles into the horde. Taming yelled, there are special variants mixed in. Fire rained down. But then, Pendariel stepped into the stadium. A blinding aura spread outward. She glanced at the towering plant defenses with disdain. Pathetic. Weak. Foolish. Her enormous fist smashed into one of the flowers. I will reclaim my home. Then, her expression changed. Right in front of her stood a gigantic block of ice. Inside it were Yonghua and Taming. Another block held Teresa and Yusung. A small shard of ice broke loose and slid across the ground, stopping near the queen's feet. She bent down and picked it up. What is this? Inside the ice prison, Yusung clenched his teeth furiously. Jinhyuk, you're not going to die peacefully. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk casually accepted a pouch of coins from the swordsman earlier. Honestly, no one else had that much money. A small part of him felt regret at how many coins he had just spent. Still, he pressed the activation trigger. From here on, everyone becomes bait. Yusung smirked despite himself. You're mocking me again, aren't you? Jinhyuk turned away, another crystal already in his hand. I prepared a small trap. At that exact moment, the crystal in Pendariel's hand began to glow intensely. The queen frowned. Her pupils shrank as realization hit. Ice creation activated. A massive wave of freezing energy exploded outward. The entire stadium froze instantly. Seats, walls, ground, and thousands of zombies were encased in thick ice. Even the queen herself was trapped. Cold, she muttered. A dark aura erupted from her body. Plague activated. With a violent crack, she shattered the ice around her and stepped forward, immediately locking onto Teresa. She approached sharply. Leave my home. Her fist slammed toward the frozen block holding Teresa. Then she froze again. Not physically. Mentally. Jinhyuk was gone. Far ahead, he was already sprinting away, activating the steps of the demonic Sword King. He grinned while running. Behind him, Pendariel realized his destination. Her fortress. Her eyes widened in fury. No! She lunged after him. The Queen of the Dead was terrifyingly powerful. Her poison claws alone could kill instantly. But she had one weakness. Intellect. The fourth floor's true rule was simple. Protect your base. That rule applied not only to players, but also to the undead defending their own flag. Now that the queen had left the stadium, her fortress defenses were weakened. Jinhyuk ran through the air, gaining distance. He glanced back. The furious monarch of death chased him relentlessly, face twisted with rage. Too late, he muttered with a smirk. I've already got enough lead. Ahead, another mass of zombies blocked his path. They turned toward him and roared. Jinhyuk accelerated instantly, becoming a blur. Twin swords flashed into his hands. Sword graveyard. Steel arcs exploded outward. He spun through the horde like a storm of blades, cutting down dozens in seconds. Limbs and bodies collapsed around him as he carved a path straight through the swarm. When he finally stopped, corpses covered the ground. He wrinkled his nose in disgust. That smell is awful. Jinhyuk's pupils shrank to pinpoints the moment he saw it. Right ahead, planted atop a grotesque mound of bones and rotting flesh, stood the crimson flag, the core of the enemy base. The symbol that determined victory on the fourth floor. But the instant he focused on it, danger screamed through his instincts. A massive cleaver tore through the air toward his neck. Jinhyuk didn't even think. His body reacted first. He closed his eyes for a split second, then dropped low. The blade howled past his head, missing by mere centimeters. Steel shrieked as he stabbed his sword into the ground to halt his momentum. Dirt and bone fragments sprayed outward while he slid to a stop. When he looked up, the monster blocking his path finally revealed itself. The butcher. A grotesque, two-headed zombie towering over him, each neck fused into a swollen torso packed with muscle and rot. In its hands were enormous scissor-like blades, crossed together like execution tools. Its eyes burned with rage. This creature wasn't just another undead. It was the guardian of the Queen's flag. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly, then smirked. "So, how should I deal with you this time?" One of the butcher's heads snarled, exposing jagged teeth. The blade snapped open with a metallic screech as the monster lunged forward to cut him in half. Clang! Jinhyuk crossed his twin swords, catching the scissor blades between them. The impact vibrated through his arms, but he held firm. He pushed off the ground and jumped upward. This isn't just scrap metal, you know. Heat gathered instantly in his palm. A second later, he slammed his flaming strike directly into one of the butcher's heads. Fire exploded outward. Flames burst from the monster's eyes and mouth as it staggered back, clutching its skull in agony. Jinhyuk landed lightly, already drawing both swords again. "The regeneration is insane," he muttered. "But that wasn't meant to kill you." His body blurred. Dozens of slashes erupted in a single breath. Steel flashed like lightning, carving deep wounds across the monster's torso and limbs. Flesh split, bones cracked, yet even as the damage appeared, it began knitting itself back together. The butcher roared triumphantly. It believed it couldn't die. That confidence lasted exactly one more second. Two blades suddenly pierced through its back. Jinhyuk stood behind it, smiling. "Want to argue about that?" Blinding light erupted. A massive dome of energy expanded outward, swallowing the monster completely. When the glow faded, the butcher's body disintegrated into particles. System notifications chimed in his ears. Level increased. Rewards acquired. Jinhyuk barely glanced at them. His attention was already on the red flag. "All right," he said quietly. "Time to finish this." He climbed the bone mound toward it. But just as he reached out, a system window appeared. "Anubis is offering a business proposal." Jinhyuk blinked, then chuckled. "So you're finally showing up?" In his mind, he pictured the jackal-headed god sulking after wasting power on the -1st floor. "I thought you'd stay quiet for a while after that mess," he said mentally. "I'm listening." The sky distorted. A colossal figure formed among the clouds. Anubis. Jinhyuk grabbed the flagpole casually. "Why do you look so mad?" The god forced a nervous smile. "The Egyptian gods wish to witness the logical conclusion of this battle," Anubis explained. "Clearing the 4th floor without defeating the boss is unacceptable to them." Jinhyuk clicked his tongue. Of course. The higher floor guardians couldn't tolerate someone bypassing their intended scenario. They hated irregular variables. "Why should I accept?" Jinhyuk asked, tightening his grip on the flag. "I can win right now just by taking this." Anubis grinned. A new contract window appeared. The rewards listed were absurdly generous. Jinhyuk laughed under his breath. "You're being suspiciously kind." Boom. The ground trembled violently. Pandariel descended from the sky, landing like a meteor. Cracks spread across the earth beneath her feet. She immediately looked toward the flag. It was still there. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Jinhyuk stood beside it, calm. "Don't you get it?" he asked. He was welding the butcher's scissor blades together, sparks flying as metal fused. "I could have taken the flag already." He tossed the newly formed weapon onto his shoulder like a crude scythe. "But someone paid me in advance." Pandariel narrowed her eyes. "Advance?" Jinhyuk removed his mask, revealing a wide grin. "I'm very happy with the payment." A sword materialized in her hands, dark, venomous energy swirling around it. "You will regret this," she said coldly. System messages appeared. Patronage of the heavens activated. Light attribute skills weakened by 50%. Solar eclipse stone effect applied. Jinhyuk assessed her instantly. Even with maximum buffs? His stats were nowhere near enough to kill her directly. Then she vanished. His instinct screamed. He turned. Too late. She was already behind him. Impact. His body was launched backward through the air. Yet he smiled. "You really think that hit me clean?" Pandariel frowned. Jinhyuk wasn't even looking at her. His gaze was directed downward. Confusion flickered across her face. Then rage replaced it. "Disappear." Her hair shot forward like living blades. But Jinhyuk moved like lightning. Thanks to demonic sword King's steps, movement speed increased by 70%, he dodged every strike with impossible precision. Blue light ignited in his eyes. Ice creation activated. Frost spread instantly across Pandariel's body. In the next instant, Jinhyuk was already above her. His sword crashed toward her neck. Clang. No damage. He jumped back immediately. Pandariel smirked. "You cannot kill me so easily." Jinhyuk nodded casually. "I know. That wasn't enough." She attacked again. Her sword carved yellow-black trails through the air. Ice suddenly formed over her vision. She raised her arm instinctively. Jinhyuk slipped past the strike and grabbed his weapon with both hands. 2 rapid blows smashed into her face. Her expression twisted with fury. "You made a fatal mistake." Her counterattack slammed into his blade. The force was monstrous. Jinhyuk's eyes burned bright blue as his body was hurled skyward from the impact. And yet, he was still smiling. Pandariel's expression hardened. She lifted her weapon high above her head, and the blade began spinning rapidly. Dark energy coiled around it like a vortex, condensing into crescent-shaped projectiles that screamed through the air toward Jinhyuk. The attack carried lethal intent. Then, a translucent image flickered before his eyes. A familiar beast. System message: "The Black Hound is pleased." Jinhyuk's lips curled upward. Right on time. He extended his hand forward without hesitation as another notification appeared. "The Black Hound offers an advance payment, Jackal's Fong. Movement speed plus 10%. Attack power plus 30%. Generous," Jinhyuk murmured after scanning the details. But he didn't move to accept immediately. Instead, he spoke calmly. "That's not enough." For a brief moment, the battlefield itself seemed to pause. A new message appeared instantly. "The Black Hound is curious about your condition." Jinhyuk closed one eye, smiling like a merchant negotiating prices. "Nothing special," he said. "Just one B-rank item. A white branch will do." To anyone else, the request sounded absurdly modest. The white branch was a common material, something easily obtained on floors above 10. Hardly worth attention. But Jinhyuk knew exactly what he was doing. For a being like Anubis, who governed the 42nd floor, that item was worthless junk. A spectral jackal face manifested briefly, baring its teeth. Condition accepted. Jinhyuk's hand remained extended. System notifications stacked rapidly. "You have received Jackal's Fong. You have received White Branch. Flag acquisition is restricted until the Queen is defeated." The items materialized instantly in his grasp. He clenched them tightly. Pandariel, mid-attack, frowned in confusion. She couldn't understand what he was doing in the middle of combat. Then Jinhyuk released the items. Another notification exploded across his vision. White Branch, Jackal's Fong, and Soul-Thirsting Scissors resonate. Initiating fusion. A soft pink radiance formed in front of him, swirling into shape. Meanwhile, the black projectiles were already seconds away from tearing him apart. Jinhyuk swung his weapon once. Every projectile split cleanly in half. Fusion complete. Item acquired, Scythe of Severing Causality. Ability: cuts what cannot be cut. Kills what cannot be killed. Even Pandariel froze. Shock spread across her face. Immediately, new warnings appeared. Divine artifact detected beyond floor limits. System intervention initiated. Only one activation permitted. Jinhyuk grinned. "One chance is enough." He stepped forward. Pandariel sensed the danger instantly. Her instincts screamed louder than ever before. She tried to move. Her body wouldn't respond in time. For the first time since the battle began, fear appeared in her eyes. She pulled her blade up desperately to block. Jinhyuk swung. The collision never happened. Her weapon shattered into fragments the moment it touched the scythe. The arc continued uninterrupted. The blade carved into her shoulder. A perfect, irreversible strike. Jinhyuk smiled. Far above, Anubis stared with his mouth open in disbelief. Pandariel's body trembled. A tear slipped from her eye. For a brief instant, fragments of memory surfaced in her consciousness. A small girl sitting on a carpet. Warm sunlight touching her face. Doors opening before her. Hope. Then darkness returned. Jinhyuk watched quietly. "That bastard Miran only hides behind his servants," he said. "You were stronger than him." He turned away. "Goodbye." System message: Pandariel has been defeated. Notifications flooded in. Level increases. Rewards. Achievements. Moments later. His base reappeared. Defense successful. His teammates, freed from danger, dropped to their knees in relief and respect as another message appeared. All team members have received 5 random A rank boxes. Yanawa looked up at the clear sky, smiling. Our leader did it again. 24 hours later. A television broadcast played inside a cafe. The host's voice carried excitement. It has officially been 24 hours since the 4th floor of the trial tower was conquered. Experts predicted at least 20 days to withstand 100 waves, yet Jinhyuk's team completed it in a single day. We've witnessed the overwhelming power of an S-rank player. The cafe door opened. Jinhyuk stepped inside. Am I late? He asked with a grin. Had to bring someone. He moved aside. Elegant heels clicked against the floor. Alice placed a hand on her chest, scanning the surroundings with mild disgust. This is supposed to be a banquet hall? It's filthy. One of the team members whispered in shock. That's the woman we met before. Jin-hyuk shrugged. She's part of our company now. What kind of company name is that? Someone protested. Jin-hyuk ignored it and looked around. Where's Teresa? She'll be here in about an hour, Yanawa replied. She said not to wait and to start eating. Jin-hyuk nodded, then noticed someone else approaching. A familiar face. He smiled. Didn't expect you to come. I came for one reason, the man replied. Tell me your secret to getting random rewards. Jin-hyuk slung an arm over his shoulder. I'll tell you, if you drink with me. Laughter erupted. The door opened again. More teammates arrived. Hannah bowed deeply. Congratulations on clearing the 4th floor, President. Thanks, Jin-hyuk replied casually. He gestured toward the table. Eat as much as you want. Today's celebration is on her. Alice reluctantly pulled out 2 coins. Instantly, plates and glasses appeared across the table. The team dove into the food. Jin-hyuk took a drink and closed his eyes. Perfect. Alice stared at the dishes in disbelief. All this, for 2 coins? Another teammate nodded while chewing. I've eaten plenty of meat before, but this is on another level. Jin-hyuk reached for another piece. Alice suddenly bared her teeth. He sighed and slid the plate toward her. Fine. You eat it. She smiled brightly. I'll never forget this kindness. No one present would have guessed that this cheerful woman was one of the most dangerous beings in the tower. Someone asked Yanawa about her past. She answered casually while sipping her drink. Medical student. The door opened once more. Late arrivals rushed in, apologizing. One teammate jumped up in excitement. The cafe filled with noise, laughter, and voices overlapping. Jin-hyuk watched the scene quietly. In his previous life, climbing the tower had been a lonely path. He had fought alone, bled alone, survived alone. Now, everyone was here together. Alice noticed his expression. Why are you smiling? Jin-hyuk glanced around the crowded cafe. It just got noisy in here. Outside, the signboard swayed gently above the entrance as the celebration continued inside. A translucent system window unfolded before Jin-hyuk's eyes, displaying his updated attributes in neat columns of glowing text. A slow smile spread across his face. Back when the tower had still been just a game, he had believed he was progressing in the most optimal way possible. Every stat point, every skill upgrade, every route through the floors had been carefully calculated. But now, the difference was overwhelming. His current growth speed wasn't even comparable to the past. Jin-hyuk lifted his hand, studying his fingers thoughtfully. The world had changed after the game became reality. Hidden mechanics, scaling adjustments, and system adaptations were clearly working in his favor. More importantly, he wasn't suffering resource losses anymore. That alone made an enormous difference. A scroll materialized in front of him when he opened the reward menu from the 4th floor clear. The moment it appeared in his palm, he already knew how he would use it. Ice creation. It was the skill he relied on most frequently. Without hesitation, he activated the scroll. The parchment dissolved into particles of pale blue light that seeped into his body. System message, ice creation level increased to 8. At that exact moment, cold air spread outward. Elsewhere in the building, an air vent rattled softly. A maintenance worker rubbed his arms. Did it suddenly get cold in here? The manager nearby snapped his head toward him, face twisting with irritation. If you're cold, put on a jacket. And don't you dare slack off during work hours. The worker muttered under his breath while the manager continued shouting. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk casually stuck a finger in his ear, ignoring the noise entirely as he pressed another notification window. A new item appeared before him. He immediately recognized it. A random reward roulette device. His hand dropped to the lever. The wheel began spinning with bright lights and dramatic sound effects, and a message appeared in the center. Press the red button to stop the wheel. Jin-hyuk crossed his arms instead. A countdown timer appeared beside the wheel, ticking down rapidly. Anyone else would have panicked and pressed the button immediately. But not him. He remembered something very specific. If the wheel kept spinning without input, the system would create psychological pressure, exaggerated sounds, flashing visuals, urgency cues, all designed to trick players into acting impulsively. The timer reached 0. System message, time expired. Please spin again. Jin-hyuk's smile widened slightly. Exactly as expected. He pulled the lever again. The wheel spun once more. Most players would still press the button. Everyone except someone like him. Back when it was only a game, Jin-hyuk had spent countless hours searching for bugs and hidden mechanics left intentionally by the developers. This was one of them. He rested his hand on the lever again, waiting patiently. Then he raised his hand toward the red button. But stopped. If he repeated this process? On the 37th spin, the rotation speed would decrease by 99%. A near-guaranteed selection window. Behind him, a companion's voice broke his concentration. Is it really possible to get the item you want like that? Another teammate leaned closer. How many times have you spun it already? Jinhyuk glanced sideways. He had also taught this method to that same companion once before. The memory surfaced briefly, Yu-sung gripping a weapon with excitement, convinced he could finally win with it. But there had been a catch. Items obtained through this exploit disappeared after 1 week. A temporary advantage. Jinhyuk chuckled softly. I collected every attribute back then, he murmured. It'll be interesting to see your face when it vanishes. The wheel slowed dramatically. He pressed the button. The pointer landed. System message, you have obtained A-rank Rick color pills. Jinhyuk nodded with satisfaction. Since the item would only last a week, this was actually the best possible outcome for clearing the next floor. But this wasn't the most important reward. Another item appeared in his hand, then dissolved immediately as he activated it. System message, Great Magic Library entrance ticket used. The world shifted. Space warped. Shelves rose endlessly in every direction, forming a colossal labyrinth of books stretching beyond sight. System message, you have entered the Great Magic Library. Jinhyuk exhaled quietly. Been a while. At the center of the vast chamber, an old man sat at a wooden desk, writing with a quill. Without turning around, he spoke. I heard the 4th floor was cleared, the old man said calmly. But I didn't expect visitors this soon. Footsteps echoed as Jinhyuk approached. The old man dipped his pen into ink, then finally stood and turned. He introduced himself as the administrator of the Great Magic Library, a mid-level authority figure within the tower responsible for managing its magical archives. Jinhyuk recognized him instantly. In his previous life, this man had been extremely influential. Jinhyuk smiled politely and introduced himself in return. Their first meeting. The old man descended the stairs slowly, hands clasped behind his back. In all my years, he said, studying Jinhyuk carefully, this is the first time I've seen someone arrive here so quickly. His eyes narrowed slightly with curiosity. Not only that, you found me immediately in this labyrinth. That's quite interesting. Jinhyuk kept smiling. Luck was on my side. His hand was already resting on the spine of a nearby book. A library staff member standing close by spoke up. You may take any books you want, he explained. But there are none at a level you can actually read yet. The administrator added calmly. To read most texts here, you must first understand the runic language. Jinhyuk pulled one book free and glanced at the cover. Teachings on Ascending to the 6th Circle, he said, reading the title aloud. Written by Telmos, Imperial Palace Magician. The old man's eyes sharpened. You can read runes? Jinhyuk turned slightly, expression relaxed. I've always liked learning new things, he replied. So I picked up a little of everything. The library administrator's brows slowly drew together. He had already confirmed through the system records that the young man standing before him was merely a player preparing to challenge the 5th floor. And yet, this same player could read runes fluently. That alone was abnormal. A section of shelves shifted aside with a low rumble as the administrator stepped closer. May I ask you something? He said cautiously. The old man, whose name was Ricky, closed his eyes for a moment before speaking again in a measured tone. You are different from the other players, he said. Not only did you reach this place, you did so far sooner than expected. Naturally, I assumed there must be some special backing behind you. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. Backing, you say? At that moment, a faint ripple of divine energy spread through the air. Behind him, a girl materialized briefly, a projection formed through the activation of Anubis's court. The pressure was unmistakable. Even Ricky felt it. Jinhyuk shrugged lightly. Well, you're not wrong, he said. The Egyptian gods are supporting me. That's how I obtained information about the tower and made it here. The administrator's eyes widened. He could clearly sense the presence of the god Anubis within that energy signature. Impossible, he muttered under his breath. Has the deity already begun taking interest in players? Jinhyuk rubbed the back of his neck casually. I guess I'm valuable to them, he said. They even gave me blessings. A system notification appeared immediately afterward. Anubis's court has been deactivated due to lack of target. The divine aura vanished. Ricky straightened his jacket, his attitude changing completely. A remarkable individual deserves appropriate treatment, he said respectfully. He bowed slightly. It seems I underestimated you. Please accept my apology. Jinhyuk imagined how Anubis would react if he saw the scene. The god would probably laugh until his neck cramped. The administrator raised his hand again. As proof of my apology, I will allow you to take one book from this library as a gift. Jinhyuk's eyes flicked toward the endless shelves. Any book? He asked. Yes, Ricky replied. A precious guest deserves a gift of equal value. A nearby shelf slid forward. Jinhyuk scanned the titles briefly before pulling out a particular grimoire. I'll take this one. The administrator, now standing behind him, hesitated. Are you certain? He asked. It is a fine grimoire, but it is written in ancient runic language. Only those who lived in that era can fully understand it. Jinhyuk opened the book. His eyes moved across the page effortlessly. Placing a hand on the parchment, he read aloud. For 1,000 years, the author researched methods to destroy the rules of the world. He snorted softly. So basically, it was written by some lizard with a chronic obsession. A smile tugged at Ricky's lips. Then the old man burst into laughter. My apologies, he said again between chuckles. He clapped his hands once. Immediately, the entire library began dissolving into particles of light. I will be watching your progress from now on, he said as his figure faded. I look forward to the day we meet again. His voice echoed until it vanished completely. The space around Jinhyuk shifted violently. When the light cleared, a man was running down a corridor, sweat sliding down his face. The environment around him was bleak and oppressive. The 5th floor. It looked like the ruins of a civilization long dead. Broken structures, corroded metal, and damp stone stretched endlessly into darkness. He glanced back while sprinting. Behind him, several figures staggered forward with weapons raised, eyes bloodshot and expressions twisted with fanaticism. We found victims, one of them screamed. This place is insane, he muttered. Nothing but blood-crazed lunatics. It's basically one giant asylum. Later, that same footage appeared in a broadcast interview. A reporter looked at him curiously. So you ran away? The reporter asked. Why not fight? They didn't look that dangerous. Chat messages flooded the screen, accusing him of being scared. I plan to fight, he said. But there's a restriction on the 5th floor. He raised a finger. Skill usage is prohibited. The reporter blinked. You mean, abilities are sealed? Exactly, you can't even open your inventory. I barely escaped thanks to a hearthstone. The video paused on him holding the item while advertising appeared on screen. Special discount. Hearthstone now 20% off, only 5,000 coins. A girl standing across the table leaned forward. Take me there, she said firmly. Jinhyuk lowered his head slightly. You can't. Teresa slammed both hands on the table. I already know you're going to the 5th floor, she said. But you're not going alone. He frowned, confused by her sudden determination. No, he said firmly. Even if you keep asking. I can do this alone. She grabbed his hand. Promise me, she said quietly. Don't try anything impossible. Jinhyuk stared at her for a moment, then smiled faintly. Just then, a system window appeared. Support gift received from the Kingdom of Caladium. His expression sharpened immediately. Caladium was an enemy faction of the Miram Alliance. Why would they help him? Another notification appeared. Item obtained, clouded scent, conceals smell, breath, and presence. Restriction on 5th floor partially bypassed due to higher power intervention. Jinhyuk smiled slowly. So the higher factions had started making contact with players again, just like Miram once did. A car moved through the city later that day while he considered the implications. This ability could provide enormous advantages. Soon after, space distorted. System message, you have entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Starting location, random. Skill usage, blocked. Random rank item granted. A book appeared in his hand. System message, player possesses Macedrian's grimoire. Skill unlocked, greedy sight. Jinhyuk tucked the book into his coat. This was exactly why he had chosen it in the library. Several other players materialized nearby, groaning as they stood. It's damp, someone muttered. And dark. A glowing ring suddenly formed near Jinhyuk's hand. Tracking scroll activated. Teleportation in progress. His eyes widened. You stubborn woman, he muttered. A figure materialized in front of him. Teresa. She smiled sheepishly. I wasn't sure you'd keep your promise, she said. So I followed you. Jinhyuk rubbed his neck. I told you not to come, he said. What were you thinking? Don't scold me, she replied. I came because I was worried. He sighed. Now he would have to change all his plans. Behind them, other players checked their pockets. I got something, one said. Teresa pulled out a flashlight. What about you, she asked. Jinhyuk held up a pen. She blinked. That's your item? We'll survive with this, he said calmly. Someone lit a lighter nearby, creating a faint circle of visibility. This place is weird, another player whispered. Suddenly, voices echoed. There. Victims. Figures emerged from the darkness, rushing toward them. "Turn off the light," someone shouted. Panic erupted. They ran through narrow passages until finally diving behind a stack of crates. Jinhyuk and Teresa crouched together, peeking out carefully. Footsteps passed nearby. Then, someone tapped Jinhyuk's back. A teammate pointed toward the distance where other players were being chased. "Should we help them?" he asked quietly. Since she had insisted on coming, he made one thing clear immediately: if she stayed, she followed his lead. No arguments. Keeping his voice low, he explained that the 5th floor wasn't a place for reckless heroics. They were surrounded by unknown enemies, their abilities were restricted, and Teresa wasn't ready for a direct confrontation with whatever monsters ruled this level yet. Avoiding attention was their best chance to survive. Teresa's expression tightened. She closed her eyes for a moment, clearly annoyed. "Are you underestimating me?" she asked, then opened her palm. 2 small stones rested there, faintly glowing. "I prepared 2, she said. "These are return stones. Emergency items for this floor. I bought one for you." For a second, he just stared at them. Then he dragged a hand down his face with a sigh. Somewhere nearby, wood splintered. A group of players were bracing a door with furniture, panic written across their faces. One of them looked over his shoulder and shouted that the enemy would break through any second. They needed help, now. Before anyone could react, a girl smiled slightly, as if she'd already solved the problem. "I'm leaving," she said. She crushed the stone. A sharp crack echoed. The stone shattered into fragments, and nothing happened. No teleportation. No system prompt. No escape. The man who had also bought one cursed under his breath. His hadn't worked either. Then the door exploded inward. The barricade flew apart as something massive forced its way through. A gigantic hand reached into the room, followed by the hulking body of a giant, towering, grotesque, and very real. Every player froze. Teresa stared at the broken stone in disbelief. "I didn't think it could be fake." He gave her a flat look. "You trust everything you see on TV?" A scream cut through the tension. Teresa turned just in time to see a cultist loop a rope toward her neck. She moved first. Her hand shot out, grabbing his clothes, and with a sharp twist she slammed him into the ground. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, and his body skidded across the floor. 2 more cultists rushed in with torches raised. "We've been spotted," she muttered through clenched teeth. "Yeah," he agreed calmly. One of the cultists clasped his hands together, eyes shining with fanatic devotion. He began ranting about holy blood, sacrifice, and the resurrection of a king who would bring eternal happiness. A pen appeared in the protagonist's hand. A blur. The cultist collapsed, the pen embedded in his neck. The second fell before he could even scream. The third backed away in terror as the young man smiled faintly. "Anyone else want to preach?" Heavy footsteps thundered behind them. The deputy, the giant enforcer, had arrived. He extended one enormous arm toward a trembling follower, who stammered excuses about being afraid. The giant didn't even acknowledge him. His focus locked entirely onto the protagonist. The atmosphere changed instantly. Danger. Real danger. The young man slipped his hand into his pocket and spoke casually to Teresa, as if they weren't facing a monster capable of crushing them both. "Ever played hide-and-seek?" he asked. She blinked. "That big guy wants to play," he continued, pointing. "So don't get caught." The hammer came down. They sprinted. Elsewhere, deep within the cult's headquarters, their leader watched multiple surveillance screens. His followers reported that victims were being captured successfully. The time for their god's revival had finally arrived, especially now that the tower had opened and more players were entering their domain. Then a new feed appeared. 2 figures dodging the deputy with impossible agility. The leader leaned forward, intrigued. "I've never seen him struggle like that," he murmured. A man beside him stared at the screen and spoke a single name. Recognition flickered. The leader turned slowly. "You know him?" "Yes." The man's voice was calm, certain. "He will be the greatest obstacle to our plan." In his hand, he held a strange mask. Back in the corridors, the giant's hammer smashed into the ground again, missing Teresa by inches. She looked back, shocked. "For something that big, he's fast." "He's not a normal cultist," the protagonist replied. "We can't fight him head-on right now." They needed distance. They needed time. He grabbed her wrist. "Borrow that." They rounded a corner just as the giant followed. A blinding flash exploded in the hallway. The giant roared, covering his eyes. The hammer struck empty air. When the light faded, only the shattered remains of a lantern lay on the ground. From above a ledge, the 2 watched him stumble in frustration. "Bought us a few seconds," he said. They crouched together while he outlined the plan. "I'll draw him away," he explained, pointing to himself. Her eyes widened. What? We just escaped. You want to run again? We'll have to face him eventually to clear this floor, he said simply. This just changes when. Then his expression softened slightly. You need to find the other players, he continued. Get them somewhere safe. Everyone who came here trusted those fake return stones. They're trapped now. The giant's footsteps echoed closer. Time was up. He stood. Go, he said. The young man averted his gaze and spoke in a calm, controlled tone. He would clear the 5th floor as fast as possible. The situation had become more complicated than expected, but there was no turning back now. Beside him, the girl lowered her head. Guilt weighed heavily on her chest. This entire mess had started because she insisted on coming along. If she had just listened? He noticed her expression immediately and turned toward her. Before he could say anything, a mechanical rumble echoed through the hall. An escalator slowly slid into place ahead of them, metal steps clanking into alignment as if the tower itself was rearranging the battlefield. Remember one more thing, he said quietly. A heavy footstep interrupted him. The massive enemy advanced into view, scanning the area with irritation. Where are my sacrifices? A stone suddenly slammed into the side of its head. Hey, idiot, a voice called out mockingly. You're terrible at hide and seek. The young man grinned and bolted down the corridor. Behind him, the girl froze for a moment, eyes wide. He stopped just long enough to turn back toward her, pressing a small object into her hands. Use this at the right moment. When? She asked anxiously. You'll know. Without another explanation, he shoved her toward a large storage container nearby. She hesitated, then climbed inside as instructed, heart pounding. He was trusting her to understand on her own. Moments later she sprinted away down another passage, mind racing. First priority, save the trapped survivors. Meanwhile, he glanced back over his shoulder. The giant was already pursuing him, heavy footsteps shaking the floor. Good. That meant she had enough distance now. His eyes flashed crimson as he activated greedy gaze. A translucent system window materialized over the monster's body, and then... Warning, action detected that violates the causality of the 5th floor. Another notification overlapped it. The rotting heart is showing interest in you. Secondary condition for activity conversion has been created. He kept running, but his expression darkened. The rotting heart. One of the absolute entities that ruled the upper floors. In other words, the Demon King. A new prompt appeared. The rotting heart offers you a contract. Become a sword. Become a black apostle. Information flooded his mind instantly. If he accepted, he would gain tremendous new abilities, but in exchange, he would become the Demon King's servant for eternity. A memory surfaced. A girl's face. He smiled faintly. How would a tiger bow to a stray dog? He waved his hand dismissively. Refusal confirmed. For a brief moment, the world went silent. Then, the Demon King is enraged. A violent pressure exploded inside his chest. Black energy erupted outward like smoke from a ruptured furnace. Curse of the Demon King applied. You are now the target of all demons. Duration, until death. He staggered, dropping to one knee. Blood burst from his mouth, splattering across the floor. Damn. That hurts. He wiped his lips with the back of his hand, breathing hard. Footsteps approached. Several cultists surrounded him cautiously, weapons raised. One of them trembled. We made a mistake. Please. Another victim was dragged across the ground nearby, screaming. A cultist grabbed the man by the hair, shouting about sacrifices for their god. Suddenly, a blur shot through the air. Teresa. She launched forward like a projectile, her first punch smashing into an enemy's face with bone-crushing force. The man flew backward, collapsing in a heap. She landed in the center of the room, shoulders squared, eyes blazing. Protect the survivors, she shouted. One of the trapped players sobbed in panic. It's useless. We're all going to die here. A cultist swung a heavy weapon down toward her head. She blocked. Her weapon cracked under the impact, fractures spreading across the metal. But she didn't retreat. With a shout, she drove her fist into the attacker's chin. The force launched him off his feet, body slamming into the wall. The survivors stared in shock. Don't give up. Teresa yelled. We can all make it out alive. She tossed a weapon toward one of them. Take it. Go upstairs. My partner is already clearing the 5th floor. Elsewhere, the young man had lost consciousness briefly. The deputy carried him slung over one shoulder. Soon, prison cells came into view, rows of iron cages filled with terrified players. They're going to kill us, someone sobbed. We shouldn't have come here. I only wanted a few items. A cultist slammed a sickle against the bars. Silence. Make another sound and you'll be tortured first. Another bowed respectfully to someone nearby. They've been subdued. We may continue. The leader narrowed his eyes at the unconscious captive being dropped into a cell. Is this the one? Yes, the priest replied. First time I've met him in person. The young man slowly regained awareness inside the cage, rubbing his shoulder. He squinted toward the priest. His mana, human. But he was cooperating with the fifth-floor boss. That meant one thing. One of the main conspirators. His eyes glowed red again as he activated Greedy Gaze. The entire figure appeared shrouded in darkness. Cannot open status window. Target is protected by a high-level mental barrier. He clicked his tongue and pulled out a small tablet. Crushing it between his fingers, he swallowed the white pill inside. White pill used. One attribute doubled for 10 minutes. Adaptation increased from 10-20. He looked again. Greedy Gaze is penetrating the target's defense. A full status window finally opened. Recognition struck instantly. Ever since the round table incident, this man must be the influential figure Melina mentioned. And apparently far more powerful than expected. His gaze locked onto one ability. Mental Barrier. A perfect counter against divine interference. He wanted it. Badly. A new system prompt appeared. Copy conditions. Target must reveal their true name. User must behave like a Chunibu schoolboy until the name is spoken. Reward, copy one skill. He rubbed his nose. What kind of lunatic designed this system? He muttered that he could only fulfill such a condition after drinking 6 bottles of soju. A cultist suddenly asked why he was so quiet. He lowered his head, letting his hair cover his eyes. Sorry. I'm busy suppressing the darkness inside me. Silence. 2 cultists stared at him. The leader frowned. This is the famous player? He looks insane. Even the priest hesitated slightly. Inside, the young man was dying of embarrassment. He could practically hear Alice laughing at him. But he committed to the act. Throwing his head back dramatically, he declared, "Do you truly believe you can imprison my destructive madness?" The priest studied him carefully. Maybe, he was hiding something. Given his previous feats, that was entirely possible. The priest's eyes suddenly turned white as he spoke. "We know your abilities. With your skills sealed, you will not survive here." A distant scream echoed through the halls. One cultist frowned. "Did you hear that? The ritual has begun. You'll all die slowly, painfully." The priest produced a key. "I can give you freedom," he said. "Tell me about the unknown entity." A smile spread across the prisoner's face. "You want to know its true name?" he asked softly. "Then reveal yours first, Overseer." The masked man considered briefly. He would die anyway. He removed the mask. "I am Hosenfeld." Notification appeared instantly. Conditions fulfilled. S-rank skill copied, mental barrier. "Now," Hosen said, "your answer." The young man raised one finger. "Listen carefully. I will only say it once." He whispered something. The knight behind Hosen stiffened slightly. The key clattered into the cell afterward. "Our deal is complete," Hosen said coldly. "Enjoy your death." He turned and left. A grin slowly formed on Jinhyuk's face. The moment they were gone, a man snatched the key. But when he reached the door, there was no keyhole. Figures. Just then, a lever outside was pulled. The cell door opened automatically. One cultist commented, "Never seen a sacrifice resist this much." Another nodded. That girl alone defeated 20 people. Elsewhere, Teresa wiped blood from her face as guards approached. "God will be pleased with such vitality," one said. She glanced toward the other prisoners. "Where are the rest?" Suddenly someone screamed from inside a cage. "It's all because of you." Another prisoner kicked a companion in panic. "If you didn't exist, everything would be fine." Fear was beginning to turn the victims against each other. Teresa stood in front of the trembling prisoner, her voice rising sharply as she demanded to know what the girl had been doing. The question burst out of her in a mixture of anger and confusion. The player beside her widened her eyes in surprise and hurriedly explained that she simply hadn't known the truth about something earlier. Turning back toward the frightened girl, she clarified that the creature they were looking at was actually a resident of the tower. The saint slowly turned around. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the weight of the situation sank in. Seeing her cry, the girl immediately lowered her head, ashamed and frightened. The player's own voice trembled as she began to cry as well. She said that if creatures like them had never existed, then none of them would have been trapped in this terrible place. The first girl continued sobbing, blaming herself and saying that everything happening right now was her fault. Hearing this, the prisoner's body began to shake even harder. Her shoulders trembled violently, and eventually her eyes squeezed shut as if she could no longer endure the pressure. Suddenly, someone reached out and grabbed the player's hand. It was Teresa. Holding her firmly, Teresa spoke in a steady voice despite the tension around them. She explained that it didn't matter whether the girl was a resident of the tower or an outsider like them. Surely the fanatics had not captured her willingly either. She must have been dragged here just like the others. The girl slowly lifted her head. The fighter's hand that held her was shaking slightly. The saint frowned, troubled by what she was seeing. Teresa, staring straight ahead, suddenly asked the trembling prisoner for her name. Teresa looked at the girl gently and reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. After a moment of hesitation, the prisoner spoke quietly without lifting her eyes. "My name is Andrea." Teresa closed her eyes briefly and nodded. "That's a beautiful name," she said softly. Encouraged slightly, Andrea finally began to speak about what had happened to her. She explained that one day the cultists had come to her village. They arrived in large numbers, gathering everyone in the center of the settlement. Standing before the terrified villagers, the believers proclaimed that they would spare the lives of everyone, if the village offered them a single sacrifice. Andrea's voice trembled as she recalled that moment. The villagers had all turned toward her. She told them that after hearing the cultists' demand, the people of her village began insisting that she should be the one to go. They said it would be for the sake of everyone else. Since she had no family, they believed her life mattered less than the others. Her eyes widened with lingering fear as she repeated the words they had told her. They claimed it was a great honor and that she should feel proud to save the entire village. According to them, there was simply no other choice. Listening to the story, Teresa slowly wrapped her arms around Andrea and pulled her into a gentle embrace. "You must have been very lonely," she said quietly. Her gaze drifted forward as she realized something important. Even though Andrea technically belonged to the tower, she was no different from an ordinary human being. At that moment, a cultist appeared behind the iron bars of the cell. He announced coldly that it was time to prepare the next sacrifices. One person would be chosen from each cell. Another fanatic stepped closer to the prisoners and added that if no one volunteered, then everyone in the cell would be taken to participate in the ritual together. If they wanted to survive even a little longer, they should choose wisely. The prisoners immediately panicked. One of the players began trembling violently and screamed in terror. Another woman cried out that she didn't want to go. Her voice cracked with fear as she stared helplessly to the side. Then someone shouted something that made Teresa's eyes widen in disbelief. They suggested sacrificing the child, claiming that she wasn't even human anyway. Teresa instantly stood up. "Stop," she shouted. "Don't rush into this." The others frowned and demanded that she come to her senses. They insisted that sacrifices had to be made if anyone wanted to live. Meanwhile, the cultist outside the cell raised his fists enthusiastically, encouraging them to fight each other. According to him, their god would be even more pleased if the victims struggled. Another fanatic narrowed his eyes. Someone in the cell slowly raised their hand. The hero closed his eyes calmly. "I'll go," he said. Then he asked quietly if anyone had a problem with that decision. The others exchanged glances before squinting at him and agreeing that he could go if he wanted. Soon his hands were bound with ropes. A long line of prisoners began moving down the dark corridor toward the ritual chamber. As they walked, a small pill suddenly appeared inside the protagonist's mouth. Without hesitation, he spat it out. The pill flew through the air and landed in the nearby water. A cultist turned around sharply, but the young man simply smiled to himself. Everything he needed had already been prepared. While walking forward with the others, the player thought about his friend. By now she should have been captured and locked in another cage. Knowing her personality, she would almost certainly volunteer to become a sacrifice as soon as the opportunity appeared. At that moment, a translucent system window appeared in front of him. It displayed information about a hidden quest. For every enemy he killed, 1/10 of a point would be added to his adaptation attribute. If he eliminated the leader of the cult, he would gain an additional 30 points. The young man blinked in surprise. This was the first time he had ever cleared this section of the game in this particular way. Licking his lips slightly, he realized he hadn't expected the reward to be related to the adaptation stat. His eyes shifted forward just as a loud scream echoed through the arena ahead. The cultists, their eyes shining with fanatic devotion, began praising their god loudly. In the center of the arena stood a man surrounded by chains and stone pillars. Raising his head, the player glanced around and thought that there were far more cultists here than he had anticipated. One of the prisoners suddenly vomited violently, stomach acid spilling from his mouth. Seeing this, the young man realized that the situation might not be as hopeless as that man's reaction suggested. The chains attached to the pillars began rising with a heavy metallic sound. Someone shouted that it was time for the next sacrifices. The massive gates slowly opened. The prisoners were pushed forward and thrown into the arena. Two fighters stationed nearby watched them closely while cultists shoved people forward with sharp weapons. The protagonist casually rubbed his now freed hand. Turning his head slightly, he heard someone shouting praises to their god again. Chains wrapped tightly around the pillars as a man screamed that their god desired victims filled with terror. His eyes widened dramatically as he looked toward the crowd. One of the cultists lifted a microphone and shouted a question. What kind of victims bring the greatest joy to our god? The crowd raised their hands enthusiastically and shouted in response. Majestic victims. Victims worthy of God. The fanatic lifted the microphone again and screamed that everyone should witness such a glorious moment. Then he pointed directly at Teresa. His voice echoed throughout the arena as he announced that she had willingly sacrificed herself for a child she didn't even know, and such an act was truly worthy of their god. Another cultist threw his head back and declared that the blood of such a magnificent person would mark the perfect climax of their sacrificial ritual. Meanwhile, the hero quietly slipped his hand inside his coat. He understood that the time had come to clear this floor. After distributing all of his remaining attribute points, the ancient book in his hand began to fade away into particles of light. At the same time, a system notification appeared before his eyes. The ancient grimoire of Makidrian had been activated. A furious expression appeared on the protagonist's face. The constant noise, the endless prayers, the hypocrisy of the cultists, and now Teresa, he had finally had enough. I'm tired of this, he muttered coldly. The moment those words left his mouth, a series of system notifications flashed before his eyes. Restrictions of the 5th floor have been lifted. All sealed abilities have been released. Remaining time, 10 minutes. A fierce flame suddenly erupted from his hand as he activated the element of fire. Without hesitation, he thrust his burning palm toward the drainage opening in the arena floor. The fire shot downward and struck the small pill that had fallen there earlier. A message appeared instantly. Red fire pill activated. At that exact moment, the stone floor beneath the cultists began to tremble. Thin cracks rapidly spread across the ground like spiderwebs. Then, boom! Massive jets of flame exploded upward through the cracks, bursting into the air like volcanic eruptions. The cultist who had been holding the microphone stared in disbelief, his voice trembling as he shouted. Is that a skill? His expression twisted in panic as he continued yelling into the microphone. That's impossible. According to the commandments of God, abilities cannot be used on this floor. But reality was already shattering their beliefs. A weapon slowly materialized in the young man's hand, formed from pure energy. Without even glancing at it, he hurled the weapon forward. The blade spun through the air and struck its target with perfect precision. Clang! The chains binding the girl's hands snapped apart instantly. Her body collapsed forward. Blood was already running down her face. Before she could fall to the ground, the player stepped forward and caught her. Her eyes were still closed. Silently, he placed 2 fingers against her neck to check her pulse. His eyes were hidden beneath the shadow of his hair. He took a single step forward, and dust rose from the ground under the force of it. In his other hand, he held another pill. Staring at it calmly, the warrior spoke under his breath. At this point, I don't care about any of these attributes anymore. His voice became colder. They're all going to die anyway. He tossed the pill into his mouth. Crunch. He bit down on it without hesitation. A new system message appeared. Black pill of darkness activated. Dark energy immediately began pouring out from his body like a storm. Black mist spread across the arena as another notification appeared. Black barrier has been deployed. The cultists panicked and raised their arms to shield themselves from the suffocating pressure. Steam slowly escaped from the young man's mouth as he exhaled. A blade formed instantly in his hand. He raised it calmly in front of himself. The entire arena was now drowning in thick black smoke. One of the cultists dropped his weapon, the metal clattering loudly against the stone floor. Another enemy collapsed to his knees in terror. Great God of Darkness, he cried desperately. Please answer our call. One by one, the cultists fell to their knees and began praying frantically. Save us! Show us your power! Suddenly, all of them turned in the same direction. Through the dark smoke, a silhouette slowly stepped forward. Their eyes widened in awe. That energy! It belongs to the Demon King. Excitement spread through their voices. He has answered our prayers. But before the last word could fully leave their mouths, slash! The hero moved. The attack was so fast that most of them didn't even see it. A thin cut appeared across one cultist's face. At the same moment, a system notification appeared. Adaptation plus 0.1. Another symbol appeared in the air. Adaptation plus 0.1. The young man's eyes began glowing with a deep purple light. Meanwhile, the girl still lay unconscious in the center of the swirling black smoke. Her lips were slightly parted, her body completely still. Elsewhere, chaos erupted among the prisoners. One player suddenly shouted loudly. We should send that child first. She isn't even human. Another voice hesitated nervously. Is that really okay? The girl trembled in fear. But then a furious voice cut through the noise. She's still a child. The others stretched out their hands angrily. She's just a non-player character. Give her up. Teresa suddenly pressed her body tightly against the ground. The next second, boom. 2 players were violently thrown backward, crashing into the iron bars of the cell. The saint covered her eyes briefly. So they thought I'd be powerless without my skills. Her fists clenched tightly. I'll defeat all of you, she said firmly. Even if you attack me together. One of the players spat blood and asked through gritted teeth. Are you seriously going to choose the victim yourself? Yes, Teresa answered without hesitation. Another player wiped blood from her mouth and sneered. You're no different from the rest of us. You just pretend to be kind. Teresa ignored the insult. Her eyes were fixed only on the child. A gentle smile appeared on her face. The girl stared at her with wide eyes. The saint gently placed her hand on the child's head. I'll come back, she whispered. Near the bars, the cultist continued watching with a twisted smile. What a magnificent sacrifice, he said happily. One truly worthy of God. But as he spoke, blood began spreading beneath his feet. The smile froze on his face. The other enemies sitting in the stand suddenly fell silent. Teresa slowly began to rise. Her eyes widened when she heard someone speaking. You really tried to do the impossible. She looked forward. The hero was sitting right in front of her, smiling casually. Her friend smiled back at him. I knew you would come. In the next instant, slice. The chains binding her hands were cut apart. Another system window appeared in front of Jinhyuk. Adaptation points gained, 23. He glanced at the notification briefly. So all that's left is the cult leader. Then they could leave this floor. Behind him, the girl suddenly spoke. I need to go somewhere else. The cage door creaked open. The prisoners slowly began stepping out one by one. The saintess quickly ran toward the child and called out to her. Tears filled the girl's eyes. Andrea hugged Teresa tightly. I'm glad you're alive, she said with relief. Standing nearby, the protagonist frowned slightly. What's going on here? His companion explained. That child is a resident of the tower. Those believers captured her. They were planning to sacrifice her next, or turn her into one of them. The young man sighed. I can't believe I'm wasting my precious 10 minutes on this. At that moment, another system message appeared. Remaining duration of the ancient grimoire of Makidrian, 2 minutes 30 seconds. His eyes widened slightly. Then he looked toward the girl again. A memory surfaced in his mind. She was a resident of the tower. Slowly, a wide smile spread across his face. He walked closer to her. What's your name again? He asked. Then he glanced down at her and asked another question. If all the locals here believe in that god so fanatically, why didn't you become a believer? The child lowered her head, hiding her eyes beneath her hair. Without turning around, she answered quietly. I didn't want to believe that God existed. Tears began rolling down her cheeks. My village sold me, Andrea said softly. They said it was because I didn't have parents. The girl's hands slowly curled into fists as the pain in her chest finally burst out. If God really exists, she said with trembling lips, her voice shaking with anger and grief, then that God must be the one who created this hell. Tears streamed down her face. Her entire body trembled with despair as she wiped her eyes roughly with the back of her hands. That bastard, she cried bitterly, cursing the very deity everyone around her worshipped. Her gaze drifted to the side. At that moment, the hero spoke. You know, in a way, we're similar. His calm voice made her pause. He leaned back casually against the cold stone wall, his arms resting loosely at his sides. Right after I was born, he said quietly, I was dumped into an orphanage. His eyes remained calm, but the weight of those words hung heavily in the air. I grew up alone. The girl slowly looked at him. Life without parents, it's not easy. Nearby, Teresa turned her head slightly, staring at him in disbelief. She had never imagined the leader speaking so openly about his own past. For a moment, the player seemed lost in his memories. But you still have to keep living, he continued. No matter how angry you are, no matter how much you blame someone, it won't change anything. The girl lowered her head, clutching her hands together nervously as if she wanted to say something about the cult leader. But before she could speak, the young man stepped forward and cut her off. Then the protagonist turned toward her. Her eyes widened when he suddenly said something unexpected. How about living in a world free from that bastard's power? A faint smile appeared on his face. Once I kill him, that world will exist. He crouched down slightly so their eyes met. But there's a condition. The girl blinked in confusion. You'll have to become my partner. He tilted his head slightly. What do you think? For a moment, the child simply stared at him. Then slowly, she nodded. The player extended a single finger toward her. A small symbol formed in the air, flickering with a soft blue flame. The mark gently appeared on her chest. The fighter then placed his hand softly on her head. Take good care of me from now on. Teresa stood nearby with her hand pressed against her chest, watching everything in stunned silence. She wasn't even sure if she had ever witnessed something like that before. The young man then turned away. All right, he said casually. Time to get rid of the cult leader. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared. Effect of the ancient grimoire of Makidrian has ended. All skills are sealed again. Meanwhile, inside another chamber of the tower, the cult leader stood among several eerie vases decorated with skull patterns. He spoke softly to himself with a twisted smile. Soon, true happiness will come. Raising his hand slightly, he whispered a prayer. Great God, please accept our devotion. Elsewhere, Jinhyuk walked down the corridor with his hands tucked inside his pockets. The cult leader isn't like the other fanatics, he explained calmly. Teresa glanced at him. Even though he can't use skills either because of the tower's restrictions, he's still a strong breaker. Teresa hesitated before asking carefully. Then, can you defeat him the same way you did before? Using those skills? Jinhyuk shook his head slightly. Not now. Skills are sealed. The two girls exchanged worried looks. Jinhyuk glanced away and continued walking. If I fight him directly in hand-to-hand combat, it could be dangerous. He then gestured forward toward the room ahead. Because he has one of the most troublesome artifacts. Inside the room stood a strange vessel covered in carved skulls. That thing, Jinhyuk explained, is a spirit-devouring vase. It absorbs evil spirits, and then releases a spell that hits its target with absolute accuracy. Teresa swallowed nervously. So, does that mean we can't defeat him? Jinhyuk stopped walking. No. He turned slightly toward them. I'll take the first attack. Then he looked back at them over his shoulder. There's a cooldown between each spell the artifact fires. His voice grew serious. So the two of you will play the most important role in this fight. Teresa wiped the sweat forming on her palms as she listened carefully. You need to defeat him before he can activate the artifact again. Jinhyuk grabbed the handle of the door leading into the cult leader's chamber. He looked back at them one last time. Ready? Both girls nodded firmly. Gripping the handle, Jinhyuk gave them one final reminder. If you remember everything I said, we'll walk out of here alive. The lock mechanism slowly rotated. Click. The heavy door creaked open. They stepped inside. Across the room, the cult leader slowly turned around. When he saw them, his eyes narrowed. So, the ones who ruined the ritual came to visit me personally. Jinhyuk stepped forward calmly. Where did your partner go? The cult leader chuckled softly. He already left. He got what he wanted. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue in irritation. TCH. So the fanatic was actually smart. He grinned slightly. Too bad. Otherwise he would have died here too. The cult leader grabbed the edge of his hood, clearly confused. How did you manage to use skills earlier, despite the god's restrictions? With a sudden motion, he tore off his robe. His eyes burned with fanatic madness. I will sacrifice you. His voice echoed through the chamber. You will repent for every sin you've committed. Teresa's eyes immediately locked onto the object beside him. That must be the artifact? Before she could finish her sentence, Jinhyuk kicked off the ground. His body shot forward. Running along the wall with incredible speed, he shouted an order. Go! The girl immediately dashed forward. The cult leader reacted quickly, raising his arm to block her strike. But the moment he focused on her, Jinhyuk leaped into the air. His kick slammed into the man's body. The impact forced the cult leader down to his knees. Before he could recover, girl stepped forward and planted her foot directly on his head. The cult leader's mouth opened as he tried to shout something. Jinhyuk smirked. Now! It's time to shut him up. Teresa immediately grabbed a nearby piece of cloth and lunged forward. Teresa lunged forward and quickly pressed a rag against the cult leader's mouth, forcing it between his teeth to stop him from finishing his chant. Jinhyuk moved immediately. He rushed in to strike while the villain was restrained. Behind them, Andrea watched the scene unfold, her face pale with fear. The cult leader bit down hard on the gag, his eyes blazing with fury. A sudden burst of strength exploded from him. The next moment, Jinhyuk was thrown violently across the room. His body slid across the floor before crashing into the stone wall. Teresa was knocked aside as well, slamming painfully into another wall. The cult leader charged forward, his fist cutting through the air at frightening speed. Jinhyuk pushed himself up just in time. The two exchanged blows rapidly, their fists colliding with heavy impacts. Jinhyuk shifted his stance and drove a powerful punch straight into the fanatic's chin. The cult leader staggered backward, sliding several meters across the stone floor. Jinhyuk glanced at him with a calm expression. "I've killed monsters with my bare hands," he said casually, "creatures dozens of times bigger than you." He wiped blood from his lip. "In a fistfight, you don't stand a chance." Sitting on the floor nearby, Teresa couldn't help but speak. "That was amazing." But the cult leader slowly lifted his head, a twisted grin spreading across his face. "You," he growled, "will become my greatest sacrifice." He grabbed one of the skull-covered vases beside him. Lifting the artifact to head level, he began chanting. The carved skull on the vessel started glowing with an eerie light. The fanatic's voice rose into a feverish shout as he praised his god. Suddenly, several dark projectiles burst out from the vase. The girl froze. That must be the spell he mentioned. Jinhyuk frowned. "Remember, this attack has a long cooldown." His eyes locked onto the artifact. "Watch the skull's eyes," he said. "They glow when the spell is ready again." Then he turned his head toward Teresa. "Handle everything else." She blinked in surprise. But before she could respond, the projectile struck. Dark tendrils pierced straight through Jinhyuk's body. Andrea gasped in horror. Teresa's legs gave out beneath her as she collapsed to her knees. Jinhyuk. His body was covered in blood. A system message appeared silently before his fading vision. "The Demon King's curse has been removed due to death." The cult leader laughed loudly. "God will be pleased with this offering." Teresa crawled toward Jinhyuk's body and placed a trembling hand on his chest. "Open your eyes, please." The cult leader watched the scene with amusement. "The death of a companion is painful, isn't it?" he said mockingly. Teresa slowly looked up at him, fury burning in her eyes. The man kicked her violently, sending her sliding across the floor. "If you don't feel pain," he sneered, "then the sacrifice is meaningless." As Teresa struggled to rise, she heard a small voice calling her. "Teresa." "Andrea." The cult leader turned toward the sound. Grabbing the nearby cabinet for support, he looked at the child. "Well now," he said with a grin. "Come here." He extended his hand toward her. Andrea froze in place. Suddenly Teresa rushed forward. She leaped onto the cult leader's back and locked her arm around his neck. Her grip tightened. A powerful thud echoed as they crashed to the ground. "I won't let anyone take Andrea," she shouted. Jinhyuk's body lay motionless behind them. Teresa gritted her teeth as the cult leader struggled beneath her. Without skills, fighting him head-on was nearly impossible. The cult leader roared praises to his god as he swung wildly. Teresa barely managed to dodge the attack. In desperation she grabbed several loose stones from the floor and hurled them upward. They shattered the hanging lamps on the ceiling. Glass exploded everywhere. The room plunged into darkness. The cult leader laughed. "You think darkness will save you?" Shards rained down around them. Breathing heavily, Teresa realized she had only one chance. If she could limit his vision, she might be able to take the artifact. The cult leader stomped forward, his steps shaking the floor. Teresa shifted position quietly. Suddenly, his fist crashed down inches from her. Her eyes widened. "How did he find me so fast?" The man lifted the vase again. "Next time," he said calmly, "you die." His eyes moved toward her hair. "It shines in the dark," he added with a cruel smile. Raising the artifact again, he grinned. "I'll make that little girl watch you die." He stuck out his tongue mockingly. "She'll see everything." The cult leader struck again, sending Teresa stumbling forward. She forced herself to keep running. The villain raised his hand, surprised she was still standing. Nowhere to hide. Teresa lowered her head. She couldn't waste the time Jinhyuk had bought them. Then she noticed something on the floor. A shard of broken glass. Her eyes locked onto it. Meanwhile the cult leader continued praising his god as he searched for her. Suddenly he spotted her hair again. "Swear loyalty to our god," he said with a wide grin, "and I might spare you." Andrea trembled as she listened. "You could become the saint of the Demon King," he continued. He stretched his hand out. "Otherwise, I'll handle it myself." A strand of Teresa's hair hung loosely where the light touched it. The cult leader stared at it. Then suddenly, a figure rushed up from behind him. Using the shard, she cut off the glowing strand of Teresa's hair. Teresa realized instantly what she had done. Compared to Jinhyuk's sacrifice, losing a lock of hair meant nothing. The cult leader looked forward. Then slowly turned around. Too late. Teresa lunged. The artifact flew out of his hands. Andrea had jumped onto the cabinet and thrown it straight at his head. The vase struck him hard. The cult leader staggered backward, clutching his skull. "That brat?" Teresa grabbed the artifact and dropped to one knee. She looked up at Andrea. "Good job." The cult leader clenched his fists angrily. "And now what?" he shouted. The vase in Teresa's hand suddenly began glowing with a faint blue aura. At that moment, a voice echoed quietly. Jinhyuk. Raising a finger weakly, he spoke a few words in an ancient runic language. Teresa blinked in confusion. That was a spell, he murmured faintly. One you use at the right moment. He tilted his head slightly. When that moment comes, you'll know. Teresa looked down at the glowing artifact in her hands. And suddenly, she realized. The moment had arrived. Teresa lowered her head and tightened her grip on the artifact. For a moment she closed her eyes, remembering the strange words Jinhyuk had whispered earlier. Then she began to speak. The unfamiliar syllables of an ancient runic spell left her lips slowly, echoing in the dim chamber. The skull carved into the vase reacted instantly. Its hollow eyes flared with an eerie glow. Across the room, the cult leader froze. He raised a trembling finger toward her. You know the language of runes? Disbelief twisted his face. Teresa frowned slightly as she continued the chant. A veteran taught me, she said quietly. The moment the final word left her mouth, the skull's jaw snapped open. Dark appendages burst out from inside the artifact like living spears. They shot through the air with terrifying speed. The cult leader's expression collapsed into pure panic. That's impossible. He screamed hysterically. A storm of spikes pierced straight through his body. Blood sprayed across the chamber walls. The man staggered backward as dozens of sharp tendrils impaled him from every direction. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then a system message appeared. 5th floor boss defeated. The vase slipped from Teresa's hands and clattered onto the floor. The battle was over. Breathing heavily, Teresa quickly turned to Andrea and lifted the small girl into her arms. Are you hurt? She asked anxiously. Andrea opened her mouth to answer, but her eyes drifted past Teresa. Her voice trembled. Brother, isn't moving. Teresa's heart dropped. She knelt beside Jinhyuk's body. I did it, she whispered softly. Closing her eyes, she clenched her fists. I promise. I'll never run ahead without your permission again. Her voice shook. So please, wake up. A new system notification appeared. Influence of the Demon King's curse is fading due to the disappearance of the boss monster. Suddenly, Jinhyuk's hand twitched. Teresa's eyes flew open. A glowing icon appeared above him. The system activated a skill. Heavenly Patronage. Golden light burst from his body, surrounding him in a warm aura. A description window appeared. Allows resurrection once if death is not instantaneous. Cooldown, 240 hours. Andrea gasped. The golden glow slowly faded as Jinhyuk opened one eye. He exhaled slowly. Dying really hurts. Teresa stared at him, stunned. Then she noticed tears running down her cheeks. Jinhyuk smirked weakly. Hey, you're crying. She immediately punched him in the chest. That's because you scared me. Jinhyuk groaned in pain. I'm still injured, you know. He sat up slowly, rubbing his side. Teresa suddenly glanced at the system interface floating nearby. Wait, why hasn't the message about the next floor opening appeared yet? Jinhyuk raised his thumb lazily. One of the conditions for clearing the 5th floor is escaping from it. He glanced around the chamber. But this place has another special feature. The broken artifact lay on the floor. Jinhyuk walked over and picked up the vase. The boss position here can be transferred. He turned the object in his hand. Whoever holds this becomes the new ruler of this floor. Then he knelt down in front of Andrea. The others stared at him in shock. He held the artifact out to the girl. I promised you a world without that cult leader. Andrea looked at him with wide eyes. Slowly, she accepted the vase. Jinhyuk smiled. Now you can live however you want. The moment Andrea held the artifact, a system message appeared before her. Floor ruler position transferred. She blinked in confusion. Then another notification appeared. To match the title of ruler, the body will undergo immediate enhancement. A bright light surrounded her. Andrea slowly lifted off the ground. Teresa called out nervously. Andrea. The girl looked down at her hands. They were larger now. Her body was rapidly maturing. Within seconds, she landed gently on the floor again. Andrea lowered her head respectfully. I swear loyalty to you, my master. Jinhyuk's system window flashed again. First individual to receive allegiance from a boss monster. He placed his hand gently on her head. Just keep smiling, he said. Andrea clenched her fist confidently. Teresa stepped forward and hugged her. Visit us often, okay? Andrea nodded softly. I promise. At that moment, a new system message appeared. 6th floor unlocked. Jinhyuk waved his hand dismissively as the notification faded. Far away, news about the 5th floor spread rapidly. On livestream platforms, viewers were already reacting. One commentator excitedly wrote that world leaders should personally thank Jinhyuk. Another fan praised Teresa's courage during the battle. Someone else argued that cheating would have been impossible during such a chaotic fight. In a small bar somewhere, a group of men raised their glasses to the man who cleared the 5th floor. Their boss had even bought beer to celebrate. Elsewhere, a survivor named Ween posted online that he had managed to escape the 5th floor alive thanks to Jinhyuk. Meanwhile, in another building, a young man sat angrily at a desk, staring at a screen. He slammed his hand onto the table. Jinhyuk's growing fame was preventing him from getting close to his target. Before he could calm down, someone knocked nervously outside the door. Sorry. The door suddenly exploded into pieces. A swordsman stepped into the room, blade in hand. The man inside instantly grabbed his weapon. And who are you? The visitor bowed politely. My name is Cohen. The nobleman glanced around the room with mild disappointment. I expected more luxury. The young man scowled, completely confused. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jinhyuk casually raised 2 fingers while speaking to someone. I'm the one responsible for all this. Somewhere in the distance, a massive explosion echoed. Later that day, sunlight shone brightly over the city. Jinhyuk closed one eye and scratched his ear. Huh, it's itchy. Inside a large shopping area, Alice was enthusiastically pointing at shelves full of items. And that one too. She pointed at an entire display case. I'll buy all of it. Jinhyuk crossed his arms. At this rate you're going to cause inflation. But when he saw Andrea's excited face nearby, he simply sighed. As payment for helping with Andrea's education, he had allowed Alice to introduce her to normal city life. Andrea stood beside them like a small boss, carefully writing notes about everything she saw. Alice proudly explained things like a teacher. You need to learn the basics of leadership. Jinhyuk watched them while glancing at his system screen. In the long run, this investment would pay off. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was growing stronger faster than expected. In his mind, he imagined a scale comparing himself to others. Most guild rankers who gained strength through dungeon raids were around level 30. But with his current stats, and his special ability called Jump, he was already stronger than almost anyone at his level. His thoughts shifted to the reward he received for clearing the 5th floor. It had been completely unexpected. The item was called the Mirror that breaks boundaries. It allowed the user to connect instantly to any chosen location within the trial tower's first 10 floors. Jinhyuk pulled the small mirror from his pocket and studied it. There's still a lot to prepare. At that moment, the phone on the table rang. He picked it up. Director? He leaned back slightly. What's going on? The assistant on the other end sighed. You've become so famous that every media channel is talking about you. Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. And? There might be problems soon. What kind of problems? The assistant answered immediately. There are too many visitors. Jinhyuk looked out the window. How many? Several hundred, every day. The assistant straightened slightly when he heard his boss's calm voice through the phone. Add everyone to a waiting list, Jinhyuk instructed. Anyone who wants to meet me goes on that list first. The assistant quickly began noting it down. Jinhyuk continued speaking without pause. And set up a meeting with the Martial Father Guild. The call ended shortly afterward. Later that day, Jinhyuk sat inside a quiet cafe. Sunlight filtered through the windows while he casually held a drink in one hand. Across the table sat Kim Kitai. Kitai watched him for a moment before finally speaking. You look relaxed. Did you get enough rest after clearing the floor? Jinhyuk took another sip before replying. Kitai leaned forward slightly. I've been waiting for this call for a long time. Jinhyuk raised a finger. This is our first meeting since the trial, right? His eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the past. Back then you strutted around like a peacock. Kitai immediately lowered his head, clearly uncomfortable. Jinhyuk studied him silently. He's gotten awfully polite, he thought. Kitai then spoke again with a careful tone. I'd like to apologize about the Mandrich incident. At the time you were busy clearing the tower, so... The veins on his temple twitched as he spoke. Jinhyuk waved a hand dismissively. Relax. We did meet eventually. He leaned back in his chair and crossed one leg over the other. As an apology, he continued casually, how about we revise the contract between us? Kitai's eyes narrowed. Jinhyuk tapped the table lightly. The Martial Father Guild owns 10 A-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor. He raised one finger again. So why not share just one of them? Kitai's fist clenched instantly. You want us to hand over an A-rank dungeon, he said slowly, instead of the 10 first-floor dungeons we discussed? He closed his eyes, irritation leaking into his voice. So not only will you refuse to give us the promised antidote recipe, you're also raising the price? Jinhyuk smiled widely. That's correct. Another guild member sitting nearby leaned forward. Why change the terms now? Jinhyuk lifted his hand like a businessman presenting statistics. Inflation is rising. Raw materials are more expensive. Labor costs too. Kitai bared his teeth in frustration. We didn't come here to listen to nonsense, he snapped. Our guild isn't a charity. He slammed his palm onto the table. I've wasted enough time. Another guild representative calmly adjusted his glasses. Let's pretend we never heard this offer. But before he could stand, Jinhyuk spoke again. What about the Great Temple Labyrinth? The man froze. Jinhyuk rested his chin on his hand. The one your guild monopolizes on the 3rd floor. Kitai slowly turned his head. How do you know about that? Jinhyuk shrugged. I'm a guild master too. Information like that isn't hard to obtain. He tapped the table again while thinking. Like a jellyfish stuck in a current, he thought. They keep trying the same thing over and over. Your guild constantly attempts to clear the labyrinth, Jinhyuk said aloud. And every time you fail. He smiled faintly. Your reputation must be suffering quite a bit. Kitai's fist tightened again. And if the failures continue, Jinhyuk added casually, your leadership position might be in danger. Silence fell over the table. Then Jinhyuk folded his arms. I'll clear the labyrinth for you. Kitai stared at him in shock. Meanwhile, far away in Vienna, music filled a luxurious hall. An orchestra performed a beautiful classical piece. Alice clapped enthusiastically when it finished. That was amazing, she exclaimed. I'm deeply moved. A small notification appeared before her eyes. Skill copied, absolute pitch. Alice blinked in satisfaction. The table in front of them was covered with expensive dishes. She pointed at the menu again. I want the most expensive items here. Jinhyuk sighed quietly while holding his utensils. He wanted to finish this trip quickly and return to Korea. A task list floated in front of him. One objective read. Visit a 3-star Michelin restaurant. He watched silently as the chef prepared elaborate dishes from various cuisines. Across the table sat a certain vampire lord. Why are we wasting time relaxing like this? She asked. Jinhyuk leaned back calmly. In the future we'll be too busy, he said. So enjoy it while we can. He stabbed a fork into his salad. His thoughts drifted toward the next challenge. The 6th floor of the tower. It was known as the Elf Forest. He imagined arrogant elves guarding the land. To unlock the next stage, players had to remain there for 90 days. Most players simply used the time to relax or travel to other floors to train. But Jinhyuk knew better. Everyone on that floor pursued different objectives, and there were special cultivation bonuses hidden there. We'll need proper preparation this time. Later, Jeet approached him. Everything is ready. In the ruins ahead, a bright beam of light formed. Jinhyuk placed his hands in his pockets and stepped into it. Teleportation magic, he said calmly, is pretty convenient. They arrived on the 3rd floor. The shrine area was bustling with activity. It was the busiest location in the tower, where players changed professions. Adventurers moved everywhere between priests and instructors. Jinhyuk approached a priestess who handled class changes. Before he could speak, someone called out excitedly. It's him. Jinhyuk turned slightly. Jeet sighed. We should deal with business quickly. A young man stepped forward eagerly. I'm Yang-won, captain of the 2nd siege team. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I've watched every video of yours. Another person stepped forward shyly. I'm NSU, she said while blushing. Main healer of the siege fighters. Jinhyuk looked down with a faint frown. This is turning into a fan meeting. One of the Martial Father Guild members laughed quietly. Even our best fighters become fans when they meet their idol. Jeet clenched his fists before addressing everyone firmly. Formally, command will remain with Young-won. He glanced toward Jinhyuk. But for this operation, everyone already understood. The real leader standing there was Jinhyuk. With a casual lift of his hand, he signaled the fighters behind him to get ready for the upcoming battle. The large man who had been causing trouble earlier was no longer worth killing. Jinhyuk had already decided there was no need to waste time on someone like that. A voice echoed across the courtyard near the temple walls. Everyone participating in the expedition was instructed to gather at the entrance in 30 minutes. The group began preparing immediately. Weapons were checked, armor tightened, and supplies organized. When everything was ready, Jinhyuk slowly climbed the long stone staircase that led toward the temple. At the top, the first priestess responsible for profession changes stood waiting. She closed her eyes briefly, as if offering a silent prayer, before speaking in a calm voice. To grow stronger, one must walk a path. Strength requires a profession. She stretched out her hand toward him. So tell me, which path will you choose? As soon as she finished speaking, several translucent windows appeared before Jinhyuk, each displaying different professions he could select. Jin Hyuk stared at the list quietly. Through his other accounts, he had already tried nearly every popular profession in the system. Warriors, mages, assassins, none of them interested him anymore. He tilted his head slightly. Show me the least popular professions. The windows shifted immediately, revealing a completely different list. After scanning them for a moment, Jin Hyuk pointed at one option. Barrier Master. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was unpopular, difficult to master, and extremely rare. Most players avoided it because it required patience and complex strategy. But to Jin Hyuk, that was exactly why it was perfect. If he mastered barriers, places like labyrinths and dungeon ruins would become his playground. While others struggled with traps and defenses, he could control them. His eyes glimmered with excitement. More than anything, he loved crushing the pride of opponents who believed they were unbeatable. After finishing the process, Jin Hyuk walked back toward the gathering point outside the temple. But something strange caught his attention. Several unfamiliar people had gathered nearby. What are they doing here? He muttered under his breath. Just then, someone stepped forward. Is Kim Ki-tae from the Fighting Fathers Guild here? The newcomers wore uniforms marked with the emblem of the Samurai Guild. Their leader rested a katana casually over his shoulder while looking at Kim's group. We should talk, the swordsman said calmly. Kim narrowed his eyes. What do you want? The samurai leader smiled slightly. We're here to inform you that the Samurai Guild will not allow your group to participate in capturing the Great Temple. The statement caused an immediate stir among the fighters. The swordsman continued, as if enjoying their reactions. Think about it. How many people have already been disappointed by the Fighting Fathers? You still haven't cleared that cursed labyrinth. He swung the katana onto his shoulder again. So why not work together instead? If we cooperate, the public response will be much better. Kim's lips curled back, revealing clenched teeth. Nearby, someone whispered to another guild member. The Samurai Guild has been growing quickly lately. Their organization is solid, and they're really good at gathering information. One of the Fighting Fathers members wiped sweat from his forehead. They've manipulated public opinion completely. At that moment, someone walked up from behind them. Your commander seems pretty popular. Jin Hyuk had arrived. Several people nearby immediately recognized him and began whispering his name. The samurai leader frowned slightly. An S-class hunter. Jin Hyuk ignored the tension and spoke calmly. There's something I'm curious about. He looked directly at the samurai commander. You said the Fighting Fathers are failing because they lack strength. He paused. But honestly, you're not that different. The assistant beside the samurai commander exploded with anger. How dare you speak to our commander like that? Another samurai quickly grabbed his shoulder. Calm down. He's S rank. Jin Hyuk raised his chin slightly. And you lot aren't even close to that level. Behind him, members of the Fighting Fathers Guild started shouting emotionally. Did he just call us weak too? The samurai commander slowly closed his eyes, then spoke with confidence. Our strength is incomparable. Jin Hyuk tilted his head. Oh? What strength would that be? The swordsman held up 3 fingers. We have someone who has already reached the 30th floor of the trial tower. The crowd gasped. Even Jin Hyuk briefly glanced around. There's someone like that here? The tower was still mostly unexplored. Public information barely existed for anything beyond the 10th floor. Jin Hyuk slipped his hands into his pockets as whispers spread among the fighters. If that's true, that guild is insane. They have someone that strong? The samurai commander smiled proudly. We possess information you don't. With it, we will become the first heroes to save humanity from the trial tower. His smile widened greedily. And of course, we'll become very rich in the process. At that moment, Jin Hyuk's eyes turned slightly red. A system notification appeared. Skill activated, greedy gaze. He examined the man carefully. It didn't look like the commander was lying. The man actually believed every word he was saying. Jin Hyuk chuckled quietly. Then I should find this genius who's been spreading such nonsense. His gaze slowly moved across the samurai group. Most of the fighters were ordinary. Nothing special. Then he noticed one person. A young man standing silently with his arms crossed. Takashi. Above his head, a faint hourglass icon flickered. Jin Hyuk's eyes sharpened. Incomplete precognition. The skill allowed someone to see partial information about future floors of the tower. Takashi wiped sweat from his forehead while listening to his guildmates praising him. You saved us from all those traps. Without you, we would have died back there. Jin Hyuk rolled his eyes. The boy clearly wasn't revealing the full truth about his ability. If Takashi hid the fact that his foresight was incomplete, people would assume he possessed perfect prediction. That would raise his reputation even higher. Takashi seemed to think the same thing. If nobody finds out, it's not really lying. Jin-hyuk stared directly at him. A liar pretending to be humanity's future hero. Jin-hyuk looked back at the samurai commander. There's supposedly someone who climbed to the 30th floor, yet no information exists past the 10th. The samurai smiled again. In our world, information is the most valuable weapon. Refusing help would be foolish. Jeet clenched his fists angrily. I'm not believing this nonsense. Before he could say more, Jin-hyuk raised a hand to stop him. You should have started with that sentence earlier. His tone was calm. We could have saved a lot of time. The samurai commander blinked in surprise. You agree to talk? Jin-hyuk shrugged. Why not? The samurai leader smiled widely. Good. Finally someone reasonable. Turning his back to Jeet, the commander added. Try to relax. If we succeed, the reputation of the Fighting Fathers Guild will rise along with ours. But Jin-hyuk wasn't listening anymore. His attention was still on Takashi. Because now he knew exactly where the real game had begun. Kim frowned and spread his arms in frustration. Why did you let those guys come with us? He demanded, clearly irritated. Jin-hyuk didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced toward the Samurai Guild members walking nearby. Takashi, who had been quietly listening, shook his head. It wouldn't have been possible to just drive them away, he said calmly. But the commander clearly disagreed. His face flushed with anger as he shouted loudly. If necessary, I'll stop them by force. Jin-hyuk raised a finger lazily, as if lecturing a child. Relax. Didn't they say they wanted to become humanity's heroes? His eyes narrowed slightly. Then I'll give them the chance. Let's see how heroic they look while trying to steal someone else's prey. A faint red glow flickered inside Jin-hyuk's eyes. Kim stared at him in disbelief. Has this guy completely lost his mind? From behind them, Yaman shouted impatiently. We're moving soon. Everyone get ready. The group entered the labyrinth shortly afterward. Torches burned along the stone walls, casting long shadows across the corridor. The air inside felt damp and heavy. As they walked deeper, someone suddenly pointed toward several statues placed along the wall. Those figures weren't ordinary decorations. They're players, one of the fighters explained in a low voice. People who failed the labyrinth challenge. Takashi clenched his fist slightly. There's no way to bring them back. The samurai commander raised a large shield that carried a strange artifact embedded in its center. Don't worry, he said confidently. I came prepared. Jin-hyuk glanced sideways at the artifact. He immediately realized something. The man holding it barely understood how to use it properly. A faint system window appeared in front of Jin-hyuk's eyes. Second bonus reward for first tower conqueror? Jin-hyuk blinked. So that's why. He tapped the confirmation option. It seemed the bonus had been triggered because he had entered the labyrinth immediately after accepting the quest. A glowing symbol shaped like a crescent moon appeared briefly before fading into his body. Moon seal activated. The system explained the effect. The ability would fully activate only after completing his profession quest. Once unlocked, it would shorten barrier activation time and greatly improve barrier durability. Jin-hyuk wiped sweat from his forehead as he read the additional condition. One line caught his attention. Forgotten languages. Strange symbols appeared in the system window. Jin-hyuk stared at them. He definitely remembered seeing those symbols before while clearing the tower in the past. But even then, he never figured out their purpose. His gaze shifted toward a nearby stone tablet covered in similar characters. So this is the reward meant for the first conqueror. A slow smile spread across his face. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. There's still so much about this tower I don't understand. Meanwhile, Takashi had closed his eyes again, trying to concentrate. The samurai members looked down respectfully while their prophet whispered something quietly to the commander. Everyone prepare, someone shouted. The group moved forward and suddenly froze. A massive cobra emerged from the darkness ahead. Its enormous body coiled across the corridor like a living wall. Hold the line, one of the warriors yelled. The samurai commander immediately gave an order. Surround it. Mages began chanting spells. Explosions erupted across the snake scales as fireballs and lightning struck its body. The swordsmen tightened their grips on their weapons. Stay ready. The giant cobra opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs. At that moment, the commander's shield began glowing brightly. A powerful strike slammed into the monster's head. A nearby knight clenched his fist in admiration. Our teammate is seriously strong. But not everyone felt encouraged. Yang Won lowered his head, doubt creeping into his mind. Are we even capable of doing anything here? The warrior exhaled heavily. I'm pathetic. Jin-hyuk watched them quietly. These guys still have a long way to go, he thought. They're already losing confidence just because someone stronger appeared. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Alice would have finished that snake in seconds. Far away on the 5th floor of the trial tower, another scene was unfolding. A large door stood closed before a group of fighters. "This isn't how you do it," someone said. Andrea listened carefully while gripping her staff. Alice raised her hand firmly. "Follow my instructions." Andrea opened her mouth to respond but hesitated. Something about her teacher's words felt completely different today. Back inside the labyrinth, the group reached a huge corridor that split into 2 paths. The samurai commander turned toward Takashi. "So, which way?" The fortune teller studied both routes carefully. The left corridor was brightly lit and appeared safe. The right corridor was darker, with uneven walls that looked like they could hide traps anywhere. Sweat formed on Takashi's forehead. His foresight ability hadn't shown him this moment. "This wasn't in my vision." Someone spoke suddenly. "Let's go left." Jin-hyuk gave a cheerful thumbs up. "Any beginner would pick the right path," he said casually. "They'd think the obvious route is a trap." He grinned widely. "But the labyrinth knows that kind of thinking. It loves sending people like that straight to hell." The samurai members exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, they decided to follow the left corridor. Jin-hyuk watched Takashi's back while walking. So his foresight really is that weak. A small flame of excitement flickered in Jin-hyuk's eyes. Doesn't matter. Both paths lead to disaster anyway. Soon, strange devices appeared ahead in the hallway. Thin beams of light stretched across the corridor. "What are those?" a fighter asked nervously. The machines began moving slowly. Takashi closed his eyes briefly before speaking confidently. "Just a basic trap. Don't panic." But the moment he finished speaking, the trap activated. Dozens of lasers suddenly filled the room. The fighters looked up in shock. "Defenders. Barrier formation." A force shield appeared. But it wasn't enough. One of the beams sliced cleanly through a samurai warrior's arm. "Af!" Blood splattered across the floor. "Use more mana," the commander shouted desperately. He pressed his shield forward. "Everyone stay behind me." Takashi's heart pounded. This is Jin-hyuk's fault, he chose this path. But then he noticed something strange. Jin-hyuk was calmly drawing glowing runes in the air. A cloud of energy gathered above his palm. The barrier master profession quest had begun. The runes merged into a small sphere of condensed energy. Jin-hyuk released it. A system message appeared. Physical barrier created. A transparent dome expanded around the group. The magic shield instantly deflected the laser attacks. Yansa stared at it with wide eyes. "I've never seen a barrier like this." The traps continued firing, but the dome remained intact. Jin-hyuk glanced upward. "This is my limit for now," he thought. "Not until I fully obtain the profession." His body suddenly blurred as he stepped outside the barrier. Before leaving completely, he looked back at the others. "Stay inside the dome." Then he smiled mischievously. "Oh, and one more thing. If you dodge those lasers 300 times, you'll unlock a secret item." The soldiers inside the barrier stared in disbelief. Several of them stood frozen, mouths hanging open as they watched Jin-hyuk step forward into the deadly maze of lasers as if he were walking into a casual training ground. Jin-hyuk stretched his shoulders lazily. "If anyone wants the reward," he said calmly, "you're welcome to join." No one moved. He shrugged. "Honestly, it's not that difficult." Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he spoke again. "The trick is the rhythm. Just match the timing." He snapped his fingers. At that exact moment, the lasers fired again. Dozens of red beams shot across the corridor, slicing through the air with lethal precision. But Jin-hyuk moved. His body twisted, spun, and slipped between the beams as if he were dancing to music no one else could hear. He leaned back, letting one beam pass inches from his face, then flipped forward and rolled under another. "See," he said casually while dodging. "Easy." Inside the barrier, a knight stared with wide eyes. Is he serious? Meanwhile, the samurai guild members were in complete chaos. They struggled desperately just to stay alive while maintaining their defenses. Mages poured mana into their shields. Warriors ducked and scrambled to avoid the beams. Compared to them, Jin-hyuk looked almost relaxed. He kept moving smoothly through the trap, smiling slightly as the lasers continued firing. After a while, the captain beside Kim scratched the back of his head nervously. "Boss, if we give everything to that guy, won't we end up losing out?" Kim didn't even turn around. "There are times when accepting a loss is the smarter move," he said calmly. His teeth showed briefly in a confident grin. "When you're certain of your strength, stepping back can also be a strategy." Hearing those words, Yinsu slowly began to understand. His gaze shifted back toward Jin-hyuk. The young man was still weaving effortlessly through the deadly trap. Then, without warning, Jin-hyuk stopped. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets. A system notification appeared before his eyes. Hidden mission completed? A small object materialized in his hand. Jin-hyuk examined it with clear satisfaction. The item was called Blazing Flame. Not bad, he muttered. All that effort paid off. But when he turned around, the atmosphere had completely changed. One of the samurai warriors stumbled forward, holding the bloody stump where his arm had once been. My arm. I lost my arm. Nearby, another fighter dropped to his knees. Yosha? Yosha is dead. Bodies were scattered across the corridor. The samurai commander's face turned pale as he shouted, "Count the casualties." Jin-hyuk covered his mouth slightly in mock regret. Ah, that's unfortunate. He tilted his head. My barrier can only hold about 30 people. The commander's expression twisted with rage. You bastard. Another samurai glared at him furiously. You knew about the trap, didn't you? Jin-hyuk answered without hesitation. Of course. The man's fists trembled. Then why didn't you warn us? My men died. Jin-hyuk looked forward calmly. I only agreed to cooperate because you said you have a man who supposedly reached the 30th floor. Takashi lowered his gaze. Jin-hyuk stared down at him. So tell me something. His voice turned colder. I didn't ask you to follow us. The samurai commander spread his arms angrily. The samurai guild will never forgive this. Jin-hyuk pointed ahead. Now isn't the time for threats. At that moment, a system message appeared. Condition met, 50% of raid eliminated by traps. The giant cobra suddenly lifted its head. Its mouth opened wide, revealing massive fangs. Another notification appeared. The guardian of the northern temple has awakened. The commander stared in confusion. What is that supposed to mean? Jin-hyuk's grin widened. Don't relax. He raised a hand casually. This is where the real fun starts. Then he glanced toward the samurai group. If you have anything else to say, try surviving first. The massive cobra flicked its tongue. Moments later, the system displayed another message. Jellyfish's favorite pet has appeared. The snake lunged forward violently. The injured commander grabbed his bleeding arm. We're not even in formation yet. Jin-hyuk looked at the artifact shield he carried. Since everyone understands the situation now, he said casually, hand that over. He pointed directly at the shield. The samurai glared at him. You think we give up an artifact like this? The cobra rose higher, preparing to strike. Jin-hyuk raised his hand slightly. Fine. Cold energy gathered around him. Glacier creation. A chilling aura spread through the corridor. He lifted one finger. In that case? I'll just take it from your corpse. The commander panicked. Wait, but it was too late. The cobra inhaled deeply and unleashed a blazing spear of fire. Run, someone screamed. Fighters scattered desperately. But the corridor was a straight tunnel. There was nowhere to hide. The commander slammed his shield forward. Everyone behind me. A force barrier appeared. Flames crashed into it like a tidal wave. For a moment, the barrier held. Then it shattered. Fire engulfed the entire corridor. The commander turned toward Takashi. You must survive. Moments later, silence filled the hallway. Burned corpses lay scattered across the ground. The artifact shield rolled across the stone floor and stopped beside a kneeling corpse, the commander's body, still frozen in its final position. A hand reached down and picked it up. Jin-hyuk examined it calmly. The previous owner didn't even know how to use this thing. He smiled slightly. An artifact is useless in the hands of an idiot. A system window displayed the shield stats. Its power increased according to the user's level. Takashi stared at Jin-hyuk with clenched teeth. You act like you already know everything. Jin-hyuk glanced at him. Your foresight isn't helping anymore, is it? Takashi froze. Sweat began running down his face. Slowly, he dropped to his knees. How do you know about my ability? His voice trembled. What exactly are you? How are you connected to this tower? Jin-hyuk kept one hand in his pocket. I'm not interested in explaining. At that moment, the cobra attacked again. A massive column of fire shot toward them. Jin-hyuk lifted his hand calmly. Glacier creation. A giant wall of ice appeared instantly, blocking the flames. The fire collided against the frozen barrier and scattered into steam. Jin-hyuk glanced at Takashi from the corner of his eye. When two people are talking, he waved his hand casually. The pet should stay quiet. Ice surged forward. Within seconds, the giant cobra was completely trapped inside a massive frozen prison. Takashi's eyes widened in pure shock. The corridor fell silent after the cobra was frozen. A massive block of ice filled the tunnel, trapping the monster completely inside. Frost slowly spread across the stone floor while shards of ice glittered under the dim torchlight. Jin-hyuk looked at the frozen creature for a moment. Takashi's earlier question echoed in his mind. How are you connected to the tower? Jin-hyuk glanced sideways at him. Well, if you really want to know, he said casually, I'm the exiled god of this tower. Takashi's eyes widened instantly. He staggered backward in shock. A god? The young prophet dropped to his knees immediately, pressing his forehead against the floor. That explains everything, he cried out. Your strength, your knowledge, your abilities, they're far beyond anything human. His voice trembled with fear and awe. I committed a grave sin. I failed to foresee the presence of an absolute being. Jin-hyuk almost laughed. If I were really a god, he thought, I'd install an elevator instead of climbing all these floors again. But outwardly, he kept a calm expression. After my exile, I was forced to take a human body, he explained casually. Then he looked down at Takashi. Still, your abilities might prove useful as we climb the higher floors. Takashi raised his head slowly, disbelief still visible on his face. You think I can be useful? He pointed to himself in shock. Thank you, my lord. Jin-hyuk crouched down so they were at eye level. So, he said calmly, would you like to help me conquer this tower? Takashi froze for a moment. Being chosen by a god was something that happened only once in a lifetime. He immediately bowed his head again. I will serve you with everything I have. Jin-hyuk's eyes flashed faintly. Good. He lifted one hand slightly. I'll leave a mark on you. Takashi stiffened. If you ever betray me, Jin-hyuk's voice turned colder. That mark will burn you to ashes. Takashi nodded quickly. I understand. I will never reveal anything. At that moment, the soldiers behind them noticed something strange. The barrier is fading. The imperfect physical barrier that Jin-hyuk had created earlier was slowly disappearing. When the group looked toward the battlefield again, they realized something shocking. The monster that had wiped out the entire samurai guild had been defeated by Jin-hyuk alone. Yang Won lowered his head respectfully. Thank you for saving us. His expression turned bitter. Our team was useless. Jin-hyuk shook his head slightly. This isn't over yet. He glanced at the shattered ice. That creature isn't the type to accept the death of her pet so easily. As if responding to his words, a violent wind swept through the corridor. Flames flickered wildly. Something slithered across the floor. A massive tail appeared from the shadows. Don't look at it, the commander shouted immediately. A confused fighter turned his head. Why shouldn't we? Before he could finish, something grabbed him by the head. The creature pulled him close. In the reflection of its eyes, the terrified warrior saw his own face. Medusa. The man quickly turned into a stone statue. But a moment later, crack. The statue shattered into pieces. Standing in the center of the corridor was a terrifying figure. The guardian of the temple. Her long snake-like hair writhed violently, and her eyes burned with fury. You dared to invade my temple. Her voice trembled with rage. And you killed my baby. The soldiers shut their eyes tightly. The air around her was filled with enormous amounts of mana. The commander gripped his sword. This is exactly what we came here for. He raised his blade. Attack. Lightning bolts shot forward from the mages. Medusa sneered. You should be more careful where you aim. Her tail lashed out violently. Blood sprayed across the ground. Yang Won coughed violently as blood poured from his mouth. Yansa clenched her fists. Are there any wounded? But before anyone could answer, Medusa lunged again. The girl kept her eyes tightly closed, unable to see what was happening. Sharp claws rushed toward her. Then, thud. Something slammed directly into Medusa's face. A shield. The monster was thrown backward as Jin-hyuk stepped forward calmly. Dust filled the corridor where she crashed into the ground. Jin-hyuk glanced at Yansa. From here on? I'll handle it alone. The massive gorgon slowly stood up again. She bared her fangs. Why are you staring directly into my eyes, yet you're not turning to stone? A strange symbol appeared in front of Jin-hyuk. Skill activated, greedy gaze. Effect, petrification immunity. Jin-hyuk grinned. Maybe you're just weak. Medusa's jaw tightened with fury. You insolent human. A system notification appeared. Ability activated, power of the Gorgon. Magical attack plus 30%. Movement speed minus 15%. A powerful aura exploded around her body. I won't let you die easily. Her mouth opened wide as she launched a stream of corrosive acid toward him. At the same moment, Jin-hyuk activated another skill. Steps of the Demonic Sword King activated. Movement speed plus 70%. He shot forward like a blur. How are you planning to kill me, he said casually, when you're barely moving? Medusa swung her massive hand toward him. Jin Hyuk instantly raised the artifact shield he had taken earlier. Clang! The blow landed directly against the shield. A new system message appeared. Physical and magical defense increased by 300%. Medusa frowned in disbelief. My attacks didn't break through? Jin Hyuk's fingers suddenly glowed with bright energy. The monster screamed as a flash of power struck her. Jin Hyuk smiled slightly. Barrier skill activated, sealed coffin. Magical walls suddenly rose around the Gorgon's body. She found herself trapped inside a glowing prison. Jin Hyuk spoke quietly. The final requirement to become a barrier master is successfully trapping a boss monster inside a barrier. Magical chains wrapped around Medusa's arms. She struggled violently. You think this cage can hold me? Her tail smashed against the barrier walls. Jin Hyuk dodged the attacks effortlessly while circling around her. Red energy swirled around his hands. Skill activated, Giant's Hand. He slammed his fingers into the stone wall. Cracks spread across the surface. Then he ripped out massive chunks of rock and hurled them at the monster. Medusa smashed them apart easily. This won't work on me. She glared at him. Stop wasting your time. Jin Hyuk suddenly smiled. Medusa paused. Something about this felt wrong. You weren't trying to hurt me. Her eyes widened. A glowing magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Jin Hyuk knelt slightly on the ground. Ah, you noticed a little too late. While throwing stones, he had secretly been carving runes across the battlefield, using the ashes and dust scattered across the floor. Medusa's eyes widened in horror. You drew runes, while distracting me? Suddenly, chains of magic erupted from the ground. They wrapped tightly around her body. Third-level barrier activated. Heavy shackles locked around her neck and arms. Target bound by high-level binding force. Jin Hyuk slipped his hands back into his pockets. You're not escaping that. He smiled calmly. I spent a lot of effort designing it. Medusa screamed in rage. Let me out of here. Jin Hyuk shrugged. Relax. Struggling won't help. Another system notification appeared. Boss monster successfully sealed. Final condition completed. Jin Hyuk glanced at the screen and smiled slightly. The third requirement to become a barrier master had finally been fulfilled. The Medusa thrashed inside the barrier, her fangs bared in fury as the chains tightened around her. Jin Hyuk watched her calmly, hands in his pockets. Capturing a boss monster alive wasn't just difficult, it was nearly impossible. Most players didn't even try. The only safe option people ever considered was capturing something like a goblin boss from the first floor. Anything beyond that? Means death. Jin Hyuk smirked slightly. So, what happens if you catch something stronger? He pressed the confirmation button. For a split second, everything went silent. Then, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from his body. The air trembled. A system window exploded into view. Condition achieved, high-level boss captured during profession quest. Hidden condition met. Profession upgrade initiated. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened slightly as the next line appeared. New class unlocked, Supreme Rune Interpreter. Sweat rolled down his cheek. Then, he clenched his fists tightly, unable to hold back a grin. I knew it. His voice was low but filled with excitement. A hidden class. The system continued. Description: a rare, high-tier profession capable of interpreting, rewriting, and dominating ancient rune systems. Grants superior control over barriers and magical constructs. Jin Hyuk exhaled slowly. The harder the condition, the greater the reward. That had always been the rule of the tower. And he had just broken through one of its highest thresholds. Now I'm curious, he muttered. If I keep pushing this, how far can I go? At that moment, a strange energy began circling around his wrist. He frowned and looked down. A glowing symbol slowly engraved itself into his skin. Lunar seal activated. Barrier activation speed, minus 25%. Barrier efficiency, plus 30%. Jin Hyuk's grin widened. Even better. His gaze shifted back to the trapped Gorgon. She stared at him now, not with rage, but with fear. What are you going to do with me? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Kill me? Jin Hyuk tilted his head. I'm not sure yet. He walked closer, studying her. Maybe I could turn you into armor? Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Jin Hyuk sighed. Killing boss monsters was routine. Experience, loot, items, it all came from that. But Medusa? He mentally reviewed the possibilities. Her head lost its petrification ability outside the temple. Armor made from her scales, poisoned the wearer. He clicked his tongue. Pretty useless. He raised a finger, deep in thought. What am I even supposed to do with you? At that exact moment, the system chimed again. Shop transaction complete. 3,350 coins deducted. A plate with a strange red flower dropped into his hand. Jin-hyuk crouched down and crushed it, mixing the liquid with other materials. Then he began drawing a magic circle on the ground. The moment the pattern was completed, flash, a bright light erupted. A hidden communication channel activated. On the other side, a man closed a thick book and looked forward with interest. "You," he said slowly. "How did you get this contact?" Jin-hyuk casually tossed the empty plate aside. "Honestly? I just bought random stuff and mixed it." He shrugged. "Pure coincidence." The man narrowed his eyes. "That's impossible." His voice turned serious. "I've never shared this contact. Not even with the gods." He leaned forward. "So tell me, how did you find it?" Jin-hyuk ignored the question completely. Instead, he pointed behind him. "Oh? What's that?" A bound Medusa appeared in view, chained inside the barrier. The man froze. Jin-hyuk smirked. "I figured you'd be interested. A collector like you, someone obsessed with Greek mythology, wouldn't miss this, right?" Weapons suddenly began materializing around Jin-hyuk, floating in the air. "I was just about to dispose of her," he added casually. "Since you're already watching, enjoy the show." The system chimed again. Sword Cemetery activated. Jin-hyuk raised his hand. "Wait!" The man on the other side shouted immediately. "You can't kill her." His voice was filled with urgency. "That's not just a monster, that's a priceless specimen." Jin-hyuk paused, glancing at the screen. "You finally interested?" he asked casually. "Good." The man wiped the sweat from his face. "I'll open a gate for you," he said quickly. "Come here. We'll talk in person." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "This deal could be very beneficial for both of us." Jin-hyuk studied his expression carefully. Then he smiled faintly. "All right." The space in front of him suddenly cracked. A portal tore open, swirling with unstable magic. "Come through," the man said. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk stepped inside. The moment he emerged, he stopped. A massive statue towered before him, radiating ancient power. The man approached him with a calm smile. "Welcome," he said, "to the 42nd floor of the Trial Tower." Jin-hyuk's eyes narrowed slightly. The city of the ancient Egyptian gods. The place was vast, filled with structures that looked older than time itself. "This wasn't what I expected," Jin-hyuk admitted. "I thought I'd be going to the Great Library." The man chuckled. "I wish this were a vacation." He gestured around them. "This is work. Those who reside here are the Egyptian gods themselves." He glanced at Jin-hyuk meaningfully. "And they've been very curious about you." Jin-hyuk smiled faintly. "Something tells me they already know more than they should." As if on cue, strange creatures began to appear in the distance. One of them spoke in disbelief. "That's a human? I heard they entered the tower recently. How did one reach this far already?" The man stepped forward and raised his hand. Before anything else, the ground suddenly trembled. A massive crater opened nearby. "There used to be a sphinx here," he explained calmly. "Now?" He looked at the destruction. "It's just a hole." Jin-hyuk stared at it silently. Ricky closed his eyes for a moment, then spoke calmly. "That crater," he said, pointing ahead, "appeared the moment it was discovered that someone was impersonating Anubis." A low, furious growl echoed across the ruins. Jin-hyuk casually picked up a fragment of stone from the ground, examining it as if nothing around him mattered. "I heard statues like this are worth a fortune," he muttered. Ricky glanced at him sharply. "You're standing in front of absolute beings," he said, his tone turning serious. "Entities that rule the upper floors of the tower." Jin-hyuk tossed the shard aside. "Should I be afraid?" he asked casually. He brushed the dust off his hands. "This isn't even the 50th floor." Ricky paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. A massive pyramid loomed in the distance, casting a long shadow across the desert-like ruins. "You really don't disappoint," Rick said, grinning. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A dark presence gathered. Anubis stepped forward, his expression twisted with rage. "You dare stand before me," he growled, "after tarnishing my name?" From the side, another figure chuckled. Osiris watched the scene with amusement. "He's entertaining," he said lightly. Rick stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest. "This is Jin-hyuk," he announced. "My guest." Jin-hyuk didn't even look at them properly. "I didn't come here to meet you," he said bluntly. "He dragged me here." Anubis slammed his foot against the ground. "Insolent human." A massive magical barrier formed above them, sealing the space. Rick's voice sharpened. "You intend to break the laws of the tower, in front of me?" Osiris wiped tears from his eyes, still laughing. "This is getting interesting." Jin-hyuk stood completely unfazed. Rick noticed it immediately. "He's not reacting at all." It was as if Jinhyuk already understood how the rules here worked. Anubis bared his teeth. "If I can't kill you directly," he said coldly, "then I'll do it properly." The air split open. A coffin emerged from the ground. The lid slowly creaked open. And from within, a towering warrior stepped out. Its presence alone crushed the surrounding air. Ricky narrowed his eyes. "That," he said quietly, "is the strongest opponent a player at your level could possibly face." He looked at Jinhyuk. "With your current stats, you can't win." Anubis crossed his arms. "If you can survive 5 seconds against him," he declared, "I'll allow you to take one item from my treasury." A system window appeared before Jinhyuk. Challenge issued by Anubis, ruler of the 42nd floor. Condition: survive 5 seconds. Jinhyuk smirked. "Just 5 seconds?" he asked. The moment the system light touched his body, a rare item materialized in his hand. Item purchased: royal blood. Cost: 2 million coins. A glowing substance floated above his palm. At the same time, skill activated, heavenly patronage. Effect: sacred royal blood created. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk accepted the duel. The instant the battle began, he vanished. Skill activated, steps of the demonic sword king. His body surged forward like a streak of light. The warrior barely had time to react. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted. The system screamed warnings. Warning: extreme stat amplification detected. Damage output increased by 1500%. Risk: fatal overload. For a split second, everything froze. Then the warrior's body collapsed. Anubis warrior defeated. Silence. Jinhyuk stood there calmly, one hand already back in his pocket. "Didn't even take 5 seconds," he muttered. Osiris' smile vanished. "That's impossible." His voice trembled slightly. "A human from the 6th floor defeated that?" Jinhyuk turned his head slightly. "So," he said, "what can I take from the treasury?" Anubis snapped. "That's enough. Who starts attacking immediately after accepting a duel?" Before he could continue, another presence stepped forward. Horus crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. "You made a promise," he said coldly. "Are you going to break the rules of the tower?" Anubis clicked his tongue, furious. "Do whatever you want." He turned away. Horus gestured calmly. "I'll guide you." Rick and Jinhyuk followed him. Soon, a massive treasury opened before them. Countless treasures glittered under golden light. Jewels, artifacts, relics, each radiating immense power. Horus extended his hand. "Choose." His body flickered with a faint red glow. "A promise is a promise." Jinhyuk smiled faintly as he looked over the treasures. Horus watched him closely. "You would have reached this place eventually anyway," he said. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "Instead of choosing an item, why not choose something greater?" Jinhyuk glanced at him. Horus continued, "Become a resident of this floor. If you accept, you will gain power far beyond anything here." His eyes narrowed slightly. "This time, you will truly receive the support of the gods." Ricky's expression stiffened. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. A player from the 6th floor, being offered this? That kind of opportunity came once in a lifetime. Jinhyuk, however, didn't hesitate. "I don't need it." The words fell flat. Ricky's pupils shrank. Horus stared at him. "You're refusing divine support?" Jinhyuk met his gaze directly. "Yeah." A faint smile appeared on his face. "I'm doing just fine on my own." Jinhyuk slowly turned his gaze to the side, his expression calm yet filled with quiet ambition. He stated without hesitation that his goal wasn't limited to the current floor, he intended to climb far higher. Then, with a faint smirk, he questioned whether it even made sense for him to accept help from beings at this level. To him, it felt unnecessary, almost beneath him. Raising his index finger, he declared that the choice he had made would serve as his reward. Horus, the sun god, bared his teeth in irritation, clearly offended by Jinhyuk's attitude. From outside, leaning casually against the railing of a palace balcony, Anubis watched the exchange unfold. In a composed tone, he asked if they were finally done. His gaze shifted forward as he remarked that Horus was, as always, letting his temper get the better of him. The god of death then intervened, urging Horus to calm down and clarify exactly what this pathetic human had chosen. Crossing his arms, Horus responded bluntly. Jinhyuk had chosen a black ancient egg. A heavy silence followed. Even the monstrous presence nearby couldn't hide its disbelief and questioned whether Jinhyuk truly understood what he had just picked. Horus admitted that he himself didn't know what lay inside the egg, nor could he inspect it. Crimson lightning crackled faintly around him as he added one crucial point. Depending on how that egg was handled, it could either become a miracle or a catastrophe capable of wiping out humanity. Some time later, Alice tilted her head, staring at the strange artifact in Jinhyuk's possession. She couldn't comprehend his reasoning. Even he knew the risks. If the egg hatched incorrectly, the consequences could be disastrous. Pointing at it, she half-jokingly, half-seriously asked what they were supposed to do if everything went wrong. What if the entire city disappeared? Where would she even go shopping then? Before anyone could respond, something bizarre happened. The clothes of one of Jinhyuk's subordinates suddenly turned pitch black. The vampire lord immediately protested, complaining about being dragged into ring again without warning. Ignoring the noise, Jinhyuk calmly rolled up his sleeves and told everyone to stay back. A dense magical aura began leaking from the black egg. Jinhyuk raised both hands toward it, his voice low. "It's been a while since I've felt something like this." His pupils glowed an intense blue as his focus sharpened. The egg pulsed with light, reacting to his presence. For a brief moment, an illusion of a young man holding a feather flickered into existence, like a fragment of ancient memory. Jinhyuk muttered under his breath, recalling something he had once heard from a strange adventurer. "Tasty mana, that's the key." Almost instantly, flames ignited around the egg. The system interface flickered to life, announcing the activation of the fire element. Then, as if responding in balance, icy particles formed in the air, swirling alongside the flames. Multiple elemental energies clashed and merged. The system reported that the ancient egg was absorbing mana directly from its surroundings. Jinhyuk extended his hand closer, his lips curling slightly. "Does it taste good?" The moment he said that, a blinding flash erupted. When the light faded, something small hovered in the air. A dragon. Tiny, yet unmistakably powerful. Sweat trickled down Jinhyuk's face as realization hit him: the egg had hatched. The creature's eyes locked onto him, instinctively searching for the mana it had just consumed. Without wasting time, Jinhyuk clenched his fist and gathered the remaining mana in the air, compressing it into a small, glowing sphere. He guided it gently toward the newborn dragon. "This is your first meal." The little dragon stared at him for a second, then curiously licked his fingers. Moments later, it opened its mouth happily, devouring the mana. A system notification exploded into view. Jinhyuk had achieved something unprecedented. He had become the first player in the entire tower to tame an ancient being. His name instantly spread across all floors, drawing attention from countless watchers. The system added another note: naming the creature would significantly increase its loyalty. Jinhyuk stroked his chin thoughtfully, then picked up the small dragon. Its black body and glowing yellow eyes gave him an idea. Gaguma. The name felt right. He smiled faintly, though his next words carried a hint of concern. "Cute, but feeding you is going to be a problem." Just then, his screen flickered again. A notification appeared: a mid-level manager had subscribed to his channel. His commission rate dropped from 90% to 80%, a clear sign that his influence was growing. Not long after, the scene shifted to a towering building. Inside, Bayon stood confidently, hands clasped together as he explained the situation. Jinhyuk only needed to participate in a standard interview. He emphasized that their program was the best in the field, guaranteeing at least a 40% rating. Jinhyuk sat calmly, sipping his drink as if none of this fazed him. Holding a stack of documents, he glanced up and asked one simple question. "So, the executives approved this themselves?" Leaning back in his chair, Jinhyuk listened as the man across from him spoke with confidence. If the show revolved around him, then of course it would succeed. And if he casually shared a few high-level strategies for clearing the tower, the audience would be completely hooked. Jinhyuk brought the straw to his lips, quietly thinking it over. At this point in time, programs about conquering the tower were the only content that truly dominated television. Everything else had faded into irrelevance. Still, something about the situation felt off. He narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his head, studying the man in front of him. Was he pretending not to recognize him? Or did he genuinely have memory issues? "Do I have something on my face?" The man blinked, confused, and shook his head. "Nothing at all." Jinhyuk leaned forward, no longer interested in small talk. "Then let's skip to the important part. Payment." His tone sharpened. "I want magic stones." At that, the head of SWBTV spread his hands helplessly, letting out a sigh. Lately, countless players had been making the same demand. Magic stones had become the most sought-after currency. Jinhyuk didn't care about their problems. "How much can you offer?" he asked bluntly. "I'm taking everything I can get." For a moment, the room fell quiet. Then Bonchan, who had been observing the exchange, stepped in and explained that they usually followed standard payment structures. But this wasn't a standard situation. The director raised a finger, smiling slyly. "For someone of your level, we can make an exception." Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed. "What kind of exception?" The man closed his eyes, clearly pleased with himself before revealing the catch. There's someone who wants to appear alongside you. If you agree to film with him, we'll grant you an unlimited supply of magic stones from our company. That got Jinhyuk's attention. He leaned back slightly, intrigued. Sounds generous, he said. So who is it? Moments later, the scene shifted outside the SWBTV headquarters. A sleek car came to a stop. The door opened, and a man stepped out, stretching his leg onto the pavement with a satisfied grin. So the day's finally here. Nearby, the director watched with a faint smile, murmuring to himself about the rumors. Was it true? Had Jinhyuk really mended ties with the Dark Fortune Guild? Inside the car, a woman could be seen waiting. Reporters had already gathered, cameras in hand. The moment they spotted the arrivals, excitement rippled through the crowd. This cast is insane, ratings are going to explode. Another car pulled up. The door opened. Jinhyuk stepped out. The atmosphere instantly shifted. Walking forward without hesitation, he approached Daepyo. How've you been? Daepyo forced a smile, though it looked strained. Busy, he replied. Trying to rebuild my reputation, after everything. Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. Did you bring all these people just to show off your connections? The director crossed his arms and interjected. You said you'd show up. The least you could do is come prepared. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. Across the scene, tension quietly escalated. A fighter from the China Guild frowned, his expression turning hostile. A woman nearby lowered her gaze, already identifying Jinhyuk as the primary target. Then, another car door opened. The reporters froze. Out stepped Teresa. The strongest martial artist in Korea. Gasps erupted. Phones were raised instantly. Even the leader of the Black Fortune Guild clenched his jaw, clearly displeased by her presence. Yusung, standing nearby, watched with a serious expression. The reporters rushed forward, throwing questions without restraint. Why did you accept Jinhyuk's offer? We heard you rejected every guild invitation. Are you working together now? Are you allies? The swordsman's face tightened, veins bulging along his cheek as he snapped back. We are not allies. His voice dropped, cold and sharp. And I will destroy him. A wave of unease spread through the crowd. Daepyo, surrounded by powerful figures, muttered under his breath in disbelief. People who should have been gone, legends like Junyang, Saint Teresa, even Muse, all seemed to be circling around Jinhyuk. This wasn't normal. Not at all. One of the celebrities nearby let out a quiet laugh before asking where they were heading, reminding everyone that filming was supposed to happen together. The woman turned her head calmly. Our objective is already complete, she said. We're not obligated to do anything else. Jinhyuk slipped his hands into his pockets, completely unfazed. If you wanted to show off, he said casually to Daepyo, you should have prepared something better. Daepyo's expression twitched. He had clearly been waiting for this moment for a long time, but things weren't unfolding the way he had imagined. In frustration, he grabbed a nearby reporter by the pants, gripping the fabric tightly. I'll do anything. But reporter simply walked past him, leaving his pants in Daepyo's hand and entered the building without looking back. He said through clenched teeth. You would even strip down for his attention. Inside, the atmosphere was quieter, but no less tense. Yusung closed his eyes briefly before speaking. Did you enjoy that? There was a hint of irritation in his voice. You really have a twisted sense of entertainment. Jinhyuk shrugged lightly. Thanks for coming, he replied, his tone indifferent. But try not to interfere in my personal matters. That only made things worse. Yusung's fist clenched tightly. Are you really okay with this? He demanded. I lost my home because of you. Jinhyuk paused for a second. He remembered that he told demonic humans that Yusung is the unknown. But he spread his hands casually, playing dumb. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't mock me. Yusung's voice rose, anger spilling over. Anyone can tell just by watching the videos, 16 of them. You're the only one hiding your identity. You're the unknown. For a split second, Jinhyuk's eyes widened, not in fear, but in surprise. Then a single thought crossed his mind. What is this guy, a stalker? As security began checking Jinhyuk before entry, he glanced sideways, speaking casually again. What do you think about him? He asked, referring to Yusung. The response was uncertain. Jinhyuk's grin widened, showing his teeth. I'm talking about the guy sent by the main association. He tilted his head slightly. How do you think he'd do in a fight against me? Yusung's expression darkened. Memories of his previous battle surfaced, how he had been completely overwhelmed, forced down to his knees. After a long pause, he admitted quietly. He's strong. Then, clenching his teeth, he added with frustration. But compared to my fight with you, that was nothing. The words hung in the air. Jin-hyuk looked at him. And smirked. Chunyoung glanced sideways, his sharp eyes settling on Teresa. So, he asked calmly, what exactly is your relationship with Jin-hyuk? For a brief moment, Teresa hesitated. Her eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger, but in a rare flicker of embarrassment. Then she answered, her voice steady but sincere. He's someone I trust. More than anyone else. Chunyoung folded his arms, studying her carefully. A thoughtful silence followed before he spoke again, almost as if warning her. That won't be easy. Meanwhile, inside the studio, the atmosphere shifted as filming began. The cast took their seats, and a voice echoed through the set, announcing the start of the recording. The host beamed with excitement, her eyes lighting up as she introduced the segment. Today, we have very special guests joining us outside the trial tower. She clasped her hands together, clearly thrilled. First, a player who's been gaining explosive popularity thanks to his unbelievable clear speed, Jin-hyuk. Applause filled the room. Smiling brightly, she leaned forward. Do you have any advice for other players watching? Bangchan watched the screen eagerly, anticipation written all over his face. Jin-hyuk, however, looked completely relaxed. Advice, he repeated, as if considering it for the first time. Then he smiled. Yeah, I've got one. He raised a finger casually. Don't stop trying until you succeed. The host's eyes sparkled. That's wonderful. Anything else? Jin-hyuk shrugged. Just dodge. There was a pause. What? For the third floor, he added calmly, you just need to dodge. The host forced a laugh, slightly confused, but continued the interview. And the fourth floor? Jin-hyuk didn't miss a beat. Same thing. Dodge. Behind the scenes, someone gripped a remote control so tightly their knuckles turned white. How is this even airing on television? The man adjusted his glasses, clearly stressed. Do you understand the damage if even one episode fails to broadcast properly? He snapped. He's completely ruined the recording, our reputation is on the line. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk sat comfortably, sipping his drink through a straw as if none of it concerned him. Bangchan, on the other hand, was fuming. You came here just to collect payment? Without even trying? Jin-hyuk slowly placed the chair back with both hands and leaned forward slightly. I answered every question, he said calmly. That means I fulfilled my part of the contract. The director's face twisted. You think that nonsense will work? Jin-hyuk's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, everything changed. He grabbed the man by the collar and yanked him forward, the sudden movement drawing a startled scream. Leaning in close, Jin-hyuk's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Do you know who Jones is? The man froze. Behind him, a framed photograph hung on the wall. Jin-hyuk's gaze flickered toward it. That's him, right? His grip tightened. My brother, the director stammered. He was in charge of streamers. Jin-hyuk's expression darkened. You mean the one who treated them like livestock? Locking them into slave contracts? For a moment, the air itself seemed to grow heavy. Jin-hyuk's mind flashed back. A crowd of furious streamers standing outside an office building, protesting. He had been there too, a bandage wrapped around his face, watching everything unfold. That day, he said quietly, I learned a lot. His eyes were cold now. Like how to wag your tail just to survive, so you don't end up thrown out on the street. Sweat poured down Bangchan's face. Jin-hyuk leaned closer. What did you tell people back then? When they were barely surviving because of those contracts you rigged? The director shakily held up a document. There were no problems, he insisted. Everything was legal. Jin-hyuk smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. Still sounds like nonsense to you? A beam of light suddenly scanned the man's eye. The system confirmed it, everything had been officially authorized. Realizing he had no way out, the director adjusted his glasses and forced himself to calm down. He extended his hand toward a secure door. Fine, he said. Let me show you something. The door opened. Inside was a massive storage room filled with magic stones, piled high in boxes, glowing faintly with energy. This, the director said, is our company's warehouse. He spread his fingers. According to the contract, you're allowed to use an unlimited number of these, for 2 hours. Jin-hyuk glanced down at him. 2 hours? It's written in the contract, the man quickly added. Small print. Jin-hyuk stepped inside. You can use as many as you want, the director continued. But there's an anti-theft spell. You can't store them in your inventory. Jin-hyuk picked up a handful of stones, feeling the energy within them. Behind him, Bangchan adjusted his glasses, already calculating. Even if Jin-hyuk absorbed them, it wouldn't matter. Absorbing a single low-grade stone took around 5 minutes. In 2 hours, the total he could consume would be insignificant. No matter what he did, it wouldn't make a real dent. Satisfied, the director smirked. If you need anything, contact the staff. This area is strictly controlled. Jin-hyuk's lips curled slightly. So that was the plan. If he tried to take anything by force, they would destroy his reputation. Clever. Closing his eyes briefly, he nodded. Fine. 2 hours is enough. The director exhaled in relief. Good decision. As he stepped out, he glanced back once more. We'll see you in 2 hours. The door shut. Inside the warehouse, the staff stood around awkwardly as Jin-hyuk faced them. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Want to see something interesting? They exchanged confused looks. Outside, the director picked up a framed photo. It was Jones. I'm sorry you died in an accident, he muttered coldly. Then he tossed the photo straight into the trash. Grinding his teeth, he growled. The dead should stay dead, so why won't you leave me alone? The employees nearby bowed their heads nervously. The director smirked to himself. He had minimized the losses. No matter what Jin-hyuk did inside, the damage would be negligible. Still, that man was a problem. Maybe it was time to unleash the journalists on him and stir up trouble. A scanning beam passed over his retina as he prepared to leave. Once I'm out of this mess, he muttered, I'll deal with him properly. 2 hours later, he returned. A wide smile stretched across his face as he pushed open the door. So, he began confidently, did you enjoy using the magic? His voice cut off. The smile vanished. Boxes. Empty. Shelves. Completely cleared out. Not a single magic stone remained. The entire warehouse had been drained. The warehouse had fallen into complete silence, until the employees noticed something. They were crouched on the floor, their hands gently touching something soft, their expressions melting with pure delight. In the center of it all lay Goguma. The small black dragon rolled lazily on its back, its round belly swollen from overeating, tiny paws waving in the air as if it owned the place. Jin-hyuk glanced toward the entrance just as Baeon-chan stumbled in. Perfect timing. He casually pointed at Goguma. You got any more magic stones? He asked, completely serious. My baby's still hungry. Goguma let out a cheerful sound, wiggling its paws as if agreeing. Baeon-chan froze. Then his face turned pale. A second later, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. I can't take this. Meanwhile, one of the assistants squealed in excitement. It's so cute. Jin-hyuk slipped his hands into his pockets, watching the scene unfold with a faint smirk. To him, this wasn't just feeding a pet. This was repayment. The TV company had exploited people for years, treating them like disposable tools. Now, they were the ones being drained, slowly, painfully. And Jin-hyuk had every intention of squeezing them for everything they had. Goguma finally settled down, lying flat on the floor, completely stuffed. A system window appeared, displaying its stats. During battle, the creature would consume Jin-hyuk's mana. However, experience gained would be counted separately for both of them. Jin-hyuk studied the numbers carefully. Strong. Very strong. But there was a problem. His mana pool. That was all he had. He exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing as he calculated. If he summoned Goguma in a real fight, he could sustain it for 5 minutes at best. Maybe less. That meant one thing. He needed to grow faster. Much faster than planned. A system notification flickered. A silhouette appeared on the screen. Jin-hyuk tilted his head slightly. What are you up to now? Far away, in front of a towering hotel building, a man trained relentlessly. Sweat dripped from his body as he pushed himself to the limit. Tenno. Watching from afar, a woman lowered her chin slightly. The target has been set, she reported calmly. He's already formed alliances with key figures. A call connected. He's moving faster than expected, came the voice on the other end. And Yusung, he may act aggressive, but he still follows Jin-hyuk's lead. The woman's expression hardened. That's enough to consider him an ally. The man on the call tapped a photo, Yusung's face. Then add them all, he said coldly. If they're not with us, they're enemies of the China Guild. A list appeared on the screen. Names. Faces. A blacklist. Elsewhere, Yusung frowned, sensing something off. Before he could react, Jin-hyuk appeared in front of him, holding a mirror. A strange one. The system activated instantly. This artifact could break spatial boundaries, connecting any location within the first 10 floors of the tower. Moments later, they stood together in a clearing deep within the elven forest on the 6th floor. Yusung glanced around, then looked back at Jin-hyuk. This is the path to strength you were talking about? His grip tightened slightly. I've already learned something monstrous. Then his eyes sharpened. If you're climbing higher floors anyway, why involve me? You could have done it alone. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes briefly, then smiled. I'm just looking out for you. A pause. Then he added quietly, don't you need to get stronger, if you want to challenge me again? The mirror in his hand began to glow. Yusung narrowed his eyes. What floor? The system answered for him. The mirror activated. Space twisted. A portal tore open. The air shifted violently as both of them stepped through. A notification appeared. Remaining usage time, 4 hours 30 minutes. When the light faded, they stood somewhere new. The 10th floor. Warrior's Haven. Massive stone statues lined the area, each gripping a sword, their presence radiating silent authority. Jinhyuk scanned the battlefield. 21 guards, he muttered. And beyond them, a towering figure stood motionless. The boss. The immortal stone giant. Jinhyuk slipped his hands into his pockets. Think you can handle it? Yusung stepped forward, raising his hand slightly as he assessed the situation. It's worth a try. Then he added, more cautiously, as long as that thing doesn't wake up. Jinhyuk stepped in front of him, blocking his path. All right. He raised a finger. Here's the deal. His voice sharpened. Take down all the guards, and survive against the boss for 1 minute. A brief pause. Do that, and I'll accept your challenge. Yusung's eyes widened slightly. Then, a grin. Deal. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on his weapon and dashed forward. I'll hold you to that. He launched himself high into the air, soaring above the stone warriors. One of the statues suddenly moved. This is the Warrior's Haven, it declared. Only those with the right may enter. It never finished. Yusung swung his blade midair, his voice cutting through the battlefield. Then move. Steel met stone. The clash exploded across the arena. Elsewhere, in a completely different setting, a small shop came into view. A young man stood frozen, staring at his reflection in disbelief. Teresa turned her head slightly as someone called out to her. The boy lifted his cap, his voice trembling with excitement. You're the commander from that raid. A system notification appeared. Item activated, hair return. The boy reached up, fingers trembling as they touched his head. Hair. Real hair. Tears welled up in his eyes. I missed this. Teresa smiled faintly. It was expensive, she said, but worth it, right? But then, strands began falling again. The boy's expression collapsed into horror. No, no, no. The curse wasn't gone. Hair continued to fall from his head, and even his body. Teresa gently patted his back. It's not the end of the world, she said softly. There's more to life than hair. The boy lowered his gaze, his voice heavy with guilt. Sometimes, I think this is punishment. He swallowed. I led that first floor raid. I was greedy, reckless. People got hurt because of me. His fists tightened. This curse might actually be too light. Teresa didn't interrupt. After a moment, she spoke calmly. If people suffered because of your greed, then yes, that's not right. She paused. But risking your life to chase something you wanted? Her expression softened. That part, I respect. The boy blinked, caught off guard. Then, embarrassed, he admitted quietly. I'm actually the leader of your fan club. Back on the battlefield, Yusung roared, his weapon slicing through the air with explosive force. The system activated. Sword song. Energy surged around him as the fight truly began. Yusung's blade came down with overwhelming force. The impact shattered the enemy instantly, stone cracked, then exploded outward as fragments rained across the battlefield. Dust filled the air, and broken pieces scattered at his feet. Breathing heavily, Yusung narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. Who's left? Then he saw it. Ahead of him, sitting motionless like a silent judge, was the real threat. The boss. The immortal stone giant. Behind him, Jinhyuk stood in the distance, his silhouette calm and unmoving, as if he were simply observing a test. Yusung tightened his grip on his weapon. Just 1 minute. If he could last even 60 seconds against that monster, he'd finally earn the right to face Jinhyuk seriously. That thought alone was enough. His fingers locked around the hilt. His resolve sharpened. Even if it cost him his life, he would do it. With a sudden burst of power, Yusung launched himself forward, closing the distance in an instant. His body cut through the air as he aimed straight for the giant's face. But then, the monster's eyes lit up. A blinding glow. Yusung froze for a split second. Sweat poured down his face. And suddenly, everything changed. He was lying on a hospital bed. White ceiling. Sterile smell. Silence. What? His mind struggled to process it. A moment later, the view shifted to a tall hospital building. Beside him, Hannah calmly peeled an apple. You're awake, she said. Yusung frowned. You're his servant. She didn't even look at him. If that's what you think, she replied quietly. Then sure, call me his slave. Before he could respond, a nurse rushed into the room, clearly in a hurry. The director ordered us to bring him here, she explained. His condition was critical. Hannah paused, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, he told me to give you this when you woke up. She opened her bag. Then frowned. Where did it go? The nurse stepped forward, holding something out. This? Yusung stared at it, confused. And then, memory slammed back into him. The battlefield. The giant. The fight. The system message. Absolute invulnerability activated. No matter what he did, no matter how hard he attacked, nothing worked. Physical damage. Magic. Even his strongest techniques. Everything failed. His sword had shattered. His body had been crushed beneath falling stone. And through it all, Jin-hyuk had been watching. 21 seconds, Jin-hyuk had said calmly. A terrible result. The words echoed in his head. Yusung clenched his teeth in frustration. That bastard. Back in reality, the battle replayed in his mind. Jin-hyuk stepped forward, a faint magical mask forming over his face. You're still far from reaching me. The giant moved again, swinging its massive weapon. The system activated. Steps of the demonic sword king. Jin-hyuk placed his palm against the ground. Then vanished. He moved. Not fast. Precise. Every attack from the giant missed him by the smallest margin, as if he had already calculated everything in advance. Yusung watched in disbelief. This wasn't speed. This was control. The monster's eye flared with light. Then, it clenched its fists. System alert. Shrine activated. Gravity increased by 500%. The ground trembled violently. Yusung dropped instantly, his body crushed under the sudden pressure. What is this? He struggled just to breathe, crawling against the weight pressing him into the earth. His vision blurred. Even Jin-hyuk? There was no way he could handle this. Right? Yusung forced his head up. And froze. Jin-hyuk stood there calmly, one hand raised, surrounded by swirling magic. I've been waiting, he said quietly. With a single motion, he began tracing symbols in the air. The system activated again. First level barrier. A field that amplified all magical effects within its range. Energy surged outward. Jin-hyuk clenched his fist and thrust it forward. It's time you turned back into stone. The direction of the barrier shifted, focused entirely toward the giant. A massive sphere of light formed, trapping the monster inside. For a brief moment, it worked. Then, the sphere shattered. The giant's eyes burned brighter than ever. System messages flooded in. No damage dealt. Invulnerability active. This can't be real, he muttered weakly. Jin-hyuk defeated this thing, just to show him? That was the last thought he had before everything went dark. Back on the battlefield, Jin-hyuk slipped his hands into his pockets. The system chimed. 10th floor boss, neutralized. Time remaining to clear next floor, less than 90 days. Another notification appeared. Special ability available. Copy 1 absolute skill. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk selected it. Absolute invulnerability. Acquired. The cooldown reduced significantly, picking up a fragment of the giant's body. He examined it briefly, then clenched it tightly in his hand. Later, as he walked through the elven forest on the 6th floor, system messages continued to appear. Rewards obtained. Giant sword. Giant shield. His achievement had been recorded in the Hall of Fame for 2 days. But the name listed? Unknown. Jin-hyuk smiled to himself. This feeling? It was addictive. The thrill of the tower. The growth. The dominance. He hadn't uploaded content under his anonymous identity in a while either. Considering the resources he burned during his clash with Anubis, it was about time he refilled his coins. As he walked, he stuck his tongue out slightly, realizing something amusing. Thanks to Yusung clearing out all the smaller enemies, he had been able to focus entirely on constructing that mana-heavy barrier. Convenient. Very convenient. Suddenly, Alice appeared above him, hovering lightly. Contractor, she called. Jin-hyuk glanced at her. What is it? She hesitated. You know someone's watching us, right? Jin-hyuk didn't even turn around. I know. The vampire lord raised an eyebrow, surprised. And you're doing nothing? That's not like you. Jin-hyuk continued walking deeper into the forest. The place we're heading to, he said calmly, doesn't like troublemakers. He shrugged. There's nothing to gain from fighting them here. Hidden nearby, a floating surveillance device zoomed in on him. The target is moving through the 6th floor elven forest, a voice reported. Far away, inside a towering skyscraper in Beijing, a man knelt on the ground. Leo. He spoke carefully. How did he already clear the 10th floor, when he just passed the 5th? A heavy silence followed. Then, a foot slammed into the ground. The guild leader's expression twisted with anger. "What have you all been doing this entire time?" One of the members trembled. Then, a sickening sound. His ear dropped to the floor. "Pathetic," the leader said coldly. "You couldn't complete a single task properly." Zunhua guild master, Nangong, stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his sword. "I always have to step in, just to make things work." A healer rushed toward the injured man. "Stop." The leader's voice cut through the room. "Leave him." He sheathed his sword slowly. "Next time," he added, "it won't just be an ear." The wounded man nodded frantically, clutching his bleeding head. The leader turned away, his cloak rising behind him. "I don't know why he's staying on the 6th floor, he muttered. "But that works in our favor." His voice hardened. "Move out. Regroup on the 6th floor. Then, with cold finality, burn everything. Him, the forest, and anyone who witnesses it." Back in the elven forest, sunlight filtered gently through the trees, creating a peaceful atmosphere. A masked figure watched from the shadows, perched silently on a branch. "Keep eyes on the target," came the order. Nearby, an elf gracefully descended from a tree. Players wandered through the area, relaxed and at ease. Fires burned softly as groups rested and chatted. The 6th floor wasn't just a battlefield. It was a sanctuary. A place where players stayed for up to 90 days until the path to the 7th floor opened. That's why so many gathered here. To rest. To recover. To prepare. Something caught his eye. A small magical creature sat nearby, casually holding food with a fork. Not far from it, a girl shouted in alarm. "Don't go there. That's elf territory, it's dangerous." But her companion only laughed. "There's a super cute rabbit over there, with a horn on its forehead." The calm atmosphere was about to break. The woman grabbed the man by the ear and yanked him back sharply, her voice low but firm. She warned him that the creatures of the forest despised outsiders, and if he valued his life, he should turn around immediately before an arrow found its way into his skull. The man winced in pain, complaining that he had only come here to relax, but she dismissed his words with clear irritation. Nearby, a small horned creature lifted its tiny paws as if reacting to the tension. At the same time, something strange was happening. The man's feet seemed to drag unnaturally along the ground, as though an invisible force was pulling him. Hidden behind thick bushes, an elf silently observed the scene. But then, her expression shifted completely. Her eyes widened in alarm as she noticed someone else. Jinhyuk. He was walking calmly through the forest, yet something about him didn't feel normal. The elf immediately sensed it, he was being watched. Lowering her gaze slightly, she studied him more carefully. He didn't seem hostile, nor did he appear to have any malicious intent. If anything, he looked like someone who had simply wandered in without understanding where he was. Still, that didn't make sense. This forest was no ordinary place. Even experienced travelers struggled to navigate it. Getting lost here was almost guaranteed for outsiders. The elf quietly concluded that there was no way he would find his way out on his own. But then Jinhyuk did something unexpected. He raised his hand slightly and inhaled, as if reading the air itself. After a brief pause, he pointed in a direction and casually said he needed to go left. The elf's pupils shrank in shock. Finding direction in this forest by scent alone required years of experience. It wasn't something a random wanderer could do. Yet this man spoke with complete confidence, as if it were second nature. A faint smirk formed on Jinhyuk's face, while the elf couldn't stop wondering who he really was. As he moved forward, glowing magical symbols suddenly appeared in front of him, floating midair like a barrier woven from pure energy. The elf recognized it instantly, the illusion barrier. Relief washed over her. Once he stepped into it, he would be trapped, endlessly walking in circles, drained of both energy and will until he collapsed. Deciding to simply observe, she closed her eyes briefly, planning to drag him out once he lost consciousness. But what happened next shattered her expectations. Jinhyuk calmly reached out and touched one of the symbols with 2 fingers, examining it like a scholar reviewing flawed work. Then, with a hint of disappointment, he muttered that the structure was wrong. The spell used an active form when it should have been passive, an error that reduced its effectiveness by half. The elf's eyes snapped open. Her jaw nearly dropped. That barrier, she had created it herself. And he had just pointed out its flaw in seconds. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she realized this lost outsider was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk seemed completely unfazed. In fact, he looked almost amused, as if he had just encountered a beginner's mistake. Not long after, something even stranger happened. With a flash of light, cooking utensils began appearing out of thin air. Pots, pans, and ingredients materialized around him as if summoned. Jinhyuk casually announced that he was hungry and got to work without hesitation. He chopped vegetables with smooth precision, then tossed them into a heated pan over an open flame. The sizzling sound quickly filled the quiet forest. The elf, still hidden, brought a finger to her lips, watching in disbelief. Was he cooking? Her curiosity lasted only a moment before it turned into anger. Drawing her bow, she pulled the string back tightly, her eyes blazing. How dare an outsider cook meat in the sacred forest of the elves? It was an unforgivable insult. To her people, consuming animal flesh was strictly forbidden. But before she could release the arrow, Jinhyuk spoke calmly, almost as if he had eyes on her. He said it wasn't meat, it was made from beans. He even lifted the plate slightly, inviting her to verify it herself if she didn't believe him. The elf hesitated. It didn't look like beans. It looked exactly like perfectly cooked meat. But then, the aroma reached her. Her expression changed instantly. Lowering her head slightly, she inhaled again, confused. It truly smelled like beans, rich, savory, and incredibly appetizing. Unable to resist, she stepped closer, her large eyes fixed on the dish. Among her kind, cooking and music were deeply cherished arts, but meat was absolutely forbidden. Yet here was a dish that looked like meat, without breaking that rule. Jinhyuk watched her reaction with a faint grin, clearly aware of the effect he was having. He casually mentioned that this was one of his best creations. The elf's mouth began to water despite herself. Curiosity won. Carefully, she took a piece with a fork and brought it closer to her lips, still unsure. She asked one last time if it was truly not meat. Jinhyuk's expression hardened slightly as he told her not to insult his dedication. He made it clear, he would never lie or play tricks when it came to food. That was enough. She took a bite. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Her eyes widened in pure shock, then delight. The taste was incredible, far beyond anything she had ever experienced. Without realizing it, she began eating faster, unable to control herself. Bite after bite disappeared until the plate was completely empty. When she finally stopped, only silence remained, along with a few empty dishes scattered on the grass. Looking at Jinhyuk, her expression softened completely. She admitted she had been wrong. This stranger wasn't a threat, he was someone extraordinary. Placing a hand on her chest, she introduced herself as Sylvia, a ranger and guardian of the forest, and sincerely apologized for misjudging him. With her eyes gently closed, the elf girl took a slow breath before speaking. In a calmer, more sincere tone, she asked what she could do to make up for her earlier hostility. Jinhyuk didn't hesitate. A wide, confident smile spread across his face as he gave his answer. If she truly meant it, then he wanted permission to visit the elf village. For a brief moment, the forest seemed to fall silent. Nearby, a small horned rabbit continued nibbling on grass, completely indifferent to the tension building in the air. The forest ranger looked at Jinhyuk again, as if trying to confirm whether he was serious. Then, the scene shifted. The heart of the elf forest came into view, revealing a breathtaking village unlike anything a human had ever seen. Elegant structures, grown rather than built, curved naturally from massive trees. Bridges of intertwined branches connected homes suspended high above the ground, while soft light filtered through the canopy, giving the entire place an almost dreamlike glow. Standing at the entrance, Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes slightly as he introduced himself without a trace of hesitation. A figure stepped forward to meet him. Penhiam, the head of the elf forest. With his eyes briefly closed, the elder acknowledged the guest in a composed, formal manner. However, the atmosphere around them told a very different story. The guards' weapons gleamed sharply under the filtered sunlight. Every elf present was on edge. Jinhyuk glanced around, noticing the hostility immediately. With a faint smirk, he questioned whether they were truly welcoming him, or simply pretending. That single remark was enough to ignite tension. One of the guards pulled back the string of his bow, his expression filled with anger. He couldn't tolerate the arrogance of a human who had appeared out of nowhere and expected kindness in return. Through gritted teeth, he declared that humans had no place in their sacred forest. At that exact moment, system notifications flickered before Jinhyuk's eyes. His gaze sharpened. He instantly recognized the situation, Teslan. Just like in the game, the elf's hatred for humans burned fiercely. Jinhyuk understood why. After all, he himself had caused quite a bit of chaos here in the past. Bringing his fingers lightly to his lips, Jinhyuk calmly stated that it was Sylvia who had invited him. Before anyone could react, several metal spears suddenly lifted into the air, spinning with lethal precision as magic surged through the surroundings. Without even turning fully, Jinhyuk casually deflected one of the incoming blades behind his back, as if it were nothing more than an annoyance. His voice remained steady as he remarked that the forest ranger's behavior toward a guest was rather rude. Magic began to coil around his body like flowing currents, his presence growing heavier with each passing second. Then, almost mockingly, he asked if he should have brought a gift to receive better treatment. Teslan's eyes glowed red. There was no mistaking it now, this human was different. With a cold voice, Teslan admitted that Jinhyuk's reflexes were impressive, for a human. But that only made him more dangerous. Slowly raising his bow again, he declared that the next arrow would go straight through Jinhyuk's head. The tension snapped. Sylvia immediately stepped forward, planting herself between them. Spreading her stance wide, she raised her voice, shouting that she was the one who brought him here, and that it was meant to make amends for her earlier actions. Teslan didn't care. He pulled the bowstring even tighter, his patience completely gone. He ordered her to be silent, stating coldly that outsiders were not welcome, and whatever justification she had could be discussed after the human was dead. But Sylvia refused to move. Standing her ground, she spoke with determination. She explained that she had a reason for bringing Jinhyuk to the village. Her tone softened slightly as she added something unexpected. He was an exceptional cook. Not just skilled, but capable of creating dishes unlike anything they had ever tasted. A subtle smile appeared on her face as she finished speaking. That single statement caused a ripple through the crowd. The elder's expression shifted into a deep frown. Even Teslan hesitated, his fierce expression faltering for a split second. The idea clearly caught him off guard, but it wasn't enough to convince him. With a sharp motion, he raised his bow again, declaring that they would not be swayed so easily. Before things could escalate further, Penheim lifted a hand. The elder's voice cut through the tension, calm yet authoritative. There was no need to rush into bloodshed, he said. If the human wished to stay, then he would have to prove his worth, not with words, but with actions. At that, Teslan's face twisted with frustration, his anger barely contained. Under the soft glow of the forest canopy, the elves moved gracefully through their village, gathering clusters of ripe fig fruits, rare, mana-rich treasures that pulsed faintly with energy. These fruits weren't just food, they were a source of power, capable of strengthening one's magical abilities with every bite. Tonight was special. It was the night of the Moonlight Festival. A sacred celebration where the elves gave thanks to the forest and shared in its blessings. As twilight deepened, villagers gathered around a large fire, its flames dancing in rhythm with the growing excitement. Laughter and quiet chatter filled the air. And right at the center of it all, Jinhyuk. With a relaxed grin, he worked effortlessly, activating his otherworld kitchen skill. Ingredients appeared as if summoned by magic, and his hands moved with flawless precision. He chopped, stirred, and seasoned with the confidence of someone who had mastered not just cooking, but performance. The elves watched in fascination. This wasn't normal cooking. This was something else entirely. When he was done, Jinhyuk laid out a long table, covering it neatly before placing dish after dish in perfect arrangement. Then, with a casual gesture, he invited everyone to try. "Go ahead," he said. "It's soy-based. No meat." The hesitation lasted only a moment. Then, they tasted it. Eyes widened. Expressions changed instantly. Delight spread across their faces like wildfire. Even those who had been openly hostile couldn't hide their reactions. Not far away, Teslan turned his head slightly, pretending not to care, but his eyes betrayed him. He glanced toward the table, clearly curious. Just as he considered stepping closer, a hand reached out and took the plate he had been eyeing. Jinhyuk. Without even looking at him, he casually reminded Teslan that someone who had tried to shoot him earlier didn't deserve a share so easily. Teslan froze. His fists trembled with anger as he watched the others enjoy the food. Meanwhile, the elder, Penam, calmly wiped his mouth with a cloth, a satisfied smile forming on his face. "This is extraordinary." His voice carried across the gathering. The atmosphere shifted completely. The villagers raised their hands in gratitude, their earlier hostility replaced with genuine warmth. What began as suspicion had turned into celebration. The Moonlight Festival officially began. Music filled the air as elves played elegant melodies on handcrafted instruments. Their movements were fluid, almost weightless, as they danced under the darkening sky. One by one, they knelt near the fire, each receiving a piece of the sacred fig fruit, a symbol of strength and blessing. The forest itself seemed to hum in response. Not far from the village, a group of players paused, drawn by the distant sounds of music and laughter. Curious, they considered approaching. But one of them, a blonde-haired man, shook his head. "These creatures aren't friendly," he warned. "If they spot you, you're dead." He turned, adding that staying at a distance was the safest option. But safety didn't last long. From the shadows, a group dressed in black emerged silently. Before anyone could react, a blade pressed against a player's throat. Fear froze him in place. Then, blood hit the ground. The leader frowned coldly. "No witnesses," he ordered. But the moment stretched too far. An arrow cut through the darkness. Clean. Precise. Back in the village, a young elf lowered their bow with a small, satisfied smile. Nearby, Newtuber chuckled softly, commenting that their aim was simply part of who they were. Peenum nodded in agreement. It was nothing unusual for their kind. Turning to Jinhyuk, the elder asked warmly if he was enjoying the festival. As an elf passed by, carrying more figs, Peenum explained that outsiders were rarely allowed to witness such an event. The elves had spent generations hiding within the forest, protecting their way of life. But we love joy, he added with a gentle smile. Food, music, and above all, peace. Jinhyuk glanced away briefly, then nodded. That's a wise way to live. His comment, however, didn't sit well with everyone. A sharp voice cut through the air. How dare an outsider judge us? Teslan stepped forward, arms crossed, his expression dark. Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. Still upset you didn't get to eat? The jab landed. Teslan's brows furrowed deeply. Your cooking changes nothing, he snapped. You're still human. Your presence here stains this sacred forest. The tension returned instantly. Jinhyuk's expression shifted, just slightly. Then he reached for an arrow. How about we settle this, he suggested casually. Teslan narrowed his eyes. An archery contest. A grin spread across Jinhyuk's face. Loser leaves the forest. For good. Gasps spread through the crowd. Teslan covered part of his face with his hand, almost laughing in disbelief. You're serious? He asked. You think you can beat me? But he accepted. With a sharp motion, he ordered targets to be set up. The elves gathered quickly, excitement replacing tension as they rushed to watch. Moments later, both competitors stood facing their targets, bows in hand. Jinhyuk smirked. Too bad I don't have anyone cheering for me. Teslan scoffed. You won't find support here. Jinhyuk didn't respond. Instead, he opened a small dimensional inventory. Then I'll bring my own. In a flash of light, Goguma appeared. The small dragon stretched happily, immediately announcing that it was hungry. Jinhyuk crouched down, briefly hugging the creature as it clung to him affectionately. The elves watched, intrigued. Teslan raised a hand. Enough. Shoot. Jinhyuk went first. He drew his bow, aimed, and released. The arrow flew cleanly, but struck near the edge of the target. Teslan smirked. Not bad, for a human. He pulled back his bowstring with confidence. Now watch. Before he could finish, Goguma moved. The small dragon suddenly lunged forward, opening its mouth wide. A pulse of energy erupted. System activation. Fear. The pressure hit instantly. Teslan's body reacted before his mind could catch up. His muscles tensed, his aim faltered. He released the arrow. The shot went wild. A loud shockwave echoed across the field, knocking several elves off balance. When the dust settled, Teslan's arrow had fallen short, embedding uselessly into the ground. Silence. Jinhyuk calmly removed a pair of earplugs and smirked. Too naive. Goguma hopped onto his shoulder, looking pleased with itself. A win's a win, Jinhyuk said lightly. Teslan's face twisted with anger. That was cheating, he snapped. The dragon stuck out its tongue, completely unbothered, once again complaining about being hungry. Jinhyuk knelt slightly, patting its head. Don't cause trouble, he muttered. Behave. But the damage was done. Teslan pointed at him furiously. You summoned that beast to interfere. You have no honor. The blonde elf froze, his brows knitting together in disbelief when Jinhyuk didn't even bother to deny the accusation. Instead, the boy simply grinned, calm, confident, almost provoking. A notification flashed before his eyes, direct hit. Bow proficiency increased by 90%. That only made things worse. Teslan's fist tightened, his knuckles turning pale as anger surged through him. It doesn't matter, he snapped bitterly. I will never acknowledge a victory like that. Jinhyuk shrugged, completely unfazed. Then let's call it a warm-up, he said casually. We'll start over, properly this time. The tension thickened as they took their positions side by side. Teslan's voice dropped into a cold threat. If the human tried anything suspicious again, he wouldn't hesitate to execute him on the spot. Then he closed his eyes briefly, steadying his breath. Too much time had already been wasted. He drew his bow. The arrow flew cleanly and struck the target with precision. A smirk tugged at his lips, though deep down, relief and pride swelled within him. He needed that hit. Sylvia, watching nervously, leaned toward Jinhyuk. Her voice trembled as she urged him to apologize. Teslan wasn't just any ranger, he was the best among them. No human had ever surpassed him in archery. Jinhyuk raised a hand, smiling as if he'd just heard a joke. Then something unexpected happened. A massive shard of ice suddenly shot toward the target, slamming into it and launching it high into the air. The wooden disc spun violently, now a moving mark instead of a stationary one. Teslan's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Leveling the field, Jinhyuk replied smoothly, lifting his bow. "Wouldn't want this to be too easy." For the first time, doubt crept into the elf's mind. Something about this human had changed, too quickly, too drastically. Jinhyuk released the arrow. It sliced through the air with terrifying precision, piercing the spinning target dead center. The impact was so powerful that the wood cracked, then split cleanly into two halves before falling apart midair. Silence. Then gasps rippled through the crowd. Teslan stood frozen, his expression shattered. Around him, the other elves stared in disbelief at the impossible shot. The pride of the forest, defeated. Jinhyuk lowered his bow with a faint smirk. "Looks like the vile human wins." The words stung. Teslan's grip loosened, and his weapon slipped from his hand, hitting the ground with a dull thud. His voice was low, strained. "I've lost, the last of my honor." Without another word, he turned away. If he couldn't protect his pride, then he had no right to remain. A ranger of the sacred forest always upheld their promises, and his promise was clear. He would leave and never return. The other elves lowered their heads, heavy silence settling over them. "Wait." Jinhyuk's voice cut through the moment. Teslan stopped but didn't turn immediately. When he finally glanced back, his eyes burned with humiliation. "What now?" he asked sharply. "Haven't you humiliated me enough?" Jinhyuk scratched the back of his head, almost sheepish. "You're a man of your word, I respect that," he said. "But the festival's still going on. If you leave now, you'll ruin the mood." He smiled, wide, mischievous. "So let's revise the terms." Teslan's jaw clenched. He had been so close to walking away. Behind him, a few elves were already struggling to suppress their laughter. "I would rather leave." Jinhyuk crossed his arms. "Where I come from," he added casually, "only the bravest wear outfits like that." A beat. Then realization hit. Teslan's face turned red. He was dressed in the ridiculous fairy-like costume from earlier. The punishment clung to him like a curse. "No one dares laugh at me," he roared. At that exact moment, one unfortunate elf burst out laughing. Teslan lunged at him instantly, biting and kicking as chaos erupted. The two tumbled to the ground, drawing even more stifled laughter from the crowd. Watching the scene, Jinhyuk exhaled quietly. Maybe he had gone a bit too far. Humbling the forest's finest ranger wasn't something to take lightly. The elder, however, only smiled. "Don't worry," he said gently. "That boy needed this. His sense of duty has been weighing on him for far too long." As Teslan continued brawling in the background, the old elf's expression softened. This defeat may be the very thing that frees him. Jinhyuk glanced at him, recognizing the wisdom in his words. The two shared a subtle, knowing smirk, both silently agreeing that perhaps Teslan's punishment could last just a little longer. But the moment didn't last. A sudden commotion shattered the atmosphere. An elf stumbled forward, breathing heavily, his face pale with terror. Everyone turned as he collapsed to his knees. His arm severed. Blood poured freely as he screamed, his voice breaking. "They're here. The invaders." The elder's expression froze. The wounded elf, Lucio, struggled to speak through the pain. Masked figures in black had appeared without warning. They were slaughtering everyone in their path. "They're too strong," he choked. Foam gathered at his lips, his eyes rolling back as his body gave out. Sylvia rushed to his side, urging him to conserve what little strength he had left. Rage exploded across the elder's face. "Prepare for battle," he roared. In an instant, the peaceful festival transformed into chaos. Elves rushed to arm themselves, slipping on gloves, grabbing bows and blades. The air filled with urgency and fear. "We defend the forest," the elder commanded. "With everything we have." Teslan, already regaining his composure, turned sharply. "High-ranking rangers, move," he shouted, leading the charge. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk stood still for a brief moment amid the frenzy. His jaw tightened, eyes darkening with a cold, rising anger. Then he moved. Elsewhere in the forest, fleeing players sprinted desperately through the trees. One turned back, raising a hand as if to beg for mercy. A spear cut him down instantly. The attacker, clad in black, didn't even hesitate. "Leave no witnesses," he ordered coldly. "Everything in this forest must be erased." Weapons flashed. Cries for help echoed. A bloodied hand reached upward, trembling. Then suddenly, thud. Two arrows struck one of the attackers straight through the chest. His ally turned sharply, scanning the surroundings. "Someone's there." From the shadows, an elf landed lightly on the ground, bow still in hand. Not far away, the elder arrived, and what he saw made his heart sink. Bodies. Familiar faces. Among them, a wounded woman barely clinging to life. "These are our people," he whispered. He rushed forward, lifting her gently, but the damage was too severe. His voice broke as despair overtook him. I couldn't protect them. He fell to his knees, grief consuming him. Behind him, Teslan stood rigid, teeth clenched so hard it seemed they might shatter, his fury burning hotter than ever. The forest that once echoed with laughter and music was now drowned. A group of rangers quickly gathered behind their commander, awaiting orders. His expression hardened as he pointed toward the inner village. Get the survivors to the center, he commanded firmly. That's where we can protect them. Sylvia stood nearby, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as she watched the wounded being carried away. The grief in her eyes only deepened the tension in the air. The leader's voice rose, filled with fury. Any enemy you encounter, show no mercy. His jaw tightened, and then he roared, his voice echoing through the forest. We will avenge our brothers and sisters. But just as the rangers prepared to charge, a figure stepped forward from the shadows. Revenge is fine, the newcomer said calmly, but I have a better plan. Far deeper in the forest, a notification flickered before a group of invaders. 2 of their signals had just vanished. Members of the guild moved swiftly through the trees, exchanging tense glances. They could already sense it, the elves were no longer retreating. They were hunting. At the center of the group, a woman narrowed her eyes and issued a sharp command. Change of priority. Jinhyuk is the main target. High above them, a faint golden barrier shimmered across the sky, sealing off the entire area. Escape, or outside interference, was no longer possible. He won't be able to call for help, she added coldly. Floating slightly above the ground, she gestured forward. Send more scouts. Sweep the village. Find him. Orders were acknowledged instantly as one squad broke off, rushing ahead. In her mind, the plan was already unfolding perfectly. They had numbers, over 100 fighters, and, more importantly, 3 S-rank players. Even someone like Jinhyuk couldn't withstand that kind of pressure forever. A faint smile curved on her lips. No matter how strong he is, he'll be crushed. She was still lost in that thought when suddenly, a hand appeared right in front of her face. Before she could react, a powerful strike slammed into her, sending her crashing to the ground. She rolled across the forest floor, barely managing to catch herself on one knee. Her eyes snapped upward. A young man stood in the distance, completely at ease. I was wondering who's been causing all this trouble, he said casually. She clenched her teeth, pressing a hand against her face. So this was him. The guild roaming around that studio building. That was you, wasn't it? He continued, stepping closer. With a swift motion, he tore the mask off and tossed it aside. You'd better be ready to compensate me for this mess. Instead of fear, a smile spread across her face. How convenient. Their target had come to them. Elsewhere, a heavily armed man carrying an enormous sword received the report. A translucent screen flickered before him, announcing Jinhyuk's location. We found him, the voice confirmed. The man frowned slightly. All units, converge on Squad B. He lowered his gaze just as a volley of arrows came flying toward him. With a single motion of his hand, he cut them all down midair. Behind the attack, Teslan stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury. Where do you think you're going? He demanded. You're our prey today. The enemy sneered, dismissing him with a single word. Savages. That was the last thing he said. An instant later, blood burst from the chest of one of his comrades. Jinhyuk had begun moving. Through the forest, he cut down enemies one after another, his movements sharp and efficient. There was no hesitation, only precision. Spread out, the woman shouted desperately. Keep your distance. The guild members obeyed instantly, leaping into the trees to gain height and avoid direct confrontation. But it didn't help. Chunks of ice formed in the air around Jinhyuk, then shot forward like missiles, piercing straight through their backs before they could escape. Her expression tightened. He's stronger than in the footage? Sweat slid down her cheek. If they kept fighting like this, they'd be wiped out before reinforcements arrived. We need to stall him. Over here, she called out loudly. Jinhyuk paused, turning toward her. Shards of ice hovered around him, glinting dangerously. She smirked, masking her unease. I don't know what you came here for, but it must be something important, right? He frowned slightly. Stop talking and fight. Behind her, more of her squad began closing in. But she raised her voice again, deliberately dragging out the conversation. You're wasting time here, she said. While you're busy with us, the rest of your precious village is being slaughtered. Her smile widened, cruel and calculated. And when it's gone, whatever you came here for will disappear with it. Jinhyuk's grip tightened around his weapon. Hidden behind a tree, she watched him carefully. If it's something in the village, he'll go back to protect it. That was the plan. Force him to retreat. Buy time. Regroup. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he raised a hand to his face, almost as if he were suppressing a laugh. She frowned. "Don't you care what happens to that village?" A faint smile appeared on his lips. "I'd rather not see it wiped out," he admitted. "But I can already tell what kind of trick you're trying to pull." His eyes sharpened. "This whole thing," he said calmly. "It's just a cheap distraction." Her expression stiffened. Inside the elven village, Squad A suddenly came to a halt. Standing before them was someone they never expected to see. Liko frowned deeply, confusion flashing across his face. "How is she here?" From above, a figure slowly descended, her presence alone enough to suffocate the air around them. It was Alice. She landed lightly, her expression cold and uninterested. "I don't care about the elves," she said flatly. Then her eyes darkened. "But you interfered with my contractor's plans." She raised her hand. A crimson glow gathered instantly, forming countless razor-sharp spears made entirely of blood. "This should be enough," she added calmly, "to wipe all of you out." The guild members trembled, panic spreading through their ranks. A boss monster," one of them stammered. "We can't fight her." Alice didn't even blink. Then disappear. The next moment, the forest lit up in a violent flash of red. Spears rained down. Bodies were pierced through without resistance, pinned to the ground as if they were nothing more than insects. Blood splattered across the earth as the entire squad was annihilated in seconds. Far away, Shuya stared at her interface in horror. One by one, her team's signals vanished, completely erased. Back in the forest, the aftermath was brutal. Weapons lay scattered. The ground was soaked dark. One survivor crawled weakly, reaching out toward the village, begging for help. Before collapsing lifelessly. Alice hovered slightly above the ground, glancing at the carnage with boredom. "That was disappointing," she muttered. "Not even a proper warm-up." She landed and casually glanced toward a group of elves hiding behind a tree. Crossing her arms, she tilted her head. "By the way, do you make alcohol?" The question left them stunned. Elsewhere, the battlefield grew even more chaotic. Hidden among the trees, Shuya struggled to process what she had just witnessed. Entire squads, gone. It didn't make sense. Before she could think further, she raised her hand and activated her skill. A blood-red magic circle expanded beneath her feet, pulsing with dark energy. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk stood surrounded. Enemies closed in from all sides, their movements sharp and coordinated. Shuya clenched her teeth and activated another ability, psychotropic poison injection. A thick green fog spread across the battlefield, engulfing her allies. Their bodies reacted instantly. Veins bulged beneath their skin. Their eyes turned blood-red. Fear vanished from their expressions, replaced by raw, uncontrollable aggression. With a unified scream, they lunged forward. Jinhyuk frowned. "Have you all completely lost it?" he muttered. He moved first. A swift kick sent one attacker flying. Another appeared behind him, swinging a weapon, but Jinhyuk twisted aside just in time. In one fluid motion, he conjured a massive block of ice, forcing the charging enemies to scatter. Still, they kept coming. From a distance, Shuya watched anxiously. Something wasn't right. They were supposed to overwhelm him, but instead, they were being pushed back. "Where is Tencha?" she thought desperately. "We need him here." Nearby, the elves had joined the fight. One ranger raised his hand, activating an archery skill, while another blocked incoming attacks with a massive blade. Sylvia slammed her hands onto the ground. Captivating roots. The earth trembled as thick roots burst upward, wrapping tightly around one of the strongest enemies, Ten Xiao, binding him in place. "You're not escaping," an elf shouted, drawing his bow. 3 arrows were released at once, cutting through the air with deadly precision. But just before impact, a dark aura erupted around Ten Xiao's body. The arrows shattered against it. He glanced at the flood of messages appearing before him, urgent calls from Shuya, begging for backup. So this was their plan. They're stalling for time. His expression hardened. That won't work. With a surge of power, he tore through the roots, snapping them apart like threads. The ground cracked beneath him as he swung his weapon, releasing a devastating shockwave. Sylvia staggered back, her face paling as the enemy's strength spiked. His defense had increased drastically. A massive explosion echoed through the forest. Deep fractures spread across the battlefield. Teslan rushed forward just in time, pulling an ally out of the blast radius. She clung to him, trembling, whispering her thanks. Before them stood a terrifying figure, his body radiating dark, oppressive energy. Even Teslan could tell, this opponent was on an entirely different level. Then, a streak of light flashed. Jinhyuk appeared. He glanced down at the battlefield and spoke calmly, "That squad's taken care of." His gaze shifted forward. "Are you going to keep hiding?" There was a pause. Then Shuya stepped out from behind the trees. There's no point anymore, she admitted. A system window flickered, revealing her information. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed slightly. If I defeat her while poisoned, I can copy that skill. His interest sharpened instantly. Shuya extended her hand. You're better than I expected, she said, almost impressed. Then she charged. Let's see how long you last. Her attack struck like a storm. Jinhyuk dodged at the last second, the blow crashing into a tree behind him. The trunk melted instantly, splitting apart as if it had rotted from within. He clicked his tongue. That would definitely hurt. But instead of retreating, he stepped closer. He placed a hand on her shoulder mid-motion, his expression oddly thoughtful. I'm trying to make an important decision here, he said. She immediately activated a protective barrier, convinced she could now ignore most physical damage. That confidence lasted exactly 1 second. The impact was devastating. Her breath vanished as she collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Try not to interrupt people when they're thinking, he added calmly. Still, she wasn't finished. Forcing herself up, she rushed him again, desperate to buy time until Tencha arrived. But Jinhyuk was faster. A clean strike sent her staggering. Then, he froze. Looking down at his hand, he noticed something embedded in his finger. A needle. Coated in poison. Shuya dropped to one knee, trembling, but smiling. Did you really think, she gasped, I'd just let you hit me? She revealed another needle, her smile turning vicious. Veins began to darken across Jinhyuk's skin, turning a deep purple. His mana flow faltered, destabilized by the toxin. This poison, she whispered, almost gleeful, will destroy your mana channels, your organs, everything. There's no antidote. You'll die slowly. Jinhyuk clenched his fist, his arm trembling as the poison spread. For a moment. Silence. Then, a surge of energy erupted from him. Red flames wrapped around his hand as he activated a cultivation technique, accelerating his mana recovery. He pulled the needle out and tossed it aside. I'm not that fragile, he said with a faint smile. Shuya's expression cracked. Before she could react, Jinhyuk moved. A strike. Blood spilled from her lips as she was sent crashing back. Another enemy, kicks and fists raining down on her. Ice clashed with steel, and within moments, the guild member collapsed. From a distance, Tencha arrived, just in time to witness the aftermath. His eyes widened. Jinhyuk stood there, sword in hand, a chilling smile on his face. The air trembled as another explosion echoed through the forest. Tencha stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his injured ally. Can you stand? He asked quickly. Jinhyuk leapt back, observing them carefully. So he's here now? If Tencha had arrived, that meant Teslan might have already been defeated. A system window flickered again, revealing more information about the new opponent. Jinhyuk studied him closely. That sword, troublesome. His mind raced, analyzing possibilities, what skills would work, what wouldn't. Then suddenly, something felt wrong. His vision distorted. His body began to flicker, breaking apart into tiny pixels. Tencha narrowed his eyes. He's acting strange, he muttered, placing a hand on his ally's back. Get up. Now. The girl forced herself upright, breathing heavily. Where are the others? Tencha's expression darkened. Gone. It's just us. She froze. Then, slowly, she removed her mask. A bitter smile touched her lips. After fighting him. I understand now, she said quietly. Even if Kachong were here, we still wouldn't win. Her eyes closed briefly. We're not making it back. The tension between them snapped in an instant. She stepped closer, her expression suddenly calm, too calm, and before he could react, she leaned in and kissed him. It wasn't affection. It was resolve. We just need to finish this, she whispered. The player shook his head, grimacing as confusion and irritation crossed his face. What are you even doing here? A thin stream of green smoke curled from Shua's lips, drifting into the air like a warning. Her companion's grin widened unnaturally. Psychotropic poison injection. The skill activated. The shift was immediate. The warrior's eyes twisted with madness as he lunged forward, shouting that he had no regrets. His voice echoed through the scorched forest. Jinhyuk watched them approach, a faint smile tugging at his lips. So you've decided to see this through to the end, he muttered. Good. Then I'll stop holding back. They charged together. Tencho moved first, gripping his blade as he unleashed the colossal split technique, the air itself seeming to tear under its force. Beside him, Shua conjured a massive spectral serpent that coiled and hissed above them, ready to strike. End him, she screamed. Jinhyuk didn't retreat. Dark energy surged from his body as he drew both swords, their blades humming with power. The pressure alone shattered the communication disruption barrier surrounding the battlefield. Steel clashed. Moments later, silence followed. A broken sword lay embedded in the ground. Its owner collapsed beside it, face first, unmoving. Jinhyuk extended his hand slightly as the system interface flickered to life. Skills acquired, 1,000 poisons. Eradication of evil. A small smile appeared on his face. The abilities had already been engraved into the world's memory, his to use. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders. The 8th technique, still rough, he muttered. Tomorrow's going to hurt. Behind him, Tencho and Schwa lay side by side, their hands loosely clasped even in defeat. Their final attack had ended there. Around them, the forest smoldered. A quarter of the elven territory had been reduced to ash. Trees still smoked, and the scent of burning wood lingered heavily in the air. Teslan lay on a stretcher, his body wrapped in bandages. His fight with Tensha had nearly cost him his life, but thanks to Sylvia's intervention, he had pulled through. His eyes were covered, but his voice was steady. "Thank you," he said quietly. Jinhyuk waved it off with a faint smirk. "Save it. Focus on not dying first." Nearby, the elven village was in disarray. Homes damaged, people shaken. The elder stood in visible shock. He had commanded from safety, and now the cost of that decision weighed heavily on him. Not far away, Alice sat casually, sipping wine as if none of it concerned her. The elves watched her with a strange mix of awe and disbelief. To them, she was both savior and something far more dangerous. Jinhyuk raised 2 fingers. A massive structure of energy unfolded overhead, an 8-star fortress barrier. A translucent dome spread across the forest, sealing it in protection. "That should be enough," he said, glancing toward the horizon. "They'll think twice before trying that again." Far from the forest, inside the headquarters of the China Guild. Tension filled the room. Lioi, the deputy leader, slammed his hand on the table. "Where are they? All of them, gone?" His voice carried both anger and disbelief. "Are you saying one man did this?" he continued. "Even with Ten Xiao, Kachong, and Schwa combined? That's over 10,000 mana." A woman nearby raised her hand calmly. "The ranking system isn't finalized yet. But anyone exceeding 10,000 mana is effectively S rank." She paused, then added, "But he's different. You can't measure him like the others." Lioi frowned. "Then send assassins. 20,000 mana or higher. That would start a war." The room fell silent. An older man, Moyana, finally spoke, his voice low but commanding. "You're all missing the point." Everyone bowed their heads. "The foundation of battle is understanding your enemy," he continued. "And right now, we don't understand him at all." His eyes narrowed. "The footage shows it clearly. The 8th level of the soul-pursuing sword dance." He tapped the table once. "That technique is rare even among us, and he's mastered it." A faint, dangerous smile formed. "We still have one move left." Back in the elven forest, life struggled to return. Construction had already begun. Some elves worked silently, others cried, and a few managed small, hopeful smiles. The elder climbed onto a platform overlooking the village. "We've lost many," he said, voice heavy. "Even with the bravery of our rangers, we couldn't save everyone." The crowd lowered their heads. "But we will rebuild," he continued, raising his hand. "Life will return to this forest." He took a breath. "And tonight, we honor them. The Moonlight Festival will continue." A murmur spread through the crowd before rising into agreement. That night, the forest glowed. A massive bonfire crackled at the center as elves gathered around it, raising glasses, remembering those they had lost. Laughter and tears blended together. Someone roasted mushrooms using an otherworldly cooking skill. Jinhyuk stood nearby, watching quietly, a faint smile on his face. "To think," one of the leaders said beside him, "that a traveler we met by chance would save us." Like children lined up for food, their chatter filling the air, though one boy stood apart, silent and distant. Jinhyuk noticed immediately. Shock, he thought. Before he could approach, a loud stomp broke the moment. Heads turned. Teslan stood there, wearing a ridiculous fairy costume. Jinhyuk blinked, then smirked. "You really like that outfit, huh?" "I do not." Teslan snapped, throwing a fig in his direction. "I lost a bet." He hesitated, then added more quietly, "I thought outsiders were nothing but trouble." "I was wrong." Jinhyuk said nothing, just watched. Teslan closed his eyes. "This wasn't my victory." Then laughter erupted. Alice had collapsed onto the ground, clutching her stomach as she laughed uncontrollably. "What are you even wearing?" Her laughter was infectious. One by one, the elves joined in, even the quiet child smiled. Teslan tried to hide it, covering his mouth, but the grin was there. Jinhyuk chuckled. For the first time since the battle, the forest felt alive again. Later, the elder approached him. "Walk with me." They entered a building grown from an enormous tree, its interior sealed by a hidden barrier. Inside was an ancient storage chamber, filled with relics. This place holds our most valuable treasures, the elder explained. Jinhyuk's eyes scanned the room, intrigued. The elder picked up a harp-like instrument. We call this the dartan. Its music enhances power. He offered it with a bow. A token of our gratitude. Jinhyuk scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not really the musical type. His gaze shifted. Behind glass, a weapon rested, ominous and powerful. The elder followed his. That is different. He gestured toward it. A relic from our ancestors. Given to us after we healed a god. He gently pushed the instrument into Jinhyuk's hands anyway. I cannot give you the weapon, he said. It is not mine to give. He lowered his head. But the prophecy says, these treasures will one day find their rightful owner. Jinhyuk frowned slightly, looking between the harp and the sealed weapon. He hadn't expected any of this. And yet, something about it felt like the beginning of something much bigger. The celebration deepened as the night wore on. The elder stood with his eyes gently closed, raising his cup in quiet gratitude. Around him, the elves followed suit, but none louder than Alice. Her cheeks were already flushed from drink, her energy completely unrestrained. Hey! Don't slack off, everyone, glasses up, she shouted, her voice echoing across the clearing. A large barrel had been dragged to the center of the table, and Alice slammed her hand against it with a grin. I like this forest, she said boldly, swaying slightly. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she added, maybe one day I'll just take it over. Don't worry, I'll let you all live here. The elves burst into laughter, unsure whether she was joking. Nearby, Jinhyuk quietly poured a strange purple liquid into the barrel, watching the reactions carefully. Cups were filled. Drinks were raised. And soon enough, the entire village was drinking. Jinhyuk, however, didn't join in. He sat at the edge of the table, his brows slightly furrowed, observing the scene. The elder lifted his cup toward him with a warm smile before downing it in one go. Jinhyuk glanced at his own untouched drink, a bead of sweat forming at his temple. What exactly is this? His instincts told him to be cautious. Instead of drinking, he simply kept his hand resting on the glass, his mind already shifting toward his next move. Take the items, and leave. Slipping away from the celebration, Jinhyuk made his way back to the storage building. The wooden door stood where it had before, but something was different. He placed his hand against it. Then paused. The barrier was gone. His eyes narrowed slightly. Back in the clearing, the effects of the drink had fully set in. Elves lay sprawled across the ground, completely unconscious. Even Alice had collapsed, fast asleep with a faint smile still on her face. Silence replaced the earlier laughter. At that moment, a notification flickered before his eyes. Bram's ring has absorbed a subordinate soul. The ring on his finger began to glow faintly. Jinhyuk's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Inside the warehouse, he approached the sealed display, and this time, nothing stopped him. Moments later, he stood there holding the weapon he had been eyeing. Thanks for the gift, he said quietly. Behind him, the elder, Penaim, had already passed out, still wearing a peaceful smile. Jinhyuk turned and walked away. Elsewhere, deep within the tower. The third floor, known as the Church of Hatred, was in chaos. A masked man stood before a restless crowd, listening as complaints erupted from every direction. We can't reach the 10th floor without that person's permission. All the limited artifacts will disappear in 10 days. The man clenched his jaw. First that guy, and now this unknown player is blocking everything? Frustration boiled over. Not far from there, Melina quietly stood from her seat. I'm going to rest, she muttered, turning away from the noise. As she stepped outside, her thoughts churned. Idiots, they have no idea that Jinhyuk is that unknown player. Her face flushed instantly. She slapped her cheeks lightly in frustration. If I ever let that slip, I'd die of embarrassment. But her steps suddenly slowed. Two figures in black robes emerged from the shadows ahead. Her instinct screamed. In a single motion, she drew her dagger. Who are you? What do you want? The answer came in silence. And then blood. It splashed across the doorway behind her. One of the nearby guards collapsed before she could even react. The vampire licked the crimson from his blade, his expression twisting with disgust. Ugh, filthy. His companion sighed. You really need to stop tasting everything you kill. Melina staggered back, clutching her wound, her mind racing. They're fast, too fast. I didn't even see it. The vampire raised his rapier, pointing it directly at her. Well then, should we try yours? Before he could move, black smoke surged between them. A figure stepped forward, materializing from the darkness itself. Melina's eyes widened. Lancelot. He bowed slightly, his tone calm and respectful. My apologies for appearing in such a state before nobles of your standing. The vampires paused. Finally, someone interesting had arrived. 90 days passed. The aftermath of the Elven Forest incident had reshaped everything. Within the tower, both the 6th and 7th floors had opened, signaling the start of a new phase. And with it, greater danger. Yansa leaned back, watching her classmates chatter idly. Her gaze drifted toward the sky. One more year, and I graduate. She exhaled slowly. If the world even lasts that long. A notification suddenly appeared before her eyes. She froze. Then the candy slipped right out of her mouth. Urgent meeting, all shareholders of the veteran company must gather at Moon Lake, 1st floor. Her eye twitched. That idiot Jinhyuk, she groaned, grabbing her head. Stop ordering people around like this. At the appointed time. Moon Lake shimmered under the light as Jinhyuk stood waiting. One by one, his subordinates arrived. All on time, he said with a satisfied smile. Yansa crossed her arms tightly. We worked all night building those mounts. Can you at least pretend to care? Yumu nodded in agreement. Seriously. Let us rest. Jinhyuk raised a finger thoughtfully. Fair point. He turned slightly. All right, you can leave. They blinked. Then instantly relaxed. But just as quickly, he pulled out a dagger. Their expressions froze. Jinhyuk glanced at the blade, speaking casually. In case of workplace fatalities, I'll need your bank account details for compensation. Silence. Absolute silence. No one moved. Jinhyuk gave a small, knowing smirk and turned toward Moon Lake. The water reflected the sky like glass, calm and undisturbed, completely at odds with the chaos of personalities gathered behind him. Well, he said casually, since no one's leaving anymore, let's get started. He stepped back onto a flat stone near the shore and crossed his arms. Let's keep it simple. We'll go around, each of you reports the latest developments. A single clap echoed. Begin. The first to step forward was Hun, representing the master of the Black Crow Guild. His posture was rigid, his tone precise. We've confirmed that Yunak has moved to the 7th floor, he reported. According to our informant, he's searching for a specific item, a feather. Jinhyuk's eyes flickered with interest. Hun continued, the 7th floor is a tundra zone. Traversing it requires reaching the far end to unlock the next level. However, the environment is extremely hostile. Most teams delay entry due to the preparation required. A faint smile tugged at Jinhyuk's lips. A feather, so he's after the phoenix feather. That explained everything. The item's flame blessing would make surviving the frozen wasteland significantly easier. Before Jinhyuk could respond, Hannah stepped forward. Young has fully recovered, she said. He's been discharged, and he asked me to pass along a message. She paused briefly. He said he'll kill you the next time you meet. Jinhyuk closed his eyes for a moment, exhaling softly. Good, he murmured. Would have been disappointing if he stayed broken. He gestured lightly. Next. A man stepped forward with visible excitement. Takashi bowed deeply, almost reverently. It's an honor to meet you again. Without hesitation, he presented a sword with both hands. I retrieved this from the Medusa Temple, he said. It was heavily guarded, and I'm fairly certain they've realized it's missing. Jinhyuk took the blade, examining it briefly. Fontaine's heavenly sword. For a moment, he looked thoughtful, then slightly disappointed. Already obsolete. Still, he nodded. Well done. His gaze shifted. I'll trade it later for something useful. He handed it off casually and motioned forward. A cheerful girl stepped up next, smiling brightly. I'm Andrea, she said. I oversee operations on the 5th floor. I've completed the structural setup there. Player traffic is low, but everything is ready in case activity increases. Her tone was upbeat, almost too normal. The others, however, froze. Yansa frowned. Wait, what do you mean you oversee the 5th floor? Before Andrea could answer, Jinhyuk casually placed a hand on her shoulder. She's the boss monster of that floor, he explained. Screams. Everyone started running around in pure terror. Andrea waved awkwardly, still smiling. Nice to meet you? Jinhyuk studied her briefly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. She's grown a lot? Alice's influence, no doubt. He raised a finger. All right, enough. Next. His gaze landed on Melina. She stood slightly apart from the group, her expression darker than usual. You, Jinhyuk said. Stop brooding and report. Melina hesitated, then spoke. Something unusual happened, she admitted. We were contacted by individuals from a higher floor. That immediately caught everyone's attention. They identified themselves as blood relatives of the Dekas family, she continued. Followers of Amul's. They offered cooperation, said they'd help us achieve our goals. Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. And in return? They want assistance retrieving something, Malina replied. A relic from the 11th floor, and help capturing an escaped prisoner. At that, Lancelot, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. Interesting, he said, rubbing his chin. And what exactly do these nobles want from us? Molina's expression tightened. The prisoner escaped from ruins on the 1st floor. They want him found, and returned. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. And they gave you something in exchange? Molina nodded. A bracelet. Belonging to the fugitive. For a brief moment, Jinhyuk went still. Then, the ring on his chest began to glow. A sharp, pulsing light. He frowned slightly, glancing down. Why now? Before he could process it further. Crack. A nearby stone sculpture shattered violently. Alice stood there, fury. They betrayed me, she hissed. The air around her trembled as her aura flared. I'll find them, she growled, her voice low and dangerous. And I'll tear them apart. She turned sharply toward Jinhyuk, eyes burning. You promised, she said. You said you'd help me. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he met her gaze. I will, he replied calmly. I don't break promises. Relief flickered across her face. But it didn't last. We'll do it carefully, he added. Her expression hardened again. Jinhyuk slipped his hands into his pockets, his tone steady. I don't have enough mana to fully unleash your power right now, he explained. If we rush this, we might be the ones who pay the price. Alice's fists clenched. So what? I just wait, she snapped. For now, he said. Yes. He looked at her directly. Stop using the necklace for a while. She blinked, caught off guard. What? Trust me. The words came easily, but they carried weight. Alice hesitated. For once, she didn't have an immediate answer. Slowly, her shoulders dropped. She stepped forward and leaned her head against his chest, her voice suddenly small. I want chicken. Jinhyuk blinked, then let out a quiet breath. Fine, he said. Eat whatever you want. Crisis, temporarily avoided. He glanced up at the moon, its pale light reflecting in his eyes. That calmed her down, for now. But next time? He'd need to be ready. Far away. On the 7th floor of the tower, inside a wind-battered tent, a voice broke the silence. Is the East Sea sealed? The question hung in the freezing air. Something was already in motion. The 7th floor was merciless. A frozen wasteland stretched endlessly in every direction, ice choking the sea, snowstorms swallowing visibility, and a biting cold that seeped into bone and marrow alike. Inside a weather-beaten tent, frustration boiled over. It's impossible, one of the subordinates said, her voice trembling. The ice is too thick, the air's too damp, we can't even start a fire. And with this storm, we can't see the path to the gate at all. Yoon-suk clenched his teeth, his patience snapping. Enough, he barked, shooting her a glare. Stop complaining and start thinking. We will clear this floor, no matter what it takes. Before anyone could respond, the tent flap burst open. Captain, you need to see this. Moments later, Yoon-suk stepped outside. And froze. A lone figure stood in the snow, casually warming his hands with his breath as if the brutal cold meant nothing to him. Jinhyuk. As he approached, Yoon-suk's expression darkened. What are you doing here? Jinhyuk glanced at him briefly. Clearing the floor. The casual tone only made it worse. Yoon-suk's hands trembled with anger. We don't need your help. We can handle this ourselves. Jinhyuk stopped, then slowly turned his head. Help, he said flatly. When did I say I was here to help you? He walked past him without another glance. I'm here for the phoenix feather. You're just in the way. The words hit like a slap. Yoon-suk spun around. This is our territory. You're trespassing. Jinhyuk let out a quiet scoff. Your territory? He looked back, unimpressed. Since when did the 7th floor belong to your guild? Yoon-suk's face twisted. You're provoking us. No, Jinhyuk cut in. This is called competition. He turned away again, already moving forward. If you've got a problem, try stopping me. Yoon-suk stood there, fists clenched, fury boiling over. Then he turned sharply and stormed back into the tent. Gather a team, he ordered coldly. We're going after him. The guards exchanged uneasy looks. Captain? He's heading for the feather, Yoon-suk said. Which means if we follow him, we won't fail. His eyes narrowed. Keep close. Watch everything. At the edge of the frozen forest, 2 guards stood watch. A figure emerged through the snow. They stepped forward instinctively, then froze as recognition hit. Wait, you're... One of them lit up immediately. I'm a huge fan. What brings you here? Jinhyuk didn't slow down. Looking for something in the forest. The guard raised his hands nervously. You should be careful. This area's dangerous, that's why we're stationed here. Jin-hyuk passed him without pause. Thanks for the warning. The guard turned, stunned. He hadn't even noticed when Jin-hyuk moved past him. S-rank really is something else, he muttered, before sighing. Still, I should report this. Deep within the forest, snow crunched underfoot. Jin-hyuk paused, picking up a shard half buried in the ice. He studied it briefly. Dangun Guild, they've been here. But something was off. There were signs of activity, but no bodies. No aftermath. His gaze shifted to a massive boulder nearby. A symbol was carved into its surface. He frowned slightly. Then turned as footsteps approached from behind. Yunsuk's team. Jin-hyuk sighed. Didn't you say this place was dangerous? Why follow me? The guards shivered violently, barely able to withstand the cold. We thought you might need a guide, one of them said. Jin-hyuk stared at them for a moment, then said nothing. Not long after, a small shelter formed, an igloo reinforced with skill-crafted ice. Inside, the temperature was barely tolerable, but compared to the outside, it felt like relief. One of the guards, Daho, extended his hands toward a faint flame. This is way better, he muttered. Sticking near an S-rank really pays off. Jin-hyuk sat quietly, observing them. Then, without warning. Yunsuk sent you, didn't he? The group stiffened. And no, we. Don't lie, Jin-hyuk said calmly. You're bad at it. Silence. He closed his eyes briefly. I don't blame you. Then his gaze shifted toward the entrance. There are bigger problems. The team exchanged uneasy looks. What do you mean? Jin-hyuk nodded toward the boulder outside. That mark, it belongs to ice trolls. One of the members frowned. I've heard of them, mid-rank monsters, right? Jin-hyuk shook his head slightly. That's the Ice Blade clan. His tone hardened. The strongest among them. The atmosphere inside the shelter instantly grew tense. But, another muttered, isn't there territory in the west? Exactly, Jin-hyuk replied. That's what doesn't make sense. His eyes narrowed. This area is the only route to the island where the Phoenix Feather is located. Realization began to dawn. You're saying, Daho swallowed, they're moving here for the feather? Jin-hyuk didn't answer immediately. Something about it didn't add up. Creatures resistant to ice, chasing something tied to flame? It didn't fit. A sudden sound cut through the silence. Sharp. Fast. Approaching. Jin-hyuk's eyes snapped toward the entrance. Move. Spears tore through the air, hurtling toward the shelter. But slammed into an ice wall that erupted instantly in front of them. The impact echoed. Take cover. Daho shouted as the team scattered. Snow flew as they dove behind what little protection they could find. Where are they attacking from? Someone yelled. No answer. No movement. Nothing visible. Then, Jin-hyuk stepped outside. Are you crazy? Daho shouted. Get back here. But Jin-hyuk didn't even acknowledge him. Another spear shot toward him. He didn't draw a weapon. Didn't move his hands. He simply tilted his head. And the spear missed him by inches. Effortless. His gaze lifted toward the cliff ahead. By now, he said coldly, you should understand hiding won't help. Come out. For a moment. Nothing. Then figures emerged. Two strangers stood at the edge of the cliff, cloaked in black. Behind them, a group of massive ice trolls loomed, their presence alone distorting the air. One of the strangers smirked, eyes gleaming. So it is you, he said. Jin-hyuk. Beside him, his companion tilted her head, studying him with amusement. He's kind of cute. Under Jin-hyuk's jacket. The ring trembled. Jin-hyuk's expression hardened as he activated Greedy Eye, scanning the battlefield while trying to steady Alice's agitation in the back of his mind. His gaze locked onto the vampire standing calmly above the slope, Leorda Birdion. The moment their stats appeared before him, his muscles tensed. The gap was undeniable. Even without fighting, he could tell, this wasn't an opponent he could overwhelm through brute force. Winning would demand precision, and a terrifying amount of mana. His eyes narrowed as he reviewed the copying conditions tied to Leorda's abilities. They were absurd. Every skill came with layers of penalties, restrictions, and near impossible triggers. It was like the system itself was warning him, this fight won't be easy. Are you alright? Daho's voice broke through his thoughts. The guard rushed up, concern written all over his face. Jin-hyuk gave a faint smirk instead of answering directly. Daho, he said calmly, gather everyone. Leave the forest. Now. The man froze. What about you? You're not seriously planning to fight them alone? A dagger slid into Jin-hyuk's hand as if it had always belonged there. I'm not that weak, he replied lightly, almost amused. Then, with a grin, he added, just promise me a drink when you get out of here. Daho's face flushed despite the tension. Before he could argue further, another guild member grabbed him, urging him to move. Reluctantly, he extended his hand toward Jinhyuk. "Stay alive." Jinhyuk didn't answer. He was already moving. A massive troll lunged at him, its fist crashing down like a falling boulder. He slipped past it effortlessly. One clean strike, fast, precise, and the creature collapsed into the snow. From above, the vampires watched with growing interest. Oilia tilted her head slightly, her eyes gleaming. "His blood smells incredible." Leorda's lips curved faintly. "He's more interesting than I expected." With a small gesture, he ordered the trolls to fall back. The battlefield grew still as both vampires descended, their presence suffocating. Jinhyuk turned to face them. "So," Leorda said, stepping forward, "you're Jinhyuk. I've heard about you, from the demonic faction." There was a hint of amusement in his voice. "For a human, you're impressive." Oilia, the female vampire, added casually, brushing her hair back as if they weren't standing in the middle of a battlefield. Jinhyuk frowned slightly. "So this is your doing? The ice trolls, the disappearances." Oilia smiled, pressing a finger to her lips. "Straight to the point. I like that." She lifted her hand lazily. "You can think of this as a trap." Her eyes sharpened. "We wanted someone capable of noticing what's wrong with this tundra." Jinhyuk didn't flinch. Oilia continued, her voice turning colder. "We were given a list, survivors from the first floor. Names worth watching." She began counting them off. Teresa de Laurentiis, the unknown, Yusung, and one particular individual pretending to be a porter. Her gaze locked onto him. "That would be you." Jinhyuk's expression darkened slightly. "And," she added, "one of you helped Alice von Ataraxia escape." Silence fell. He stepped forward, rolling his shoulders into a fighting stance. "I don't know what you're talking about." Oilia's smile faded. Leorda moved first. In a blur, he closed the distance, his blade flashing toward Jinhyuk's neck. The impact rang out as dagger met sword, sparks scattering across the snow. "Don't kill him," Oilia called out lazily. "We need him alive." "I know," Leorda replied, though his expression had tightened. "But he's better than expected." Dark energy surged around him, coiling like smoke. He activated his dark fighting spirit, unleashing a barrage of attacks that tore through the air. Jinhyuk met them head-on. Each strike, deflected. Each wave of energy, cut apart. Then the battlefield shifted. Blood gathered in Leorda's palm, thick and pulsating. In an instant, it exploded outward, forming arrows, spikes, and bindings that wrapped around Jinhyuk like a living prison. For a moment, his vision went red. Then, flames erupted. The blood constructs burned away instantly, evaporating under the heat of fire magic. Jinhyuk stepped forward through the smoke, completely unscathed. "That won't work on me." Oilia's eyes widened slightly. "Interesting." Now she was certain. This wasn't just any player. Leorda landed lightly in front of Jinhyuk again, frowning. "You're not bad," he admitted. "For a cornered rat." Jinhyuk laughed. "Funny," he said, resting the dagger casually against his shoulder. "I was just thinking the same about you." Then his tone shifted, sharper. "You shared something useful with me, so I'll return the favor." Leorda's eyes narrowed. "What are you talking about?" Jinhyuk's smile widened. "I knew you'd come." Elsewhere, chaos erupted. Melina rode through the snow atop a massive wolf, her expression tense. Around her, figures moved rapidly, closing in. Back at the camp, the guild members barely had time to react. "Ambush," the captain shouted. "Defensive positions." Snow crunched under advancing footsteps. 3 figures emerged through the storm. The smallest figure stepped forward, wrapped in white robes that stood out against the storm. The smallest figure stepped forward, wrapped in flowing white robes that stood out sharply against the storm. Slowly, she raised her hands and pulled back her hood. A soft glow spilled across the battlefield. Light gathered at the tip of her sword, and in the next instant, a radiant blessing descended from the sky like a pillar of divine will. The snow itself seemed to recoil from it. Teresa gripped her blade firmly, her voice steady but commanding. "I'm here to help. Everyone, take your positions." For a moment, even the chaos paused. Yunsuk's eyes widened in disbelief. "The saint?" His men quickly recognized the others arriving alongside her, Min and Yonghua, each radiating power in their own way. But there was no time to process it. The wolf-mounted fighters were already closing in, their orders clear: annihilate everything. Then, a flash. Something sliced through the air above their heads. No one even saw the movement, only the aftermath. A blade returned to its sheath with a crisp click. A violent surge of mana erupted like a hurricane, blasting the demonic forces backward in all directions as if they were nothing more than debris. Yusung exhaled in annoyance, glancing at his weapon. "Great, now I'll have to spend hours cleaning this mess off my sword." From the ridge, the vampires watched, stunned. Below them, Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly, a faint grin forming. "I told you," he said, raising his dagger toward them, "I came prepared." As if on cue, explosions rippled across the snowy battlefield. Taman soared into view, standing atop a floating weapon conjured through his machine monarch ability. Mechanical constructs spun around him, firing volleys that scattered enemies like leaves in a storm. Nearby, Yonghwa launched herself off a hovering drone, kicking off at midair. Her body twisted gracefully as mana surged around her. With a single sweeping motion of her leg, a massive wave of energy tore through another squad, sending them crashing into the snow. Teresa stepped forward again, her presence intensifying. Divine energy poured outward, wrapping her allies in a radiant buff that bolstered their strength and weakened their enemies. The demonic forces faltered. One of their commanders rushed to Lancelot's side. "We need to fall back and regroup." Lancelot's jaw tightened in frustration, but even he couldn't ignore the shift in momentum. Far beyond the trees, divine light continued to blaze. Oilia looked up, her expression twisting in discomfort. "That power," she muttered, irritation creeping into her voice. "I hate it." She turned sharply toward Leorda. "I can feel it too," he replied, his tone darker now. Below them, the battle escalated again. A mass of blood surged around Jinhyuk, forming thick, writhing clots as Leorda activated Blood Pool. The crimson mass began to compress, growing denser and larger, threatening to crush him completely. Even the surrounding monsters hesitated. "The divine energy is interfering," one of them shouted. "We need to retreat and rethink." Too late. Flames burst from within the blood mass. In an instant, the entire construct ignited, collapsing into burning fragments. Jinhyuk stepped out, unharmed, his expression calm. "I already told you," he said, almost bored, "that won't work." Leorda clicked his tongue and leapt back, preparing to withdraw. "Don't get comfortable," he called out coldly. "Next time, I'll kill you myself." But then, he froze. Jinhyuk had raised his hand. Light began to gather in his palm, brighter, denser, more concentrated than before. The grin on his face widened. "What was that you said?" A blinding flash erupted. A pillar of pure light shot skyward, tearing through the forest like a divine spear. The ground trembled, trees disintegrated, and the snow evaporated in its path. When the light finally faded, a scorched tunnel stretched across the battlefield, carved clean through everything in its way. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly, his shoulders dropping from the strain. "Did that finish them?" The system responded coldly. "Objective, 50% complete." He clicked his tongue. Of course it didn't. To make matters worse, he felt the fire element within him lock up, temporarily sealed by the backlash. Snow continued to fall, quietly reclaiming the destruction. Under his jacket, the ring trembled violently. "Alice," he muttered under his breath, "calm down. Just a little longer." Back at the Dangun Guild camp, the atmosphere had shifted completely. Relief replaced panic. Teresa stood surrounded by grateful survivors, smiling shyly as they thanked her over and over again. "We're only alive because of you," one of them said, bowing deeply. She shook her head gently. "I'm just glad I made it in time." Nearby, Yunak stared at the fallen guild flag, his expression dark and conflicted. A scout approached quickly. "The camp's heavily damaged. And the enemy will definitely attack again." Teresa turned, her expression resolute now. "Then we withdraw," she said. "Back to the tower." She smiled faintly. "Jinhyuk and I will secure the path." At the mention of that name, Yunak's face hardened. "So that's how it is," he muttered under his breath. Before he could say more, Teresa suddenly turned. Through the falling snow, she spotted him. Her face lit up instantly. With genuine warmth, she raised her hand and waved. Jinhyuk had arrived. Taemin and Yonghwa rushed in the moment the battlefield settled, heading straight for Jinhyuk. He blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting to see them here, but quickly recovered, offering a short nod. "Good timing," he said. "Thanks." Taemin grinned, clearly pleased. "You suddenly contacted us out of nowhere. Figured it wasn't something small." Yonghwa brushed a strand of hair back, her lips curling into a sly smile. "I had my own reasons for coming," she added casually, glancing over her shoulder as if she'd already anticipated everything that just happened. Yunsung, still catching his breath nearby, looked visibly uncomfortable. Teresa stepped closer, her expression soft but relieved. "I didn't expect you to show up either," she admitted. "But at least we managed to push them back." "Don't relax yet," Taemin cut in, folding his arms. His tone sharpened. "We still don't know who's behind all this. That kind of coordinated attack doesn't just happen." Jinhyuk closed his eyes briefly, organizing his thoughts. "They're working with high vampires from the upper floors," he said calmly. And whatever they're planning, it's happening here. On this tundra. Everyone went silent. Then he added something that made the air feel heavier. They want an outbreak. Shock rippled through the group. Jinhyuk continued, his voice steady as he broke it down. The ice trolls are guarding a specific location, the Phoenix Feather. That alone is strange, considering their nature. But if you combine the feather's resistance to extreme cold with the right catalyst. He paused. You can open a portal. Yonghwa frowned. And that leads to, what? An outbreak? He nodded. They've been kidnapping members of the Dangun Guild. Some are already dead. My guess? They're trying to use human bodies in combination with the feather to break out of the tower. Teresa's hands trembled slightly. That would be like Amsterdam, she whispered, horror creeping into her voice. A hand landed gently on her shoulder. Yusung gave her a reassuring look. That won't happen, he said firmly. Not if he's already figured it out. He glanced at Jinhyuk. Right? You've got a plan. Jinhyuk smirked faintly, as if he'd been waiting for that. Far away, deep within the mountains, a completely different atmosphere unfolded. The vampires knelt in silence. Blood dripped steadily into a crystal goblet held by a figure cloaked in shadow. His presence alone weighed heavily on the air. So, the figure said calmly, swirling the blood, how strong is this man? Jinhyuk. Leorda clenched his teeth. Forgive me, something unexpected happened. Oilia lowered her gaze slightly. He was waiting for us. And he handled our attacks, too easily. A faint pause. Then she added, more quietly, I also felt something during the fight, the presence of Alice von Ataraxia. Another drop of blood fell into the goblet. The shadowed figure smiled. Then perhaps, we'll find her sooner than expected. His eyes gleamed with dark amusement. At least you weren't completely useless. Back on the tundra, the wind howled violently as preparations began. Above the camp, mechanical drones buzzed into the sky. Taemin manipulated multiple system panels at once, deploying them strategically across the battlefield. Jinhyuk watched, already connecting the pieces. We'll use the drones as bait, he said. Draw the demonic forces out. He glanced at Teresa and one other scout. You two split off. There's something else that needs to be handled. Yusung immediately bristled, gripping his weapon. That's your plan? Splitting forces at a time like this? Jinhyuk covered his mouth briefly, almost amused. You're already doing what I asked, he replied. So why complain now? Supplies were loaded onto carts as the Dangun Guild prepared to withdraw. The plan was clear, most would retreat outside the tower, but not everyone would leave. Yoonsuk folded his arms, shivering slightly from the cold, when someone informed him. He was staying behind. He turned sharply, only to find Jinhyuk already walking ahead. Why am I following you? Yoonsuk demanded, trudging through the deep snow. Jinhyuk didn't even look back. You tell me. After a moment, Yoonsuk muttered, this is Dangun Guild territory. I'm responsible for it. Then keep up. Where are we even going? Jinhyuk finally answered. A freshwater lake. Soon, the terrain shifted. A massive gorge opened before them, revealing a glowing lake hidden deep within the frozen landscape. The air here pulsed with dense mana, it was the strongest concentration on the entire 7th floor. Below, a tribal settlement stretched across the valley. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed slightly. When the Ice Blade tribe faces trouble, he said, their leader comes here to recover. Yoonsuk looked around, confused. Something felt off. Massive figures moved through the camp, orc-like beings, towering and brutal. One carried a massive log over his shoulder, while another revealed sharp fangs as she passed by. Jinhyuk handed Yoonsuk a white flag. Carry it properly, he said. Make yourself useful. Yoonsuk frowned. What's this for? They value honor, Jinhyuk replied. As long as that flag is raised, they won't attack. Despite his skepticism, Yoonsuk followed. The tribe allowed them passage. Step by step, they approached the chieftain's dwelling. Inside, a massive figure sat upon a throne. Caracal. His presence alone was overwhelming. He studied Jinhyuk carefully. You look strong, the chieftain rumbled. So why surrender so easily? Yoonsuk's pupils shrank. This was an ice troll? It was far larger than anything he had imagined. Then, the white flag slipped from his hand. It hit the ground. Silence. Jinhyuk smirked. I'm not surrendering, he said calmly. I just needed a way in. Caracal's eyes widened. Rage erupted instantly. You dare deceive us? One of the warriors roared. The chieftain rose, gripping his massive metal mace. You stand here, after dishonoring our customs? His voice thundered across the hall. Then die with dignity. He slammed the weapon into the ground. I challenge you, to a duel. The tribe roared in response. Jinhyuk turned his head slightly toward Yoonsuk. Well, he asked casually. Still planning to defend your guild's honor? Yoon-suk shook his head rapidly. Nope. Jin-hyuk nodded once. Then watch. Elsewhere, far from the frozen battlefield. Inside a towering skyscraper that housed the Triad Guild's headquarters. A clay vessel shattered violently against the floor. Gunnan stood there, his expression twisted with anger. All of them, gone, he muttered. Even the S-ranks in the Elven Forest? Munsaw stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back. You're underestimating him, he said calmly. That Jin-hyuk isn't someone your subordinates could handle. Gunnan clenched his jaw. That's not true. Just give me one more chance. His voice burned with frustration. But even he knew. They were dealing with something far beyond ordinary. The guild master stared forward in disgust, his patience completely exhausted. To him, this level of failure wasn't just a setback, it was humiliation. Without even sparing another glance, he coldly ordered the warrior to leave and never bother him again. That single command shattered whatever restraint remained. The young man's eyes burned crimson with rage. His composure collapsed as he screamed, his voice echoing through the towering office building that pierced the night sky. From within those walls, his fury erupted uncontrollably. He swore he would kill Jin-hyuk with his own hands. Outside, the tension snapped into motion. Steel collided with force as Carakal's massive iron mace tore through the air, leaving a blazing arc behind it. The troll chieftain tilted his head back and unleashed a thunderous roar. Compressed air blasted forward like a shockwave, rippling through the battlefield. It was his signature skill, a sonic eruption meant to crush everything in its path. Jin-hyuk didn't flinch. With a flick of his fingers, a shimmering barrier formed in front of him. A distortion seal materialized, bending the trajectory of incoming attacks. The shockwave twisted unnaturally and dispersed, as if the very direction of force had been rewritten. A faint grin spread across his face. Caracal wasn't just another brute, he was strong, far stronger than most trolls. But strength alone wasn't enough. The air shifted. An alert flashed, ice element creation activated. In the next instant, razor-sharp shards of ice surged forward, slamming into Caracal's massive frame. The impact cracked against his skull, forcing a roar of pain from the giant. Before he could recover, Jin-hyuk launched himself upward. His eyes ignited with a deep violet glow. Sword graveyard. Blades materialized in spectral formation, crossing midair as he descended in a precise, lethal strike. The attack connected cleanly. Blood burst from Caracal's mouth. The enormous body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact that shook the battlefield. Silence followed. From the sidelines, Yunak could only stare, stunned. Defeating a monster like that in mere minutes, it shouldn't have been possible. Lying on the cold stone, Caracal exhaled heavily. There was no anger left in his expression, only acceptance. You are strong? I lost. He lowered his gaze. Grant me an honorable death. Jin-hyuk stepped forward, then stopped. Instead of finishing him, he crouched beside the fallen chieftain. I don't care much about honor, he said calmly. But I do know your traditions. Caracal's eyes flickered. Total submission to the victor, that's your law, isn't it? The troll remained silent. Jin-hyuk continued, his tone steady. You fought against the demonic forces. So why obey them now? Caracal's expression darkened. After a brief pause, he spoke. It's not because I lost to them. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes. There is someone, far stronger. The memory surfaced like a nightmare. A figure standing alone in a frozen valley. Black wings spread wide behind his back. A presence so overwhelming that even an entire tribe would be powerless before him. Michael, a high vampire of the Decasus family. Even recalling the name carried weight. Jin-hyuk understood immediately. So that's the real enemy. Caracal clenched his fists weakly. There's no hope for us, or for my tribe. So at least let me die with dignity. Jin-hyuk stood up, slipping his hands into his pockets. Forget dying. Caracal blinked in confusion. We're not done here. The tone shifted, firm, commanding. I'll help you rebuild your tribe. Bring it back to strength. The troll stared at him, unable to process the offer. In return, Jin-hyuk added, you follow me. Behind them, Yunak turned sharply, clearly unsettled by the sudden turn of events. But Jin-hyuk didn't care about his reaction. This wasn't charity. This was strategy. Elsewhere, the battlefield was already shifting. Lancelot scanned the snow-covered terrain, his expression tightening as he noticed something unusual. The drones hovering in the sky weren't even trying to hide. Spying like this isn't exactly subtle, he muttered. Beside him, the high vampire Michael smirked. You're sharper than most humans. Oilia stood nearby, listening carefully as orders were issued. There had been no contact from the Iceblade tribe for a while, something was wrong. Jin-hyuk might have already turned them, she suggested. Michael didn't hesitate. If there's doubt, wipe them all out. A chilling command. He spread his wings, rising into the air. Dark energy gathered around him, spiraling violently. Let's clear out these pests first. The moment he moved, the environment responded. The system triggered, climate alteration activated. A violent storm erupted instantly. Winds howled between the trees, forming a massive vortex that swallowed everything in its path. Mechanical drones were dragged into the tornado, crushed and disabled within seconds. Back at the Allied side, Taemin clenched his jaw. All drones are down. Janu stepped forward, calm despite the chaos. Perfect timing. They'll be here soon. Energy surged. The activation sequence began, heavenly flower cultivation. Massive green holograms unfolded in the air as systems came online. Beams of light struck the ground, and within them, structures materialized piece by piece. The Great Fortress. Defensive units deployed instantly. A mechanical platoon advanced, locking onto incoming targets. The battlefield transformed into a fortified war zone within seconds. In the distance, a black wolf raised its head and howled, signaling the advance. Lancelot charged forward atop a white beast, leading the assault. Above, a vampire streaked across the sky like a spear. Oilia slowed as she approached a snow-covered ridge, and then froze. Her eyes locked onto a figure ahead. Jinhyuk. Standing calmly, on Caracal's shoulder. Understanding hit instantly. So they've already joined him. Her lips curled slightly as magic gathered between her hands. This canyon wasn't chosen randomly. Her voice carried a dangerous edge. If anything goes wrong, I can bury everyone here. And then, the system triggered again. Mana storm activated. Black pillars of energy erupted skyward. The shockwave tore across the battlefield, crushing everything in its path. The ground split, rocks shattered, and debris rained down like a storm of destruction. Oilia landed on the clearing below, eyes sharp, fully prepared. The real battle had just begun. A slow, predatory smile spread across the vampire girl's face. What a shame, she murmured softly, eyes locked on Jinhyuk. Your blood smells irresistible. The storm howled louder. Trees bent violently under the pressure of the wind, branches creaking as if the forest itself was about to snap. From a distance, Yonghwa narrowed her eyes, staring toward the chaos. That sound, it's coming from where Jinhyuk is. Taemin's expression hardened. Is he holding up? Before concern could settle in, a familiar voice cut through the storm. I'm doing just fine. Jinhyuk stepped into view, calm, composed, and smiling in a way that made even his allies uneasy. The informant, startled, jumped slightly. You could at least make some noise when you walk. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Snow clung to her hair as she frowned. Wait, if you're here, then who's at the lake? That question shifted the atmosphere instantly. Jinhyuk's gaze drifted to the side. Oilia followed his line of sight, and froze. Where Caracal should have been, there was nothing. Only fragments of red and blue light floated in the air, dissolving like broken glass. Realization struck. An illusion? She raised her arm defensively as the system alert echoed, illusion barrier dispelled. Her expression darkened. So that's what you were planning? But before she could react further, a surge of divine energy exploded behind her. Teresa stood there, her hair whipping wildly in the wind, radiant power surrounding her like a halo. A luminous aura formed around her as the blessing of the star activated. Shield raised, she stepped forward without hesitation. As Jinhyuk requested, I'll spare you if you surrender now, she declared firmly. This is your last chance, give up. Oilia's lips curled, revealing sharp fangs. You walked right into it. Her eyes gleamed with irritation. Using holy power, how annoying. At that exact moment, the battlefield shifted again. Yonghwa slammed her palms into the snow. It's time. An instant later, she launched herself upward. Snow exploded beneath her feet as she soared into the air, fist clenched, releasing a shockwave of raw mana that tore through enemy lines. Below, Lancelot's voice thundered across the field. Enemy incoming. Don't drop your guard, fire. Dark energy wrapped around his wolf mount, forming a massive spectral beast as the projection of the dark wolf activated. The creature lunged forward, tearing into the battlefield. Explosions erupted one after another. Taemin pointed sharply. Push forward. Mechanical blasts and mana bursts collided midair. The AI system announced shield deployment as layers of protection formed around their forces. Even Lancelot paused for a brief moment, surprised. They attacked first, despite being outnumbered? Above the chaos, white smoke thickened like a storm cloud. Yonghwa descended like a falling comet, screaming as she drove her power downward. At the same time, Teresa raised her sword. A radiant cross formed in the air. Her eyes glowed brilliantly as divine light surged outward, clashing violently with the dark forces below. Oilia flinched, pressing her fingers to her temple. This holy energy, it's unbearable. A flash of light detonated behind the enemy lines. Far from the main clash, Caracal moved swiftly through the snow, his massive frame cutting through the storm. In his grip, Yunak struggled to keep balance as the troll carried him effortlessly. There's no time to watch, Caracal growled. This battle has already begun. Back at the front, Teresa thrust her shield forward. A concentrated blast of sacred power erupted, slamming into Oilia's position. The explosion shattered the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Moments later, Oilia clawed her way out from beneath the rubble, dust and stone falling from her shoulders. Her expression twisted in irritation. I really can't stand paladins. Teresa stood firm, her silhouette engulfed in radiant light, unwavering. Oilia tilted her head slightly, studying her. You're the worst kind, aren't you? Then, with a faint smirk, she added, while you're busy here, your friends are being hunted. She lowered her gaze, voice dripping with intent. I wonder if they're still hoping you'll come save them. Teresa didn't hesitate. I doubt they need saving. She lifted her sword again, stand steady. They're stronger than you think. Behind her, a man screamed for help, only to be silenced instantly as Yonghua drove her knee into his side, sending him crashing into the snow. Bodies in black robes collapsed one after another. From afar, Lancelot watched closely, eyes gleaming beneath his mask. That woman. His grip tightened. She's a monster. The informant clenched her fist, pushing through waves of enemies without slowing down. Even surrounded, she showed no sign of retreat. Lancelot's lips curved into a dark smile beneath the mask. Perfect. He stepped forward, raising his hand. Surround her. Figures began to close in from all sides, tightening the circle around Yonghua. This time, he muttered under his breath, without the saint interfering. His eyes gleamed with cold intent. We'll crush them. Yonghua twisted her body at the last possible second, narrowly slipping past a blade that cut through the air where her neck had been. Snow sprayed beneath her boots as she skidded sideways, teeth clenched hard. Damn, if Teresa were here boosting me, this would be easy. Her breathing grew heavier. She could feel it, she was nearing her limit. Hey, she shouted, glancing back toward her allies. Above them, a swarm of automated drones circled the battlefield like mechanical vultures. Lancelot tilted his head upward, confused by their presence. What are those? Behind Tamine, massive armored units emerged through the snow, towering machines, their frames humming with energy. The system alert echoed sharply. Magical anti-tank mines, activation confirmed. A faint green glow flickered across the battlefield. Yonghua's eyes sharpened. She suddenly pivoted and sprinted forward at full speed. Lancelot's voice roared behind her. She's running. Don't let her escape. The demonic soldiers surged forward, chasing her through the snow. She attacked us first, now she's running, one of them shouted, reaching out as if to grab her. Watching from behind, smiled. Idiots. That's exactly what they want. Under his mask, Lancelot's expression shifted. In the next instant, he shoved 2 fingers into his mouth and let out a piercing whistle. The wolves halted mid-charge. Stop pursuing, he barked. From behind a snowbank, Tamine peeked out and blinked. They're retreating? Yonghua slowed, confused whether to feel relieved or frustrated. Hidden beneath the snow nearby, the trap revealed itself, mechanical mines, carefully buried and primed. So they noticed? Jinyu clicked his tongue, disappointment flickering across his face. All that setup, wasted. Then, his eyes widened. Everyone, fall back to the ridge. Now! 2 dark spheres materialized in the air, pulsing with unstable energy. System alert, dark gravity well activated. The ground split open with a violent crack. From beneath the snow, a colossal machine rose, metal grinding against ice as it emerged like a buried titan. Its massive frame towered over the battlefield. Move, someone shouted. The group sprinted, struggling through the thick snow as the terrain itself seemed to collapse behind them. From the enemy side, a voice rang out. They're heading for the mountain. Don't let them escape the forest. Lancelot mounted his wolf, eyes narrowing. Running through the forest to escape us? Fools. He leaned forward. Circle around. Cut them off. The wolves howled and surged ahead. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk's group climbed desperately, boots slipping against ice as they neared the cliff's edge. Tamine dropped to one knee, breathing hard. Running in this snow is a nightmare. Don't stop. Yonghua snapped. They're right behind us. The sound of pursuit grew louder, snarls, footsteps, the crunch of snow. Then, Lancelot's gaze shifted. What is that? In the distance, a lone figure stood still, barely visible through the storm. 2 glowing eyes stared back from the darkness. An unknown presence. Far away, in another battlefield entirely. The Tangan Guild headquarters shook violently. Inside the towering building, alarms blared. A guard clenched his fist, shouting into his communicator. "Something's wrong?" Before he could finish. Boom. The wall exploded inward. Dust and debris filled the air as a figure stepped through the ED structure, completely unfazed. Silence fell. The intruder wore a mask. Casually, he pulled out a folded note and flicked it open. "Listen carefully," he said, voice dripping with mockery. "You call yourselves the strongest guild in China?" He glanced around at the fallen warriors. "I've seen retirees with sticks fight better." A few choked coughs echoed across the room. "Honestly, you'd be better off opening a restaurant. At least then your embarrassment might be profitable." The guild leader stared at him, stunned. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The masked man smirked. "I'm taking your guild mark." A pause. "And if I see you again, you won't like what happens next." One of the S-rank fighters stepped forward angrily. "You think you can just..." "Quiet." The interruption was instant, sharp. "If you've got the guts," the masked man continued calmly, "come to the 7th floor." He tilted his blade slightly. "Jinhyuk will be waiting." The room froze. "That's where we settle everything." The note slipped from his fingers. And then, another explosion tore through the building. Back in the tundra, Jinhyuk turned his head slightly, hiding a faint grin. Everything was moving exactly as planned. Lancelot, however, was beginning to realize something was wrong. An army. His eyes scanned the battlefield. They didn't come alone. Jinhyuk stood calmly, hands in his pockets. "This," someone muttered behind him, "is his force." Yum groaned. "You made me say that ridiculous speech earlier, didn't you?" Jinhyuk chuckled lightly. "Focus. We're not done yet." Below them, chaos erupted. Tangan forces clashed with demonic beasts, completely losing coordination. Small skirmish units formed naturally, turning the battlefield into fragmented chaos. Exactly as Jinhyuk intended. Divide them. Let them destroy each other. He closed his eyes briefly, and laughed. The balance had shifted. Lancelot raised his hand, fury rising. "Crush them! Kill the unknown!" Dark energy surged as his forces responded. At the same time, the Tangan leader roared, activating his aura blade. "Don't hold back. Kill Jinhyuk." White flashes of steel filled the battlefield. Beasts collided with warriors. Blood stained the snow. From a distance, Jinhyuk watched without emotion. "Let them fight. Let them bleed." Turning away, he spoke calmly. "We're done here." The scene shifted. Deep within a hidden valley of permafrost, icicles hung like spears from towering cliffs. Steam rose faintly from cracks in the ground, a rare pocket of warmth in the frozen wasteland. "This place," one of them muttered, stunned. "Only I know about it," Jinhyuk said. The group gathered inside, catching their breath. Caracal stood nearby. The others tensed immediately. "Why are ice trolls here?" someone asked cautiously. "They're with us now," Jinhyuk replied simply. "They were under vampire control before. Not anymore." Young sheathed his weapon slowly, eyeing him. "You're really good at turning enemies into allies." Jinhyuk smirked. "Did you just figure that out?" In the corner, Yunak sat quietly, knees drawn in. Everyone glanced at him. Embarrassed. "Sorry. I lost track of Oilia." Jinhyuk exhaled, visible breath forming in the cold air. Catching her alive was always going to be difficult. He glanced at his team. "You did well." The group spread out across the cave, settling into position. Yonghwa leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "So, what now?" Her voice carried a sharp edge. "The situation just got a lot worse." Jinhyuk stood in silence for a moment, mapping everything out in his mind like a battlefield diagram. Every movement, every route, every possible reaction from the enemy, he had already calculated it. "They're coming for the phoenix feather," he said calmly. "They have no choice." His gaze shifted toward the distant tundra, where the storm swallowed the horizon. "And the good news? We're already ahead of them." Hands tucked into his pockets, he spoke like someone preparing a stage rather than a fight. "So let's welcome our guests properly." The others exchanged looks. That tone, cold, confident, meant he already had something dangerous in mind. Nearby, the air shimmered around a faintly glowing portal embedded in the frozen ground. The cold here was sharper, biting straight through armor and bone. One of the girls wrapped her arms around herself, shivering. "This place is freezing." Before anyone could respond, Caracal stepped forward. In his massive hand, a pulsing orb of light flickered, dense, compressed mana swirling like a storm trapped in glass. "A soul essence," he said, voice heavy. "I gathered it, to rebel against Michael." He placed the orb into Jinhyuk's palm. "For 2 hours, it will amplify your mana." Jinhyuk stared at it briefly. Normally, such an item was a reward taken after crushing entire tribes, something earned through domination. Yet here it was, handed to him freely. Caracal struck his chest with his fist. I saw how you fought for us. That's enough. Jinhyuk smirked faintly. Seems like he interpreted that battle his own way. Still, he closed his fingers around the essence. Around them, the Iceblade tribe gathered, their massive forms rising from the snow. Weapons were lifted. Eyes burned with defiance. We'll show them, one of the trolls growled. We won't bow again. A thin smile appeared on Jinhyuk's face. Good. Then fight for it. The wind howled louder. Then, a presence descended. A figure in black landed softly on the snow ahead, as if gravity itself obeyed him. Wings of darkness folded behind his back. His eyes glowed faintly in the shadows. Michael. The high vampire of the Decus family. He looked at Jinhyuk with mild amusement, as though observing something curious rather than dangerous. I've heard about you, he said. Turning humans and monsters against each other, even recruiting the Iceblade tribe. His lips curled, revealing sharp fangs. Smart, but also stupid. Jinhyuk didn't answer immediately. Instead, he crushed the soul essence in his hand. A surge of power exploded through his body. His mana spiked violently, rising far beyond its normal limit. The system flashed through his vision, recalculating everything. 113, 180, 250, 320. For a brief moment, the gap between him and Michael narrowed. But only slightly. Jinhyuk activated his greedy gaze, then immediately felt the resistance. Blocked. The difference in level was still overwhelming. Even now. Still not enough, he muttered internally. Michael noticed the reaction and chuckled. You understand your place. That's good. Jinhyuk lifted his head, unfazed. You're trying to escape the tower using the phoenix feather. Michael's eyes gleamed with interest. So you figured that out too? And you think I helped Alice escape? Jinhyuk added casually, as if discussing something trivial. The vampire's smile widened. There's no point pretending. His voice dropped slightly. Tell me where she is, and you might live. Jinhyuk sighed, almost bored. Why does everyone want to eat me lately? At the mention of blood, Michael smirked. Oilia was quite fond of yours. Jinhyuk raised a hand dismissively. I'll pass. Then his eyes sharpened. Instead, why don't you explain something? Why are you so desperate to leave this place? For a split second. Silence. Then the ground trembled. Magic circles ignited across the snow, glowing crimson. Symbols formed in the air like bleeding wounds in reality itself. The temperature dropped further, yet the atmosphere felt suffocatingly dense. Michael spread his arms slightly. You want to know? The snow beneath them darkened. Liquid, thick, red, began to seep outward, forming pools that pulsed like living things. The blood rose. Twisting. Expanding. Shaping. From it, grotesque figures began to emerge, bodies stitched from coagulated blood, their forms unstable yet terrifyingly solid. Blood constructs, Michael said calmly. We call them golems. The creatures took their first steps, their bodies dripping and reforming endlessly. Before, finding victims was easy. Humans came to us on their own. His smile sharpened. But now, things have changed. More of the creatures formed, surrounding the battlefield. That's why we need the phoenix feather. Jinhyuk's expression darkened. To send them outside the tower. Michael's voice carried a chilling certainty. And harvest as much human blood as we want. The air grew heavier. We'll keep creating them, until we have an army strong enough to conquer everything. Jinhyuk tightened his grip on his blade. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was expansion. Invasion. Something entirely new. So that's your plan, he muttered. He had seen a lot inside the tower, but this was different. Dangerous in a way that could spill far beyond these floors. Michael raised his hand slightly. Bring me the phoenix feather. At his command, the blood golem surged forward. Jinhyuk stepped ahead, blade gleaming in the dim light. They're ugly, he said flatly. Then his voice hardened. But not a problem. Behind him, his allies clashed with machines and enemies alike, the battlefield erupting into chaos. Jinhyuk didn't move back. I'm not letting you take it. Michael tilted his head slightly, amused. Then show me. A faint blue aura began to wrap around his body, pulsing with overwhelming power. And tell me. His eyes locked onto Jinhyuk. What exactly were you hiding in that forest? A violent shockwave tore across the battlefield, ripping through the snow like a blade. The system notification flashed instantly, daylight had been activated. Jinhyuk planted his feet and raised his magic blade, angling it toward Michael. Take a good look, he said. The ground between them had been carved open, a deep scar stretching across the tundra. Steam rose from the impact zone, and from within the fading white mist, a blood golem began to reform, its arms stretching outward, swelling grotesquely as it regenerated behind its master. Michael watched with a cruel grin. "Soon," he said, voice dripping with confidence, "you'll be begging me to kill you." Hun exhaled slowly, steadying himself. Behind him, Yuri had climbed onto his back, anchoring herself as the system activated unshakable spirit, fatigue suppressed, stamina locked for the next 20 minutes. But the pressure didn't ease. Above them, shadows shifted. And then something massive dropped from the sky. Anubis. The creature struck without warning, its presence alone enough to shake the ground. One of the team members stared upward, stunned. There was no mention of this many enemies. Nearby, the informant scanned rapidly through her interface, tension rising. "How's your side holding up?" A mage stepped forward, fire gathering between his palms. His expression hardened, then twisted into a grin. "Heh, it's been a while since I've fought like this." Flames burst outward, multiple projectiles streaking into the advancing monsters. "Feels like I've gotten younger." Another voice cut in, sharp and focused. "He's enjoying himself, but we're running out of time." Yuri frowned, glancing toward Hun. "Can you move faster? You won't last like this." A response came instantly, strained but determined. "Not unless I want to mess it up? I need a little more time." The battlefield grew chaotic. Teresa pushed forward alone, her blade flashing as waves of monsters closed in. Evil spirits lunged at her from all directions, but a single burst of light erased them instantly. She dropped to one knee, breathing hard. "We can't let them break through." Above her, more undead gathered, forming an overwhelming mass. At that exact moment, Jinhyuk moved. A blur. Blood energy spiraled around Michael's hand as he prepared another strike, but Jinhyuk slipped past it, weaving through attacks with precise, minimal movement. Then the ground itself betrayed him. A monstrous limb erupted upward, followed by several more, enclosing him in a crushing grip. The undead hand slammed shut. A split second later. Explosion. Light burst outward, shattering the trap completely. Jinhyuk stood at the center, wrapped in a radiant aura as the system confirmed, Star's blessing activated. Even Michael paused, surprised. Divine power? He barely had time to react before Jinhyuk's leg appeared in his field of vision. A direct strike. The impact forced the high vampire back, his expression shifting for the first time. "You're not normal." Jinhyuk didn't respond. He simply adjusted his grip on the strange dagger in his hand, eyes sharp. The attack hadn't done real damage, but it proved something. He could reach him. Nearby, Oilia pressed a hand to her chest, her tone urgent. "We end this now." Michael's expression hardened. He glanced at her, then nodded. Together. Weapons were drawn. Killing intent thickened the air. Jinhyuk smirked slightly. 3 against 1? That's low. Michael laughed. "And yet you're smiling." His voice dropped again. "One last chance. Tell me where Alice is." Jinhyuk raised his hand lazily. "I already told you. I don't know." A sudden strike came from behind, a blood-formed limb aiming straight for him. Jinhyuk sliced it apart without turning. His gaze turned cold. "How many times do I have to repeat it?" The next instant, a heavy force slammed into him. A magic-enhanced punch sent him skidding across the snow, tearing through the ground before he came to a stop. Michael stood over him, fangs bared. "Then I'll beat it out of you." The assault intensified. Blow after blow collided with Jinhyuk's defenses as he countered with sharp, efficient strikes. The battlefield trembled under their clash. Then, a voice rang out. "It's ready." A glowing purple line spread across the snow, forming intricate patterns. The vampires froze for a fraction of a second, confusion flashing across their faces. A massive blue seal ignited. System alert, 4-star barrier, shackles of reality activated. The entire battlefield locked down. "When did he set this up?" someone muttered. Jinhyuk stood, chains of mana forming in his hand. "You've been talking about Alice this whole time." His voice carried a quiet edge. "So I figured you missed her." Mana surged, transferring directly into Graham's ring. A dark silhouette appeared. Then, footsteps. The air shifted. Alice. Dark power coiled around her as she stepped forward, her presence alone distorting the space. The system immediately reacted, restrictions weakening, her output increasing by 20%. The battlefield fell silent for a fraction of a second. Oilia's face tightened, sweat forming along her brow. How does she still have this much power? Alice's expression twisted with fury. "I lost everything, trapped in that endless darkness." Her voice dropped into something colder. "You'll repay it." Traitors. Power exploded outward. A massive construct formed above her, then detonated, wiping out a wave of enemies in a single blast. Jin-hyuk didn't waste time. He turned toward Yunak. Your turn. Yunak frowned immediately. Why me? Because I need you. That was enough. The captain straightened, listening as Jin-hyuk gave rapid instructions. Find the magic crystals. They're the core of Caracal's system, we don't have long. Caracal stepped forward, gripping his weapon. Move. His hammer shimmered as a buff activated, transparency enhancing both speed and power. With one swing, he shattered a group of enemies, clearing a path. These things won't guard the crystals, he said. I know where to look. Yunak clicked his tongue but followed anyway. Unbelievable. I'm a vice captain, not your assistant. You'll live longer this way, Caracal replied bluntly. The troll carried him effortlessly, pushing through the battlefield. I won't let the only one who can contact Jin-hyuk die. Ahead, more enemies gathered. Back at the main front, Alice rose into the air. Blood energy gathered into a sphere around her, pulsing violently. She extended her hand, and a massive blade of condensed blood formed instantly. The monsters hesitated. Then everything exploded. The battlefield lit up in crimson and fire as her attack tore through the enemy ranks, leaving nothing but shattered remains behind. Smoke rolled across the battlefield in suffocating waves, swallowing everything in a gray haze. One of the fighters choked, eyes wide, demanding to know what had just happened, while a girl nearby shouted that the blast was strong enough to sweep them away. The swordsman's grip tightened around the tree trunk he was clinging to, sweat streaming down his face as the ground trembled beneath him. That explosion, it came from Jin-hyuk's side. When the smoke thinned, the scale of destruction revealed itself. Massive boulders had been ripped from the earth, and in the distance, a crater gaped open like a wound in the land. Someone whispered in disbelief that a single strike had wiped out most of the ghostlers. Hovering above the devastation, Michael raised his hand slowly, almost impressed. Nearby, Jin-hyuk extended 2 fingers toward Alice, his tone calm but decisive. He told her to handle Michael, he would clean up everything else and join her afterward. Alice landed lightly, narrowing her eyes. She questioned whether he truly believed he couldn't defeat them alone. Jin-hyuk shook his head, a faint smile forming. It wasn't about ability. It was about balance. About not carrying everything alone. For a brief moment, Alice seemed caught off guard. Jin-hyuk slipped his hands into his pockets again, his expression sharpening. He told her he'd explain everything later. She exhaled, half annoyed, half curious, muttering that he had a habit of leaving things unsaid. Then, something changed. A distorted yellow sigil flickered into existence, crossing itself out mid-air. The system confirmed it. Jin-hyuk raised a single finger. I'll handle them. Across from him, Michael's lips curled into a knowing smirk. He lifted his hand slightly, addressing Alice instead, almost mockingly. It had been a long time since anyone had seen the former ruler of Ataraxia. How had she been? That was enough. Alice's expression snapped. Her teeth clenched as fury surged through her. She launched forward without hesitation, shouting at him not to dare speak her name. Magic lines ignited across the battlefield, followed instantly by another violent explosion. From within the chaos, monstrous limbs burst outward, writhing unnaturally. Michael's voice echoed coldly, she should never have left the tower. He went further, his words cutting deeper. He claimed she was a shadow of what she once was, that the strongest being in existence had become weak, limited, insignificant. Alice's jaw trembled with rage. She fired back instantly, unleashing a torrent of power. A blood explosion erupted from her core, tearing through the battlefield in a violent surge. The air itself seemed to rupture under the pressure. Yet even then, Michael didn't flinch. Through the crimson haze, his eyes glowed brighter. He spoke of balance, mocking her for protecting a world he deemed worthless. With power like hers, he said, she could achieve far more, if she abandoned such pointless ideals. Then his body twisted. Grotesque limbs erupted from his back, stretching and expanding as if reality itself rejected their existence. My turn. Alice snarled in response, her fury peaking. Elsewhere, Jin-hyuk stepped forward, placing himself between the enemy vampires and his allies. Weapons were drawn immediately. This time, they said, things would end differently. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes briefly, almost amused. So, you're admitting you failed before? Leorda responded coldly, they had kept him alive only for information. Now that Alice was here, there was no longer any reason to let him live. Jin-hyuk's smile sharpened. Are you sure about that? A dark energy began to gather around him as he revealed something far more dangerous. Everything they had seen from him so far had only been a fraction of his true power. The system confirmed it. His technique had reached its final phase. Without hesitation, he dragged the blade across his own palm. Blood dripped down as a radiant aura erupted around him. This wasn't recklessness, it was preparation. Everything he endured, every insult he tolerated, it had all been for this moment. Mana absorption. A forbidden ability, one typically exclusive to vampires. But Jinhyuk had done the impossible, he fused it with divine power. The battlefield shifted instantly. Every strike he landed drained life, siphoning mana directly into his body. His presence grew heavier, darker, more overwhelming with every second. Oilia's face paled as she realized what she was witnessing. That's a vampire ability. And he merged it, Leorda added in disbelief. Jinhyuk moved. Blindingly fast. He cut through one opponent in a single motion, not even slowing down. The energy he absorbed pulsed through him, feeding his strength, refining his control. He explained casually, he had discovered this hidden parameter after testing over 60,000 variations. This wasn't talent. This was obsession. Dark aura coiled around him as another skill activated, Steps of the Demonic Sword King. Each movement became sharper, faster, deadlier. Leorda shouted to his allies, it was time to act. They lunged together. But Jinhyuk was already ahead. He dodged, countered, adapted in real time, analyzing everything. Even as he fought, his thoughts remained focused, Alice wouldn't be able to hold Michael forever. He needed to finish this quickly. He raised his hand slightly. If you tell me what I want to know, I might let you live. They hesitated. Too late. In a single flash, one of them lost his head. Jinhyuk turned his attention to Oilia, his expression cold, controlled. Sweat ran down her face as she realized there was no escape. Meanwhile, Michael's crimson mask twisted into a savage grin as he thrust both hands forward. Scarlet energy exploded from his fingertips like chains shot from a cannon. In an instant, the blazing force wrapped around Alice's body, locking her in place before slamming her into the frozen earth hard enough to shatter the ground beneath her. The snow-covered battlefield trembled. Chunks of ice and stone blasted into the air while Alice was thrown upward, red energy snapping around her like living lightning. She grit her teeth, panic creeping into her eyes as she felt her mana draining faster and faster. Above her, Michael slowly raised both arms. Gigantic crimson hands formed in the sky behind him, each one large enough to crush a building. Their fingers curled into fists as murderous energy gathered around them. Then he smiled. The explosion that followed thundered through the forest. Shockwaves tore across the snowy pines, ripping branches apart and throwing dirt and ice into the air. Endless red monsters flooded the mountain road below like a living tide. The system window flashed repeatedly. White Beast activated. Far below the chaos, Caracal swung his massive weapon with brutal force, smashing creatures apart as he carved a path through the swarm. Between collapsing monsters and black-robed enemies, he finally spotted it. A massive crystal of ice. Two glowing crimson magic circles rotated around it like restraints. Caracal's eyes sharpened immediately. That crystal is the core, he growled. Destroy it, and we end this war. Turning toward Yunak, who stood balanced in the giant troll's palm, he asked calmly. Can you reach it if I clear the way? Yunak nearly choked. You want me to run through that? Thousands of monsters surrounded the crystal, shrieking and clawing over each other while the crimson stone pulsed like a living heart. Caracal snorted. I've got a family waiting for me after this. You, he asked while crushing a monster beneath his heel. You said you wanted fame. Women. A better life. Yunak stared at him like the troll had lost his mind. What kind of inspirational speech is that? The monsters swarmed over Caracal's body, tearing at him with claws and teeth, but the giant kept moving forward through the snow as if the creatures weighed nothing. Life's simpler than you think, he muttered. With one violent stomp, he launched dozens of red creatures into the air. Just do what you can right now. Something about those words hit Yunak harder than the battlefield itself. The young man shut his eyes tightly and screamed as Caracal drove forward through the horde like a living battering ram. That, Yunak shouted, gripping the troll's fingers, that's the creed of a real man. Caracal laughed loudly and thrust his fist forward. Monsters exploded aside as he bulldozed through the swarm. Then the troll suddenly opened his hand. Go! Yunak launched himself into the battlefield. The red creatures instantly lunged at him from every direction. He sprinted through the snow, breathing hard as memories flashed through his mind. The ceremony. The sword. The congratulations welcoming him as the second captain of the Tang Gun Guild. Money. Fame. Expensive cars. Women. Back then, it had sounded perfect. Now, gripping that same sword in the middle of a battlefield soaked in blood, Yunak finally understood something. A title meant nothing if you couldn't protect anyone. His eyes narrowed. What can I actually do, right now? The crystal loomed directly ahead. Black-robed enemies rushed toward him, but Yunak roared and swung his blade with everything he had. The sword split the ice clean in half. Crack! The massive crystal shattered into countless fragments. Immediately, system messages erupted across the battlefield. Source of blood port mana destroyed. The crimson magic circles froze. Then they began to collapse. The enormous seal hanging above the battlefield flickered before slowly fading away. Every enemy stopped in shock. Teresa stared upward with wide eyes before breaking into a relieved smile. The magic circle's gone. Nearby, Yuri nearly bounced with excitement while clinging to Hen's shoulders. We did it. Even Jinhyuk smirked as he watched the seal disappear into the sky. They had succeeded. Meanwhile, beneath freezing water near the battlefield's edge, Oilia gasped violently as Jinhyuk held her upside down by the leg. The vampire thrashed helplessly while bubbles escaped her mouth. My arm's about to fall off, Jinhyuk muttered dryly. How long are you planning to stay stubborn? Vampires. Even during interrogations, they complain like overworked office employees. He yanked her from the water again. Coughing and screaming, Oilia finally broke. The 29th floor, she shouted desperately. That's where they're headed. Jinhyuk's expression darkened. The Empire's territory. Shivering violently, Oilia continued. Michael said he wants Bamung. That's all I know. At the name, Jinhyuk immediately understood. Bamung. The legendary dragon-slaying sword. A weapon powerful enough to kill the dragon guarding the 48th floor. So that's your real objective? He tossed Oilia into the snow. The system window appeared. Mark of Sorrow activated. Jinhyuk grabbed her collar and pulled her close. Choose, he said coldly. Life or death? Tears streamed down Oilia's face. What kind of stupid question is that? I want to live. A blue seal burned itself onto her neck. Opponent consent confirmed. Mark of Sorrow successfully applied. Jinhyuk released her and turned away casually. Good, he said. I look forward to working together. Oilia clutched the mark on her neck, trembling. Far above them, Alice screamed in pain as enormous crimson energy crushed her skull from every side. Michael stood in the air with one hand extended while a gigantic red spectral arm mirrored his movement. I hope you enjoyed your little escape, he said calmly. He raised an amulet before her eyes. It's time to come back. The crimson hand tightened. Then suddenly, shing! A single slash split the giant arm apart. Michael froze. His indestructible Vistia, a weapon that had endured even Alice's attacks, had been cut clean through. Jinhyuk appeared beneath the falling Alice and caught her carefully before lowering her onto the snow. Alice smiled weakly the moment she saw him. You did well, he told her quietly. Rest for now. Her eyes slowly closed. Dark energy swirled around Jinhyuk as dozens of glowing swords materialized behind him. Your opponent now, he said while staring at Michael, is me. The system flashed again. Remaining soul essence duration, 29 to 54. Michael extended his arm violently, summoning another gigantic crimson hand from the sky. Jinhyuk crossed two swords in front of him. Boom! The impact shook the valley. Sword graveyard activated. Status windows layered endlessly over one another. 0.3 spirit gained through soul absorption. Alice watched in stunned silence from the ground. Had he always been this strong? No. He had changed. While they were apart, Jinhyuk had continued growing into something terrifying. High above the battlefield, Michael floated in the air while giant blood-red arms emerged from behind his back like demonic wings. You annoying insect, he snarled. Then he swung his arm down. A colossal crimson fist crashed toward Jinhyuk like a falling meteor. The gigantic crimson fist crashed into the mountain with catastrophic force. The ground shattered instantly. Snow, stone, and frozen earth exploded outward while a deafening roar echoed across the valley. Dust surged into the sky in massive waves, swallowing everything in sight. Then, suddenly, purple energy wrapped itself around the giant hand. Cracks spread across the blood-red construct before it completely disintegrated into glowing fragments. Michael's masked face stiffened in shock. What? Before he could react, Jinhyuk flashed through the smoke like a phantom. A streak of violet light trailed behind him as he cut straight past the vampire lord in one smooth motion. Michael slowly turned his head. The air behind him rippled. Jinhyuk stood several meters away with his sword lowered, purple mana still flowing around the blade. The vampire immediately understood. Mana barrier. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue quietly. Even with sword graveyard and soul absorption active, the difference in mana between them was still absurd. At this rate, draining Michael completely would take forever. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yunak hacked his way through waves of monsters with reckless determination. He drove his blade into the neck of the gigantic blood construct behind him. The monster shrieked violently. His broken sword flashed again and again as he forced himself forward through the sea of red creatures. One monster leapt toward his blind spot. Boom! Yonghua appeared instantly and crushed the creature with a single punch. Her eyes drifted toward Yunak. Standing near the edge of the cliff, I'm seriously sick of being dragged around by Jinhyuk like one of his pawns. The young man stood surrounded by corpses, breathing heavily while gripping his battered sword. Yusung stared at him in disbelief. That idiot, did all this alone? He hadn't expected much from Yunak before, but seeing dozens of defeated monsters piled around him forced him to reconsider. The fool was stronger than he looked. Suddenly Yunak pointed frantically toward the snowfield nearby. Chief Caracal. The giant troll lay collapsed in the snow, covered in wounds. He protected me. Yunak shouted desperately. Please save him. Teresa immediately slid down the slope without hesitation. I'm on it. She rushed to Caracal's side and climbed onto the troll's massive arm before placing both hands against his chest. A bright holy light erupted around her. Sacred healing activated. Golden radiance illuminated Teresa's exhausted face as divine energy flowed into the troll's battered body. Sweat rolled down her forehead while she concentrated with everything she had. Finally, she exhaled weakly. He's stable now, his life isn't in danger anymore. Yusung blinked in surprise. Yunak immediately leaned closer. Chief, can you hear me? Before anyone could say another word, Teresa suddenly collapsed face first into the snow. Teresa! Yusung rushed forward and wrapped her in blankets to preserve her body heat. Leaning against a nearby tree, he stared at her unconscious face and realized how far beyond her limits she had pushed herself. Then he remembered Jinhyuk's warning. Do not come after me under any circumstances. The memory replayed clearly in his head. Take the wounded and retreat to the designated point once you're done. Yusung clenched his jaw and looked toward the distant battlefield. Whatever Jinhyuk was fighting right now, it had already pushed everyone here to their absolute limit. Back at the center of the valley, Jinhyuk's eyes suddenly glowed crimson. Greedy gaze activated. System windows rapidly filled his vision. Luck stat applied. Adaptation stat applied. Michael paused slightly as Jinhyuk stared directly at him. For the first time, detailed information appeared before the protagonist. Name, Michael. Race, High Vampire. Affiliation, Hunting Dog of the Decus family. Title, Black Wings. Most of his stats remained completely unreadable. Strength, unknown. Agility, unknown. Mana, unknown. Even his skill levels were hidden. Bloodline. Moon Hiding Claws. Mana Barrier. Mana Drain. Unknown. 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 Then another line appeared. Copy condition. If the player survives battle against this target, one skill may be copied. Jinhyuk almost laughed. At least you bothered showing the miserable requirements. Michael noticed the grin immediately. You really are entertaining. Dark red energy exploded around him. Moon Hiding Claws activated. The giant crimson arm behind the vampire extended razor-sharp claws toward Jinhyuk. Michael smirked coldly. Let's see how long you keep smiling. With a violent swing of his arm, dozens of crimson slashes ripped through the air toward the protagonist. Sword Graveyard activated. Jinhyuk cut through them instantly. Michael was already in front of him. One by one, the vampire whispered with a cruel smile, I'll rip every tooth from your mouth. Jinhyuk released the hilts of his swords. The weapons instantly transformed into a massive bow glowing with magical energy. 3 arrows appeared on the string. Still feeling confident? He asked calmly. Magic red shot activated. Boom! All 3 arrows exploded directly against Michael's face in blinding flashes of light. Jinhyuk immediately leapt backward. When the smoke cleared, a thin line of blood ran down the vampire's cheek. Michael slowly touched the wound. You've hidden quite a few tricks. His grin widened unnaturally. Though calling them tricks feels generous. This is childish. Suddenly, the entire battlefield darkened. A horrifying pressure descended from the sky. World-destroying hellfire activated. Massive black wings burst from Michael's back as crimson light consumed the entire valley. Alice's eyes widened instantly. No way. She stretched her arm toward Jinhyuk. Run, she screamed. If that attack hits you, you'll die. But Jinhyuk didn't move. Instead, he smiled. I need to survive the hit. Alice looked horrified. What are you even saying? Move. A massive shield of divine energy materialized before her. Perseus' shield activated. Jinhyuk glanced back calmly. Just watch. Behind him, endless red energy surged into the heavens like a volcanic eruption. Alice screamed his name. Red lightning exploded across the battlefield while Michael threw his head back and roared, revealing rows of monstrous fangs. The frozen earth cracked apart beneath him. Then hellfire descended. A gigantic pillar of crimson flames erupted into the sky, vaporizing snow and launching debris everywhere. The sheer heat distorted the air itself. Alice shut her eyes tightly and braced behind the shield as the inferno swallowed the battlefield whole. Alice. Her voice vanished beneath the roar of collapsing earth. Rivers of crimson fire poured through the cracks, splitting the battlefield apart. The frozen ground around Michael crumbled into burning ravines, red light glowing beneath the shattered earth like the mouth of hell itself. Michael stood at the center of the destruction, breathing heavily. Even for him, that attack had consumed an absurd amount of mana. He lowered his gaze toward the ruined battlefield and spoke coldly. "Consider this an honor." The air trembled around him. "This is the first time I've used my full power against a human." Alice stared at him in disbelief, one hand raised defensively in front of her. Then Michael turned toward her slowly. "Well," he said casually, "since your little mage is gone, shall we continue?" Alice's eyes widened. Then suddenly, she smiled. Michael froze. A strange chill crawled down his spine. He looked upward. Jinhyuk was hovering above him. Sword raised. Alive. For the first time since the battle began, genuine confusion appeared on Michael's face. "How?" Crimson flames spiraled wildly beneath Jinhyuk while chunks of stone floated upward from the overwhelming pressure radiating off his body. Golden light engulfed him completely. Invulnerability activated. System warnings flashed repeatedly. This skill defies natural laws. Mana consumption drastically increased. Jinhyuk dropped toward the battlefield again, landing lightly before Michael. "You have no idea," he said with a grin, "how valuable even 1 second is to someone like me." His weapon transformed once more into a massive bow glowing with mana. During that single second, he had already calculated everything. Michael bared his fangs in irritation. Jinhyuk calmly drew the string back. "In the time you waste talking," he said, "I can turn you into minced meat." His smile widened slightly. "After I drain every last drop of your mana first." Michael suddenly stiffened. The weapon touching his neck was absorbing energy directly from him. Then, warning, mana insufficient. A violent explosion erupted between them. Blue energy surged skyward as the system notification appeared. Mana barrier cancelled. Michael's eyes widened. Jinhyuk moved instantly. The blade pierced straight through the vampire's head and drove him backward across the battlefield. Michael crashed into the snow, snarling in disbelief. "How are you alive?" Hellfire should have erased him completely. Yet Jinhyuk stood there untouched, eyes burning with excitement. The vampire caught the protagonist's weapon mid-swing, his arm trembling from exhaustion. "I admit it," Michael hissed through clenched teeth. "You caught me off guard." His breathing had become uneven now. "I didn't expect all my mana to disappear." Jinhyuk's grin sharpened. Michael violently knocked the bow aside before driving a kick toward his chest. "You really thought," he roared, "that I'd lose to someone like you?" Jinhyuk barely blocked in time. The impact launched him backward across the snow for dozens of meters. Frozen earth exploded beneath him as Michael shot forward through the air on massive black wings. His fist rose again. But suddenly Alice appeared between them. Boom! Her palm collided directly against Michael's strike. The shockwave scattered snow across the valley. Michael stared at her in fury. "You!" Alice shoved him backward with all her remaining strength. "What, you idiot?" she snapped. "Did you seriously think I'd just stand there and watch?" Michael skidded through the snow before dropping to one knee, glaring at her with bloodlust burning behind the mask. "You wounded me." Alice ignored him and immediately turned toward Jinhyuk. Her expression tightened the moment she saw his condition. His mana was nearly gone. "You're running out," she whispered. Jinhyuk brushed snow from his shoulder casually. "I'm fine." Complete lie, obviously. Humans loved saying, "I'm fine," while actively dying. One of civilization's stranger habits. His breathing had already become rough. In reality, he wasn't just protecting himself anymore. He was protecting Alice too. And worse. The timer was closing in. Remaining soul essence duration, 1131. Once the essence disappeared, their chances of victory would collapse with it. Far away from the battlefield, 6 figures sat around a long black table inside a dark chamber. A floating magic sphere hovered above the center, displaying the battle in real time. The room remained silent for several seconds as they watched Jinhyuk clash against Michael. One of them finally spoke. He forced Michael to use Hellfire. Another narrowed their eyes. At this rate, Michael may actually lose. The atmosphere immediately grew colder. A man in black robes folded his hands calmly. "We cannot afford to lose Alice after coming this far." Someone beside him frowned. Interfering directly with the lower floors could become dangerous. The figure seated at the head of the table finally spoke. "After spending this many resources," he said coldly, "doing nothing is no longer an option." The battlefield had already collapsed into chaos. Snowstorms of ash and blood swirled through the frozen air while shattered earth cracked beneath every collision. In the center of it all, Alice caught Michael's wrist mid-strike. crimson energy exploded around them as the higher vampire roared in fury. "Why are you standing with humans?" His voice shook the mountain itself. For the first time since the battle began, emotion leaked through his monstrous arrogance. Tears gathered at the corners of his eyes as he shouted that even after Alice lost her throne, he had still respected her. He called her actions betrayal. Betrayal of her own kind. Betrayal of the vampires who once served beneath her. Alice's expression darkened instantly. The air around her trembled. "Betrayal," she snapped. Before Michael could react, she grabbed him violently by the front of his cloak and pulled him close enough for their foreheads to nearly touch. "You dare talk about betrayal?" Her crimson eyes burned with hatred. "You were the ones who betrayed me." The pressure pouring from her body became suffocating. Snow lifted from the ground and spun around them like a storm. "And I'm not fighting for humanity," she hissed. "I only stand beside my contractor." Somewhere above them, Jin-hyuk pushed off the shattered ground. The instant Alice finished speaking, he descended from the sky like a missile. Boom! His kick smashed directly into Michael's side, launching the vampire through layers of snow and broken stone. The impact carved a massive trench across the battlefield. Jin-hyuk landed beside Alice without even looking at her properly. "Bloody spear," he said calmly. "Can you still use it?" Alice frowned. Her mana reserves were nearly dry after everything she had endured. "Can you handle the backlash?" Alice raised one hand. Dark crimson mana condensed instantly, forming a gigantic spear made entirely from blood and hatred. The weapon pulsed like a living heart. Then she vanished. A sonic boom exploded behind her as she shot into the sky above Michael. The vampire looked up just in time to see the spear descending. He blocked it with his bare hand. Blood splattered across the snow. Alice appeared directly in front of him midair, eyes blazing. "I know they're watching through your eyes." Michael smirked despite the wound. "You learn quickly." For a split second, Alice saw them again. The figures hidden beyond the tower. The monsters sitting in silence behind magic spheres. The people responsible for her imprisonment. Her body trembled with rage. "Remember this," she growled. "I will kill every last one of you." Michael laughed and began pulling the bloody spear out of his chest. "You don't have enough strength left," he mocked. "It didn't even pierce my heart." Then another voice answered from behind him. "Good thing I'm here." Michael's eyes widened. Jin-hyuk appeared instantly beside the spear. With brutal force, he slammed his shield forward. Crunch. The blood spear drove completely through Michael's chest. The vampire coughed blood violently as the weapon erupted out from his back. A massive hole opened through his torso. At the same moment, system windows exploded across Jin-hyuk's vision. Skill copy conditions fulfilled. Skill acquired. Claws that conceal the moon. Michael staggered backward. His body began dissolving into crimson particles as if the world itself was erasing him. The arrogant higher vampire slowly dropped to his knees, disbelief frozen on his face. Meanwhile, notifications flooded endlessly before Jin-hyuk's eyes. Level increased. Level increased. Blood portal destroyed. Experience gained. And then, after acting invincible for far too long, his body finally remembered it was human. His legs gave out instantly. "Easy," he muttered weakly before collapsing sideways. A second later, his head landed on Alice's lap. The battlefield finally fell silent. Alice looked down at him quietly while snow drifted around them. Then, very gently, she brushed the hair away from his forehead. "Thanks to you," she whispered, "I finally had my revenge." A faint smile appeared on her lips. Small. Honest. Rare. "For a long time, I didn't trust you." Her fingers paused against his hair. "I couldn't understand why someone like you would help me." Jin-hyuk was too exhausted to answer properly. His vision blurred in and out while the cold wind swept across the ruined battlefield. Alice lowered her gaze. "But now," she said softly, "I understand." A warm light suddenly spread around them. Far away, inside a hidden conference chamber, chairs scraped violently across the floor. Several cloaked figures stared at the shattered image inside a floating magic sphere. "The royal guard lost?" one of them shouted in disbelief. "To a mere human?" Another figure clenched his fists. "The blood portal has been destroyed. Gathering forces against the Empire will become far more difficult now." Cracks spread across the stone table as the leader tapped his finger against it slowly. "Stop panicking," he said coldly. Scarlet light reflected inside his eyes as he stared at Jin-hyuk's unconscious body through the sphere. "We haven't lost everything." His fingers pressed against the crystal surface. "Most importantly, we found Alice." The room fell silent. And somewhere far away, something monstrous had just started paying attention to Jin-hyuk. Later, Jin-hyuk slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Teresa leaning over him with visible relief. "He's awake." Voices erupted everywhere around him. His companions immediately crowded closer while exhaustion and concern spread across their faces. Jinhyuk instinctively tried to sit up, only to realize his head had apparently been resting on someone's lap the entire time. Teresa turned red instantly and looked away. "We went searching because you didn't come back," she explained awkwardly. "Then we found you unconscious and brought you here." She smiled faintly before glancing toward the distant battlefield. "When we arrived, there were only vampire corpses left." Her eyes narrowed with curiosity. What exactly happened out there? Jinhyuk quietly slipped a hand beneath his coat and touched the magic ring hidden underneath the fabric. For a brief moment, his expression turned unreadable. The memories of the battle with Michael still lingered in his body like poison. Every muscle screamed from exhaustion, and the remaining mana inside him felt dangerously thin. But when he turned back toward his companions, that look vanished completely. A lazy grin spread across his face instead. "Everything's fine." The blatant lie came out so naturally it was almost offensive. Humans really will drag themselves back from death itself just to avoid admitting they're injured. Ridiculous species. Jinhyuk glanced around at everyone gathered there. Their armor was torn, faces pale, bodies covered in blood and frostbite, yet they were all still standing. "You all worked hard," he said loudly. For a second, silence settled over the group. Then Jinhyuk ruined the emotional atmosphere immediately. "I'm starving," he announced. "Let's eat first." Meanwhile, elsewhere on the floor, the members of the China Guild were still locked in brutal combat against the demonic tribes. Steel clashed. Magic exploded. Snow stained red beneath fallen bodies. Then suddenly, a fist shot into the air. "Stop!" The roar echoed across the battlefield hard enough to freeze both sides mid-attack. Gunnan stepped forward furiously and pointed toward the opposing forces. "Why are we even fighting them?" he shouted. "Just because Jinhyuk told us to?" Across from him, Lancelot lowered the spell forming in his hand and stared in confusion. "What nonsense are you talking about? You people were preparing to raid them first. That's why we followed Jinhyuk's plan." The battlefield suddenly became awkwardly quiet. Several guild members slowly looked at each other. Then realization hit. "Wait," Lancelot muttered. "You weren't on Jinhyuk's side?" Veins bulged across Gunnan's forehead instantly. He looked like a man discovering he'd nearly died because of the world's dumbest misunderstanding. "Retreat," he roared immediately. Everyone stop fighting and pull back. Weapons lowered one after another while both sides exchanged confused, irritated looks. Hours of bloodshed, panic, and near death. All because communication apparently remained humanity's greatest weakness. Incredible civilization you people built. Hidden nearby behind a snow-covered tree, Oilia watched the scene unfold with disbelief. So these idiots were wasting time killing each other? She pressed a hand against the glowing mark branded onto her neck and grimaced. "At least I survived." But the moment she thought about the brand, burning pain immediately surged through her body again. Her expression twisted. "What the hell am I supposed to do with this cursed thing?" Then a familiar voice drifted out from the bushes. "Hard to accept, isn't it?" Oilia's eyes widened. A woman slowly stepped out from the shadows. Melina smiled casually while brushing snow off her sleeves. "You?" Oilia instantly pointed at her in outrage. "Why are you here?" Melina pointed back at her with equal energy and burst out laughing. "You're unbelievably arrogant." Though I guess that came from him too. Oilia's eye twitched violently. A crimson sword materialized instantly in her hand. "Are you mocking me?" Before she could move, however, a giant warning symbol flashed in the air between them. "Warning. Battles between branded servants are prohibited. The brand of sorrow has activated." The marks on Oilia's neck and Melina's face suddenly ignited with blinding light. Their screams echoed through the forest as pain surged directly into their nerves. Apparently Jinhyuk's contracts came with customer service from hell. Efficient, though. Elsewhere, Jinhyuk casually examined the reward he had obtained from the battle. A brilliant phoenix feather rested in his palm, radiating warm golden light despite the freezing environment around it. System information. Phoenix feather. Cold resistance plus 500%. Can be combined with special materials to create enhanced equipment. Jinhyuk smirked and tossed it into his inventory. With this, he muttered, the 7th floor's going to be easier than stealing candy from a child. Then his stomach growled. Food first. Minutes later, an enormous banquet table overflowed with roasted meat, soup, bread, fruit, and alcohol while exhausted survivors practically inhaled everything in sight. "I've never eaten anything this good before," one of the guild members said with tears in his eyes. Trauma really does improve appreciation for basic soup. A massive shadow suddenly loomed over the table. Caracal approached slowly before raising a giant fist against his chest. My people survive because of you, he said solemnly. I don't know how to repay this debt. Immediately, a new system notification appeared before Jinhyuk. Recognition acquired. Caracal, chieftain of the Iceblade tribe. Copy conditions fulfilled. Skill available. White Beast. Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed. The skill description unfolded before him. White Beast. Increases attack speed by 15% for 5 minutes. Applies transparency enhancement to weapons and equipment. Effects strengthen depending on skill level. Useful. Very useful. Jinhyuk closed the screen and leaned back lazily. No need to thank me, he said. I didn't help you for free. The entire table went silent. Jinhyuk calmly raised one finger. You'll deliver me 500 magic crystals every month. Leave them near the entrance to this floor. Caracal froze. His mouth literally dropped open. Nearby, Yusung overheard the conversation and slowly closed his eyes. You really are a devil, he muttered. I regret choosing you as a rival. Jinhyuk glanced sideways at him. You're saying that while eating my food. Yusung immediately slammed his hands on the table. I'm eating because my blood pressure rises every time I remember the nonsense you forced me to do. Jinhyuk pointed at him lazily. We can solve that easily. Yusung narrowed his eyes suspiciously. How? A dangerous grin spread across Jinhyuk's face. How about a bet? He looked meaningfully toward the nearly empty table. There's not much food left. Jinhyuk suddenly leaned back in his chair and flashed a dangerously confident grin. The rules are simple, he announced. Whoever catches the biggest fish wins. Everyone at the table glanced toward him suspiciously. That expression alone usually meant someone's dignity was about to suffer irreversible damage. Jinhyuk pointed lazily across the frozen lake. And the loser records a video calling the winner Lord and posts it publicly. Silence. Then Young exploded out of his seat like a triggered landmine. You're dead. Without hesitation, he smashed through the frozen lake with his bare fists. Ice shattered everywhere as freezing water erupted upward. Rip. He tore off his upper clothes dramatically, grabbed his sword between his teeth, and dove straight into the water like a man charging into battle for the fate of civilization itself. His eyes burned with determination. Victory would be his. He would never retreat. He would prove once and for all that Jinhyuk wasn't superior to him. Unfortunately, reality remained deeply committed to humiliating him. Because there were no fish beneath the ice. Only gigantic nightmare monsters. The lake suddenly began boiling violently as enormous shadows moved underneath the surface. Everyone sitting near the shore immediately burst into laughter. He fell for it again. How is he this gullible? Meanwhile, Jinhyuk casually rested his chin on one hand while watching the water churn violently. That idiot really makes life entertaining, he muttered. A second later, something flew toward him. He caught it instantly without even looking. Yunoa stood nearby with folded arms. I found it while you were unconscious. Jinhyuk looked down at the object in his hand. An amulet. The same sealing artifact Michael had attempted to use against Alice. His expression immediately sharpened. A faint pulse of divine energy flowed from the necklace, cold and unnatural against his skin. So that's what he planned? The artifact had clearly been created specifically to suppress beings with dark or demonic attributes. But one thought continued bothering him. Why seal Alice? Instead of killing her? Jinhyuk slowly slipped the amulet into his inner pocket. There's definitely something I'm missing, he thought quietly. Then he glanced around. Where's Yunak? Only empty plates remained where the goblin had been sitting moments earlier. Yunoa shrugged. No idea. Haven't seen him for a while. Elsewhere, far from the snowy battlefield, pure rage erupted inside a corporate office. Beck stared at the system notification trembling with fury. 7th floor cleared. Achievement acquired. Veteran company. The table in front of him exploded as he slammed both hands down. That idiot. Papers scattered across the room as he pointed furiously at Unsuk. We gave you resources, support, equipment, manpower, and you handed everything to Jinhyuk before coming back empty-handed? More documents flew through the air. You should have cleared the floor yourself. This entire report is useless. His eyes twitched violently as he noticed the broken sword listed in the damage report. And do you even know how expensive that sword was? Meanwhile, Unsuk simply smiled peacefully while staring out the window at the clouds drifting across the blue sky. Clearly the man had achieved enlightenment through repeated exposure to Jinhyuk's insanity. At the same time, inside the headquarters of the Awakened Association, another meeting was underway. Tuchuan closed the report in his hand slowly. The 7th floor was cleared, he announced. By player Jinhyuk. Again. A long silence followed. He continued explaining that according to reports from the Dan Gun Guild, Conflicts had broken out with demonic tribes on the upper sections of the floor, but Jinhyuk's group had managed to repel them. Should we contact him directly? Tuchuan asked. Standing beside a massive panoramic window, the president kept his eyes fixed on the city below. Not yet. His scarred face reflected faintly in the glass. It's too early to reveal our intentions. The room fell quiet again. No one can tell yet, he said slowly, whether Jinhyuk will become humanity's greatest ally, or its enemy. However, the atmosphere had shifted completely into absurdity. People suddenly started running everywhere. Emergency VVIP protocol. Workers sprinted through hallways while shouting instructions at each other. Two men appeared carrying an enormous red carpet and rolled it out with military precision. Another employee scattered rose petals across the floor. Because apparently nothing says professional organization like full societal collapse the moment a terrifying vampire woman decides to go shopping. Then she arrived. Alice stepped forward gracefully beneath glowing lights while everyone immediately bowed their heads. It is an honor to serve you. We hope your shopping experience is pleasant. Alice smiled faintly, clearly enjoying herself far too much. Your greeting warms my soul, she declared proudly. Then she pointed casually toward the treasure displays around her. I'll take everything I lay eyes on. The employees froze. No questions asked. Several workers nearly collapsed on the spot. One manager outright fainted after hearing the estimated cost. Another employee panicked and grabbed him. He passed out. A nearby girl calmly sighed. He's just expressing happiness in his own way. Alice sat elegantly atop an oversized decorative chair like a queen reclaiming her throne. It's time to begin. Nearby, Jinhyuk watched the entire scene with closed eyes and a small smile. She really does look happy, he thought. At the same time, his fingers brushed against the necklace hidden inside his jacket. A sealing relic crafted by a high priest using divine power itself. An artifact specifically designed to restrain dark beings like Alice. Michael had risked everything to retrieve it. Which meant one thing. Alice was far more important than Jinhyuk originally thought. And someone, somewhere, desperately wanted her contained rather than dead. His eyes narrowed slightly. I need answers. Before he could think further, a system notification suddenly appeared. User Rick has invited you to attend the masquerade ball on the first floor of the challenge tower. Jinhyuk stared at the message. The masquerade ball? Memories immediately surfaced. Back when the tower had still been just a game, the masquerade event belonged to the 25th floor. Jinhyuk had attended it once. As the only guest. And by the end of the night, the entire place had burned to the ground. He slowly removed the black mask from his inventory and stared at it quietly. Last time, he had danced alone among the flames. But this time, things were going to be very different. Players from every corner of the world were expected to attend the masquerade ball. Nobles, hunters, guild leaders, monsters pretending to be civilized. Humanity really loved gathering dangerous people into one room and calling it an event. Jinhyuk glanced over his shoulder and motioned for Alice to follow him. We need to stop somewhere first. Alice blinked in surprise before silently trailing behind him. The two walked through the bustling streets of the nameless city, the neutral zone on the first floor of the testing tower. Lanterns glowed overhead while merchants shouted over each other, trying to attract customers from every race imaginable. Adventurers brushed shoulders with mercenaries, masked traders, and beings that clearly shouldn't have existed outside nightmares. Alice folded her arms as she walked ahead of him, clearly irritated. You promised to buy me everything I wanted, she complained coldly. And instead you dragged me to some suspicious little shop. Jinhyuk sighed. We're here for one thing. Preparation. For a ball? For survival, he corrected. The small bell above the shop door rang the moment they entered. The interior smelled faintly of incense and expensive fabric. Suits and dresses lined the walls while several goblins hurried around carrying measuring tape and folded clothing. Then Jinhyuk froze. You. Across the room stood Yusung. The moment their eyes met, veins bulged across Yusung's forehead. You bastard. He stormed toward Jinhyuk fast enough to make the goblins panic. You humiliated me in front of everyone with that ridiculous challenge. His mana flared violently. Two nearby goblins instantly collapsed foaming at the mouth. Jinhyuk calmly pointed at the unconscious goblins. Control your mana before you murder the staff. Yusung clenched his fists harder. Don't change the subject. Jinhyuk shrugged lazily. Cold water is good for muscle recovery. You should thank me. That's not the point. The entire shop trembled from Yusung's shouting. Then Jinhyuk casually added, I found a sword for you. Yusung immediately stopped. What? The anger draining from his face was so fast it almost looked painful. Jinhyuk smirked. You care more about weapons than your own dignity anyway. Yusung gritted his teeth. How many times do you think I've fallen for your nonsense? You literally admitted your old sword suited your style perfectly. That's... Yusung hesitated. Because it was true. He looked away awkwardly and rubbed his chin. If it hadn't broken fighting that stone giant, I would have kept using it. Jinhyuk pointed at himself confidently. Then trust me again. I'll help you find something better. Yusung narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You're scheming again. Probably. At least you're honest about it. Before leaving, Yusung stopped near the entrance and glanced toward Alice, who was quietly examining an elegant black dress embroidered with crimson thread. For a moment, curiosity crossed his face. He had no idea who she really was, but instinctively understood she wasn't ordinary. Still, after a brief pause, he simply clicked his tongue. If she's not trying to kill me, it's not my problem. The shop door slammed shut behind him. Silence returned. Well, mostly. One goblin was still unconscious on the floor. Jinhyuk walked toward the store owner and bowed his head slightly. Sorry about that. The goblin waved both hands nervously. No problem. We understand completely. Violent customers are common here. Usually less shouting, though. He spread his arms proudly. So, you need outfits for the masquerade ball, yes? I recommend a classic black suit. Elegant. Timeless. Difficult to stain with blood. Useful feature, Jinhyuk admitted. But instead of browsing the clothes, he slowly approached a shelf near the counter. Then his expression changed. His eyes narrowed slightly. I noticed something the moment I entered. The goblin stiffened. Jinhyuk picked up a thin incense stick resting beside the register. This scent? Snowflower canola. Alice turned toward him immediately. A faint smile appeared on Jinhyuk's face. Interesting thing about that flower. It only grows in the frozen mountains of the 17th floor. The goblin folded his arms defensively. And? Jinhyuk's smile sharpened. So why does a simple goblin shopkeeper on the first floor have access to it? The room suddenly felt colder. Jinhyuk continued calmly. And there's something else. His gaze drifted toward the unconscious goblin still lying on the floor. When Yusung released mana, every goblin here collapsed instantly. His eyes locked onto the shopkeeper. Except you. The goblin's expression twitched for just a second. A tiny mistake. But Jinhyuk noticed. Of course he did. The man collected secrets the way dragons collected gold. Unhealthy behavior, honestly. Jinhyuk slowly raised a finger toward the goblin shopkeeper. The moment Alice walked through the door, your face twitched. His sharp gaze never left the goblin for even a second. You recognized her immediately. But instead of reacting, you pretended to be nothing more than an ordinary merchant. The atmosphere inside the shop instantly grew tense. Alice narrowed her eyes slightly while the unconscious goblins on the floor twitched pitifully in the background. Truly committed employees. Probably underpaid too. Jinhyuk continued calmly. That means you already knew exactly who she was. He took another step closer. And someone capable of recognizing Alice on sight isn't some random first-floor goblin. Pointing directly at the shop owner, he finished. You're a manager of the tower. The goblin stared at him silently. Then suddenly, he burst into laughter. Not nervous laughter. Not awkward laughter. The kind of laughter that made the room feel wrong. Ha ha ha. He wiped tears from the corner of his eye while grinning wildly. So Rick was right about you. The goblin slowly turned away and adjusted his sleeves. Though you made one mistake. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed. The goblin glanced over his shoulder with an amused smile. You assumed I was a mid-level manager. His grin widened. Rick works for me. For the first time since entering the store, Jinhyuk's expression genuinely changed. His pupils contracted sharply. Almost instantly, his eyes glowed crimson as greedy gaze activated. System windows exploded across his vision. Access denied. Level insufficient. Target cannot be analyzed. The skill failed completely. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue quietly. That alone was enough to confirm the truth. The goblin bowed politely. Hasting, he introduced himself. Top-level manager of the testing tower. Jinhyuk stared at him in silence. A top-level manager. One of the beings standing at the very peak of the tower's hierarchy. The creatures responsible for maintaining its laws and systems. Possibly even one of the architects behind the entire nightmare structure itself. Even in the original game timeline, Jinhyuk had never personally encountered one before. Which meant one thing. This conversation was far more dangerous than it looked. Hastings closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. Rick mentioned a player who knew managers existed. His golden eyes opened slowly. But you are considerably more entertaining than I expected. Then he snapped his fingers. As a reward for discovering my identity. He spread his arms dramatically. I shall personally handle your tailoring. Jinhyuk let out a slow breath. Honestly? This is disappointing. Alice immediately frowned. Why are you pointing at me while saying that? Because you're expensive looking. That is not an explanation. Ignoring her irritation entirely, Jinhyuk looked toward Hastings again. I didn't expect a top manager to be running a clothing store. Hastings adjusted his glasses proudly. A fine suit changes destiny. That sounds fake. It absolutely is. A few moments later, Alice found herself holding an elegant black invitation trimmed in silver. She looked up at Jinhyuk suspiciously. You provoked him on purpose to get me invited too, didn't you? Jinhyuk tossed a snack toward Gogoma, who happily caught it midair. I knew he'd agree. Alice sighed before quietly admitting. I do enjoy balls. Then her expression turned serious. You understand how dangerous those managers are, right? Her voice dropped lower. They created the rules of the tower itself. Even Alice looked cautious speaking about them. In my entire life, I only met a top-level manager once. Jinhyuk casually patted Gogoma while smiling. No need to worry. His eyes gleamed mischievously. Dangerous people are useful too. Alice already knew that look. It was the expression he made whenever he planned to exploit something extremely suicidal. A system notification suddenly appeared in front of them. Your suit and dress are complete. Below it was a short message from Hastings himself. Enjoy your evening. Night eventually fell over the nameless city. The entrance to the masquerade ball glowed beneath countless floating lights while luxury carriages and armored escorts arrived one after another. Players from every major guild gathered outside the enormous gates. Spectators crowded the streets, whispering excitedly. Are those really the chosen players? I heard Maria might appear. What about Teresa? They say someone unknown received an invitation too. Then the crowd suddenly parted. Two men walked forward confidently. Members of the Samurai Guild. Yoshio, the guild master, calmly adjusted his tie while the crowd stared at him with admiration. Aren't they heroes from the front lines? Those are real monsters. Yoshio glanced sideways at the people surrounding him. His expression twisted with disgust. Parasites, he muttered coldly. They cling to strong players and worship bloodshed from a safe distance. His eyes swept across the crowd. Pathetic biotrash. Beside him, Satoma leaned closer. Still angry about the guild treasures being stolen? Yoshio closed his eyes. Killing everyone responsible still wouldn't bring them back. Then Satoma remembered something. Oh right. The Triad Guild received invitations too. He lowered his voice. We should probably stick close to them. Before Yoshio could answer, Satoma's massive body accidentally bumped into someone walking past. He immediately frowned. The hell is this? Turning angrily, he started shouting. What idiot blocked my pas dash? His sentence never finished. A violent force slammed into his face. Boom. The enormous man was launched across the ground like a rag doll before crashing hard into the stone pavement. The entire crowd froze. Yoshio's eyes widened in shock as he looked toward the person standing there calmly. And for the first time that night, the atmosphere around the masquerade ball turned dangerous. White hair swayed in the cold night wind as Alice stood over the fallen samurai with clear irritation on her face. What was that supposed to mean? She asked coldly. One hand rested on her hip while crimson energy flickered faintly around her body. Her glowing eyes locked onto the enemies in front of her. Am I still in your way now? The pressure pouring from her mana became suffocating. Even the air itself seemed heavier. Alice had activated power suppression. An overwhelming magical force crashed down onto the surrounding players like an invisible mountain. Yoshio's expression froze instantly as sweat rolled down his face. His companion was no weakling. Satoma was one of the Samurai Guild's top-ranked fighters. Yet Alice had swatted him aside effortlessly. Yoshio slowly lifted his gaze toward the silver-haired girl standing beside Jinhyuk and felt genuine fear creeping into his chest. Who the hell were these people? Alice narrowed her eyes impatiently. You're not answering. Before the tension could explode further, Jinhyuk casually placed a hand on her shoulder. That's enough. Alice clicked her tongue. If they learn your identity here, things get annoying. Alice folded her arms before finally deactivating power suppression. The crushing aura vanished instantly. TCH fine. They were irritating me anyway. Yoshio let out a quiet breath of relief before stepping forward carefully. Thank you for stopping her. He forced a stiff smile onto his face. My companion acted recklessly. I didn't expect things to escalate this far. Jinhyuk stared at him silently. Then he tilted his head slightly. Stopping her? A cold mist suddenly spread through the air. System notification. Ice creation activated. An enormous ice hammer materialized in Jinhyuk's hand. Before Yoshio could react. Crash. Jinhyuk swung it downward with terrifying force. The hammer smashed directly into Satoma's face. His mask exploded into frozen fragments. The sound echoed through the entire plaza. Yoshio's eyes widened in horror. Even Alice blinked in surprise. Jinhyuk rested the massive hammer against his shoulder casually. "It seems you misunderstood something." His smile turned sharp. "I stopped her because if she kept going." He glanced down at the unconscious samurai. "There wouldn't have been enough left for me to hit?" Then he tossed the shattered hammer aside like trash. "Now do you understand, Guild Master Yoshio?" A dangerous grin spread across Jinhyuk's face as greedy gaze activated. System windows appeared instantly. Name, Yoshio. Level, 52. Skills. Martial Arts LV.9. Strong Swing LV.9. Jinhyuk frowned immediately after reading it. "That's it?" He looked genuinely disappointed. "This guy leads one of the top guilds?" Another notification appeared. Copy conditions unmet. Jinhyuk sighed heavily. Why are the conditions always garbage? Meanwhile, Yoshio's face turned pale with rage and humiliation. "Do you even know who I am?" Cold sweat poured down his face as he shouted furiously. "The Samurai Guild is allied with the China Guild." He pointed directly at Jinhyuk. "You think you can get away with this?" Jinhyuk calmly reached for his mask. The moment he removed it, the crowd exploded into chaos. "That's Jinhyuk. No way dash. The player from the 7th floor? But who's the woman beside him? Is she his partner?" The whispers spread instantly. Jinhyuk's expression darkened slightly. "You people are loud." Ice surged across the ground. Massive frozen walls erupted upward from every direction, sealing off the area from the surrounding crowd. The spectators gasped as towering barriers surrounded them like a fortress. Jinhyuk stepped onto a platform of rising ice and slowly walked toward Yoshio. Each step created another layer of frost beneath his feet. "You've obviously heard about me already." His voice remained calm. "So you should know threats don't work." An icicle slowly rose beneath Yoshio's chin, lifting his mask upward. Jinhyuk leaned closer until their eyes met. Burning blue light reflected in his gaze. "Guild master or not?" His voice dropped lower. "Don't get in my way again." The pressure in those words alone made Yoshio freeze. Then Jinhyuk turned away casually. "We're leaving." Behind him, Alice was literally spinning on top of Satoma's unconscious body out of boredom. Human dignity truly died fast around these two. She hopped down lightly before following Jinhyuk deeper into the masquerade venue. Yoshio stood there trembling with rage while the crowd stared at him in silence. A few minutes later, the pair entered the main ballroom. Alice slowly looked around the enormous hall. "For a single floor," she muttered, "this place is absurdly large." Crystal chandeliers floated overhead while nobles, guild masters, mercenaries, and monsters disguised as civilized beings filled the ballroom. Jinhyuk scanned the crowd quietly. In the original game timeline, he had attended this event completely alone. Now the ballroom overflowed with players from across the world. It felt strange. Nearby, Teresa and Maria chatted beside a fountain while Yusung stood near the buffet aggressively eating expensive desserts like they had personally insulted him. Then Jinhyuk suddenly noticed two unfamiliar figures. A pale woman tugged lightly on her companion's sleeve. "What do you think of him?" she asked while staring directly at Jinhyuk. The man beside her laughed quietly. "He looks like the type who keeps screaming until the end." "And her?" The man slowly covered part of his face with one hand. "She looks like the type who begs people not to stop." A twisted smile spread across his lips. Gidello. Independent S-class player. Beside him stood Casey, his equally infamous twin sister. Casey laughed softly. "You're absolutely right." Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed immediately. The twins of Europe. Two monsters who treated murder like entertainment. They intentionally provoked massacres just to watch people suffer. In the future, entire cities would fear their names. And right now? Jinhyuk stared at them with a growing grin. Walking skill books. Alice saw that expression instantly and sighed internally. He's plotting something again. Across the ballroom, Yoshio stood beside another man with an irritated expression. "He attacked you despite our alliance?" the man asked quietly. Yoshio clenched his jaw. "He humiliated my guild and knocked out my subordinate." Beside them, Yahweh, Vice Guild Master of the China Guild, covered his face with one hand. His expression looked traumatized. Why him again? Memories of the elven forest and frozen tundra flashed through his mind like PTSD. I already received direct orders not to provoke him anymore. He stared miserably at his own hand. "So there's nothing I can do." Then suddenly, a new voice interrupted them from behind. "I'll deal with that annoying bastard." The surrounding players turned immediately. A small figure stepped forward while adjusting his tie calmly. The nearby guests blinked in confusion. "Is that a monster?" The creature smiled pleasantly. And somehow, that smile felt far more dangerous than the monsters people were whispering about. A small figure stepped through the crowd and approached Jinhyuk and Alice with the confidence of someone who clearly enjoyed making other people uncomfortable. A single horn curved from the side of his head, and despite his childlike size, the pressure rolling off him made nearby players instinctively back away. The creature gave a shallow bow. "My name is Carmen," he said with a smug smile. "Lowest-ranking manager of the test tower. I hope the two of you are enjoying the masquerade ball." Jinhyuk barely looked at him. Instead, he scrolled through floating system windows as if the manager were an annoying advertisement he couldn't skip. "So," Jinhyuk said lazily, "you came all the way here because you wanted something?" Carmen's smile thinned. "I heard," he replied, "that you crippled one of our invited guests." At that, Jinhyuk finally closed the system panel and looked him in the eye. "You mean the idiot who got in my way?" he asked casually. "If he smashed himself into the ground that hard, should I send flowers to the funeral home too?" Several nearby players nearly choked trying not to react. Carmen's expression twisted instantly. Dark mana exploded from his body, and roots burst violently from the marble floor like living snakes tearing through stone. "You dare mock me?" he roared. "Prepare yourself. You'll die here." Gasps spread through the ballroom. Players stepped backward as the roots cracked the floor apart. Then Jinhyuk slowly removed his mask. His eyes narrowed. "So the managers threaten invited guests now?" he asked coldly. "What kind of garbage event are you running?" Carmen bared his teeth. "You think killing you would be difficult? The strongest beings in this tower are watching from above, and none of them have stopped me." Alice's crimson mana immediately gathered into a spear beside her hand, but before she could move, Jinhyuk lightly raised an arm to stop her. At that exact moment, a furious voice echoed through the hall. "Carmen!" The horned manager froze. Moments earlier, elsewhere inside the tower, Hastings sat calmly at a sewing machine while reading a flood of messages sent by Jinhyuk. One line stood out. "You called yourself the greatest tailor in the tower, but one of my buttons came loose. I'm disappointed. Fix it before I leave a terrible review." Hastings had stared at the message in disbelief. "A loose button?" he muttered. "Impossible." Now the answer stood directly in front of him. The ballroom doors burst open. An enraged Hastings marched inside like a storm given physical form. The system instantly alerted every player present. "Warning, high-ranking manager detected." The entire hall went silent. Cold sweat rolled down Carmen's face. Hastings adjusted his glasses slowly, then glared at him with enough killing intent to crush steel. "How dare you threaten my guest?" Before Carmen could answer, Hastings kicked him hard in the leg. The smaller manager yelped and grabbed his bruised shin while the crowd watched in stunned silence. Hastings planted his hands on his hips. "Well," he snapped. "Are you going to explain what kind of circus act you're performing?" Carmen stammered nervously. Around the ballroom, whispers spread like wildfire. "That goblin is a high-ranking manager? No way. He's bowing to Jinhyuk?" Hastings frowned deeper. "I know some managers take bribes from outside factions," he said coldly. "As long as it stays within limits, I ignore it. But threatening a guest invited under my authority? Do you realize what that does to the reputation of this event?" Carmen trembled. I didn't know he was your guest." "That isn't an excuse," Hastings interrupted sharply. "Apologize." Jinhyuk's lips slowly curled upward. Meanwhile, Carmen looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him alive. Then, to make the situation infinitely worse, a floating recording crystal appeared beside Jinhyuk. The protagonist grinned. "This is getting entertaining." The crystal activated. Jinhyuk folded his arms and spoke loudly. "Go on. Speak from the heart." Carmen lowered his head stiffly. "I'm sorry." Jinhyuk cupped a hand behind his ear dramatically. "What was that? Didn't eat breakfast this morning?" Louder. Veins bulged across Carmen's forehead. "You insignificant little." Before he could finish, Hastings appeared silently behind him. The killing intent alone nearly stopped his heart. Carmen instantly bent 90 degrees and shouted at the top of his lungs. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." The entire ballroom froze. On the second-floor balcony, several powerful figures observed the scene with interest. One elderly man folded his arms thoughtfully. "That boy is impressive," he murmured. "Using a tower manager like a toy in front of everyone." His gaze sharpened. "Now I understand why His Majesty sent him a gift. If we can recruit that young man, this war with the aristocrats may finally end." Nearby, Monu silently watched the hall below. Then another voice echoed throughout the ballroom. Rick stepped onto the central balcony, raising a hand to activate a magical microphone skill. His voice spread across the enormous hall instantly. Due to the unfortunate disturbance involving one of our managers, he announced smoothly, I will personally oversee the masquerade ball from this point onward. The players quieted immediately. Rick placed both hands behind his back. As many of you know, this gathering exists to bring promising players together. However, he said with a smile, that is not tonight's true purpose. The lights dimmed. This evening, each of you will choose the faction you wish to stand beside as you continue climbing the tower. A tense silence fell over the crowd. Rick snapped his fingers. At once, the center of the ballroom distorted. Brilliant light exploded outward as a massive platform rose from the floor. System windows appeared before every player simultaneously. Main event, Masquerade Selection Trial initiated. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.